find Julius Caesar by William Shakespeare. Great. This is fantastic. This is exactly the book you look at. It's kind of hard to read. It's not written in English, but you skim through it and you figure out a few key things and you scrap together a paper for your teacher. Now, the question is, how reliable is William Shakespeare's account of the life and death of Julius Caesar as a historical account? Can we say that the things that Shakespeare describes actually happened? Not terribly likely. First of all, Shakespeare's account was written about 1,600 years after the events described. Oh my gosh. Now, Shakespeare probably had some other data, read other histories to be able to put together the story of Julius Caesar, but he clearly was not even writing a history book. He was writing something for popular entertainment. And what kind of poetic license did he take in producing that particular work? Can we actually say anything real about William Shakespeare's account of Julius Caesar? And just to take it to a meta level, which is very relevant for look at the Bible as well, the copy that you're holding in your hand was published in the 1970s. Who says that it doesn't actually date from the 1970s? Who says that it even dates from the 1600s? Maybe it really was published for the first time in the era of Elizabeth II as opposed to Elizabeth I. How do you know that this is an accurate copy of something actually written 400 odd years? All these questions abound. Just to make it a little bit more fun, notice the iconic presentation of Shana Funin, his visage. That's based on something called the Chandra's portrait, which is named after its work, neither of which are known for certain, but is generally believed to be a depiction of William Shakespeare himself. When we look a little closely at it, you see that Shakespeare himself apparently wore an earring, but that has been removed from his ear in the version that you hold in your hands. So there's just so many possibilities for inaccuracies in under life of Julius Caesar. Shouldn't we say that as well about the Bible?
Come on, Rumble.
Even according to the Word of God approach, whatever that means exactly. Many of the events described in the Bible are written down explicitly as having occurred in the distant past. So what do we do with this as a historical account? One more word about the Word of God approach. Can we possibly penetrate the inscrutable mind of the Almighty to determine that the purpose of the biblical text before us is to give us historical data? Perhaps it's to give us religious instruction, moral instruction for our edification, without necessarily giving us a blow-by-blow chronicle of events. It's a big, complex, sprawling document. We will be exploring it in greater depth in the following lectures as it relates specifically to history. But it's a real, tangled mess of complications to try to understand this text as a historical source. But by the time we get to the 19th century, there are a lot of questions about how to approach the Bible as a historical text. We see people like William Albright who say, well, okay, without denying the higher system approach that is advocated by people like Wellhausen, we can still go back to the land of Israel and discover the facts as they occurred using this relatively new science of archaeology, and you can pass and see how it conforms to the Bible as essentially events. So, in other words, the way Albright looked at biblical history, as he said, we have essentially got in the Bible the cover of the puzzle box. Inside are 1,000 pieces, but we see what it's supposed to look like. So all we've got to do is go to Israel, find the places mentioned on the biblical narrative, dig up the ground there, and we'll find evidence of things that happened. We'll go to Jericho, will find the walls of Jericho that were destroyed by Joshua and things like that. The thing is, once you get to Israel, you're confronted with a massive.
Come on, Rumble, you little bitch.
And who says that it's going to conform to the picture box? Maybe we should instead look at this, put it together without knowing how it's going to look, and then we'll look at the picture afterwards. That's the approach that many later archaeologists began to take, especially when they began to find pieces like this that look like they didn't go on anywhere. The original picture box. In the middle of the 20th century, there is a lot of confusion about how are we supposed to look at the came to a head in the 1990s with biblical studies. A philosophical cultural movement called postmodernism that essentially questioned, essentially a minimalist approach to the use of the Bible as a historical document. It's sometimes the Bible as a historical document. That's not at all, and it's hard to really stick at the Copenhagen school. They wanted to downplay the reliance on maps for what happened in history. The reaction to the minimalist school was the so-called maximalist. Again, it's a caricature as a term, but essentially maximalists are scholars who say, you're throwing a baby out. There's a tremendous reliability in the Old Testament, and perhaps the great opponent of this school is none other than the great Kenneth, who wrote this phenomenal work. I happen to have here. I've taken a lot of notes because it was fascinating. And over the course of a lifetime of Egypt and Babylonia, Ugaritic, and most accomplished scholars of the period, the historical descriptions that are contained in he's not advocating the Word of God approach. There are certain passages in this particular day of Jewish terms, a from book. But from a historical perspective, it really cements the idea that the Hebrew Scriptures has a phenomenal amount of valid historical data. We're going to be spending a lot of time in this work as we go through the series because it is impossible to understand anything about the history of ancient Israel without looking at Dr. Kitchen's magisterial work. We'll also be looking at contemporary scholars like Rabbi Dr. Joshua Berman, who wrote a series of books, most recently this very powerful book called Ani Ma'amin. The Hebrew term means I believe, and is clearly an allusion to Maimonides' 13 Principles of Belief. I'd like to mention now just a couple of things about Kitchen's approach to biblical history that will be relevant for us going forward. First of all, in the introductory section to his major work, Dr. Kitchen basically says we can divide the history as portrayed in the Bible into 7 basic. The first period is something we talked about in the last lecture, primeval proto-history, which basically goes from the creation of the world as described in Genesis up to about the second millennium before the Common Era. Let's say 2250 or 2000.
Rumble? What the fuck?
And that's essentially what's described in the very beginning of the book of Genesis. The second period is that of the patriarchs, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and their wives, Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah, and that goes from the early to mid-second millennium, that is from about the year, let's say 1750 till maybe go up to Joseph another couple hundred years, and that's described for the rest of the book of Genesis. The third period that would be the mid second 1300 to 1200 more or less, and it's described in the book of Exodus. And then we get to the fourth period, which is settlement in Canaan. Note uses the term settlement rather than conquest. That will become very important when we get to that period later. 1000 BCE, and it is described in the book of Deuteronomy and then in Judges and Joshua. The fifth monarchy is the golden period between Saul and David and Solomon, and that's the Chronicles. And then the sixth period, the divided monarchy, which is moving through let's say we're getting into the 700s. That's in 2 Samuel, Kings, and Book of Chronicles. And then finally, the exile and return, talking here about the Babylonian exile, the 6th and 5th century of the Common Era, describe most of biblical work. Now, two quick things. Notice that I have not included all the books in the Hebrew Scriptures because a lot of them are really difficult to provide clear historical data. Pieces of it, the book of Psalms, for example, it clearly, heartfelt prayers to God, but there is occasionally embedded in Psalms, which we'll see as we go through this. But secondly, more significantly, work, he can start at the beginning, the first period, move through all 7 periods. Rather, what he does is he's in the 6th period, the divided monarchy, quite late now in English history, well over 1,000 years into history, and then he later in time to the exile and return, and only then does he go back to start at the first period. Why does he do that? Why does he start at 6, go to 7, and then all up to 1, 2, 3, 4? The reason is actually pretty obvious if you're familiar with the data. There's a lot more really cool evidence for the historicity in period 6 and 7 than there is in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He still has a lot to say about periods 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that is incredibly valuable, but he says, you know what? I want to give you the really powerful, incontrovertible stuff first, and then once you're with me with 2 good chapters of this decent archaeological data, then I'll take you back to some of the more intuitive and some of the more deductive type of material that is in the earlier period. It's really complicated, I know, but we'll go through it starting from period 1, and I hope you'll bear with me. Let us give you an example of really cool data in both of those sections. Dr. Kitchener, there's basically 2 of data points that prove the Bible has reliability as a historical source. First would be external of historical reliability. And what he means by that is data taken from outside the text of the Bible that comes exactly to the text as we have it. A great example of this is theological finds. For example, this obelisk of Shalmaneser III, which dates from the 9th century before the Common Era, clearly has King Hu, who is described in the Bible as obeisance to Shalmaneser III, and this monumental architecture clearly describes this from the perspective of occupying power, and it seems to lost the account that we have of the historical relationship between these 2 powers. So this is the kind of evidence that we love as historians because it kind of confirms everything from an independent vantage point. And most of that really dates the 9th century onward, meaning from the 800s onward. And since we're going to be going back to the year 2000 before the Common Era, it gets harder and harder. The earlier you go back in time, find this kind of hard external material evidence for the historicity of the biblical narrative. But that doesn't mean that we're without resources. And a good 350 pages of Dr. Kitchen's is based on looking at internal evidence of biblical reliability. I'll give you one little example here, and we're going to go through many more of them as we go through the next few lectures. Look at the price of slaves in the ancient world. Dr. Tremendous variety of data points in dozens of ancient dead languages to find how much it costs in shekels to buy a slave in the ancient world. And then he compared it to the few data points as in the Bible. So if you look at the graph, the red line describes how much slaves cost in various parts of the ancient world, from the Nile Delta to the Mesopotamian region, and we see that it follows that essential red curve from the year 2250 to the year 500. And then when you take the few passages in the biblical text that refer to the price of slaves, you see that, you know what, it conforms pretty much to the price of slaves that was the going rate in the ancient world. That's like, very interesting. Now, it does not have the same kind of hard proof. It's not going to fall under its foot like a big piece of monumental architecture that makes you say, ouch. But nevertheless, it's really quite persuasive to say, hey, you know, if it cost 20 shekels for a slave in the old Babylonian period, and Joseph was sold for 20 shekels around that time, that sounds like a reasonable piece of historical data to rely on. We're going to see a lot more of this in the next few lectures, but for the time being, I want to thank you for sticking with me through this difficult historiographic introduction. We're going to get back to the God willing in the very next lecture. Thank you for watching. It's about going into it, feeling into it. So this book, how long did it take you to write? It's a playbook for eliminating mental barriers and scaling your career. Hello, fellow students in Jewish history. I'm very pleased to go on with our Jewish History Lab lectures now at Genesis in historical perspective. I'm, of course, speaking about the biblical book of Genesis. And I've got to say one thing just to start out. You know, I would love to go through the entire book of Genesis. In fact, the entire Tanakh, just speak about it as a work of tremendous power. If you have not read Genesis, and in fact, if you have not read the entire Bible, stop watching right now and go get a copy of the Bible. They're available online, and read it, because it is phenomenal. It's incredibly important. It has such, power as a moral document, as a spiritual document, as a traditional document. And even if you're not Jewish, even if you're not a monotheist, if you're a Buddhist or a Hindu or an alligator, I don't know. I think you will find a tremendous amount of value in this incredibly important work that is at the foundation of Western civilization. I'm going to just speak very briefly about the plot line of Genesis, with the assumption you have some broad familiarity with it. This brief lecture in no way should replace general cultural familiarity with this very important document. Okay, let's begin by going to the biblical narrative itself. As we approach the biblical narrative, it's really important for us, something that we discussed in the last lecture, and that is that in the world of what we might call biblical history, or the history of ancient Israel, is a strong difference of opinion as to how to approach the Bible as a historical text. There are those on one side of the spectrum that argue for a maximal approach, meaning let us mine this document for everything for its historical value. And on the other hand, you have a middle approach who says, no, earliest manuscripts that we have for this are far too late, and we possibly date it to the earliest periods that it ascribes to. It's written in a highly tendentious manner, definitely trying to promote a particular religious viewpoint. All kinds of objections, and those are called the minimalists, who say we should deal just with the data that the archaeological record affords us and build from there. In reality, most reasonable scholars do not find themselves at either end of the spectrum, the point of the spectrum. They find themselves somewhere along the spectrum. But, this is a short video. I just want to make sure that you bear in mind the challenges of working with this for our purposes, which is to understand the earliest elements of Jewish history. So what is the book of Genesis all about anyway? It basically traces, after we go through the cosmology, which we discussed in the lectures, it traces the life of the family of Abraham and Sarah, called the first of the patriarchs and matriarchs. And there's basically three major generations. That's Abraham and his wife Sarah, followed by Isaac and his wife Rebecca, and then Jacob and his two co-wives, and their progeny. We are completely reliant on the text of Genesis for the account of the life of the patriarchs and matriarchs. We don't have, for example, contemporary Egyptian or Assyrian or Babylonian accounts that would tell what their life was like. Right now, we're completely looped into the biblical text. So if we just approach that text, what happened to them? So again, just broad outlines. Abraham makes his way from the Mesopotamian region, from Ur, shown in the bottom of this map, up the Euphrates or possibly the Tigris River, and then when he hits old-day Syria, he sort of makes a looping left-hand turn and drops down, following the Fertile Crescent into the land of Israel. There's an interesting kind of side trip into Egypt, something that will happen to his descendants as well. But basically, they settle in Israel, where he's a prosperous earth. There are some tempting passages in Genesis that speak about Abraham's involvement in geopolitical activity. For example, his negotiation with his in a war that involved the four kings and five kings. And there are some tempting things to try and find there. For example, the names of the four and the five kings have some interesting correspondence. Really solid. Continuing with the biblical text, Abraham and Sarah go through 10 distinct trials, certainly the most awful of which is the Akedah, the binding of Isaac, shown here in a haunting painting by Caravaggio, the sacrifice of Isaac. Isaac is shown here as a young man in the Jewish tradition. He's actually 37 years old when this happens, and that's actually one of Caravaggio's actual assistants used for this. You can tell it's not a Jewish portrait, however, even though it is quite gripping, because of course, Abraham isn't wearing a hat. That's something you would expect him to do. But nevertheless, this is part of the very dramatic story of Abraham's life. It goes on to discuss the trials and tribulations of his son Isaac and his grandson Jacob. You have tremendous, life stories with great changes, and they're really quite, kind, and they give reading about them because they endured such tremendous time. For the book is about his great grandson Joseph. Joseph, the second youngest of brothers, the 12 tribes of Israel, of course, is the same for Jacob. Joseph cruelly sold into slavery by his betrayal. I have a whole bunch of images from James Tissot that I'll use to illustrate this. This is a picture of what ends up happening with the young Joseph, perhaps not quite as young as it's right here, but he sold from one slave trader until he ends up in Egypt, and he's purchased by the effeminate Tifar, who is shown here examining Joseph. And horrible thing to imagine being slavery, to be uprooted from your family and his mother. But amazing story, which again occupies about half of the book of Genesis. What happens is Joseph proves to be a really intelligent, insightful individual. He ends up in jail, where he begins to interpret dream, something that is associated with Jews from Joseph all the way up to Sigmund Freud. There has been a very strong connection between Jews and the interpretation of dreams. And it is Joseph who was summoned, or Pharaoh himself, the leader of Egypt, to interpret Joseph because he's the only one wearing a kippah here among all these cartoonists, various magicians and necromancers working for Pharaoh. Pharaoh is, of course, very impressed with the results of Joseph's interpretation, and he promotes him to a great authority, giving the name Tzafnas Paneach, which is adored by so many Egyptians because of his wise policy to get them through a strong famine and go home and security for the nation as a whole. Then, as things work out, and it's a very dramatic story, because of the regional famine, his groups actually come down to Egypt seeking food. They don't recognize this. It's amazing. And there's a lot in there. I don't want to give away the story. But in this next image from James Tissot, you see revealing himself to his brothers, saying, I am Joseph, my father. Yeah, period of tremendous action that I think Tissot actually very powerfully. And also, I especially look at the reaction of his brothers here. These are the brothers who sold him into slavery and now are completely at the whim of this incredibly powerful state authority. It's a very, very amazing, dramatic story. And that's basically where the book of Genesis ends. All of the children of Israel, that is the children of Jacob, the great-grandchild of Abraham and Sarah, and their extended family all moved down to Egypt, to the region of Goshen, which we'll look at in the next lecture, and they're settled very happily. That's basically wrapping up the main elements of the book of Genesis in terms of its narrow plot line. Let's look at it from the perspective of what historical data we have outside the Bible that would give us some sense of what's going on in Jewish history at this time. So, as I mentioned, we really don't have much at all. But what little we have is so tantalizing. Perhaps one of the most fascinating types of documents that we have that shed some light on it are the execration texts. I have to tell you, I really like this. Execration is a fancy word for number two. And the French term, which I happen to notice in some of the bibliographies, is texte d'envoûtement, which means literally spell text, meaning like recipes for magical curses. But execration has a special ring to it because basically what you would do in ancient Egypt is you would take one of these potsherds, like you see here, and you would inscribe it with various symbols that basically name all the people you hate. And then you would go through a ritual that involved all kinds of nasty things done to the potsherd, including like urinating it and throwing it on the ground until it's smashed into pieces. And it's kind of like a voodoo doll way of expressing your desire that the people you're talking about should be excreted or treated like excrement. Here's a really gripping one from the early second millennium, maybe the year before the Common Era. You could actually shape like a figure, and it's got all these names written all over it, and then it would be smashed. Now, the thing is, what can we hear about Jewish history from these Egyptian execration texts? I mean, I wish we had more detail, but basically we have topographic information. Like from time to time, the Egyptians would curse all kinds of different territories. The broken potsherd is primarily dedicated to excreting Nubia, which would be south of Egypt. Some of the execration texts mention cities in Israel, cities whose names appear in the Bible. So even though the execration texts are maybe 150, 250 years prior to Abraham, there is definitely correspondence that there are these summers described in the Bible are described independently by these texts. Now, again, it doesn't say a lot to us about what happened in those cities, who lived there, how did they change with Jewish settlement? None of that stuff is there. The only thing we know is that the Egyptians didn't like them. It's okay, though. They didn't like a lot of people. Jews were not singled out, especially in this case. We also have, as you can see there, they're not on paper. And in fact, one of the reasons why we have so early period of Egypt is because the primary mode of communication would have been papyrus, a paper-like substance that is organic in nature and simply fades with time and rots away. And so it's not surprising that 3,000 years later we just don't have many papyrus documents at all. And further Egypt that we're concerned with because the Mesopotamian region had very little state contact with the land that is known as the land of Israel. And so they're not recording any monument at this point.
She could be fucking
more on
white.
this later, of course.
She could be
but the Amarna
Chinese.
letters, also
Egyptian,
Egyptian, the cuneiform tablets,
that bitch could be black.
durable, and they're essentially a whole series of different diplomatic correspondence that speaks about all kinds of economic and political interactions between Egypt and many regions throughout the East. And once again, lots of useful topographic data telling us about places and place names, but not a lot of real detail about, who's living there, what are they doing. By this time in the Amarna letters, was 14th century BC, so by the biblical chronology, we do have Jews living in Israel, but they don't say anything that we can really latch onto as giving us any data about what's going on. Now, here's one more example of this kind of tempting topographic data, but it doesn't really give us a lot. This is some monumental architecture that celebrates Shishak, or Shoshenq. He was a king that invaded Israel and referred to a couple times in the Bible, as you see up here. And he basically listed all these places that he conquered. And when you zero in on one line here, you can see that there's one of these kind of like hieroglyphic elements that means someplace which has been read as Field of Abraham in the neighborhood of Hebron, which would make a lot of sense because we have the grave of the patriarchs and matriarchs, of course, is Maarat Machpelah, which is in Hebron. Although there is considerable debate among Egyptologists as to exactly how to read this phrase. Since I am not fluent in hieroglyph, I don't know how extensive that debate really is, but this is
I'd fucking point at the closest fucking thing.
These pieces of monumental architecture in this very early period. Not great amounts of detail. Much of the historical scholarship on the life of Abraham and his children is really focused on trying to disprove passages in the Bible. And sometimes the arguments are more convincing and sometimes they are less convincing, depending on your background, your proclivities, and so on. But many of these attempted arguments against the historical value of the Bible end up falling flat with later discoveries, because for the most part, you're trying to argue from a negative. There is no data. What can you argue from there being no, or at least very little data? Just to give you one example, for a while, it was very popular, for about a century, it was very popular to argue that the Bible could not have been written, your Bible could not have been written in the time they describe, because there are some very important passages that describe camels, such as when Rebecca first sees her husband, Isaac, far off, and she falls off her camel, which I always like to read that literally. Probably means she got gently off her camel, but does say in Hebrew that she fell off her camel. So for a long time, scholars argued, hey, there is no evidence that camels were domesticated in the land of Israel at this time. Hence, the Bible must have been written much later. Later research has found many examples, however, that disprove this, such as, for example, this cylinder seal, which comes from nearby Syria, and it dates from about the year 1900 BCE, which is a good, let's say, 100, 150 years before Abraham's arrival in the region. And it may be difficult for you to see this. What is a cylinder seal? It's essentially a cylinder which has an incised kind of graphic on it, and then when you have a document written in wet clay, you would take the seal which could be very small, like you put your fingers, and then you press it on the clay and you roll it so it leaves your mark embedded inside the clay. People would know that you were the author. And so we have a lot of these, all kinds of interesting, descriptions that the people thought. But here on the cylinder seal, you can see this full image of two men riding one camel simultaneously. And on the left is just cut off slightly, but if you put that into this is what it would look like. The camel is walking, the head camel is on the left-hand side, and the two men are conversing, somewhat improbably set on the two humps of that camel. This is one of half a dozen lines that have argued against the supposition that camels were not domesticated. And that's basically how a lot of the archaeological argument seems to go. Let us, though, out here, and again, I refer you to Kenneth Kitchen's amazing work on the reliability of the Old Testament for a much more in-depth discussion of these kind of sideways views. We occasionally have things which really reinforce the idea that, yes, this could have occurred within the time period described. Some of my favorites. This is again from Tissot's collection on the life of Joseph. Here he is on the left, and he's conversing with his older brother Judah, negotiating at this point the return of the rest of the family down to Egypt. And Judah is trying to give reasons, because he's given 3 reasons up front why that should not happen. At any rate, one of the passages in the Bible refers to a name that Joseph was given when he was elevated to Safnat Paneah, which is a very hard thing to translate. A lot of biblical commentary has been written trying to decipher it. If you look at it as an Egyptian phrase, which it would have been, they weren't speaking to him in Hebrew, speaking to him in Egyptian, not means who is called, and the word paneach is derived from the word ankh, which is a symbol that we're familiar with today. It's used very commonly today in jewelry and things like that. It's the ancient Egyptian symbol for life. So in other words, Safnat Paneah would mean he who is called life. Now, his name was Yosef, but I sort of like to think that, his Hebrew name was the very common Chaim. And so maybe Safnat Paneah means he who is called Chaim. Just joking. I hope you really enjoyed this brief lecture. In the next lecture, we're going to look at the Exodus, which is, of course, the continuation of the story of the children of Israel in the land of Egypt, and then their departure through the Sinai desert, the reception of the Torah itself, and then ultimately moving on towards the eventual settlement in the land of Israel. I'm looking forward to talking about that with you and looking at the fascinating bits of historical data outside of the Bible that reflect on that notable period in Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching.
Experiment them locally, which you measure the stars. You measure supernova around these pulsating stars, which you get a different number. They don't line up. And so this is really weird. So somehow something's wrong. Where either measurements of the local universe must be wrong in some way, or there's a model that we're using to calculate the whole history of the universe. Something is wrong with that model. This is a very famous growing problem in cosmology. It's now what we call a 5 sigma level. So that means the chance of this being random.
Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. Let's continue our discussion of the Bible in historical perspective, trying to understand the of the Jewish people. And I have to share with you at the very beginning a couple of personal moments. The whole Exodus narrative is so powerful and so Jewish identity that I can recall my own first meaningful encounters with this biblical narrative, and I'm sure it's something that most Jewish people can retain as well. I'll tell you 2 very quick episodes. The first is when I was at a Passover Seder, and I remember this is perhaps the greatest kind of generational pedagogic tool to have this celebration once a year. where the elders of the family are commanded to relate, even in whatever imperfect way they can, the teaching of how the Jews were born as a people in Egypt and then in Sinai. And the children, even if they're not interested, they're forced to ask at least 4 questions. And the whole meal is structured around it. It's a kinetic experience. It is an essential experience with all the various tastes, the very special foods associated with things. And in that context, I remember once when I was probably maybe 6, 5, I'm not sure how young I was, but I was at my Aunt Enid's for Passover Seder, where we usually went. And my father, of blessed memory, he handed me a spoonful of traditional horseradish. It was mixed with beets. It was not the really strong stuff, but I looked at it and he didn't tell me what it was, and I thought it was candy. It had that deep red color, and so I put it straight in my mouth. And like, wow! I don't know what my father was thinking, whether he knew I would do it. He thought maybe I would taste a little bit of it, but I watering. I looked up at him and he said, "Henry, what slavery feels like." Very, very powerful impact on a young child. The other thing that I want to share with you is when I was maybe about 8 years old, Cecil B. DeMille's The 1956 film, not exactly kosher, but nevertheless very powerful 3-hour epic, came to the one theater in northern Ontario, Canada. And this was a unique experience for me because I was the only Jewish child in that small rural town. And, I just went to movies as often as I could because I found it so fascinating. It was just up the street from where we lived, on top of my father and mother's store. And I was just totally amazed sitting in this matinee showing of this 10 Commandments because this was story I realized was all about me and my family and where I came from. And I'm sitting in this room filled with, Anglophone Protestants and Quebecois Francophones who were Catholics, and I'm looking around and saying, I'm the only Jewish guy in here. In fact, I was probably the only Jewish guy except for my parents within about a mile radius. And I was so overwhelmed that I had such an amazing backstory. So this kind of feeling, both the Passover Seder and whatever meaningful encounter a child has with this is transformational. And there's no doubt that the sages were thinking of this when they embedded the Passover ritual so deeply into the Jewish cultural fabric and into calendar year. Anyways, I've gone on further than I wanted to here. The kind of messages that come out of the narrative of Exodus, as we discussed in Genesis, if you haven't read this, you've got to go read it right away. It's the very beginning of the book of Exodus, a few chapters. It's like overwhelming. It describes the figure of Moses, who has an amazing story, transformed from a near-death experience to become the leader in Egypt, and then realizing his own background, he is exiled and then returned, and he ends up leading this nation of slaves out of the other nation of Egypt, which is, again, a mind-blowing experience. And a strong message throughout the book of Exodus that the nascent Jewish people are subservient only to the king who is king over kings, meaning only to God directly, and no human being, even one as powerful as Pharaoh, has any say over their destiny. There is a very strong element here of a collective revelation and the birth of a people as a whole. Yehuda Halevi, among other philosophers, have pointed out that one of the unique aspects of this revelation is that it's not something that happened in a miraculous way with one person, small group of people, but this is something that happened to the entire Jewish people as a whole, as described in the book of Exodus, and as such, it is something that every Jewish person has a personal share in. There's also, this is not, some kind of propaganda piece in the sense that there's a lot of negative history in here as well. The Jews demonstrate terrible failings. The incident of the golden calf, where despite the phenomenal miracles of the 10 plagues and the Exodus itself, they nevertheless, within a short period, worshiping idols again. So it's a story of, it's a very human story, a very powerful story, and a transformational story. I'm sorry I took so long because I know you want to get to the historical aspect of it, but I really want to emphasize that it's so important to actually read the text. It's amazing. Okay, let's go to the history. So what do we know? Unfortunately, we don't know a lot from the historical record, and that has led many of the more minimalist-oriented historians to say it just didn't happen. To say that the description of the events in the book of Exodus are fictional. I think on a logical level, there's a problem with that. It's hard to prove anything from a negative. A lack of evidence does not mean that something did not happen. All it means is that you do not have evidence. And moreover, a more sophisticated look, especially if you lean towards the maximalist interpretation of this period of history, as I do, I might as well tell you up front, there is a lot of evidence, but it is not as direct and concrete as we might like. It's rather indirect and tantalizing, and I'll leave it up to you, of course, to decide how convinced you want to be by this. Obviously, this is not a neutral historical debate, if there is such a thing. It's highly connected to theological positions and so on. At any rate, why do we have so little evidence? The first most important reason is, the pharaohs, as a matter of habit, not in the practice of preserving their defeats in monumental architecture or in tomb paintings and things like that. Pharaohs always win. Egypt first, right? There's no strong record of pharaohs expressing humiliating defeats, which is, by the way, another thing that the Hebrew Bible as a historical text is so amazing, because there's lots of negative information there where Jews do the wrong thing and then they have to repent and so on. Secondly, besides the fact that it's not a cultural thing for pharaohs and Egyptian leaders to preserve this data, there's very little actual material from the area that the Jews were residing in, the land of Goshen shown here in this satellite map. The region was in the Nile Delta towards the easternmost range. The Nile, of course, flows from the south to the north. That's why, by the way, the upper Nile refers to the lower area on our conventional maps. And as it approaches the Mediterranean, it fans out through the lowlands and creates this massive, very fertile region. You can see some green in this satellite photograph. It is not conducive to any kind of sustained quarrying or even building. All the stone that is used in the building in this region is imported from southern areas, southern quarries, and the course of the low-lying rivers in the delta were known to have changed. As one would silt up, then the river waters would be redirected. At a certain period of time, the human settlements would be redirected. There's some fascinating allusions to this even in Rashi in the 11th century knew about this phenomenon. The major construction in the region was made out of mud bricks, and these are not very durable materials, and in fact, much of it actually later burned for other purposes that it was actually combustible. So this is not material that can last a long time. And finally, papyri or documents written on a paper-like organic substance simply do not survive. There are a very, very tiny number of scraps of paper from the region that are basically when they're carbonized, if they're burned, let's say in a scroll on the outside is like tight, it's very difficult to even unroll that and find out any kind of data from the period, such as a complex similar types of data. It's very difficult to even gather any data whatsoever from the region about a slave people, as the narrative described, inflicted humiliating the pharaohs that they didn't want to admit. Nevertheless, we pick things. Like, for example, here's a bit of papyrus that is from the late 13th century, before the Common Era, which describes the brick making work that would have taken place in this region. And we also have some fascinating tomb paintings, such as this Vizier's tomb painting, from about the time when the Jews would have been in the land of Goshen. And you can actually see them here working side by side with Nubians, that is Africans. And the Egyptians also did not label any of their slaves specifically as Hebrews. They tend to refer to them as one big group as Semites, which included a lot of different people from the region. But that's not surprising either. It's hard to imagine even 19th century America. The Americans also didn't label their African slaves by the many different tribal designations that they had. So we have lots of evidence that corroborates the story of the Jews being enslaved in the land of Goshen and the Nile Delta. And it's entirely consistent with the description that we have in the biblical text. And fascinatingly, these are amazing discoveries. 2016, later published 2017, at Ramses, which is the location of one of the two sites described as one of the major areas of building activity in the time of Moses. We discovered some mortar pits that is an example of what it might have been like to be a slave at that time, where, you've seen the famous scene in the 1956 Ten Commandments, where Moses in the dirt with the other slaves, and he's working the mud bricks. This is one of those actual mud bricks, and they even found some children's footprints. Now, there's no way to tell if these were Jewish children. There's no way to tell if they were made by slave children, but nevertheless, it is, really, it excites the imagination to place yourself in these footprints and imagine what it must have been like for the children who made them thousands of years ago. But I digress. Let's go now to the actual moment of the Exodus. Once we have the idea that, there's a lot of data that is consistent with the description in Exodus, it's not, again, direct proof that clearly confirms everything, but it corroborates it. So the most famous element, of course, is the 10 plagues that are visited on Pharaoh and the Egyptians. And I'm not going to go into details about how we could corroborate them with geographic or geological or weather type device. There are many different historians who try to walk through each of the plagues and say, problems with the river and it caused the frogs to jump out and so on. And I think they're a little further away from where I like to go with this particular history series. Let's talk specifically, though, about the departure of the Jews from Egypt and the famous splitting of the Sea of Reeds. Now, there are many different theories as to where exactly was the route that the Jews would have taken on their way of Goshen. I've shown you here in this particular image the best guess of a very well scholar, again, towards the maximalist interpretation of biblical text, K.A. Kitchen. And perhaps the most important thing that people who are new to this should understand, for some reason that has kind of entered English parlance, that the Jews crossed the Red Sea, which is to the south of the arrows here. You see towards the Gulf of Suez. That's not where any medieval authority or any modern scholar would place it. The Hebrew term is Yam Suf, which means literally the sea of the reeds, right? Like the sea of sort of bamboo-like shoots that come out of a wetland. And the image is not necessarily of like a massive, miles-long sea, but it could have been an otherwise impassably large wetland or maybe a river area. It's very difficult to estimate exactly where it would be today because the Suez Canal was dug completely changes the nature of the river flow through the water flow through that region. So we don't know precisely. But Dr. Kitchen opines that they went from Goshen here on the left and moving their way to the right through the wetlands, which would have been, completely impassable, especially when you're pursued by Pharaoh and his chariot. So it's still quite a miraculous event, in my humble opinion. And then they made their way down towards the south. There are opinions, by the way, that suggest that the Yam Suf was actually in the southernmost part of the Mediterranean, and that the Jews somehow went north and then over it. I haven't indicated a particular map, especially because it's very clear that the Jews did not take an overland route along the coast to Israel. The Bible specifically says God did not direct them there because it was filled with armed camps, which in fact we know the Egyptians had many different coastlines there, travel and protection of travel. So I don't understand exactly why some scholars suggest they went north. But going to the south, the next big question is, where is Mount Sinai? I have indicated the traditional location, which is so revered by Christians and Muslims, Jebel Musa, or the Mount Moses in Arabic, or Mount Sinai in English. It's not confirmed that this is in fact Mount Sinai. There are two other very viable contenders, one of them in the Sinai, one a little bit further to the west. But for the sake of argument, I've created the map based on Dr. Kitchen's best guess, which is much better than my own. Then they moved up towards the north to a place called Kadesh Barnea, and then we looped around, and this is a process which the biblical narrative says took 40 years. We looped around up to the through Jordan, and then crossed into Israel proper at Jericho, just north of the Dead Sea. That would be the most reasonable route to describe the Exodus. And on a historical level, the lack of significant remains of any kind of settlement of Jews as they traveled throughout this region. The biblical text describes 600,000 adult males, which would generate a population of 2 million people, which is a monster number in ancient terms, and it's hard to imagine they didn't leave any trace behind. So there are different ways to approach this. Some historians say we have to reevaluate what that number means. Does the Bible really indicate to us 600,000 on a literal level, or perhaps it is some kind of metaphor? We definitely have a lot of use of metaphoric numbers in the text, so perhaps it's not anywhere near the large. And even if it is a significant number, whatever it may be, there's still, it's hard to anticipate that a nomadic Bedouin-like lifestyle wandering in the desert is going to lead anything. As Dr. Kitchen points out, you're not going to find a lot of ceramic pottery to contain water and wine and things like that, because when you're carrying it around, it's much nicer to carry a wine skin than a wine jug, just for obvious reasons. So I don't want to get too far in details here, but this is basically it. I want to conclude, however, there's a couple more corroborating elements that give us a sense of how, even though we might not have really strong direct proof, there are many points of similarity between what we know about the culture and the region as a whole and what's contained in the biblical text that suggests very strongly that the biblical text is authentic in its historical depiction of Jesus. Specifically, let's have a look at Ramses II. Now, this is the pharaoh that is most likely the new pharaoh who is otherwise unnamed in the book of Exodus. He lived at just about the right time. The Egyptian propaganda we have on Ramses is he was a terrifying warrior, fought many battles, which are recorded, and so we have a sense of what kind of person he was. Here's a picture of him in battle, and you can see he's stomping on the head of one of his enemies and about to drive a spear through the heart of another enemy. And here's a couple of interesting propaganda This is from the Battle of Kadesh, a very important battle that was up in northern Syria. The Pharaoh ranged far and wide through the whole land of Israel, as we saw with Shoshank and with Merneptah next class. You can see that on the left here, he is mounted in a chariot, of what that might have been like. And notice here that in one of his most famous victories, he's driving his enemies into a big river where they all drown. Now, isn't it fascinating that the biblical account of Exodus has an ironic parallel to the enemies in their chariots drowning in water? I don't know. What's that mean? If there is an similarity, I'll give you another one just for you to think about it more. On one of the commemorative wall paintings that describes that particular battle, you see Pharaoh's encampment, and there's a whole bunch of different people here that are performing various functions. But on the right is his sanctuary tent, and you can see there's his cartouche, which has the two wing features, which is ironic, reminiscent of the cherubim that decorate ark. And that's not the only similar. A scholar named Dr. Michael Holman, who's done some fascinating work in this area in particular, he points out that it's not just cartouche that's similar. Oh my gosh. It's the exact portions and orientation of them and the the book of Exodus has some really exciting parts. Let's say about through 2/3 of it, and then it kind of like gets into the nitty-gritty of constructing this portable ark, later be transferred to Israel, and then eventually be translated into the permanent temple of Jerusalem. And the structure is very bare. Look how similar it is to the orientation and proportions. This is the second camp. Now, this is like an astounding kind of series of coincidences. And what exactly does it mean? It clearly suggests that the biblical text of Exodus is totally aware of how Ramesses camp was constructed. And is it similar in order to communicate to the young Jewish people that the tabernacle is, a place of sovereignty, like the Pharaoh's tent would be? Or is it intended to be an ironic kind of jab, saying, you think, a war tent is what protects people, rather than this tabernacle of God? These are questions that would cross a rabbi's eyes. I'm going to leave that to the rabbis to discuss, but I do think the similarities are incredibly striking. And I urge you to look at Dr. Holman's work, also Dr. Joshua Berman's work on this area. Absolutely fascinating. I've skipped over a lot of really and give you the highlights. I hope you enjoyed this. We're going to continue with the next lecture as we look at the settlement of Israel, moving towards the golden era of King Saul. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, so I don't know the current status of Starship. You only put $100 million on, I believe, for his own money, and I think Mark Zuckerberg came in on it. I wasn't part of that project, but I was inspired by it, and I actually came up with a twist on it recently called Tars from Interstellar. Tars from the movie. What was Tars? It's like a robot thing. It's in the movie, it's called Tars. And so I came up with a twist on their ideas. Let me explain their ideas.
Up until now, we've been heavily reliant on the Bible as our primary guide to understand the earliest history of the Jewish people. But as the Jews begin to enter Israel, slowly the archaeological record reveals more and more details that in many ways corroborate the accounts that we have in the Bible. In other ways, they pose fascinating questions, and we're just going to have a look at some of the references that we have in the archaeological record to the biblical text and try to understand what we can about this early period of Jewish history. So let us recall, first of all, that we can't think in modern terms about the earliest settlement of the Jews in Israel. It's not like they established a modern state with firm borders that clearly delineated what was their territory and so on. We should recall that for centuries after the Exodus, the land of Israel was clearly under Egyptian sway. Egypt was the major geopolitical power, and although the Jews had certainly some autonomy, but they continued to have conflict and moments of coexistence with non-Jewish peoples living in the land of Israel. One of the most fascinating early bits of archaeological evidence that we have regarding this period is a piece left behind Merneptah, also pronounced Merneptah, who was the son of Ramses II, and the Ramses II is mostly the unnamed pharaoh that's described in the book of Exodus. Have a look at this map here, which shows you one of Merneptah's forays into the land of Israel, and as he made his way north, he described the various cities that he destroyed and laid waste to and dominated and so on. And when he gets to the north, there's one that he records in this big stone obelisk, which is called a stele, also pronounced stele. Merneptah left behind a record of his exploits in the land of Israel in this stele, which was in the 5th year of his reign, 1209 before the Common Era. And fascinatingly, as he goes through his map of the various places he destroyed, he left behind this fascinating little passage that says, Israel is wasted, its seed is no more. This is the first non-Jewish or non-biblical reference to the existence of the Jewish people. Now, there's been a lot of debate over what exactly does this mean. It might mean a place, but that seems unlikely given the larger context. It seems to be referring to a group of people. Term seed, does that mean literally grain in the sense of like burning down the fields in a particular region? More likely than in the context, it seems it's referring to the progeny of Israel, that is, the children of Israel. And I have to say there's a certain delicious irony here because, it's funny that the very first time the Jewish people are described in history, other than by their own account, they're described as being totally defeated. And, Jewish children, thank God, are still doing very well, as they say, let there be no evil eye. On the other hand, they discovered Pharaoh Merneptah's mummy, and I have to tell you, he is not looking so good. I would show you a picture here. That's tasteless. At any rate, this is his first description of the Jewish people, which tells us that there is something in Israel, in the land of Israel, referred to as the people of Israel, dating from the year 1209. So if we backdate from that, let's say that as per Dr. Kitchen's analysis, if he has destroyed the Jewish people in the year 1209, I should mention in passing, by the way, that this is just another example of, the Egyptian and especially pharaonic historical distortions where clearly they didn't destroy the Jewish people. Nevertheless, they'll mention this in their monumental architecture. We saw, by the way, last week when we talked about the Battle of Kadesh, which the pharaohs describe as having been a complete rout in favor of Egypt, but in fact the Hittites would disagree, and we know that the region remained basically stable even after the Egyptians leave. So anyway, let's backdate. If Israel was, so to speak, destroyed in the year 1209 before the Common Era, that would mean they would have had to have been there, let's say, at least no later than the year 1210. So that means that the Jewish people, Israel, was in this region in the late 13th century, and that actually works pretty well. If you look at the Exodus as it's counted in the Jewish tradition, we spoke a little bit about that a few videos ago, that is recorded in the year 2448 of Anno Mundi, since creation, according to the Jewish count, which equals 1312 before the Common Era, and again, working with the biblical account of 40 years wandering in the desert, that means that the entry into the land of Canaan, so land of Israel, would have been in the year 1222 before the Common Era. So it actually lines up well. And up until now, I'm very, very vague about dates because, we're relying on so much different contradictory evidence, and it's really hard to pin it down. Beginning with the Stele of Merneptah, we begin to see a pattern that we can actually get a lot firmer. We can even post-date some events based on Dr. Kitchen's analysis. We can say that judges would have heard, let's say, a number about the year 1200 before the era, and extending for about 100 odd years. That would mean that King Saul would have done his reign somewhere around the year 1042 before the Common Era. You'll note, of course, BCE, before Common Era, moving up to the year 0. David around the year 1010, and Solomon, Shlomo, around the year 970. But we're going to catch up with that as we go through later lectures. At any rate, Jews definitely in the land of Israel in the 13th century. But it remains seen what kind of conquest are we talking about? What kind of settlement does this refer to? In the popular imagination, we tend to think of the Jews coming into the land of Israel and having a series of phenomenal military successes that eventually pushes out all of the indigenous peoples, establishes the permanent Jewish presence there. Permanent, at least until the first exile, which would occur, some 500 years later. But if we go back and we actually read the text of the book of Joshua in particular, we'll see that that's not entirely what happened. We tend to work with the idea of conquest, which implies a once and for all, but in fact, it seems that was not the case. This is especially so when we look at things like the city of Jericho, of Jericho, which is certainly one of the most dramatic early conquests of Joshua and his army. The famous story, they surround the wall of Jericho with mighty walls, and as blows the shofar and things like that, and the walls come coming down. So obviously, since we know where Jericho is, there is a tremendous amount of archaeological interest, centuries in particular, about what exactly happened there, and can we line it up with the biblical accounts. Perhaps one of the most important archaeologists working on Jericho is the great Kathleen Kenyon, who did some phenomenal work in the region. Let's have a look at Jericho itself. Here's an aerial view of the tell, meaning the actual mound left behind by the ancient site of Jericho. And it's been dug over and over again. She is quite scarred by many specific digs. The nature of the wall is not like, let's say, for example, the Kotel, the western wall of the temple, where you have a 90-degree vertical structure that is dramatically distinct from the surrounding territory. This kind of ancient wall, and as Kenyon described, it goes back way, way before the advance of the Jews into Israel, is really something like a massive kind of ramp, where most of the wall is actually kind of like piled up dirt, and there's kind of like this ramp-like structure that is separated by two distinct walls, an upper wall and a lower wall. It appears that although this wall was definitely destroyed, it was likely destroyed far earlier than the 13th century. Now, that doesn't line up very well with the biblical. We have a lot of approaches to this. Some of the minimalist historians have seen, see, therefore, it was destroyed and much earlier than Jericho, and that would argue that the Bible's description of Joshua's attack on Jericho is really borrowing from an earlier tradition. Others, such as Dr. Kitchen, for example, who will lean towards the Maximal school, saying no, the wall was destroyed and then it was built up again, taken its toll. And erosion is a fairly argument for a lot of the archaeological. So it's hard to say what would have happened. Much of the archaeological conundrum to try and fit it together with the biblical text. So a lot of archaeologists have scratched their heads at this and and look at what other kinds of evidence indicates this massive scale of Jewish. Many have looked at the style of pottery used in ancient Israel, which argues for some significant shifts in change right around the 13th century. And this would argue that perhaps there was a major population that moved into the region and it brought different styles with them. But again, as you can imagine, it's hard to argue exclusively from things like pottery. Others have focused on the architectural style, specifically looking at something called the four-roomed house, which seems to be very evident in Israel around the period of time that we're looking at. Argument that the four-roomed house was distinctly Jewish. And still others have said that, we know that there's interesting things like the lack of pig bones in those settlements which we estimate to have been Jewish. Also fascinating, but none of these things are kind of like knockout blows for the corroboration of the biblical text. However, these finds have discovered some fascinating remnants that suggest that there's clearly a very strong with the Jewish people living in this area. You have to forgive me. I wanted to show you a picture of Neptune. At least I can show you a picture of which. At any rate, these jars and rooms, arguments, and things like that are fascinating, but what do we know in the end? We know for certain that the Jews are in, but we have to go back to the actual biblical and try to understand what was the nature of that conquest. We tend to work with a sort of cartoon caricature of that period. If you go back and read carefully, as Dr. Kitchen suggests very strongly, the books of Joshua, Judges that deal with this period, it's very clear that the advance of the Jewish people like conquer a territory and settle it. A lot of the battles described are sort of like sorties where something will happen regarding friction between Jewish people and non-Jewish people living there. Joshua or another general will go out with an army and conquer a territory, and then they retreat. And then there's a similar pattern where there's a threat from another region. They'll go out, they'll fight a big battle, they'll win, and then they will retreat. And it seems like the flow of Jewish settlement in the region is not so much one in which the Jews are like inching further and further towards the sea, as most of these maps indicate. And this is, by the way, largely based on reading earlier parts of the Bible, such as the book of Numbers, where the land of Israel is into the 12 tribes. And if you look at the regions that are apportioned to the tribes, that do not correspond to the regions that were effectively the successor judges. In fact, when you try to map out the regions where we estimate that Jews had control over the land of Israel, it looks something like this. And this is not a map that is widely reproduced, but it's much more historically valid in the sense of you can see that it's kind of a blob, and the Jews are largely denied access to the very important coastal region, largely because of the Philistines, the recently arrived sea peoples, and so on. But it does give you a sense of a newly implanted people that have come into the land, that have significant conflicts with the local population. They also have significant conflicts with each other. And in fact, that's where we can pick up the story in the next video, where we speak about the united monarchy under King Saul, which represented a dramatic political and military leap forward for these scattered tribes in Israel. I hope you found that interesting, and thank you for watching.
So the only way, that's actually pretty simple to plot. If you look at it, about 742 So, I made that number up 1 in 2,000, but we need to know what that number is. If it turns out there's an excess, like the error rate is 1 in 3,000, then that probably is super interesting.
Let us continue our discussion of the settlement of the Jews in the land of Israel and their political development in into the United Monarchy, which basically is the golden age, which is the high point of ancient Jewish civilization after the remarkable exodus that we put out a couple of videos ago. So this background image, by the way, a detail from Rothschild's remarkable depiction of the life that at one point at the end of his life, David faced the rebellion of his son Absalom. Terrifying, terrible story described in Samuel 2, in which, among other things, he has to flee Jerusalem capital barefoot with a handful of men with him, and he is derided by passers-by, Shimon ben Gera. It's an absolutely fascinating look into the collapse of a person's entire world, really an entire empire, and then his remarkable recovery, which is political in nature, but not necessarily familial in nature, because, of course, Absalom is killed in the civil war that ensues. But Chagall really beautifully evokes the depth of feeling in this light, this charcoal depiction of David's life. Okay, let's go straight to the historical period as we have it today. And I want to emphasize that we're going to try and look at the history here. We're not really going to touch the tremendous depth of the biblical text, which is phenomenal, filled with insights, absolutely beyond what I can possibly provide in this brief historical summary. And so I encourage you, if you're fascinated with this period, as I am, you've definitely got to go to the primary sources. You've got to read the text, particularly of the book of Samuel and early Kings. It's overwhelming, and you'll see what I mean. Okay, let's go back to where we left off. So, the Jews have arrived in Israel under Joshua. We described how they set up a loose-knit series of tribal holdings throughout the land of Israel, engaged in conflict with the other peoples who are in the land of Israel, and of course with each other. There's a remarkable array of figures that are described in the book of Judges in particular, such as Samson, shown here, battle with the lion. Later, of course, tremendous battle with the Philistines, but really he had a tremendous battle with himself throughout his entire life. You got to see the text itself. But the biblical narrative that we have in the book of Joshua and the book of Judges, and to a lesser degree in the book of Ruth, tells us a little bit about what it must have been like living, at least from a political standpoint, in Israel. The historical period, just to give you a sense of timeline that we're describing, is roughly from about the 1300 before the Common Era to the turn of the first millennium before the Common Era. The high point of the United Monarchy will extend for another 150 odd years after that as well. During this period of Judges, as is repeated several times in the biblical narrative, it was a period of near anarchy, really. Quote, all did whatever was right in their eyes. Individual tribes, making their own decisions, very kind of like, from American perspective, very states' rights over federalism kind of approach to their political existence, which led sometimes to chaos. And these conflicts flared up from time to time, and they really had no unifying figure that together to meet any mutual challenges. By and large, towards the end of the period of Judges, the Jewish people themselves were upset with this, and they implored the prophet Samuel to please give them a king. Samuel actually tries to talk them out of it, saying, no, this is not a good idea. You know what it means to have a king? You know what the taxation, what the conscription is going to be like? Be happy with the king. And never the Jewish people say to Samuel, give us a king to hold you, like all the non-Jews. Like, we want to be a country like the other countries. We want to be sane. This is viewed in a critical light. At any rate, Samuel goes ahead and he identifies Shaul as the first king of Israel. This is a early 15th century illuminated Christian Bible that shows you the anointing by Samuel. Saul was famously much taller one around him. Grandmother Allah Hashem used to say, the verse in the book of Samuel is that from his shoulders up, Saul was taller than everyone around him. And my grandmother, who comes from a family of fairly small people, used to say that that's exactly how your height should be measured, from your shoulders up, which is always a big controversy. At any rate, Saul becomes the king of Israel. He does not reign very long, and in fact, he will be overshadowed by his successor, King David. And the relationship between King Saul and King David is absolutely fascinating, and it's really the stuff of Shakespearean discussions later. It is so packed with drama and interpersonal intrigue and psychology, and it's just absolutely fascinating. Again, you got to read it yourself. But Saul's major political achievement was he was able to unite the tribes under his leadership. It did not happen automatically. There had to be several false steps, but finally, when they met an external foe at one point, Saul, in a very dramatic move, challenged all the other tribes to come together under his leadership, and in fact, he saved the people of one particular town from the marauding of a non-Jewish neighbor, and this cemented the beginning of the United Monarchy. Here, we can speak of the United Monarchy in the sense of its union of all the tribes. Later, we'll speak about the divided monarchy, which represents the time when several of the tribes to the north split away from the United Monarchy, which would this time be under Solomon. But nevertheless, his main rival was his own successor, and in fact, his son-in-law, David. David is certainly the largest figure to walk across the pages of the Bible since Joseph, that we spoke about in a couple of lectures ago. David's life is absolutely fascinating. He goes through an entire arc of personal development. He is the master of repentance after having made some decisions which he later regretted very deeply, and he occupies a fantastic figure in the Jewish imagination as the greatest warrior in Jewish history, and at the same time the greatest poet in Jewish history, being able to express the depths of emotion in his songs, among other things, which are recited with great passion by Jews even to this day. Under David rule, after an extended conflict with his father-in-law, which ends in Shaul's death at the hands of the Philistines, was able to consolidate control over the land of Israel, such that the map looks something like this. It's much less the unformed blob of multiple tribes we saw in the period of the Judges, and instead it is a fairly contiguous area with significant coastal holdings and even a significant amount of land on the bank of the Jordan River into what would be today contemporary Jordan, and some sphere of influence that reached down further south and north as well. However, he had an extended conflict with the Philistines, shown here, which are 5 cities in particular that are especially troublesome. Though, when you read the book of Samuel, that it's kind of a neighborly book in some ways. That, for example, at one point when David is literally fleeing from his father-in-law who is trying to kill him, he runs to the city of Gath, shown here, and approaches the king there, and he tries to, blend in with the population. He is discovered, and there's a whole discussion of how he manages to escape that situation. He feigns insanity and so on. But nevertheless, just the fact that the borders were so permeable and that populations could move back and forth despite the hostility is in itself quite telling of the nature of Jewish society within the context of ancient Israel. The life of David is primarily recorded in the book of Samuel, the book of Kings, towards the beginning of that, when he, of course, approaches his deathbed and gives his charge to his son Solomon. Also in the book of Chronicles, and as I mentioned earlier, many of the historical passages that are described in Samuel and Kings are amplified upon in the book of Psalms. Very beautiful. So, now, at this point, I've given you essentially the biblical narrative, and the reason for this is because we have very little archaeology to support any of the details that we have here. It's a fairly compact period. I mean, we're looking at, instead of the scope of centuries, which we looked at earlier, now we're looking at the scope of decades. We just don't have the kind of external validations that we would hope for in this period. Especially when you think about, the expanse and power of David's kingdom, at least viewed through the perspective of the biblical narrative. One of the major reasons for this is, first of all, Egypt is completely unreliable as a historical source. They're very loath to refer to their enemies, their erstwhile slaves, in any positive sense and hints. And the Assyrians, who would be the next great power on scene, they don't make contact with this region until the year 83 before the Common Era. There's no Assyrian record either, and that's really why David's monarchy basically slipped through the cracks. But there are these couple of fascinating finds, and a few others as well. There is the Tel Dan stele, which was discovered in 1993, and it dates from the 9th century. And this block of text, which is of Assyrian origin, records battles with various personages in Israel identified in the biblical text, and specifically identified, as you can see in the chalked-in region there, as part of the Beit David, the house of David. Now, this block refers to the house of David in the past, in the sense that these descendants of the house of David, which again is confirmed in the biblical text, but it is 150 years later. So that's really helpful for us, but not a specific look at David within his own lifetime. The closest we'll get to it, even though this is a validation of the existence of something called the house of David from a non-Jewish source, we have this. We actually got a modern version of this a couple of lectures ago. This is from the King Shishak, or Shoshank, who invaded Israel in the mid-10th century. And one of the phrases that is referenced here is Highlands of David. Right? Remember, these are the topographic names, all the various places that Shishak claimed to have conquered. We rely on his testimony, but nevertheless, he lists someplace as the Highland of David, which sounds a lot like what we saw earlier, the Field of Abraham. So there are a couple of these tantalizing things which suggest that there was a very important famous person named David that had a place named after him, and that had a house, a progeny named after him that was sufficiently famous to be recorded in a stone. And that's basically all we have from external validation. There is, however, one other really fascinating archaeological find regarding the house of David, but I'm going to leave that to the next one. The last king that we should talk about in this context, of course, the last king of the United Monarchy, and that is the King Solomon, shown here in a Renaissance painting meeting with the Queen of Sheba. It's interesting because sometimes the Queen of Sheba is clearly Caucasian, sometimes she is clearly African, but in this particular representation has a certain evocative quality to it, so I like to include it there. Solomon's great achievement was primarily in the area of statesmancraft. He had major diplomatic achievements with linkages with several figures in the area, expanded the borders and consolidated them, and really had some real important connections with the region. He also famously centralized in Jerusalem with the construction of the temple. It's referred to as the Temple of Solomon. It is, of course, on the site which would be destroyed, as we shall discuss, 6th century before the Common Era. Be rebuilt and then renovated again, and it will be destroyed again in the 1st century. And now it's the Temple Mount still remains, but it has a mosque on the rock. We'll get to that probably next semester. For the time being, the centralization of worship, which began under King David, was really confirmed with the construction of the temple under Solomon. very important
Is there a precedent for
element
it?
in creating a unity of all
Ain't
the
no
tribes,
precedent for
demanding
sexy.
that all formal
Look at
ritual
this
worship
body.
no longer be relegated to dual backyard sanctuaries, but rather to this central sanctuary in Jerusalem. Now, let us issue a small corrective here. Again, like we saw with David and certainly with Saul, we don't have much external validation of the biblical text for reasons that I've discussed: the lack of contact with the Assyrian Empire and the Egyptian untrustworthiness with their documentation. But what we also have to realize is that, we're talking now in the early 21st century, after 2,000 years of Christian impact on Western civilization in particular, and we tend to view the Solomonic Empire as being something massive. Just like in our very first lecture, we talked about how the geography of the land of Israel is tiny, but it is looms large in the Western imagination. The Solomon was also tiny compared to much larger empires in his day and certainly afterwards. King Solomon's empire, basically extended through much of what will be today the land of Israel and parts of Jordan and its spheres of influence in Syria, and that's it. You have to think of Solomon's empire as being incredibly important for Jews, the people who live there, and their immediate neighbors, but not so jumped on a geopolitical higher region. So what seems so in readers of the scriptures and then the scriptures, when looked at in a narrow historical perspective, it's really a minor, smaller empire that is active for less than a century by the time you get to. So it's not surprising that it does not make more of a blip on the radar, so to speak, of other countries at this time. Nevertheless, that blip would extend over centuries and have a phenomenal impact on the development of Western civilization in particular. Okay, that's it for our discussion of the United Monarchy. In the next lecture, we're going to look at the way this unfortunately fell apart with Solomon's successors and the division of the
next thing is the Abercrombie Fish 1890.
Thank you very much for watching.
So shit.
These are songs that unload and update every couple of years, right? Do like a found thing, and I think that is bet on the odds of what is the most likely way where they contact.
Dude, this guy doesn't fucking know. He's just telling you what his fucking professor says. He doesn't think for himself. Oh, I think that the moon is whatever. Fuck you, dog.
Yeah, well, that was my point about innovation and materialism, because it fuels innovation. Because you don't need a new phone. Sure, your phone works great, but you're gonna get a new phone. I get a new phone every year. I love them. I love phones. It's so dumb.
Let us resume our discussion of the history of the Jews in Israel by looking at another Gedanke experiment, another thought experiment that really comes from an old joke. The joke goes like this: this time of year I'm recording in late. It's still dark early in the morning, so the joke goes that Reuben comes out of his house and he sees down the street is his Shimon, who's looking at her, goes up and he says, "What are you doing?" Shimon says, "I'm looking for my cookies." Reuben says, "But you live down the block. Why are you looking over here?" And Shimon points to the lamppost and says, "I'm looking over here because the light is much better over here." So obviously it's silly. You look at your car keys, you have to look where your car is. But
it takes, but how many heartaches must I spend before I find a love to let me live again? Right now, the only thing that keeps me hanging on, and I feel my strength. Yeah, it's almost gone. I remember Mama saying, "No, you just have to wait." She said, "Love don't come easy. It's a game of giving and taking. You can't lose my way."
the
How
narrative
much
of the
more
biblical
can I
text,
take
be it
before the
hundreds of
whole
years after
year?
events
If
of
I
Genesis
find
and Exodus,
hard to
that
wait
we're
that I
tempted
can
to
bear
say that
to
maybe we'll
live
find
my
it
life
a little bit more.
alone.
The
I
analogy
grow
breaks down,
impatient
however,
for a love
because
to call my
you
own.
probably would
But
find some
when I
things in the
feel
text.
that
You might find, let's say, for example,
I can't go on,
from the bakery that fell out of your pocket
precious
when
one.
you walk into your house and the rain washed it better. You might find,
No,
sock that matches another one that belongs to one of your toddlers that's upstairs in the drying machine right now.
They're like
You might
doing a
find
thing
all
on the
kinds
side.
of connections
That'd
from
be
what's in the
sick.
gutter down your street to what happens by your. You won't find your keys directly there, but they might lead you back to the eye. We'll just have to wait. The archaeological evidence is uncovered, really, as historians.
I need love.
But at any rate, let's now Dr. Kitchen points out very clearly that this is such a strong period compared to what we learned about earlier. There are 14 kings of Israel, the northern kingdom, and 9 of them are mentioned in documentation from outside Jewish sources. That's an incredible number, 9 out of 14. And that lends a tremendous amount of credibility to the at least general scope of the biblical narrative, and we'll look at a couple of examples of that. So let's go into the historical period itself. So Solomon, as king, as we discussed in the last lecture, expands and consolidates his control over the land of Israel, building on the conquest of his father David, and cementing it really with a lot of statesmanship by engaging in diplomatic relations with a lot
She said, "Love don't come easy. It's a game of
centralizes ritual worship by building
no, you just have to. You gotta trust it time, no matter how long it takes. But I can heartache must I stand, but I have the love to let me. Right now, the only thing that keeps me hanging on, and I feel my strength. Yeah, it's almost gone. I remember Mama saying, you just have to wait. You said love won't come
on the one hand,
it's a game of give and take. You have to wait. How much more can I take before the loneliness will cause my heart to break alone? I'm patient for a love to call my own, but when I feel I go on. These precious words, I remember Mama.
There was so sick. Just were like, dog. By the way, I want to reinforce that I'm just going to be skimming over the tops of the historical record as we find in the Bible. It is so important that you actually go back to the text and read the primary documents themselves, because they are fantastic. And if you have a sense that it's going to be dry or boring, just want to refer you to one specific passage with Rechavam. It's shown here in this wall painting in Babel done by the great Hans Holbein. You see that Rechavam here is portrayed with holding out his little finger, and this is in reference to highly dismissive and disrespectful remarks that Rechavam makes regarding his father, in which he says that Rechavam says that his own little finger, his pinky, is thicker than anything his father could bring to bear, meaning to dismissively compare himself with his father, the good King Solomon. And of course, this act of hubris and vulgarity leads him down to madness will ultimately result in. I just wanted to point this one out because it's one of those passages that shows you that the biblical text is really, it's quite racy and it has a lot of very powerful information in it that you don't get in sanitized translations quite often.
And I feel my strength. Yeah, it's almost on. I
Let's go back to where we left off. So, under Yeravam ben Nabat, the kingdom of Israel, which is to the north of Jerusalem, split away from what becomes the kingdom of God in the south.
before
Rabbi said,
long
Nava, by the way,
years
is
will
a very, very
pass
bad
by.
threat.
I break no I can bear my life
One of the
alone. I
greatest
grow
sinners
impatient
because
for
he
a
increased that
love
discipline.
become my own. But when I feel that I can't go on,
the kingdom of Judah and the
it's
kingdom of Israel. The capital of the
remember.
kingdom of Judah is, of course, Jerusalem. The kingdom of Israel is in Samaria or Shomron. In subsequent lectures, we'll speak much more about what happened to the people in the kingdom of Israel. They are the so-called 10 lost tribes. More about that in a few lectures. But it's interesting to note that it seems that they have a consciousness, they retain a consciousness of being one people, separated politically, and although they will fight a civil war and they will have ongoing conflict over the next century and a half, they'll also recognize the centrality of the value of worship in Jerusalem. They will also occasionally marry each other. The royalty of Israel and Judah will still intermarry. And although they have a lot of conflict, it seems to be really a family conflict. But more on that later. The civil war that erupts when Yeravam ben Nabat breaks away with the northern tribes is taken advantage of by Egypt, and King Shishak enters the region, and he makes essentially this parade up the land of Israel, conquering cities as he goes, and bringing Israel firmly within its larger sphere of influence, although Israel still maintains its identity, Israel and Judah, that is, maintain their identity as independent principalities, but nevertheless falling within the geopolitical orbit of Egypt. We've seen this in a couple of previous lectures because he left behind these topographical lists of conquered. What's far is that when he gets to the north, to Megiddo, the site of a place known as Armageddon, he left behind a seaweed that is kind of like a Shishak-like seaweed that, although it's badly damaged, it still retains part of the nameplate of Shishak, also pronounced by the way, that indicates that he did in fact make his way through one of the most fascinating archaeological finds from the 9th century, however, that corroborates much of the biblical text is this amazing find, the so-called Meshach, also known as the Moabite stone. It was discovered in Dibon, which was in the kingdom of Moab, which is today Jordan, and it records from the Moabite perspective the results of a very prolonged conflict between the kingdom of Israel and the Moabites. And in fact, this is confirmed in the Book of Kings. There's a lot of discussion of various military engagements they had, which the Jews frequently lost. And here you have this interesting passage that taken directly from the Moabite stone, in which Mesha, of the text, son of Chemosh, God, comes to the name of their God, complains about how that particular by the son of Omri, which is one of the Jewish kings. And the Omri dynasty was actually one of the most important in the northern kingdom, especially in terms of its military activity. And let me make a new start. How he beat back the invading Jews,
let me get over you the way you gotten over me. Set me free, why don't you, baby?
The Omri dynasty mentioned in the Moabite stone is one of the most well-documented of the northern. Now, during this period, when there is a separation between the kingdom of Judah and the kingdom of Israel, we have recorded the Bible
we broke up.
from
Still wanna be just friends.
Elijah and Elisha.
That was so sick and
miraculous activities of these prophets are among the most dramatic passages in the Bible, including a personal favorite of mine, the resuscitation of the Shunammite woman, shown here in this remarkable 19th century painting by Jan Sleuters, where the mother is reunited with her son, who has returned from death. A fascinating passage, definitely However, our task here is to approach the prophets as historical sources, and I want to comment on two specific aspects of the prophetic works as being especially valuable. Let us recall that the text that is called by the Jews the Tanakh, the Hebrew scriptures, is made up of three distinct sections which have very, very distinct rules applied to them as well. The first 5 books are known as the Torah per se, although that term Torah is also used in a much larger sense, any kind of religious teaching that pertains to the general values of Judaism. We'll talk about that more when we get to the rabbinic tradition detail. But the first 5 books of Moses, which have a very high threshold of sanctity within Jewish theology, they are considered to be dictated by God. Some interesting discussion about what about the passages in which he describes his own death, but not for us here. We're primarily the history. The book of Joshua, a large section called the Prophets, which is a mixture of materials, sometimes much more historical data, sometimes much more kind of mystical teachings. And then finally, you have a section called Ketuvim, or writings, which include things that truly don't fit into either category, like Psalms, for example, or Prophets, Song of Songs, the rest is different. And these second 2 sections, the prophets and the writings, are considered to have a lower degree of sanctity than the first 5 books of Moses. They are clearly written by human beings and recognized, so not dictated by God, but perhaps inspired by God to come to just an approach to what they actually mean, what's their, so to speak, nuclear weight in terms of understanding of the task of reading. But from a historical perspective, some of the prophetic works, like Kings and Chronicles in particular, seem to take upon themselves the task of preserving the historical records much more than other documents, such as, for example, Isaiah or Jeremiah, which has a tremendous amount of historical information, but more focused on delivering the prophetic message.
Shout out to Razo. Razo's a
in Kings and Chronicles is where from time to time the author of those texts, by the way, the book of Kings is normally attributed in the rabbinic tradition to Jeremiah himself. Fits at least with the time period that we have.
When said tenderness I found heartache instead, into your arms I felt so unaware of the loneliness that was waiting there.
Which implies that they've done research
closed the door.
So the record books of the dynasties, they tend to be really focused on the leadership of the kingdom of Judah and Israel, and they say a tremendous amount about the individual activities of this king or that king, often applying a very strict moral religious judgment to their practice. Other prophets, however, do not spend quite as much time talking about how it's that, but spend a lot more time explaining the ethical
Just
and
walk
religious message. And so approaching this text, one has to kind of tease out the historical information from some of the later prophets, and at the same time understand the overwhelming religious goal of the more historically oriented. In many cases, they offer
medium, but
things tantalizing data, and it's often confirmed by archaeological records.
3
For
snaps.
example, is the horrendous queen Jezebel, or Jezebel in Hebrew, and the archaeological record has found
guys,
remarkable which is very appropriate to have
you get that down so far away.
And symbols and things like that, whose name Jezebel. Now, it's possible that it belonged to Queen Jezebel herself. She is very large and very expensive compared to similar types of these artifacts, but we have no real proof that this is the same material that generally point us along the same kind of direction as the biblical text offers. So, returning to the historical, what happens in the northern kingdom is basically they come under the sphere of influence under the Assyrians. You recall that Israel is locked between two major geopolitical powers. To the south is Egypt, the Egyptian Empire, and to the north is at this point the Assyrian Empire, later the Babylonian Empire that overlaps. And Israel, being of the northern part of the dual monarchy, Israel feels the threat of Assyria more powerful. The Assyrian Empire expands in the 9th century and begins to impact the northern part of the land of Israel, place the local prince in a state of vassalage. This vassalage begins in 1853, and we see, for example, Yehu, who's shown here showing obeisance to King Shalmaneser. This is from the Black Obelisk of Shalmaneser that we discussed in, I think, the third lecture or so of this series. And the northern kings of Israel are heavily burdened by additional tribute and taxes that come from the north. Eventually, as we shall discuss a few lectures from now, the Assyrians will simply say, well, that's it for their independence. It's too much hassle or too rebellious. And the Assyrians will come and take over the northern section, take over the kingdom of Israel. And that's when we talk about the lost and we'll return to that. For the next couple of lectures, I'd like to take a break from the political narrative of history. I'd like to look at the daily life in the
me to love you, and I did, but instead of tenderness, I found heartache instant. Into your arms, I felt so unaware of your love. And the light in there. You closed the door in my heart, and you formed an eternal key. Not in me on earth. Love is here, love, and oh my darling, now you're gone. Now you're gone, make me love you. You made me love you, and oh my darling, now you're gone. Now you're gone. You said love and would make life beautiful. But as soon as love came into my heart. You just walk away. You stripped me from dreams. You gave me my hope. Look at me now. Love is here. Love is here. God, that was sick. Not a good one. But it's okay. Do it again. No. Good. Sick.
Titled The Summer, and in the brackets, youth and boys. And obviously, it's from the
biblical love, and oh my darling, now, love, you're gone. Love is here, love, and oh my darling, now, you're gone. Love, you're gone. You always wanted me to love you, and I did. Instead of loving this, my heartache instead. Into your arms, I so far away, your love, never going.
What do you call an unmarried soil?
This love and oh my darling, now you're gone. Now you're gone. You made me love you. Oh my darling, now you're gone. Now you're gone. You said love never made life beautiful. My every passing day. But say you make around, let your heart be mine. And you walk, just walk away.
Divine mandate of different kinds of tithes and charitable donations of a whole variety of
You didn't do that.
And the Talmud
That's
goes on
fine.
great
What
length
I'm
to
masturbate
categorize
over it.
talking about
You're
the
good.
stipulations of who
Are
is
you done?
eligible and who is required to give, and all
Hey,
kinds
kid, you
of
done?
things. We'll get to a little bit more when we get to the Talmudic period. But nevertheless, the Bible is a tremendously rich source. We just have to sort of
The
read
happening.
it
I like this
backwards
song.
to get a sense of
I don't know
what
if
the
I.
economic life. So once you understand that so we do have, however, other sources outside the Bible for economic but they tend to be really for example, there are 102 scraps of taxes written on pieces of clay that were found in archaeological digs around the city of Samaria, believed to be associated with the palace of King Solomon. And these are essentially sort of tax
Dude, you can do this.
it appears that when various taxes were brought to the king, like let's say Torah
Suddenly it just went
probably the person
happening.
right how much money is
Suddenly it just went happening. One day you're off, one day you're off, then you turn around, you find your world, it's tumbling down, it's tumbling down. It happened to me, and it can happen to you. I was sure that's a deal until love took a detour. Riding high on top of the world, it happened. Suddenly it just happened. I saw my dreams fell apart. And love was happening around me. It's when I pass my love and you to guide you. Sometimes you have inside you the happening. Okay, you can do this.
Lebanon, where if we put together all of this economic data, we can get at least some better sense of how economically how they support themselves. Let's try and understand what we know. So one of the
Hey, life, look at me. I didn't see the reality. Cause it took me out of the world. I woke up. Suddenly I just woke up. Something happened. Cause when you everything to be high. Cause when you turn the love, you take care of. You better beware of the happening. One thing is wrong, then turn around. You find your world is tumbling down. It happened to me, and it can happen to you. Until love took the detour. Yeah, riding time on top of the world. What happened? Suddenly it just happened. I saw my dreams fall apart. Everything's happening now. Suddenly it just happened. It's happening. Now I see my house,
And the way that the Jews were settled at the time,
that was so sick. It was like when you're like,
there are 400 settlements, which are called Arim in Hebrew.
That part's good.
Cities, but
that part doesn't suck dick.
The rest of this fuckers. They're essentially farming communities that would have some kind of village settlement, perhaps with some kind of wall around it, to protect them from marauders. If you have a look at the map of ancient Israel, you can see a wide variety of economic regions. Looking from the north, which would be closer to the region of Lebanon, you have timber, of course, the cedars of Lebanon. You have mines of iron and copper will be especially important once coinage begins to be produced, you have so-called Syrian gold, in Hebrew known as Hargamah, which is produced from...
Dude, do it when your thing's like baller mode. Go baller mode, dog.
It's simply part of love or some other bodily fluid then made into the potato. The specific color.
Dude, that's so sick. That's so sick. You're going to baller mode. You're going in a baller mode at just the right time, dog.
Iron, salt, metalwork mines, and
baller mode
around Jericho. Very, very
reflections.
Export, especially for the date palm. And so you can see there's all kinds of different industrial activities going on in Israel. In terms of commerce, I mean, obviously that flows from the variety of goods that are available in the biblical text refers to what we might call guilds, artisans, individuals. Sometimes, especially in the Talmud, there are particular towns that are devoted to particular crafts. Like, for example, villages that are filled with tanners. And all they do is they tan rather than sell. We do have biblical references to Jews engaging in it, especially during the high point of the United Monarchy under Solomon. And of course, they moved to the divided monarchy and the civil war. The northern kingdom of Israel, in particular, begins to lose its sway, its international sway over the region. So they're cut off from a lot of their natural markets and a lot of their natural resources. But we see the economy gradually growing from that original animal husbandry through industry and commerce, and
damn, girl, you look great.
You have regular coins.
Can you do it?
This one great image was just discovered this month.
Time after time, I see reflections of you and me. Reflections on the way life used to be. Reflections on the love you took from me. I'm alone now. Reality. Happiness that you took from me and left me alone with only memories through the mirror of my mind. Tired that I cry, reflections that I can't control. Cause although you're gone, I keep a holding on to the happy times. Oh, when you were mine. As I fly through the window,
let's take a little detour.
Looking over mine yesterday, and all the love I gave all in vain.
That is the people who are known as the Jews.
Dude, this part's hard. I wonder what the fucking Supreme is thinking about this part. They're like, oh yeah, dog, we want to hear it where it's like space.
But it is.
Do it like this. Through the mirror of my mind. Time after time, just the reflection of you and me. Reflections of the way life used to be. Reflections of the love you took from me.
I get Rothschild about
No one
referring
can
understand reality. I think that's just the part talking about one continuous
from me
people.
and left me alone. No memory. You on my mind. Many tears I cry. That I can't control. You know what? Why doesn't Joe Rogan have green song? Hey, here's Diana Ross. That would be tight instead of these assholes who suck. Window. Thinking of mine yesterday.
But their origins from Abraham comes as described in the book of Genesis from the city as Ur. So
all the tears that. Okay, dude, do it. Dude, this part's hard as fuck.
The term Hebrew is means the Hebrew language.
Do it like
for
this.
example, although it's actually being used all the time.
That'd be tight.
So the term Hebrew is the
Here we
oldest
go.
term, and this is what we see especially in the earliest books of the Bible. However, the term Ivri is often used in a respective fashion as well, and it's synonymous with Israelite and Jew, as we see in the book of Jonah, in the first chapter, where he says to the other members of both, Ivri Anochi, I am a Hebrew, and I fear the God of heaven, right? So the term
Fear of my mind, time after time, I see reflections of the you and me, reflections of a love that used to be, reflections of a love you took from me. Oh, I'm alone now. No one to hear me. God, give it a life. And it's all in reality. Happiness you took from me and left me alone with lonely memories through the mirror of my time as I cry. My secret I can't control, and on to the happiness. Oh, when you were mine, and I go in the window, my love and God. Looking over mine yesterdays, now they know that he's fine.
Once they settled in the land of Israel after the Exodus, after leaving Egypt. And in fact, we even have evidence from non-Jewish sources, such as the Merneptah stele shown here, that dates from the year 1209
That was so sick.
before the Common Era, which has the
It's like,
first
yeah, it's all in a
reference
cup
to
game.
Israel, referring to a people living in the land of Israel, probably towards the northern part of the land of Israel.
That was so sick.
We get to the
That was one of the sickest,
13th century,
most athletic things we've ever seen.
And non-Jews for this people. Hence the term Israelite in English, meaning one who pertains to Israel. The term also attains special significance because that's the name that applies to the kingdom. The Jews in the land of Israel suffer a civil war and a fracture
At the time, reflections of you and me, reflections of the way life used to be, reflections of the love you took from me. No one to see me, standing alone, and it's all in reality. Happiness you took from me, and left me alone with only memories of my mind. Turning out of time, makes us so hurt I can't control. And don't know, you know, I keep a holding on to that happy time. Oh, when you were and through the window, looking over my yesterdays. Now the heart I keep calling you. All the love that I wasted. All the tears that I wasted.
However, what's not widely understood is that not all of the Jews were sent out of the land of Israel.
Rothschild, now this is my jam.
Probably a number around 30,000, which would be
Never meant to be.
larger number
Rothschild,
however,
born in
under
poverty.
the political pressure
Long
of the
child,
Assyrians, many of them
different
fled to
from the rest. Long child.
Judah, by the way, is Yehuda.
I started school in a long dress that somebody who was.
So
I wonder why, like, Nicki Minaj never really did Rothschild.
Tribes in the north made their way down to Yehuda, where there was considerable
Rothschild.
so much. Long afterwards, you have a description of a person who is not of the tribe of Judah, living in Persia.
Take a look at me. I started school in a long torn dress that somebody threw out somebody threw my mind. I'm also with him and with him living down. And having a love and had no name. Oh, I could do that.
That's basically Israelites and Jews, all one people, with different
tenements long.
themselves at different times, but they would often refer to their name
don't need your love, but a fear for you is real love. Last name is down and changing. Last name is rejected love child. Never meant to be love child. Born in poverty.
Hello and welcome
Love
to
child.
History Lab. My name is Henry
Different
Richardson,
from
and I'm glad you're here.
love child. Take a look at me. I start my life in a wall, tall and dressed on It's from man, it's from man, never even married mom.
A little over a year ago, I was offered a contract from current publishers,
Child really created love.
I have created the title English people, and I was really looking forward to getting involved in the planet, outline, and so on. And with the coronavirus, I had to shift things around, but surprisingly, shifting it around has created some opportunities that really turned this into something different than I originally intended, and I think it's going to be absolutely fantastic. Specifically, when I'm involved in creative projects like writing or like making lectures and things like that, I really depend heavily on the energy I get from my students. As Rabbi says, knowledge attracts kindness. I have learned much from my teachers, or from my colleagues, but from my students,
rejected love,
coronavirus and our
never meant to be.
that I didn't have the same
Love
kind of
child,
students that I typically did
born
in
in
a live
poverty.
classroom, and I had to rethink a
Love
lot of
child,
things. But what has resulted is now I'm thinking a lot about crowdsourcing
love
my
child.
scholarship by
Take a
sharing
look
my
at me.
research in a very
Start
different way.
my life in an old, cold, turned down
there are
tenement
several
farm.
pieces that are all
My father left me, never even married mom. I shared to give my mom I knew. So afraid others knew. I had no name.
Not really delved into
His love is contemplation.
So, they're a little experimental, a little bit rough, but nevertheless,
That child
the
may
second
be
part
created
is I was
love
still giving
child.
live classes,
Never meant
both
to be
in person,
love
especially
child.
once the vaccine came out and people were able to
Society,
get a little bit safer in
love
gathering,
child.
and also on Zoom.
Always
And
second
these things are still
best.
going on.
Love
And I
child.
just recently began issuing the draft chapters to my students so I can actually invite
just
people
do it.
from all over
Just
the
do
world
it. Just like
to
that
help me write this
fucking
book,
brand.
to engage in
Psych.
some of the
Here we
actual
go.
writing process. It's been absolutely fascinating. The fourth part, which is just still in my head, I have not actually done a lot of work on this yet, but I'd like to prepare a teacher's guide. All of these things will go together with this 3-volume history, and I'm really excited about it. So, why would you want to get involved? I don't know. But if this excites you, there are several ways that you can be involved in this creative process. First is, of course, you can just enjoy these videos. I have a strong belief that this kind of information should be as widely available and free to everyone. So that's why I put these videos out there so that more people can enjoy them and learn from them, discuss them, and so on. The easiest way to do this is to find my channel on YouTube. Just put in my name
Take a
in the
look
search
at
box,
me.
and then you
Start
click
my
on
life
the subscribe button.
in a wall-torn dress. It's And
you are watching the video,
dude, you could do better than this.
comment on them, and I love seeing those comments come in. And the subscription's really good for me too, because it makes me feel like, wow, there's some validation to what we're trying to achieve here. And then, of course, share the videos so that more people can subscribe, and it becomes like a big snowball effect. I like snowballs too, because I'm from
Dude,
Canada.
I can't fucking see
One of the things I realized early on is that there were so many people who enjoyed videos, thank God, that I simply could not keep up with the comments. In fact, if I were to devote the amount of time required to responding to all the comments, I wouldn't be able to be working on more research and more videos and the book itself. So I created a few sort of ways in which to self-select to be more involved. And with those smaller groups, I'm able to devote more time and responses and more interaction. So let me tell you about those ways that you can get more involved. The next level of involvement
You
is
think that I don't
membership.
feel love.
You
What I
click
feel
on
for
that
you is
join
real
button,
love.
which
And
is
those
not
eyes
available in
see
all
reflected.
I have
Love
levels of membership.
love child.
Members get extra.
Yeah, meant to be.
Members at the school
Love
get, for
child.
example,
Born
early
in
access to
poverty.
videos, and
Love
sometimes
child.
when we read out really
Never
big
meant to be.
before I let it go to the wider world.
Love child.
Some useful feedback sometimes.
Take a look at me. Start
Member researcher level get access
in an
to
old, cold,
more
run
focused
down. And
advanced videos that
my father that he never even met mom. I knew so afraid that others knew I had no name. That's what we're contemplating. It's worth the pain of waiting. We're gonna end up hating the child we may be created. Child, not meant to be. Love child.
So that's another level of involvement. If you really are enjoying
Love
these
child.
videos and you want to get more involved in the process, please consider membership.
Love
And
child.
finally, the last thing, I think this is so important, is I've begun creating
I started
courses
school.
that incorporate
One dress
videos
that's
and
about
some, quizzes and self-testing things and all like that. And the best part, the actual draft chapters of the book. The first of 3 courses is now online.
Dude, these ones are getting intense.
It goes from the very beginning
Don't hear about
all the
that
way
fucking
up
fire
to
at the
the period of the Mishnah
circus?
In the 2nd and 3rd century. So it's kind of like a bigger biblical history course. I have a special place in my heart for educators who should get lots of this access without any hassles. So please write to me directly if you're an educator and you want this. I will gladly send you a coupon code. So that's what this Jewish History Lab is all about. I'm glad you're here. Please enjoy the videos. Please let me know what you think, and I hope you have a wonderful day.
You think that I don't need your love. What I feel for you is real love. Everybody reflected. Just my rejected love child. Doesn't have to be love child. Not in poverty. Love child. Love child. Take a look at me. In a gold tones and downtown.
Later video, about women. That's the important part of today's lecture as well. But I'd like to speak very briefly and General Rothschild about the nature of the family from the earliest source we have, basically Genesis, up until the first 100 periods, 586 before the Bible. So that's a massive time space. We're
love
speaking about really over 1,000 years. So, we're generalizing very heavily in this space with 2 minutes. Secondly, we should understand that it's very challenging to try
because it's like
describe
a thing. It's like quality.
are so elemental to the human condition. I mean, he used the word
Dude,
family.
give me a good song. Not that that's not a
context,
rule.
and he used the word family today. Family is, of course,
Oh, dude, this song
something
like
that
my
all
fucking
of us are
back.
wrapped up
I
in
can do
in
the voice parts. I can do the voice part. What up?
deep-seated ways. Family is basic
What up?
to our identity.
How you living,
So
pimp?
it's very
What's
difficult
good, son?
separate our
How are you?
Just found it from a viral. Just found you from a viral TikTok.
Quit it with that bullshit. I'm not viral on TikTok.
No, I just seen somebody interviewing me. They were like, just heaps of views, 1.2 views.
Quit it. Stream it. Let's get.
I need to find the link. Yeah, let's see it.
That's right. My man, call me bitch, wants to see it, as do I.
Yeah, let's fucking see it.
We
let me find the link.
we think you're full of
Also,
bollocks.
I just want to clarify, it's called the king, and then like whoever calls me king is women.
I don't understand.
So here's a line job here.
Hold on. Did you really find out about me from TikTok?
No,
Okay. How'd you find out about me?
that's YouTube.
Just randomly on YouTube?
Yeah, just popped up.
Oh, tight. Probably because I'm so good looking. Okay, what's good in your neck of the woods? Call me.
It's fucking drippy out here.
Absolutely. I know Drippy quite well. All right, so are you slinging dick like it's going out of style?
Oh yeah.
Excellent. So that other person didn't find me through TikTok either?
I don't know who that is, to be honest.
No way. Okay, very well. So you were just scrolling on TikTok and you just randomly saw me. Was I live or was it an old video?
Just an old video.
Tight. Was it like 12 hours long or was it an interview of someone?
It was an interview. You were talking about like alien and shit.
Word, that's what I talk about. Excellent. What are your thoughts on aliens? Call me.
And like, I heard that I can do whatever I tell them to. So.
Oh, so you communicate with aliens? Have you ever been abducted? Have you ever been?
Yeah.
Okay, how'd that happen?
I was just walking out in the field.
Excellent. Yo, what's going on?
Yo, Rabbi Rothschild.
Yeah, Pimp, what's...
I'm such a huge fan.
Dude, so am I. What's good, man?
I'm a huge fan.
Excellent. Okay, who posted the doc?
Oh, you did. What are you talking about?
Yeah, none of the stuff that I ever post on TikTok goes viral. I doubt it.
Dude, you're literally viral.
Okay, what account of mine?
Someone interviewed you and it was called Rabbi Rothschild.
Okay. Did you really find out about me from TikTok?
Yeah, man. I'm a huge fan.
Okay.
I love your Superman shirt.
Excellent. Most people do. So, if I go on TikTok right now, how would I find this interview of mine?
Just search Rabbi Rothschild and it'll show up.
Dude, I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts, so that's not that easy.
Right, you got like 60K likes right now on one of the videos.
Okay. I don't believe it. It must... Okay, here we go. I'm looking. So what do I look up to find myself?
Right, it should be like a magnifying glass, right?
Okay, I'm looking at the magnifying glass.
Yeah, who's Brandon Cole Alexander?
It's just another person in here.
You reckon like getting the corner king and enslave him or
Probably not. Okay, so what do I do to find myself, dog?
do you reckon like
What'd you say, Pimp?
just search bar something?
Okay, I'm in the search bar. What do I find? What do I look for?
Just search Rabbi Rothschild and you'll be there.
Okay, interview. I'm doing that right.
Yo, Rothschild, do you reckon?
No, that's not my name. I'm Rabbi. I'm Rabbi, big dog. You're okay. You're good. Yes, sir.
Do you reckon if I like, charge you for you a couple cents and you like scrounged up for it, you like become a celeb? Or...
No, dog, I don't do that shit. Okay, so I'm looking. I don't see it. Where's this interview of mine that's so viral?
Yeah, I found it somewhere, but I don't know. You're probably gonna like deep dive search for it.
Dude, if it were so viral, I wouldn't have to deep dive search.
I don't know. I just randomly found it on my For Me page and I come up with the username.
Okay, well, that's unfortunate. How's your day going?
It's going very decent. How's it?
Kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. Yeah, I don't know. At least give me a new follower or a new person in the Discord. Cool. 1889, baby. Dude, could do I could do it like basically all these songs. Theme from Mahogany, I don't know what that. Love hanging there. Upside down. I'm coming out. I can do that. Someday we'll be together. Oh, I love this fucking song. I'm gonna make you love me. Ooh, yes, I will. Yes, I will. And I'm gonna make you love me. Ooh, yes, I will. You know, yes, I will. You know. I could do this one like get back my head. I love that part. Every night and every day, I'm gonna get da 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 da. Ooh wee ooh wee ooh. I'm gonna do all the things for you a girl wants a man to do. Oh baby, I'll sacrifice for you. I'll even do wrong for you. Oh baby, oh baby, and every hour I'm gonna shower you with love and affection. Look out, it's coming in your direction. And I'm gonna make you love me. Oh, yes I will. Yes I will. And I'm gonna make you love me. Oh, yes I will. Yes I will. Look at here. My love is wrong, you see, you'll know you'll never get tired of me. Oh baby, oh baby, oh, I'm gonna use every trick in the book. I try my best to get you hooked. Oh baby, I'm yours. And every night, every day. Dude, I can do this part. I can do this. Just do it. Just do it without even fucking trying. That's not it. Every night and every day, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. do with the thing. They're not playing. I'm going to do all this. I don't think they're playing. That would be sick, though. That'd be so sick.
Own experience of what family is ought to be from what we read in the textual tradition. For example, if you look at this classic image, it's painting Freedom's Walk, which of course featured in magazines throughout the middle of the 20th century. And this is obviously a Thanksgiving dinner, and you see
I'm gonna do all the things for you a girl wants a man to do.
Multiple generations of family members all smiling as they
I'll
enjoy
sacrifice
this
for
large
you.
turkey.
I'll
That's
even
the
do wrong for you.
title is Freedom from Want.
Baby.
But this is clearly an idealized
Every minute, every hour, I'm gonna work you with love and attention. Look out, it's coming in your direction. And I'm gonna make you love me. Oh, yes, I will. Yes, I will. I'm gonna make you love me. Oh, yes, I will. Yes, I will. Look here. My love is strong, you see. I know you'll never get tired of me. Hey, baby. Oh, baby. And I'm gonna use every chicken out there.
This really an aspiration.
Hey, baby. Oh, baby, I know. Hey, baby. I'm gonna say, I'm gonna get you, I'm gonna get you. I'm looking up for, cause I'm gonna make you love me. Oh, yes, I will. Yes, I will. Oh, that was so sick. Sight? Oh, dude, I can't even see.
In the ancient period. But then it is interpreted through the Mishnah, which we're going to speak about in later classes. But then that doesn't reach a text until centuries later. The Talmud still later. The Halakha, meaning Jewish law, still later than that. And then there's individualism and Minhag. So these textual layers, we're reading all of these things backwards to try and ascribe what we think a family should be to sometimes very fragmentary descriptions that go back thousands of years. So with that kind of caveat, let's try to understand the basic things about the families in the ancient world. This may be somewhat counterintuitive to what we think today.
Every minute, every hour,
Perhaps one of the
I'm gonna
most striking
shower
aspects
you with love and affection. Look out, it's coming in your direction. And I'm gonna make you love me. Oh, yes, I will. Yes, I will. And I'm gonna make you love me. Oh, yes, I will. Yes, I will. My love is strong, you see.
Black Lives Matter, social justice movement that's rocking America in the context of the census election. But race does not seem to be a significant category for the Bible. There are references to people, and there are
Not
references
every
to
day.
skin color.
I'm gonna
But
say,
generally speaking, it does not
I'm
seem to
gonna
be a
get
huge,
you, I'm gonna get you.
issue.
Look out for it,
For example,
I'm
here's
gonna
a
get
17th
you.
century
I'm gonna
representation
make
of
you
Moses'
love.
Ethiopian wife. In fact,
Yes,
she
I
is
will.
described, Tzipporah,
Yes,
as a
I
Cushi.
will.
She's also described in
That
another
was so
context
sick.
as a Midianite.
That was a good one.
Disputable what exactly
Really?
that means.
Because I know
But
the song.
commentators
Like, I've heard it like
don't seem to be especially bothered by the idea
Really?
that Moses, who is
10,000
presumably
times.
Semitic
How many times have you heard that
racial
song?
characteristics, would marry an African who could be,
Why? Because I'm sick.
theoretically Nubian.
Dude, I love this song.
So
This song
race
is sick.
itself
Does it go boom, 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 boom,
who is your ethnicity?
Just to get sweet, sweet lips, baby. And
Gender,
that's
far
above.
more
Gonna say,
definition.
Someday we'll be together.
There's
Yes,
a lot of discussion which
yes,
I
we
think we won't be able to discuss it here for now. But heterosexuality is considered the norm, and homosexuality is deeply frowned upon, especially male homosexuality. There is a discussion in the Talmud later of multiple genders besides male and female, and perhaps we'll get to that when we get to more Talmudic discussions. But for the time being, let's focus ourselves on two sexes, male and female, and they're considered to be exclusive for the institution of marriage. However, that marriage can be polygamous. That is, one husband and multiple wives, as in the famous story of Jacob marrying two wives, Rachel and Leah, shown here in Nicholas' representation. And in fact, there's kind of like a marriage status, which is called pileget in Hebrew, or a concubine in English. And a concubine is essentially like a wife in all respects to the protections that are inherent to marriage. Additionally, we have the definitions that are explained. A concubine is simply dismissed at will, whereas a wife has a guarantee in her wedding for marital support during the marriage, and if the marriage is dissolved, she has the right to support afterwards in the form of a financial settlement.
For me, my love, no.
It's also important
to show my baby. The best stars above. Wanna say it, someday we'll be together. Yes, we will. Yes, we will.
In the biblical text alone,
someday, every day, we'll be together.
Discussions of it
know what I know.
It appears that there is patrilineal in
all right from the start. You possess my soul now, honey. And you know I know on my heart, and I want to say.
Some commentators like Tosfot, just to continue
So just
on
do
the
it.
sentence, Tosfot in the Middle Ages suggests that before the giving of the Torah, the law matrilineal, that a child followed his or her father's status, and after giving the Torah, it became matrilineal. Certainly, for the huge bulk of Jewish history, Judaism has been strictly matrilineal. In 1983, when the Reform movement introduced the idea of patrilineal descent, again, I mentioned that in the last video. We'll have to come back to it. So at any rate, the mother is extremely important. Whether or not the mother is a full wife or a concubine, or as we can see later, even a more casual relationship. Women also have very distinct status with regards to things like slavery. Jewish men may be enslaved.
For me, my love.
Slaves. Once they reach maturity,
just to show my baby.
They have
the day stars above. Wanna say it. Someday we will be together.
For example, serving as a witness.
Yes, we will.
The biblical text.
Someday, some sweet day, we get I know. My love is yours, baby.
And similarly,
right from the start, say now, you possess my soul now, honey.
Almost always,
and you know I'm on my heart, and I wanna say, someday we'll be together.
The shadow of their father, that is the protection of their father.
Yes,
later under the protection of
that was
their
so sick.
Husband, and finally in a widow status, then under the protection of their adult sons. There are always men who are protecting women. The idea of a woman who is separated from this is considered to be placing her at tremendous disadvantage.
that was
On
sick.
the other hand, that does not necessarily
It
mean
counts.
rights as a single person to engage on land, affect contracts, and all kinds of things. Much more discussed when we speak specifically about women later on in this series. But there's no question that it would be absurd to ascribe, kind of modern equality to men and women in the ancient world. This is a patriarchal society. The only thing that I think is worth really debating is whether or not it is like a benign beneficent in patriarchy, if you want to argue with such a thing. The last thing I should point out is that in terms of the family structure, which is often multi-generational, living in the same household, is the idea of lineage. The concept of legitimacy.
Yes, we will.
Yes, we will. Whether or not someone is illegitimate.
Someday, some sweet day,
it has a distinct meaning in the biblical sense. There is something called a mamzer, and more fleshed out when we get to the Mishnah. But the offspring of non-sanctioned relationships is not necessarily disadvantaged in their future lives. Only sanctions are applied, and very heavy sanctions
Look at all this
are when a
fucking hair
marriage
that's
is
going on your head.
prohibited, such as, for example, a marriage that
You're gonna be a
involves
sides
a
only guy.
married woman and someone other than her husband,
Sides guys.
or a brother and a sister, or a father and a daughter, and so on. But
Stone love is a big one.
which
Stone love.
consummated,
I
but
want
they
to
have
know.
not been officially sanctioned by religious authorities, nevertheless do constitute relationships that do not result in illegitimate marriage. And in fact, if I can cite my teacher, Rabbi Rothschild, he used to say that one should never cast aspersions at anyone's lineage or background, because in reality, when we look at the biblical line of the Messiah, very sketchy relationships when we look at them on the surface.
That's tight.
Such as, for example, Judah
That's a
and
really cool
his
street.
widowed daughter-in-law
Use common
Tamar,
sense.
shown here, an extremely
Last jerky.
challenging process that usually is skipped
Speak
over
English.
in grade school because it's really a little bit too racy. Or Boaz and Ruth's status, and then furthermore David and Bathsheba, all of these relationships all invoke certain terms of legitimacy, and nevertheless this is considered a line from which the Messiah will be born in the Jewish tradition. So one should never cast aspersions on anyone's family background. Okay, I hope you found that interesting. And we will continue with one final discussion of daily life. We're going to look at ritual life.
No, wrong song, dog. Wrong song. It's called Stone Love. Stone Love. Then you gotta play a tambourine. I love this song. But do you know the words? Stone Love.
Hello, let us conclude our very brief survey of daily life in by looking at daily life. First of all, Stone love, stone love,
Can't you mean? Just do it. Just fucking do it. Just do it. No practice.
Right now, basically, the series of teachings
Love each other, everybody to right, father, there's a time to not be sad, just take along, with the eye, with the message from above. Oh, yeah. So love, oh yeah, so love, oh yeah. There are they gotta stand that's
created the world instead of terrible and ignored it like some deist model, and to not sort of like a huge, immortal, all-powerful child god like you have in a lot of the polytheistic faiths, where if you look at the stories of the Greek gods, for example, they're engaged in all kinds of behaviors associated with character development and things like that. This is a god who is deeply involved in history.
Dude, this shit all over my fucking license.
Human beings, making demands of human beings, and even being answerable to human beings to some extent. For example, that Abraham has with God over the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. So there's a lot of personal to it, in the sense that God is creator, ideas and innovation.
That was the sickest thing I've ever done.
But let us not forget,
Really?
even
No.
anniversary with the Bible, feel that one should
Yo!
use Judaism and
We have a friend here.
the famous quote from Vera Wine.
What's going on? How are you? Can you hear me? Yo. Fuck you. Dog, I could do this next one on my fucking sleep.
That Judaism may be like fantastic and idealistic and all kinds of things.
Can't you
Jews
love me?
don't necessarily live up to those values. So frequently, throughout the Bible, really in the Torah itself and in the later sections called the prophets and the writings, you find the Jews, as it were, backsliding, worshipping local Canaanite gods like this one here, the god Baal, which is basically a weather god, very popular in the region.
I hate this version.
There are many other gods that are mentioned throughout the text, and for whatever reason, not really the purpose of our discussion today, but for whatever reason, they tend to forget about the God that took them out of Egypt and say, oh, what about this guy? This is kind of interesting too. And then they get punished for it, and it goes through the whole cycle.
You do it?
Repeating
Yeah.
itself over and over again. But that's all I really want to say is that very closely look at Judaism right now. The order of things will become greater as you go when you look at the Western sages and think about how Judaism works within the context of the world. Certainly, the Jewish talent is extremely important to this early society in Israel. It's an agricultural economy, and the three pilgrimage holidays signify tremendous meaning within the context of the Torah, and particularly the written Torah, but also happen to coincide with the agricultural season. So the joyous bringing of the first fruit on the road, for example, the harvest season, things like that. Of course, the most stop me, baby. Certainly the holiday of Passover, which commemorates the departure from Egypt, which is spring holiday, and we've discussed before how it's such an important ritual because at the Seder table, this important big ritual for the family is both the spirit of the entry, children must participate as well. This is
just do it.
This fantastic image. This is from the famous
do it like a thing
and somewhat confusing birds of Haggadah, 14th century Germany.
Do it like a thing.
One of the unusual things about it is that many, but not all, of the figures represented there have a bird's head instead of a human head. They're clearly marked as Jews. For example, the male figure on the left has a Jewish representation. Now, if we're following a Jewish requires to wear or Latin context, but why the bird's head? It's most likely related to a hesitancy on the part of the artist to contravene the commandment that prohibits the worship and any graphic representation that has been observed or ignored or reinterpreted throughout the centuries in different ways. But the 14th century in Germany, rather sensitive about it. So winter's cold can't stop me, baby. I really like this figure in because it's a woman who's baking some leavened bread, Passover, and the figure on the left is the woman who's the man on the left is saying, what? $25 a pound? Okay, let's look finally at the life cycle. Just one quick note here. As we mentioned a couple lectures ago, really important elements of life cycle is
that was so sick.
Very different series of events and celebrations which are associated with men.
Yeah, I just went in this random Discord that's been Saturday for like a year and a half, and there's this motherfucker singing Diana Ross.
But men generally get more of these life cycle events associated with the first Friday night of a male's birth, and then there's the circumcision, of course, on the 8th day, which is portrayed here in a 3rd century mosaic in the Beit Alpha synagogue of Theoropos, which is a Mesopotamian synagogue. And then, of course, the bar mitzvah, which formally recognizes a male child, as achieving adulthood, the age of majority. Women also have that age of majority at the age of 12 rather than 13, and it happens automatically regardless of any ritual performed in synagogue. It's a lot to say about what is the synagogue, what is the temple, and so on, and turn to them really when we can discuss it fully in the context of the oral Torah. Now, looking at the biblical period, I'm going to leave it at this point, and thank you very much for watching.
I need to get fingered before dawn. Touch me. morning, finger me before dawn. I'm gonna sneeze. What a fucking athletic move. Did you see that where I was like this and like this? Me in the morning, finger me before dawn. Touch me in the morning,
Okay,
finger
let us
me at
continue
dawn.
with our discussion of the political and social history in the northern kingdom of Israel. And I'd like to make a few key points, but really focus on the dissolution of the northern kingdom with its invasion by the Assyrians and the exile of the 10 northern tribes, the importation of the Samaritans. We're going to explore those in a little more detail in subsequent videos. But for now, let's just have a look at a few key ideas. First of all, let's just look at something that's important for the 8th century and from the perspective of the outside of the Jewish world. We'll look at some of the Assyrian documents. And I want to go over the map with you, and so don't panic if you're not exactly where is Assyria and where's either. We'll have a quick look at the map and I'll make things really clear. So in this amazing monolith, the Turk monolith, which celebrates the achievements of the Assyrian king Shalmaneser III, who would be very important. So there's a discussion there of the Battle of Karkar, which in 853 before the Common Era, and a few battles that were subsequent to that particular conflict. This describes a period in which Shalmaneser participated in battles not in Israel, elsewhere in northern Syria for the most part, against a multi-state or multi-regional alliance of 12 kings. And what's especially interesting for our purposes, this alliance was led by the Hatti and the sea coast, which was in Syria and, of course, along the Mediterranean coast. Listed among the 12 kings there is King Achav, the Israelite. Right? Remember Achav, Ahab, married to Jezebel, was one of the last kings of the northern kingdom of Israel, and he provides the largest single contribution of chariots, 2,000 of them, 2,000 troops, which puts him right up there with the biggest contribution to this war effort, which I think is fascinating because it gives you a picture of what's going on really in the northern kingdom. Now, contrasted to the southern kingdom in Judah, they had a lot of internal problems. Remember, this is the rebel state. They broke away from Judah over issues of taxation and over issues of how they're being represented, so to speak, an American motif. Important, by the way, they're still trying to figure out who runs the election. The northern kingdom had quite a bit of tumult, especially in comparison to the southern kingdom. Unlike the south, they did not have the same degree of attachment to the idea of a political ruling through the tribe of Judah. And they had ongoing conflicts over the bordering territory of the tribe of Benjamin. Sometimes they would ally themselves with the south, sometimes they would actually fight in the south. There's a lot of things going on. They also have turnover of the dynasties, as in many cases generals were heavily involved. The northern Israel army was quite powerful, and from time to time, the leaders of the army ended up taking over of the entire region. So there's internal, disruption going on in Israel itself during the 200 years that we're describing now, between the middle of the 10th century when the kingdom split until the end of the 8th century when the kingdom was destroyed by the Assyrian invasion. But even in the midst of this tumult, you can see that the northern kingdom of Israel is a player regionally at this point. They are getting involved in larger geopolitical conflicts. They are making big alliances like King Solomon made. They are engaged in far off conflicts, which gives you some kind of picture of what the northern kingdom of Israel is like within the larger context. Here's an interesting find which points to the instability of the 9th century in Israel, discovered by Naama Yahalom, shown here, is this fascinating figure we just discovered a few years ago here, and the crown around his head there indicates he's clearly of royalty. Very beautifully preserved, little 5-centimeter figurine. Now, the big question is, though, he's clearly a king. Which king is he? So just looking at this period alone, that he could be an Israelite king. This was discovered in the northern part of Israel, which had fallen under sway of the Syrians in Aram. I'll show you a map in just a second. It could have been one of the kings of the kingdom of Israel, as mentioned in the Court obelisk, Achab. It could have been his son Yehu, who mounted a ill-fated rebellion. It could have been one of the kings of Aram that had invaded Israel, and as the regional treaties between the 12 kings began to break apart. Could have been Ben-Hail, which were the foreign kings that could have been a king of Tyre, perhaps Etobal. All of these are possibilities, and it gives you a sense of what kind of chaos was going on in Israel with tremendous dynastic upheaval and regional conflict and foreign invasion and so on. Okay, I've kept you waiting long enough. Let's have a look at the map and try to sort these things out. I'm going to focus on the invasion of 720 from the Assyrians. We will follow up with some detailed discussion in the next two videos, but I want to give you a sense not only of that, but also this relationship to Babylonian invasion that would occur another couple hundred years later. So here's our heroes in Jerusalem and Samaria, the kingdom of Judah, of course, in the south, with its capital at Jerusalem. And we will return, of course, to have a much longer discussion of Jerusalem and Judah in subsequent videos. And then in the north, with the capital in Samaria, you have the kingdom of Israel. Now, to their north is a larger regional kingdom, the kingdom of Aram. At times in alliance with either Israel or Judah, and at times hostile. In fact, in the period that we're starting now, Aram will invade the kingdom of Israel and dominate significantly. But further north, and remember this northern trend is all following the Fertile Crescent, so it kind of curves around a open-ended hairpin turn that begins to go to the south following the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers. You have the kingdom of Assyria with its base in the very old city of Nineveh, famous from the book of Jonah. And ultimately, Aram would get into trouble with Assyria and would be conquered by Assyria. Are you getting the image now of kind of like the little fish is eaten by the bigger fish, is eaten by the still bigger fish, and so on? If you aren't, think about that.
Welcome.
That's exactly
How are you?
what's going to happen here. Aram will swallow up northern Israel, and then
How you
Assyria
living?
will end up swallowing
Yo,
up.
dogs. Can you hear me? What up, Pimp? What's good? Yo, did you guys know that you're going viral on TikTok?
You're going viral on TikTok, bro. I just saw you on TikTok, Jay.
Yeah, everybody saw me on TikTok.
Someone just shouted you out.
Yeah, who did? Who shouted me out?
Was this the guy that Mr.
Yeah,
Beast
that's
made a
right.
video about?
He's been shouting me out.
And who's the base of Blake Richmond just shouted you out?
Yeah, Blake Richmond. Yeah, no one knows who that is. Who the fuck is Blake Richmond?
No, he's famous.
Who's Blake Richmond?
He's a famous creator. He's a famous creator from New Zealand. Can you start anything?
Calm down with the questions. Calm down with the questions. Okay, so we're gonna, dude, here throwing out all these terrible requests. Hey, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, what year were you born? Go. Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast. You were born in 2011? Then you gotta go, Mr. Beast.
I was born in 2011. I'm 14.
Okay, everybody's gotta leave. You guys aren't 18. Get out of here.
I'm 18.
Okay, what year were you born? What year were you born?
2009.
That's 16. Get out.
No, bro, I went in 2009.
Doug.
2007.
Okay, fine.
That's one in 2005.
Guys, get out of here.
Well, 2007 to 18, you know.
Yeah.
Hey, Rabbi, I've got a question.
No questions. Send me your ID. Send me your ID. Okay. Send. Okay. Send me your ID.
Where do you put it?
Do you see where it says "Ask Rabbi Anything"? Right above there, there's a part that says "Support." Just go to the Create Support ticket.
I am Mr. Beast. I made a video on you.
Okay, excellent. How are you, Pimp? Yo, if you want to talk to me, you have to send your ID. Listen, send your ID to the support section of the if you want to talk with me. Okay, excellent. Until then, until I see it, I'm going to mute you guys. $18.92.
Aram, and with it northern Israel. And then the biggest fish, which we're going to come back to in a few lectures from now, is of course Babylonia. The Babylonian Empire, centered in the city known as Babylon, would eventually take over Assyria, which had taken over Aram, which had taken over northern Israel. And there were huge consequences for the history of the Jews. Let us also mention, however, with the Assyrian invasion, there are two really important population transfers. That's kind of a neutral term. From the perspective of Israel, this is the exile of the 10 northern tribes that we're going to talk about in the very next video. So that's so many times this video, but you get the idea. All these things are all happening at the same time. According to the biblical account and from some fascinating non-biblical sources, the Jews from the northern region of Israel, and not the entire population, as we mentioned a couple of times, it is several tens of thousands and particular segment of the socioeconomic profile of they are exiled to places like Gozan, the river Chabor, the region in Nin, and then further east to the region of the Mead. These are all where we know that the 10 tribes or the tribes were exiled to. Follow those up in the very next video. At the same time, part of the Assyrian strategy for dominating their conquered regions, which we see in other parts of their history as well, is not only to remove the local leadership, the elite that could potentially organize a rebellion, but to bring into the region a foreign population that destabilizes a lot of local relationships and alliances and so on. And this would be the population known as the Samaritans, who probably come from the region called Kuta. There are some questions about their origins, but Kuta is where, according to the dominant opinion, the Assyrians took their local population, conquered from the south, and forcibly shipped them to Israel to enter around Samaria. In fact, in Talmud Aramaic, the Samaritans are typically called Kutim, which is plural for Kuthites, people who come from this region. Okay, so that's what's been after 720. We're going to pick it up by looking at the story of those yellow arrows in the next video. What happened to the 10 lost tribes? Thank you very much for watching. Let's just start with what we know from the biblical text and from Assyrian documentation as well. So it seems there were three major periods of deportation in the late 8th century. The first was under Tiglath-Pileser III, known in Tanakh, in the Hebrew scriptures, as King Tul, and this was in the 730s. Records indicate in a few different places, when we had them up, something like 13,250 Jews were taken from the northern part of the land of Israel.
What up, Joshua Michael?
How are you? Without watching previous ones, will know that I tend to use the term Jews anachronistic.
Joshua Michael, Richmond Charles, how are you?
Mystically, just forgive me for it, most Jews do that. At any rate, about 13,250 exiles. Appears that all of them were males, were taken from the northern region. It appears that Jews had some experience, as we saw in the last lecture, in the military field. They may have excelled initially in charioteering, and it could be that just supposition that perhaps he took some men of middle age over family, things like that. Then we have a second period under Shalmaneser V and his son Sargon. Shalmaneser is on the left, and the figure on the right is believed to be Sargon II. We have a much more specific number from their records of 27,280, or elsewhere 27,290. And this occurred in the years 722 through 720 and would have affected the area around Samaria itself. This is a really hard specific number that feels a lot more real than a lot of them that you see in some of these documents. And then finally, you have King Sancherib in Hebrew, or Sennacherib in English, who claims to have removed 200,000, very, very large number, the region of Judah at the very end of the 8th century. We'll talk more about that 2 lectures from now. At any rate, these are the 3 major deportations that we're speaking about. It is interesting to note that the biblical text and also from Ostraka that are discovered in the region where they were resettled suggests that the Jews who were taken away were not in fact enslaved, but nevertheless they were forcibly required to remain in these places. And let's continue the story from there. So what exactly happened to them? Again, based on the biblical texts in other sources, we see that the Jews from the kingdom of Israel itself, is the 10 northern tribes, were sent off to 3 locations. Hamath, which is somewhere in northern western Syria, the region of Gozan, nearby river, which as you can see is the middle circle here, and then finally out to the conquered region of the Assyrian Empire in Media. What happened to the Jews when they got there? So we have scattered onomastic evidence, which I love these words. Onomastic means proper names, meaning we see evidence of people with Semitic and sometimes definitively Hebrew names, especially because of the theophoric nature of many Hebrew names. Theophoric is another good word. It means like it involves the name of God. Like Jews like including the name of God in their children's names. Several of my children have one of the several names of God built into their names itself. Like, for example, a common name, Michael, or not the name of one of my kids, but means Michael, which is who is like God. Right? So it's very common to have a name like that. Or Kal-El, for example, Clark Kent. If you look at some of the ostraca that are discovered, such as this one discovered in the city of Nimrud, dating from the late 7th century. Often the texts are in Aramaic, very rarely in Hebrew, and there's some Hebrew names or Semitic names. Just little bits of pieces of what this might mean. Sometimes indicate that there are Jews there, or potential Jews, who were active as chariots I mentioned earlier. There seems to have been involved in that particular aspect of the military. There's one possible Jew who was named as a village manager, again supporting the idea that they were hardly enslaved. They were out there, they had the ability of rising to positions of administrative authority, and one especially fascinating passage of the first book, Hosea, very Jewish name, who redeems a woman named Dinah from slavery, right? And this is especially because there was a very long tradition of bringing captives the value of stuff or a commandment that devolves upon Jews that basically says that you have to drop everything to try and redeem someone from slavery. At any rate, these are kind of like just little bits and pieces that suggest that yes, the story has historic validity. Jews were living in these regions, that the biblical text and the Assyrian documentation coincides, but unfortunately don't know a lot about what exactly happened. If you look at the map with contemporary political boundaries overlaid, you see that these exiles would have been settled in northern Lebanon, southern Syria, which is not terribly far away from Israel. It's usually people that they could have migrated back over centuries. We see them on the border of Turkey and Syria, perhaps in the Kurdish region, and we see them out in western Iran as well. So most historians assume that the vast majority of these exiles simply assimilated into the larger population in which they live. This is actually a very element of Jewish history, particularly the diaspora, where Jews were a period of generations their ancestral hood and simply blended with the populations around them. There are some very significant exceptions, and when we get a little further on in the class, we start talking about the post-Roman exile after the First Roman-Jewish War, and especially after the Bar Kokhba rebellion. Jews began to develop actual social strategies to maintain their group integrity, which stood them very well over the next 2,000 years, preserving their integrity as a social group, but not perfectly. So, and by the way, at the time, there's a long-standing midrash that says that 80% of the Jews living in Egypt chose not to leave with the Exodus. That is, only 20% of the population actually took Moses on his word and followed him out into the desert and ultimately into Israel. So the story of Jewish assimilation into the background population is very common and very plausible. However, this rabbit hole goes really deep. And I don't want to take it very far in this particular lecture, but I hope to return to it several times as we go through the entire saga of the Jewish history, because the legend of the 10 lost tribes has a dominant motivating idea that you see in all kinds of Jewish movements. For example, the movement of the 20th century Hasidic rabbi, Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, shown here, who was one of the greatest leaders of the Chabad movement, and in reality, one of the greatest leaders of the Jewish people in modern times, who mounted several campaigns specifically to find assimilated Jews and also to reach out to non-Jews and to educate them, at the very least, in their connection to the Noahide commandments, and possibly to uncover people who wanted to convert, although that was never an explicit goal, because after all, Judaism is not a proselytizing religion, with one significant exception that we'll get to in about 4 or 5 lectures now. At any rate, they're based very heavily on this idea of the gathering together of the exiles, which you find several times in the biblical text. I give you one verse here from the book of Ezekiel, Yechezkel. I will take the children of Israel, right, notably the Bnei Yisrael, Hebrews don't use that, but the children of the northern kingdom, from among the nations where they are gone, and I will bring all of them and return them to their land. This idea, the ingathering of the exiles, is a very powerful notion that runs its way through Jewish civilization to the present day. We see it also in the secular Zionist movement, headed perhaps most famously by Theodor Herzl, shown in this postcard, which has written in Hebrew and then in German and then in French the phrase, "If you will it, it is no dream." Meaning, if you
baby, I'm gonna eat you until my fucking lips are calloused and your quid is raw. Raw.
As a modern entity became a reality. Love this image of this angelic creature breaking the chains, and with the flag and blazing with the stars, they gathering in all of these tired and dust masses to the land of Israel. This is something that really comes essentially from the legends of the 10 lost tribes. Now, what did people think of it in the ancient period? We see the assertion of socially intact tribes in many sources around the first century common era. Paul and James in the Christian scriptures are especially noteworthy for their adherence to the idea that the 10 tribes still exist. And this would be 700 years later after the exile. In their units, that they actually still maintain their tribal identity in the land of Israel. Rabbi Eliezer, of course, in the more mainstream Jewish tradition, also held that the 10 lost tribes are still there in waiting. Other opinions, however, and this is typical of the Talmud, that you will have multiple opinions. Very famous and very authoritative Rabbi Akiva says the 10 tribes. He argued that once they were taken away, they assimilated into the nations beyond them, and they are not going to be pulled out, certainly not in their tribal units. You'll see that in the Mishnah. There is also a discussion in the Jerusalem Talmud, again, more when we get later on in the series, what is the Jerusalem as opposed to the Babylonian Talmud, that discusses this amazing river Sambation, which was apparently a river that was impassable during the 6 days of the week because it had all these rolling rocks that would run through ravines rather than water, and it was impossible to cross safely. But on the Sabbath, this mystical river Sambation would suddenly rest. But because there were laws of traveling on the Sabbath, these Jews, the 10 tribes, would not be able to cross it and make their way back to Israel. Fascinating kind of things. What I will just mention here now is one of the many, literally dozens of theories that developed over the next few millennia as to who the 10 lost tribes are. Who did they become? So, for one example, that's just one of many. Really, you have them in Japan, you have them in England, in Africa, all kinds of places. There's a crypto-Jewish traveler named Antonio de Montesinos, who was Portuguese and who outwardly accepted Catholicism in the Inquisition, and like many of his socioeconomic and religious class, left Portugal to travel the world and look for a safer haven. He came to, and then amazingly, as he recounted when he came back, he was greeted by the native population there with the Shema prayer. Hear, O Israel, Lord our God, the Lord is one. Astounding. And he believed that he had come across the 10 tribes that had relocated to far off Ecuador.
Just do it.
There were other sites as well. They gave him Jewish food like soup and egg rolls. I made that part up, but I couldn't help it. I haven't had lunch yet. And he came back to Amsterdam and he reported it to a very important rabbi in Amsterdam, who was so taken with the idea that he wrote a book. He was translated into English ultimately as the Hope of Israel, in which he argued that the country of England should really take the Jews because they're now in the flourishing of the Messianic period. And this lost paths are being discovered. It was central to the region. And it created quite a stir, especially when it comes to the and many other works were produced that supported such this interesting one here. I find
Respectfully, I say
Jews
today,
in America, or probabilities that those Indians are Judaic, made more probable by some listeners who an argument that the Native Americans are in fact the 10 lost tribes. One of many, many theories as to what became of the 10. Okay, I really intend to come back to this topic later on in the series because it actually based on many significant, especially pseudo-messianic movements throughout the history. But for the time being, I want to thank you very much for watching. The next video will look at the origins of the Samaritans in Israel. Thanks again for watching.
That was so sick. The IRS is so proud of me.
Let us just look at one more aspect of 8th century Israel before we move on to a discussion of the Babylonian period. One of the fascinating chapters, in some places it's just a footnote, in other places it's extremely important, is the Samaritan family, which has a fascinating origin story, actually multiple origin stories, and the intersection between the Samaritans and the mainstream Jewish community are quite significant in the interweb.
Yo, what up, pimp?
Who these people are and where they came from.
What's good, son?
So the Samaritans are quite an old people. They certainly stretch
How are
back
you?
into biblical times, and there are still
Kicking ass, taking
hundreds
names,
of
everyone's a feast. What's good, Lord? Jewish history lectures. Gee, how'd you find out about me, pimp? On it. That's amazing. Well, cool. So you found out about me from Twitter Live? Just now? Oh. Oh, months ago. Very cool. How was your... Excellent. Do you know who the Supremes are? Do you know who the Supremes are? They're like maybe the best girl bands of all time, if not the best. Anyway, I was just singing their songs. Kicking ass, taking names. What are you up to? Oh, very well. How are they doing? Okay. Have you been successful?
I was, but if only I heard it, I would be much more.
Why didn't you hold? Okay, well, we all are scared sometimes. That's tight. Do you know who Diana Ross is? Doug, you're missing out. Dude, she's that like it's supreme. I can't. Yeah, it's Diana space Ross. She's hot as fuck. Totally. How don't you? I don't. That's even better. She's fuckable. What are your thoughts on Diana Ross? Would you give her a shoot in the shorts? Mid? Get the fuck out of here. You think Diana Ross is mid? You go take Sydney Sweeney and go pound it out in some closet. I'll take Diana Ross on the fucking big stage. Doug, I'll take Diana Ross all day over Sydney Sweeney. Diana Ross is like a high 9. Sydney Sweeney is like a high 4. No, Doug, no one knows who that is. Who is that? Was she a Supreme? Rosalia? Rosalia was never Supreme. This bitch better be hot as fuck. You think this girl's good looking? This girl? This girl wouldn't be allowed to listen to Diana Ross fart, let alone smell it. Dog, are you sure you looked up the right Diana Ross? She was a Supreme. What did Rosalia ever do? Gee, you know who the Supremes are. What girl band was Rosalia ever in? She wasn't even in Menudo. Dog, I can't believe you want to compare. I can't believe you want to compare Rosalie to Diana Ross. Hotness, straight up hotness. If I took Diana Ross at her peak versus this, I don't have to take Diana Ross at her peak. Diana Ross at 81 years old is better than Rosalie at her peak. Have you seen Diana Ross's hair? It's game over right there. She can wear her hair like a fro. She can wear like a beehive. She's got it all. She can do it all. Rosalie can't even get her hair in a bun. All right, that's enough because Diana Ross obviously wins this argument. So, are you a cryptocurrency investor? Okay. Very well. All right, and you would have been retired. Oh yeah, ATH is all around. How does that make you feel? Are you going to try to reinvest?
Yeah, if it goes down to.
Doug, it's not going down. It's not going down.
I don't know. If eats goes breaks the order, which was like 3, then we see another season.
Oh yeah, dog. It's gonna be big time, dog. Word, dog. What's on your agenda for today? Like, what do you have planned for today? All right. Well, you go get swole. Come back when you're done, and we'll talk shop. We'll chop it up. Peace, baby. Hey, before you go, don't ever forget how hot Diana Ross is. Peace.
Rosalia too.
Sure. Rosalia couldn't fucking hold a candle to Diana Ross. Tammy Terrell. Are you done? Hey, Tammy Terrell, are you done? Man, I'm almost fucking done. Dude, you can do it. Coming out. I'm coming out. I'm coming out. I want my I'm coming out. I'm coming out. I want the world to know. I'm about to let it show. I'm coming out. I want the world to know. I got to let it show. I hear me now. And I'm here. I'm looking for do it. Me to break out of my shell. I have to show that I am coming out. I'm coming out. That was the sickest thing in the history of the world. So sorry. Dude, this is sweaty. That was a sick one. That was sick as fuck. That was sick.
That was sad. That was sick as fuck. Look at this athleticism. Is this on the right way? No. Look at this athleticism, though. Oh, I'm so fat. I'm getting scared as fuck with the Kobe. Why? Is there a better name than Ozempic? Wegovy. Wegovy. Oh, look at this athleticism. So sick. That was sick. At school, and I want to just have somebody to throw. And this love music match. Music's match sucks. My love, there's only you in my life. Oh, you little bitch. Just do it. Eat and push it like it's going out of style, baby. There's only you in my life. The only thing that's right. My first love. Your every breath that I take. Your every step I make. And I will want to share my love with you. No one else will do. And your eyes, they tell me how much you care. Oh yes, you will always be my endless love. Two hearts that beat as one. That was so sick, Push Perhaps. That was one of the sickest things I've ever seen in my entire life. That was so sick. This is the sickest shit ever. Dude, does it keep me hanging on? I could do that. Are you serious? Is it the remix? Oh, fuck. Come on, you little bitch. What is this bullshit? Cause you know, you just keep me hanging on. Whoa, whoa. You know, and let me make a new stop. Dog, don't fuck with me, dude. This is the worst.
Them living in Israel today, centered around the city of Nablus. In Hebrew, the name of that town is Shechem, especially Mount Gerizim, which is also figured in the Bible and has some extremely important moments throughout its history. Where did they come from? Who are these Samaritans? So the biblical account of their origins is described in the second book of Kings, 17, towards the end. There's a discussion of the exiles of the Israelite nations, the 10 tribes from the northern kingdom going out to Babylon. We talked a little bit about that in the previous video.
What is it?
At the same time, there was a population transfer, a very well-known Assyrian technique to try and control their rapidly expanding empire. They would take out, especially the elite, the leadership of a particular community, and they would transplant another community with limited ties, with different loyalties, a minority, and it would break up the traditional power structures. So they brought in, as described in the Book of Kings, people from the region of Babylon. That's a city. Babylonia is the region or the empire, and a city called Kuta, which will be significant because the Samaritans in Talmudic literature will be called Kutim, meaning those who come from Kuta. And they settled them in the region.
Dude, this would be a hot song.
Replace much of the local population's reasons that we have discussed. Now that is basically the Jewish account as described in the Bible. The Samaritans, on the other hand, have a different account. There are several of them, but one of the most well-known is that actually they believe they go back to the original 10 tribes of Israel. They were Jews like all these other Jews, but there was a conflict over who was going to be the high priest. This figure is very prominently at the beginning of the book of Samuel. He took the Aron Kodesh, the tabernacle with the tablet law in them, and moved them south to Shiloh, away from Har HaGerizim, from Nablus, and created a separate religion altogether with Judaism. The original, they just kept moving around with an old Torah, and they don't hold with any of this foreign quotation group. They believe that they are actually the Israelites.
Get on my life, why don't you, baby? But you don't really love me.
Innovators
You keep hanging on. But don't really love me. You need me.
very different account. Not surprisingly,
with
the
my
Samaritans
heart.
and the Jews,
Just wanna see it out of my life and let me make a new song.
dominated northern part.
Let me get over you. The way you got over me. Hey, hey. Set me free, why don't you, baby? Get out my life, why don't you, baby? Ooh, what you don't anymore, baby. You just keep me hanging on. Ooh, what don't anymore, baby. You just keep me hanging on. We broke up. You still wanna be just friends.
Obviously,
How
there are
very
massive
friends when seeing you,
are
it breaks my
actually
heart
combined
again.
commandments.
Do
Two
about it.
of them are combined.
Whoa,
Their
whoa, whoa.
their coveting is actually increased. They made coveting a little bigger and separated out different kinds of coveting. But commandment number 10 is wholly new. It isn't in the Jewish Torah, and that is the reverence for Mount Gerizim. And
That
of
was
course,
so
on
sick.
that holy mountain, they still practice a lot of the ancient rituals that Jews associate with Har Zion.
That was so sick.
Temple Mount.
Diana Ross is gonna be sick.
Kind of differences. Also, huge difference. The Samaritans lack the oral, which is so central to understanding Judaism. We're going to come back to that in about 4 lectures. What is the oral Torah?
I bet Diana Ross is proud of me than anybody else on earth right now. I defended her against him.
But for the time being, the Samaritans have a
Anyway,
kind of a parallel
who's that bitch?
Torah, but without
No one
the oral
knows.
Torah. And as you can
No
see
one
from the
cares.
mode of dress holding up the Sefer
It
Torah,
sucks
there
when
are
parents
certain
are Diana Ross.
similarities that
This is the head supreme.
That harmony was not always.
You know that one meme where that girl's like,
we're going to talk about the ongoing conflict with the Samaritans as we move through the Babylonian
Anyway,
and the Roman.
that was so sick.
But for now, I'd just like to point out a couple of things. First of all, in the Talmud, there is a long-ranging debate that seems to take a couple centuries to resolve.
Right, I'm taking
the
a break.
question of
Son,
who are these
you
people?
just keep me
Who are
hanging on.
the Samaritans, again, named in the Talmud.
Oh, that was so sick.
There's a body
Look at this
of rabbis
athleticism.
who feel that
Did you see that?
no, they did actually
Fist of
accept
fury
the
over here.
Torah when they came to the land of Israel.
Look at this
Other
one.
rabbis, pointing once again to the Book of Kings, say that their conversion was motivated by fear. According to the biblical account, they were attacked by lions. They weren't sure what to do about it. So and conversion was a way of saving themselves. And so some rabbis would say that the conversion is not valid. And so there's a long debate going on. There's some really interesting discussions there. Do you count them, for example, as a quorum to say the special prayers when saying a blessing after a meal? Do they count in that or not? Essentially, do they count in a fascinating kind of question. In the end, the conclusion is no, the rabbis do not consider the teaching to be Jews, but the fact that they have this ongoing discussion is indicative of how close they came to that fact. There's ongoing political and social tensions, in particular when there is a triangular power relationship. When there is a third party like the Persians, or like the Greeks, or like the Romans who are involved. Americans, Jews sometimes find themselves jockeying against each other for power within particular context. And there's some fascinating stories also quoted in the Talmud about Samaritans interfering with some basic Jewish communications, such as lighting fires on the top of mountains, signal flares to indicate the beginning of a new month by the sighting of the moon, and lighting them at different times, which threw off the communication system completely. It's kind of like people when they can make calls. Not exactly robocalls, but you get the idea. One last detail, which comes from the first century, from the Christian scriptures, which gives you an indication of how the Samaritan church. It is, of course, a quote of the Good Samaritan. In English, the term Good Samaritan means someone who goes out of his way to help out The hospital named after the Good Samaritan and so on. The parable goes in the book of Luke that there's this guy who's been bleeding on the road, and you can see here in this particular picture by and several other Jewish figures walk past him. Right? There's a Jewish guy lying bleeding in the road, and there is a Kohen who walks by and says, "Oh, I don't want to get involved in this." A Levite, no, I don't want to get involved. And it is the Samaritan who steps up and says, "Oh my gosh, this man is hurt. I better take care of him." And picks him up, takes him to an inn, and so on. When you read that story, the important note is that when the gospel was written, the Samaritans were basically the enemies of the Pharisees. They were people that they never got along with. And the point in the book of Luke is the Samaritan. It is the person you would be likely to help out, strangers. And the other people let him down. And so it is a good Samaritan, with the emphasis on the word Samaritan. Or if you want, just a good Samaritan as opposed to all the others. That's so surprising about the book of Luke. We're going to talk a lot more about reading the Christian scriptures from a Jewish perspective in a few lectures, but for the time being, I just want to read it here. Okay, we're going to come back to the Samaritans a lot as we go through the Persian and Greek and the Roman series, but for now I just want to say thanks very much for watching, and I hope you enjoyed this video.
For sure, people do seek what they want to see. I remember one time I was in the woods in Alberta, and I saw what I thought was a wolf. They had a lot of sightings up there. I thought it was a wolf. And I thought what I saw was a wolf. I thought it was a wolf for 2 seconds. It was a wolf. So like a second, maybe 2, I thought it was a wolf. I thought I saw a wolf. What the fuck is a wolf? That's crazy. How do you think a squirrel's a wolf? Your brain is just reaching for a wolf. But luckily, I'm logical, and it was clear that it was a squirrel.
Where we left off in the biblical narrative, the northern kingdom of Israel has been destroyed, and a significant number of its population, most likely males, leadership level, involved in the military, perhaps in crafts, have been taken off to exile in Assyria. There still remains the southern kingdom, known as Judah, that will retain some degree of self-governance between the years that it is invaded by King Sennacherib in the year 701 until it will be invaded by Nebuchadnezzar in the year 586. So let's turn to Judah in these crucial years between the Assyrian invasion and later the Babylonian invasion. So the king that is responsible for invading Judah at this point is Sennacherib, and he ruled from the year 70 to 689. 701 is the key year for the invasion of Judah. The invasion is actually reported not on records of the Assyrians, a number of prisons, such as this one from here, this Jerusalem prison, that specifically mentions the siege of Jerusalem. Jerusalem itself was not destroyed. That is not a fate that was met by Lachish, a nearby major city in Israel that was devastated by Sennacherib. And here you can see in Assyrian records a series of Jews who were taken captive in Lachish and brought before the king of Israel. So just giving you a sense of what it might be like to be conquered by Sennacherib. Judah prepares for the onslaught under King Yahoo Hezekiah by creating a number of defenses, which ultimately would not be successful, but fascinatingly constructing a new or perhaps improved secure water supply. Because Jerusalem is on a mountaintop, it has some natural defenses based on the geography, but it's also at a loss in the case of a siege, which is something that happened to Jerusalem multiple times throughout its millennial history. And so King Yahoo creates a new water diversion aqueduct. It may have been a renovation of an earlier one, but it was found in the 19th century. These Siloam tunnels that allowed the inhabitants of Jerusalem to last a little longer in these terrible sieges that would occur. At any rate, this is the status of Jerusalem, invaded and dominated by Sennacherib, but not necessarily destroyed outright, as we saw in the northern kingdom. The kingdom of Judah retains a level of self-government and owes vassalage to Sennacherib, meaning paying tribute and taxes and some humiliating rituals as well. But nevertheless, Judah manages to retain some kind of political independence, at least at some level, between years 701 and 586 during the Babylonian Empire. This is a golden age for prophecy. There's a tremendous number of prophets who are active at the time, and these sayings and teachings are recorded in the Hebrew Bible. Two of the most famous are Isaiah, who is shown here in the remarkable healing by Shepard, which shows a famous scene of right beginning of the book of Isaiah, where an angel burns Isaiah's mouth because he speaks poorly of his and this is kind of like an interesting dynamic that happens with the prophets. Some of them are like royal prophets that speak directly to kings and appear to be somehow associated with support of kings, put them on the straight and narrow. And others seem to be like just, other wandering creatures who the population of their wrongdoings and of their need to and so on. There are these numbers barely in the Bible, and you'll reach a much larger group that have no name whatsoever. It seems to have been some kind of like moral enterprise that is very, very common. Isaiah is among the most famous. Also noted in this that holding open codex in early book, highly unlikely to have a perfect form, more likely to be a scroll, but also unlikely the author's attempt to perhaps drop those Hebrew characters that we earlier Hebrew alphabet that we have in the period. It's actually gibberish, those are not letters at all. Other artists, such as Raphael and here, portray Isaiah more accurately. This particular painting, it has very and some carefully placed leg blocks with titles in them. And you can see he's holding up a scroll which actually has in Hebrew a passage from the book of Isaiah. It is slightly strangely written, like the spaces between the words are not well defined, and the first word there says "history," which means open up. But the final letters is just a little bit wrong. It looks a little bit like a race, which is a nonsense word. But nevertheless, this is a much greater attempt at at any rate, you can see that there are more attempts to make a more greater fidelity to the Hebrew. Also, prophets like Jeremiah, who prophesied for several decades at the very end of the period that we're describing today. And kind of like alternating between speaking to kings and speaking to a broader population, not especially well-liked men, because the prophets are bringing along messages of doom and at the same time demanding that everyone repent, everyone give up their false idols, and of course there's quite a bit of idolatry going on in his time, with very limited success. And after all, Jeremiah was doomed to witness the Babylonian exile itself, which we're going to discuss in the next video. So this is a period of tremendous activity of the prophets, giving us biblical power. It is possible that the texts themselves were not at all written down that really the 7th century, primarily the 6th century, but they were memorized and later actually codified as we have in the later Persian period. By by the students and the schools of the prophets as they strove to solidify their teaching of their predecessors. You see this especially because some of the books, Isaiah and Jeremiah in particular, seem disjointed and out of sync with political elements. And these leaders suggested that perhaps they were kind of composed like latest hits of Jeremiah, rather than imposing chronological sequence consistent with the national political issue of the day. Rearranging the book actually makes it much easier to understand Jeremiah's life in a classic way, which is absolutely worthy of note that you see that the book a national role, since they spoke to major geopolitical events, and at the same time they were very much focused on the ground basic conduct. And wrote about that or spoke in very, very sharp, powerful contemporary had a phenomenal impact on the development of Jewish thought. One of the persons who was most deeply affected, perhaps, is one of the last kings of Judah, known as Josiah, or in Hebrew, Yoshiyahu. A fascinating backstory. He was secluded as a child, became king at a very young age, and very sincere kind of individual. And at one point, he was moved to renovate the grounds of the temple, and they found, this is described in the book of Kings 2, chapter 22, they found in the temple a book. Some commentators think it is the full Torah, which is kind of strange, given what we've been doing until now. Others say it is just the fifth book of Deuteronomy, which is also called Mishnah Torah, the repetition of the Torah, because it goes back and kind of summarizes many of the main ethical precepts, the fourth commandment of the earlier four books. But Josiah says, okay, let's hear what does the book say. And the book is open, according to the rabbinic traditions, to a passage that is one of the most horrible set of curses in the entire Torah, the Tokafah, which describes how the Jews will be punished for their adultery and so on. And Josiah, realizing how far they had strayed from the teachings of the Torah, he shares his book in mourning, like this mourning ritual, and he institutes a wide-ranging series of reforms in Judah to try and get it on the straight and narrow. This is also something you see in the sense that, especially in the book of Kings and most of the book of Chronicles, there's like sort of like an epitaph for every king. This is a good king. Did what God wanted. This is a bad king. He strayed from the word of God. Back and forth, this kind of oscillation. It tends to be more black and white, although some of the kings are decidedly mixed in their approaches. But King Yoshiyahu is clearly one of the good ones, and bringing the Jews back towards the old faith of Judaism. He also was a very successful military leader, and he took advantage of some of the major tensions in Assyria and Egypt, and actually struck out the north and expanded these territories of Judah into the region of Israel. Unfortunately, he died in the battle. Judah could not hold on to this territory. Now, I want to just turn to one last thing from this here that I find absolutely fascinating. I have given you a fairly standard traditional treatment of the ancient history of the Jews, and I have qualified that from time to time in the light of contemporary scholarship that sort of tries to thread the needle between maximalists who basically take the Bible exactly for specific historic events, and that the Bible strives for historicity, meaning strives in fact that we understand today, rather than, let's say, poetic terms or the deviation from what we might consider chronological record. The minimalists, you say, hey, theological record is so thin. How can you even assume that when this happened? We saw that the golden era of the United Monarchy, Saul, David, and Solomon, hardly a trace in the archaeological records. You have the Salvan tree, which is 150 years later. You have the House of David existed, but what exactly was that? So many historians have opted to consider everything before the Omerides in the 9th century basically fiction. And it's a kind, in my humble opinion, it's a bit of an intellectual hubris to say that simply because they have not found any evidence other than the biblical text to prove that X, Y, or Z happened, I'm going to assume it's not true. That is, it's not a mathematically conservative position. It's overreach and denying the value of the Bible as a historical source. So, why I'm saying this to you now is because occasionally archaeologists discover a tiny little thread that connects us to the past in such a powerful way that hammers home the idea of, oh my gosh, it happened. This is real. And every single discovery makes a huge difference. Have a look at this one. This is fantastic. This is a parking lot in Jerusalem, or a former parking lot in Jerusalem. You can imagine in the Holy City there's tremendous amount of archaeological work going on. So this parking lot was discovered to actually be set off of a major archaeological site. So in 2019, a dig at this site was an amazing thing. This villa, which is essentially a kind of a stamp that would be used on clay, it belonged to Nathan Melech, servant of the king. You look at the second book of Kings, chapter 23:11. King Yoshiyahu had a servant whose name, once in the Bible, named Nathan Melech. Exactly the name. Like the validity of the Bible as it was lovingly. Anyway, the story will not end well because the Babylon Empire takes over Syria. This invasion occurs at the beginning of the 6th century before the Common Era. And that's when we have the late exile of the Jews, this time primarily from Judah to Babylon, and so we'll pick up the story next week. Thank you very much for listening.
Whenever you see something odd, you can just inject your God to explain that. And yet at the same time, on the other side of the coin, it also has unbounded avoidance capacity. Because you could say to me, like, I saw a UFO at this site on Monday, on Tuesday, and Wednesday, so come Thursday, we'll see it together to tell me every day. And I come with you, I don't see it, but I guess it changes mind. It didn't happen today. It doesn't disprove what you saw. And so, we've said, we've surveyed the surface of Mars.
The Babylonian exile could be fairly short lived, less than a century, but will be highly consequential for Jewish history. Let's have a quick look at this brief period of time that had a main impact on the development of Jewish thought, Jewish religiosity, and of course the story of the Jewish people. This 19th century painting is inspired by the famous Psalm 137 that begins with the phrase, "By the rivers of Babylon," which describes these Jews being taken off into exile. You can see here the patriarch of the clan is wearing a shackle on his wrist. And there we sat down, the psalm goes on, and we wept when we remembered Zion, meaning when they remembered their homeland in Judah. And they were forced, Babylonian captors, to sing a song of Zion. So hence the harp there that's being held by the patriarch and everything. And indeed, this passage is a very moving depiction of sadness and frustration and anger that Jews felt at being displaced homeland by Nebuchadnezzar. The conqueror, of course, was Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon. Here you see a arrowhead that was discovered in the region. There's extensive evidence of destruction throughout the land of Judah. Benjamin, however, was apparently not devastated to the same degree, which indicates that it may have surrendered to Nebuchadnezzar without violence. But there's extensive evidence of the incursion of the Babylonians into the region, wreaking havoc beginning in 604 before the Common Era. There are some attempts at revolt against Nebuchadnezzar, and there is one of the ways in which the Babylonians respond is through progressively exiling the leadership of the region, although it's still a comparatively small number, less than 5,000 if you look, for example, in the book of Jeremiah. There is some indication that, as we saw earlier with some Pharaoh's exiles, that the leadership and also skilled craftsmen and potentially military personnel were especially targeted for these expulsions to Babylon. There was no, however, corresponding influx of population as we saw under the Assyrians. The goal was to simply displace those people who might influence the population to continue their revolt without necessarily transplanting new population in their place. But we have massive destruction, particularly in the final campaign that begins in the year 580 and will culminate in the destruction of this temple. Nebuchadnezzar's destruction of the temple is one of the most prominent dates in Jewish history. It's usually associated with the year 586 before the Common Era, but in the Jewish psyche, it is huge. It is there's a whole series of dates that are associated with the siege beginning, the breaching of the walls, and ultimately the burning of the temple. And those dates are actually incorporated into the Jewish liturgical calendar with a series of fasts beginning in the summer and culminating in the late summer, the date of Tisha B'Av, the 9th day of the month of Av, which usually falls in late July or early August of the Gregorian calendar. And this whole period of 3 weeks between the breaching of the walls and the is observed as a form of semi-mourning by Jews, even to this day, with the limitation on certain types of celebrations. Some communities will refrain from haircut, on listening to live music, all kinds of restrictions meant to reflect upon the horrendous meaning of the destruction of the temple in this year. This is Solomon's temple, of course, that we're discussing, and this entire period from Solomon's creation temple, which would have been in the 10th century up until its destruction in the 6th century, is collectively referred to as First Temple period. The Second Temple was referred to the rebuilding of the temple under Cyrus, which we'll discuss in the videos. One more element that's especially important to note is that Nebuchadnezzar placed a person in charge, Jewish leader in charge of the entire community, with the hopes that individual, Gedaliah ben Acham, would calm the local population and keep them from any revolts. But he was really killed in an assassination by other Jewish, by people who were more hot-headed to rebel against Babylon. The assassination of a Jewish leader by other Jews is also marked in the Jewish liturgical calendar. The date of his death is marked the 3rd day of Tishrei, which is the date after Rosh Hashanah. It's also observed as a fast day in commemoration of this horrible act of intracommunal violence. Fascinatingly, in Yuba was found some interesting seals, including this one that bears the inscription in Paleo Hebrew, Gedaliah, who is over the house, which seems to apply that Gedaliah is in charge of at least this particular estate, perhaps even larger than that. Many archaeologists have opined that this would easily belong to Gedaliah ben Achikam, the individual that we referred to earlier. So when taken all together, besides the figures we mentioned in Jeremiah, it's less than 13,000 Jews were exiled to Babylon. Babylonian exile lasted from about 586 till 539 before the Common Era, although, as we shall discuss shortly, chose not to return to Israel after 539. The situation of the Jews in Babylon is recorded in the biblical book of Ezekiel. He was a prophet who acted in the region. And according to his account, many of the Jewish exiles were located in the city of Nippur and also in its, so notice below Nippur is the city of Shushan, or Susa, which is the setting for the book of Esther. There's some significant scholarly concerns about the specifics of Esther, meaning when does it actually happen based on the names of kings and things like that. But it is set between the temple periods, and all kinds of material inside the book of Esther is in consonance with what about the Babylonian reign at that time as well. Living in Babylon were heavily influenced by Babylonian culture at this time, most significantly with the adoption of Aramaic as a lingua franca, as a vernacular, a language they commonly used, and all Aramaic would replace Hebrew as the language of the Jews and the entire Near East at this point. The language that will last over years. It is spoken even today in some parts of Syria and Turkey. It is, of course, the language of the Babylonian Talmud, and there are a few different versions we'll discuss in a later lecture. Hebrew was never abandoned. It became the language of scholarship and liturgy as opposed to the daily language on the street. The Jews also adopted the calendar, specifically the names of the months, Tishrei and Tammuz and so on. The Hebrew names for the months are simply numbers. The first month would be Nisan in the spring, the second month one. And so the Babylonian custom of naming these lunar months was applied to the calendar. It wasn't an exact fit because the Jewish calendar has a leap month on a somewhat irregular appearing scale. And so there are 12, but there is one of those Adar, which is an early, which may be doubled. You will have an Adar Rishon, an Adar 1, and then an Adar Sheni and Adar. They adopted the Babylonian lunar calendar names for each of the months. Okay, let us continue with our discussion of the Persian period, which we'll go in the next video. Thank you very much for watching.
Budget and enormous supply of need something. What would be how you would set it up to make it even more powerful? The what goal? Seeing further, seeing clearer, being able to precisely locate planets and get a much better view of them. Yeah, I think, as I said earlier, whenever we improve our instrumentation, our precision by a factor of anywhere from 3 up to 10, let's say, in that ballpark, like a big improvement, you get surprises. You find stuff you never expect. So we've seen that every time. So every time, yeah, I think
let us now turn to the Persian period, which basically covers the period in the Persian context of optical light,
X-rays, and then recently we started doing LIGO listening for gravitational waves from the universe. It's like listening to acoustic oscillations in the universe rather than seeing it.
the background
And again,
to
as
the
you start
Persian
to discover tons of emerging black
Babylon,
and it's
you
just
look
totally
all
transformed
that Nebuchadnezzar invaded
So whenever we
586,
look in a different
and
way,
the situation
surprises us. So it's not going to be a single mission. It's not going to be we should all just pull out excellence from Alaska.
the situation for the Jews remaining
We
is
need
yet
to have this multi-pronged
this
attack.
is
Let's just
especially
keep
so
pushing everything and making sure it's
who was
significantly
the king
improving
of Babylon, also known as king of
and the scientists especially and to do science unless the data is made public and then the people actually there to study
he was
those are the two
extremely
key
pious
just have great
sun
telescopes and
worship,
great people.
and see in this particular theory we saw worshiping various he was known as the proponent of the cult of sin. I also think that's a rather ironic term, although I imagine sin is one way to but anyway, he was more, he was saying he was not sure, he was much more insistent on promoting his religious views throughout the Babylonian Empire, and that turned out to be a disaster because the person who then had done the opposite of tolerance and received a lot more support. One I know about Memo Music, who actually vacated from the central capital for decades, leaving his son Belshazzar in charge. And this is a scene from Rembrandt's famous painting Belshazzar featured in the Book of Daniel. The chronology of the Book of Daniel and the chronology of the Book of Esther are within this period that somehow difficult to choose out. But anyway, this famous scene shows Nabonidus' son, who is the regent, who is technically in charge of the country at this time, received some kind of divine visitation, which then writes some Hebrew letters on the wall. That's where we get the English expression, the writing on the wall. It's a kind of an acrostic puzzle, which is fairly faithfully represented by Rembrandt Man. His well-known association with these views of Holland is definitely something that puts him in good stead in ancient Portugal. But basically, the message was that you are doomed, your empire is going to be taken over and torn out. And in fact, that is what will happen. The Persian Empire would swallow up the Babylonian Empire, and that would, of course, not only Israel, but Egypt and Libya and North Africa. This map shows you the extent of the Persian Empire under Darius I, and there's actually some number attached to the names because of the famous verse at the beginning of the Esther, which describes 127 and that is the distribution of the provinces in Persia. The one that's especially important to us is within this region called beyond the river, which is beyond the Euphrates River. Recall way back in the word just makes you crazy. On the other side of the river, that's the name that was used for the Jews when they were in Israel. Seems to be the big one, and it was until context beyond the river means the capital. I think people would have a much greater sense of majesty. Beyond the river, 5 provinces here, and one that's it's such a bummer. It really is. It was obviously related to I've talked about too many times on the podcast already, but there was a time when I went to the Ethiopian the Big Island. I went up there on a perfect night. There was no one. It was like being in the hall of the universe. It was like being in a spaceship. Spaceship, that's where it was so incredible. The entire atmosphere was stars. The Milky Way beautifully life-changing. Life-changing. I've gone through 3 times since. We're going that way again. You gotta make it event. You gotta take up to space. Yes. I think just so much on Sarah, for example,
that's right. I bring them up and let them have that. And I think that much with Kate Barry. Kate Barry, she's good.
We will see how later
I mean, I think they'll be great, but I also think they should have a much bigger. That's just me.
would eventually
Going into
expand.
space, just being able to see it.
But at any rate, here's the food, and this is the big part
There was no light pollution. You get away from the campfire, you lay on your back, and you see everything. And I think that gave us a better understanding.
As I mentioned earlier, one of the policies that was advanced by the Persians under Cyrus and Darius in particular was the opposite of the late Babylonian policy. Rather, Cyrus promised all the denizens of his
those are all fireballs.
but they would worship as they please. This is quoting a lot of documents like the sky cylinder, and a version of this tolerance of faith is expressed in the Hebrew Bible. In the book of Ezra, which describes the central blessing of the Jews to return to Jerusalem, to rebuild their destroyed temple, and to resume their worship there. Gratitude, by the way, Jews instituted a daily worship, weekly service, or sacrifice on behalf of Yahweh, which has retained its presence in the modern day liturgy in terms of little paragraphs that insert on the Sabbath prayers. That was a blessing for the diasporic rulers very happy to return to Jerusalem at the summer to rebuild the temple itself outside tolerant. The two male figures who really stand out, society builders of this time, Ezra and Nehemiah, both of whom have books in the Tanakh named after them. There's a lot of really interesting scholarship on the relationship between these two books and the factories and stuff like that. I didn't care about the things that really try to feel where I want to go. So let's just deal with them as one unit for the time being. The books of Ezra and Nehemiah, which are quite unusual stylistically as well, maybe even better than when you see something like that. First person memoir, the way they read. They describe how Ezra and Nehemiah came to Israel in the 5th and 6th century in order to try and restore the Jewish society. Two major priorities. The first was, of course, the rebuilding of the temple, the reconstruction of it physically, and the reinstitution of the daily worship of also related to that was a concerted effort to consolidate the modality in the country, so much so that all other rationalist types of worship were strictly banned. And some scholars say that the Persian period is especially important in defining the future trajectory of Judaism as a whole, because under Ezra and Nehemiah, the Jews really rejected a lot of the foreign worship, and they concentrated on a particular way of understanding the Torah as a whole. That's why the Savior, but once again, very briefly. It is important to note that, as the sages say, the flower there is no Torah, meaning there has to be some of the Persian royal treasury underwrote much of this activity, underwrote the reconstruction of the temple, provided tax exemptions to all the employees of the temple, the Levites in particular, which gave them a huge advantage in social status and personal wealth. So there was like a real support for the effort of building the temple against the and at least towards the beginning. Just to show you some interesting things here, this is a not out for the study canon, which is comes up with something. And on the right, in Paleo Hebrew, is that are directly a result of someone wanting to control natural resources. You can see on the right there, people there. Really smart about it, but the oil's clearly everybody. And on the left, there's actually described as a lily, which is interesting, but it's charging for air, which is wild, right? I think it's kind of crazy, that we've allowed that system to be in place where each will literally be controlled. Blood of the earth that we use to plastic and electronics, and that's where we're at. Right, so when you get into space, I've never had that experience. So it's like clear skies, but I think when you look and see dark countries and boundaries, you just see this, but only that's why it's just a fragile thing.
this is it. Like, it's so you can
the
so
government.
easily.
But as the medieval trader Rothschild says, protest
Must be
all
possible.
begins
So
with
idea
the
like
so
space
the
daddies come to keep us from blowing ourselves up.
very,
Like,
very different.
that might be like very
The
idealistic.
first is, for
If
example,
they don't exist
relatively
on our own,
limited
that
design.
fatherly figure come down and teach me here are my ways, look after us, just let the cabaret come. This is it, right? It's on our skin to solve this. I was like when I was about to go on the run, everyone I would
There,
same thing, lead step back and go, hey, cut this shit. Maybe the only step I would use nukes. Maybe they look up for a troll of acceptable aggression that they allow. Yeah, I don't think there's any backs though. There's no backs. I think it's up to us. I think we have to figure out. But I think we're all aware of that, and it's kind of part of this awareness of this experience that we're going through. Is that it's not guaranteed, and that there's a bunch of struggle that really has to take place, a lot of thinking that has to take place, a lot of talking and understanding and regulation. Some of our behaviors don't feel logical. Most of them, a lot of it totally counterproductive. Why are we still being
also
like
very
territorial?
serious, especially
Like, what is it? Even though you're
itself,
not,
was that
like,
based on
like a lot of people, you know, it's not every
legislation,
every interaction that's enough. That's enough. That's still pushing the
marriage.
worst aspects of our life, which is
Felt that
war and poverty, crime, violence, and so much of those things.
non-Jewish
Yeah,
wives
I mean, because
would
you can like talk podcasts, and because it's competition, and that competition probably drove you to look as and so he's a scientist who studied medical science that I want to not like crush my crush the other scientists, but I certainly have witnessed the level of field where if you want to stand out, you have to not go
another
for
life
that.
as a whole,
And so that
through
drives
marriage
me
with
become,
other
I'm
side of
definitely
the coin.
influenced by company. I feel
So this
that,
period
yes,
basically
which makes me a better scientist, which sounds pretty
until
fantastic. But
Alexander,
like, let's just crank out the hours. We're going to do the best we can. But if I know no one, like I just said, a couple years to myself, I'm just going to chill and speak with stuff. So that competition, like you said, it's real edged. And I don't know, we need to figure out a way to channel it because, I did martial arts as a kid. And one of the things I really learned, I did taekwondo, I did a bit of Muay Thai, and I did some Shotokan karate, but mostly taekwondo. And I learned a lot from that, and just mentally build myself. I really want my kids to do martial arts because I feel like it's just a transformative experience for learning how to master yourself. And one of the things I really learned was how to channel negative feelings into something.
The period we're going to begin describing right now is an extremely important period in the history of the Jews overall. And in many ways, it is a period that has had such phenomenal impact that Jews today are really still reeling from the encounter between two very important cultures that are encapsulated by Athens and Jerusalem. Jerusalem, of course, we've dealt with extensively now. We're in lecture 18 of this series. It stands for monotheism, with prophets, revealed religion, all kinds of things. Stands for a culture that is so radically different and so amazingly tempting, so much powerful information in Athens. But this is the first time that the Jews in Jerusalem really encountered a culture that was so powerful as a physical might, but in terms of its persuasive power, that they were fully engaged with it, and in many ways risked losing all of their own self-identity in the process. So that's really what we're going to have to talk about right now, is the development of something called Hellenism. So the term Hellenism comes from the word Hellas, meaning Greek. And in this context, I'm sort of using the shorthand of Athens because of all the Greek city-states, Athens is perhaps the most significant and has so much of the golden era of Greek culture, which flourished in the 5th and 4th and 3rd centuries in particular, that affected Jerusalem. Now, the Greeks were guests in Israel long before they were conquerors. There's no question that Hellenistic ideas were penetrating into Israel in the Persian period, but it gets a huge burst forward when Alexander the Great begins his massive conquest of the Near East and goes all the way out through Central Asia until he gets right to Afghanistan and up to the edges of India, really. He dies prematurely on his way back. His soldiers rebel against him, and there's a lot of fascinating stories about Alexander as a person. But in our context, we really want to know his relationship to Israel in particular. So there is a story that is related in the Talmud. Apparently, he came to Jerusalem and he encountered the great Rabbi Shimon HaTzadik, who convinced Alexander not to destroy Jerusalem. That much for sure is true. Jerusalem is not destroyed by Alexander, and that's a kindness. It's wonderful. Jews are generally very happy when their cities are not destroyed by conquering armies. It does not happen all that often. The legend goes that as a result, all Jews named their sons that were born in the following year Alexander after this kindness, and in fact, Alexander is a very old Jewish name as a consequence, even though it is Greek in origin, not Hebrew. In fact, my own grandfather, and one of my sons is named Alexander as a consequence of this particular interaction. But what we can say about Alexander's presence in Israel is the fact that he brought with him Greek norms, Greek organization, Greek government, Greek economics, and Greek thought as well. And that is extremely important for our purposes, because this is a period in which Jews were fully engaged in everything Greek, even to their own detriment, as we shall see. The idealized cooperation of the Greeks and the Jews is encapsulated in the rabbinic reading of a verse in Genesis that Japheth, who was one of the sons of Noah, will dwell in the tents of Shem. Shem being another son of Noah. Japheth, in the cultural world, represents Greece, and Shem represents Israel. Hence we get the term, by the way, Semite, for example, from Shem. Jews historically engaged in the thought of these philosophers in a very big way. Platonic elements can be seen in a lot of thoughts, in particular when you look at the mystical tradition. There are a lot of congruent with Platonic teachings. Aristotle has a very strong role to play in the way that Maimonides describes, for example, ethical behavior, the golden mean. There are some very significant differences there, but the central concept seems, really congruent. In fact, Maimonides calls Aristotle philos, the philosopher. And it's one of very important medieval things. Aristotle was one level shy of actually achieving ruach inspiration that's associated with it. There's no question. There's a lot of respect among the Jewish thinkers, really, for much of the ancient and medieval period, for the great Greek thinkers, and their philosophies were engaged in a very, very important way. One must not think that the encounter of Athens influenced only the highest intellectual levels of the Jewish community. On the contrary, there's abundant evidence to indicate that Jews as a whole saw a lot of value in Hellenistic culture and adopted it in many aspects of human life. For example, as I'm recording this video, I'm thinking a lot about the holiday of Passover. I just finished reading Tractates in the Talmud, and there's a lot of discussion in the final chapter there about leaning. Of course, those of you who celebrate Passover, one of the elements of the Seder is that one must lean to the left while eating, which is awkward in regular diet, especially if you don't have arms up. But in ancient Greek culture, this would be perfectly normal, because upper class free men would typically sit on these sort of chaise lounges to eat. This is a room called a triclinium, which means free reclining, and it would be a wealthier Greek, specifically the men. The room was all an andro, a men's room, literally, because it was typically men who would eat here, women would eat elsewhere. I don't think that would be entirely true in a Jewish setting, for reasons which are beyond the discussion here. But at any rate, it's very clear from the Talmudic discussion of how people are supposed to eat on Passover is that Jews are supposed to like free people. And their model of free people's eating is this kind of strange Greek leaning to the left. So even in common sorts of interactions like dining, like personal adornment, beauty, names, there's so many Greek names that make their way into the Jewish vocabulary, and not just great figures like Alexander, but figures like Antigonus, who's so-called. Antigonus, clearly a Greek name. So there's no question that on all kinds of levels, in a systemic manner, Hellenism penetrated Jewish society. We see it also in terms of, for example, entertainment. The Greeks were phenomenal entertainers. The tragedians, Aeschylus, Sophocles and Euripides and so on, making phenomenal plays that, still classics today. The Greek myths were so powerful and so engaging that Jews were also engaged in theatrical presentation, quite often against the wishes of the rabbis, as we shall see later. The theater was associated with all kinds of ways, but that didn't stop the Jews from going to the in general. Here's a beautiful theater at Caesarea, as built later on by Herod, not in the Greek period. It followed a lot of Greek culture as well, and Jews were frequently in the theaters, much to the consternation of the rabbis. Even things like the Sanhedrin, which is, of course, a deeply Jewish institution, being the great court of the Jews. And the idea of the Sanhedrin is already described in the Torah, with gathering of a certain number, a large number, in this case we hear is 72, men to judge cases of Jewish law. The very word Sanhedrin is Greek in origin. This is not a Hebrew term. And these are just a few examples of how Athenian culture really penetrated Jewish culture in so many ways. This was what was going to become a kulturkampf, a culture struggle, but in the first 150 years of the Greek presence in Israel, Jews were, grabbing onto it with hands. The period that I'm describing right now is primarily the period from Alexander the Great, about 332 before the Common Era, to Antiochus Epiphanes IV, who is the wicked king associated with the Hanukkah rebellion. That was in the year 165 before the Common Era. So we have about 150 years of this kind of cross-fertilization of culture, and even a degree of slavish imitation of Hellenistic norms. But let me just give you a little bit of a Gedunk experiment for a second. So let's say you have a bowl of chicken soup, and it's delicious. It's aromatic, and it's flavorful, and it's got so much nutrition, but it's really too hot. It's too much, and it's hard to eat it when it is so hot. So you put an ice cube in there, you put a little bit of water in there, and you wait a little bit. Oh, it's still delicious, but the fact is, it's still too hot, and you really want to eat it, but it's still too hot. So you put some more ice, a little bit more water, and at a certain point, and no one knows exactly when that point is, but at a certain point, it becomes certainly cool enough to eat, but it's no longer chicken soup. Now it is sort of chicken with water. And this is precisely the problem of the Hellenistic era for the Jews. This was a moment where the Greek culture was so overwhelming, so powerful, that they were absorbing it so heavily and were at risk of submerging their own identities, their own values. There would be a reaction to that in the period of the Maccabean revolt, which we're going to pick up in the very next video. That's basically when the more traditional elements of Jewish society stood up and said, no, this is too much. Enough with the Greek stuff already. You are taking on so much of it that you are sacrificing core values. So that's where we're going to pick up our story in the next video. Just want to kind of set the scene of the very powerful and tempting culture of Greece that encountered Jerusalem in the 4th century before the Common Era. Thanks very much for that.
find their own authentic voice. Because no one wants to see a copy, right? You want to see someone fresh. That's why it's exciting.
Well, then the beautiful thing about YouTube and putting out your own content is you can figure that out on your own. You don't have to get molded by executives and some, show business type people that are going to turn you into a version they think is going to be most marketable. You can figure, and people would probably tell you to do it differently. They'd probably tell you to get out more energy, David. You got to wave your hands around a lot.
That's why I don't do those shows. I used to do a few of those, and I got sick of it.
Okay, now that we've had a quick look at the tremendous Maccabean revolt, I'd just like to take a couple of minutes to be a very short mini video to look at the dynasty of the Hashmonaim, that is the king's high priests that followed the Maccabean revolt. And this is a period of tremendous consequence in many ways, but I'm just going to do it very lightly today because we'll be coming back to it repeatedly over the next coming videos. Basically, the period that we're discussing now is from the Maccabean revolt, which happened in the 160s before, up until the entry of Pompey, a Roman general, in Jerusalem in the year 68 before the Common Era, so about 100 years. Now, the truth is, the Maccabean dynasty, known as the Hashmonaim, continue, particularly through the line of Mariamne, a great-great-granddaughter who married Herod. But the Herodian dynasty is quite distinct in many ways, and that extends from the middle of the first century before the Common Era up until the Great Revolt, which results in the destruction of the temple in the year 70. So we're going to look at the first 100 years from about 167 to about 68 before the Common Era. And bear in mind that we've got another 100-odd years that are quite distinct. We'll spend a lot of time on them from about 68 before the Common Era to 70 of the Common Era. Okay, let's look at this first 100 years. I think the most significant thing to say about the Maccabean dynasty is the remarkable territorial expansion that took place under their watch. Have a look at this map here, which shows you the center of the Maccabean revolt was essentially in Judea, right in the region around Jerusalem, in the Judean hills and so on. It was fairly landed. It had some access to the Dead Sea and, of course, the Jordan River, but otherwise it was efficiently blocked from the Mediterranean and from significant population centers to the north as well. Under the successive kings, however, under the brothers of Yehuda Maccabee, and then under his next, you begin to see significant expansion, in particular under the Yochanan Kohen, also known as John Hyrcanus. You see very significant extension to the north throughout Samaria, expansion to the coast as well, and most significantly for historical purposes, the expansion to the south into Idumea. This will become extremely important because this is the region from which Herod will descend. And the Idumeans and their conquest by John Hyrcanus is one of the more controversial periods in Jewish history because this was the first and only time that we have in recorded Jewish history of a forcible conversion of a non-Jewish people. The Idumeans were accepted into the Maccabean kingdom, and they were also forced to accept Judaism. Now, what exactly that Judaism was that they accepted is something we're going to explore in the next 3 lectures of this series to some degree. But this was something that the rabbis later severely criticized. They viewed the negative implications of Herod's rule in particular as a consequence of this forced conversion. And as a result, Judaism put essentially a ban on any type of state behavior like this or any even communal behavior like this. Forced conversion is simply not a thing in Judaism. As a result, you will also see significant expansion under Alexander Yanai, one of the Maccabean kings who was definitely not by the rabbis. His wife, Shlomtzion Malka, we'll discuss in a moment, she had a very major impact. However, on the promotion of the rabbis, the sages, who again were in the subsequent lecture, the Maccabean kingdom, which we might even say was a small empire, actually expanded dramatically in all of activity, not only geographically and militarily, but also in terms of its physical reach, into its cultural activity, in terms of its economic activity. Have an amazing series of coins coming to the Maccabean kingdom. Here you have a beautiful coin which is in my possession. This is a pruta, this unit of currency that was circulating in the Maccabean era. This comes from the era of Yochanan Kohen Gadol, or Ernest. And you can see on this coin there is a double cornucopia. You can see how primitive the coin is. It's stamped off center and it's lumpy and so on. The double cornucopia symbolizes prosperity and wealth and so on. And on the other side of the coin, this is very difficult to make out, but you can see lots of examples on the web. And it's an interesting kind of take in which Yochanan Kohen Gadol refers to himself as being part of the commonwealth of the Jewish people. This is one of the significant areas in which the rabbis were critical of the Chashmonaim, because historically the office of king and the office of the high priest were separate. The office of the king was assigned to the tribe of Judah ever since David, and the office of the high priest is specifically among the Kohanim, obviously, who are the descendants of Aaron, who was of the tribe of Levi. But among the Maccabees, they took both of those offices to themselves, which the rabbis felt was an inappropriate arrogation of additional authority. And some of the kings kind of tried to soften this by saying they rule with the consent of the commonwealth of Jews. Others were less hesitant about proclaiming themselves both high priest and king. This is also an exceptionally important period because we see the rise of a new class of authority figures within the Jewish body politic, quite possibly following a much earlier trend, but only now, perhaps with state authority, do we really see these individuals beginning to rise to authority. I'm talking specifically about the sages, also known as the Pharisees, primarily in Christian readings. These are essentially the rabbis who would become great leaders of the Jewish people, inspire them, shape the way in which we understand Judaism today and things like this. There's a lot more to say about this, but you'll have to wait till the next lecture. But for now, let's just look briefly at Shlomtzion HaMalka, which was an unusual woman. She was the widow of Alexander Yanai. She was known in much of the Greek literature as Salome, but beware, there are several Salomes. This is not the Salome that is associated with John the Baptist. This is Salome Alexandra. Shlomtzion HaMalka means simply peace unto Jerusalem. Her name Shlomtzion means peace unto Jerusalem. At any rate, she was, unlike, a great fan of the rabbis. Her brother was very highly placed among them, and when her husband died, she was allowed the freedom, now as sole ruler of the Maccabean kingdom, to institute a new reign which was very religious friendly. I know it's strange because just 100 odd years earlier, they had fought this battle for religious liberty, but under the successive Maccabean kings, it was strangely curtailed. And Shlomtzion HaMalka, in many ways, revived it by giving the popular rabbis, whose base was really among the later population, specifically from the temple, really from the sacrificial, so on. So Shlomtzion HaMalka, in many ways, actually restored this bit of religious freedom of expression. Her reign was regarded as pure prosperity, both and spiritually. Unfortunately, this all came to an end. We will recall that when Yehuda Maccabee was engaged in his struggles at the beginning of the Maccabean period, he actually appealed to the Romans for the possibility of intervention. They did not intervene at that time, but it helped to stay some of the ambitions of the Assyrian Greece in Israel at the time. But with the death of Shlomzion Hamalka in the year 67, her sons engaged in a brutal conflict over who would control Israel, who would be the next king, who would be the next high priest, and so on. They both independently appealed to the Romans, specifically in the figure of Pompey, shown here, a general, who ultimately ended up intervening in that fraternal conflict by invading the region and taking Jerusalem in the year 63. Hard to imagine a fraternal conflict like this with an appeal to an outside source turning out any differently. But at any rate, that's what happened. Pompey enters in the year 63 and effectively establishes Roman dominion over the land of Israel. The Hashmonaim continue, the dynasty goes on, and ultimately it will become the Herodian dynasty. Herod marries one of the last daughters of the Maccabean kingdom. But that's something that we'll have to explore in a further video. For now, though, we've had a quick look at the brief rise and tremendous expansion and the tremendous potential demonstrated by the dynasty of the Maccabees, and we'll have to continue with discussion of the internal religious developments in the next video. Thank you very much for watching.
Which I think is possible, but I would say that's probably a much less likely solution.
Why do you think that the universe's age is a less likely solution?
Because we've got this like in particle physics, we've got the standard model, which occurs like all the particles and the electron, the baryons, all this kind of stuff. And in cosmology, we have a similar kind of model. It's called lambda CDM. And so the lambda stands for dark energy, and the CDM is
It's time now for us to just take a step back away from the political and military and to sort of the social history of the era of the Hashmonaim. And I'd like to look a little bit more at intellectual history. In order to do that, we're going to have to expand the chronological scope of the period I'd like to cover. I'd like to take a look at the Second Temple period, extends in the conventional chronology from the years 539, when the exiles returned from Babylonia under the decree of Cyrus that we described a while ago, and began to rebuild the temple until the year 70 of the Common Era, which is the date normally associated with destruction of the temple by the Romans. We're actually going to squeeze a little bit past that up to the year 200. So we're talking about a fairly large period of time right now, and I'd like to speak about the most important trends and two of the most important intellectual products of the Jewish people at this time, specifically the Midrash in next lecture, and then the Mishnah in the lecture after that. So let's think a little bit, though, about what's happening intellectually and spiritually in the Jewish population after return from exile. We have a period of time now which is moving from a locus of authority in revelation, the high period of the great prophets that we described a while ago, and their direct access to the intent, which then they would share with people, whether or not the people would like it. And now we're moving into a period in which a lot of that text has been now recorded and is now in circulation, and this on top of the text of the Torah itself, the first 5 books of Moses. And now the locus of authority shifts from those people who are somehow immediately receiving the word of God, which is then they distribute as instructions to people or as review. And now it has to do with people who can interpret the existing texts that slowly become canonized in this period. This is a very important shift. It takes many hundreds of years, but it represents the rise of the rabbinic class. A different group of people who are not necessarily known for their somehow innate ability to receive divine inspiration, as the prophets were, but rather they are known for their ability to intuit the meaning of those words and to provide guidance based on text. Now, A lot to say here. There's a lot of theology mixed in with history as well. I'm going to try and deal with both of these things in such a way that we can appreciate history as it develops on a human level, and at the same time understand a little bit about the way in which Jews understood these events on a religious level. Perhaps I should point out right now a beautiful passage that's in Shia Cohen's wonderful work from the Maccabees to the Mishnah, which covers the period that we're talking about today. He asks a great question there of what is Judaism? Is Judaism like an ideal aspirational set of beliefs and in particular practices, and the closer that a person adheres to that normative Jewish behavior? Or do we say that Judaism is what Jews do, whether or not it is connected to this aspirational ideal? The former question is answered best by a rabbi, which, by the way, I am not. The latter question is addressed more by a historian. And we will kind of be dancing between these two poles from time to time, trying to understand what Jews ideally wanted for themselves, and in particular how the rabbis articulated who wanted for the Jewish people. And on the other hand, we'll try to understand what Jews themselves were doing. Today's lecture, however, and the two that follow, we're going to be focusing more on the aspirational way of understanding what is Judaism and what do Jews do. Okay, enough introduction. Let's go straight to the material here. So one of the most important institutions that develops at this time is something called the Great Assembly, the Knesset Hagadolah, the Great Assembly. The name Knesset in modern Israeli pronunciation is, of course, the deliberating body of the Israeli government, and it takes its name from this original institution at 120 seats in it, just like today's Knesset, and so on. Now, the roots of the Great Assembly lost in the midst of time. One might assume that the Great Assembly was first under Ezra, that he is named, in fact, in some of the later literature as the leader of the Great Assembly. And we know in particular that Shimon HaTzadik, the Shimon the righteous one, was the last of the Great Assembly. That's a reference right there in the opening paragraph of Pirkei Avot, one of the greatest statements of rabbinic philosophy in the ancient period. So it's hard to date when Shimon HaTzadik lived. There are different opinions as to which Shimon, the high priest, that was. The Talmud places him in the late 4th century with the advent of Alexander into the region. But it's also not impossible that this could be a Shimon that lived a little bit later, actually in the period of the Chashmonaim. That would make the Talmudic reading problematic. At any rate, the actual membership of the Anshe Knesset Hagadolah was apparently high-level rabbis, we shall see exactly what that title means, and also some of the latest prophets who were included in there. Haggai, Zechariah, Malachi, for example, were included in this body, this deliberative body that was also a legislative body. It's a great mystery. What exactly was it? How did they convene? Who was involved in it? But for the time being, we have to posit that this body did produce a significant amount of religious legislation. We begin to see the development of a new title, Rabbi, which is really not used in prior texts with any amount of frequency. The term Rabbi is derived from the Hebrew term Rav, which means great or large. In a sense, you would address someone, your highness, I guess in English, your greatness. And in Israel, the term used late antiquity was Rabbi, that's the actual pronunciation, which means my greatness, my largeness, which is translated to be my teacher. That's more colloquial and more accurate in that regard, but it's not a good term, literally. In Babylonia, the term Rav alone is preferred. the term rabbi, with that pronunciation, it's actually kind of nonsensical in Hebrew. You don't actually have that word pronounced that way in Hebrew, but that's the way it came down to its English. In Russian, for example, it would be Rabbi. There are all kinds of different ways to pronounce it, but it means my teacher. Now, in the context, this is not a prophet. This is not a king. This is not a priest. This is someone new. This is an expert information work, the class of people that rise to prominence in this Second Temple period, and in particular in the last century before the Common Era and the first century of the Common Era. That's the golden age of the rabbis. In many ways, that's the period in which we get a lot of the great writings. We'll talk about two major sections of them in the next two lectures. And I want to just make one last point before we go on to the next level. One of the things that you see happening in a lot of popular histories, particularly those written for theologically inclined audiences, is this idea of writing backwards, of trying to imagine what ancient history was, and looking at that aspirational ideal, even of today, but the late antiquity, first century, early second century, and positing it backwards. The problem is we don't have contemporary texts that will allow us to really get a good look at what it meant to be a rabbi, let's say in the year 500 before the Common Era, or 800 before the Common Era. We don't really have a text. We do have texts from much, much later, like let's say 100 before the Common Era, that will tell us about something that's 500 years earlier, but that, of course, is from a historical point of view not as ideal as contemporary period text. By the time we get to, though, that weird year zero, there wasn't a year zero, but you know what I'm talking about, we will have lots of interesting texts that are written from outside the rabbinic perspective that also give us some great ideas for what it was like socially. But for now, we have to kind of with the text that we have and project backwards as conservatively as possible to try and understand history as it actually is. Here's a beautiful image from Johnson Cave, the construction of the Temple of Solomon in Jerusalem. It really looked nothing like this. What an amazing kind of inspirational image this must have been. And the reason why I illustrated this particular slide with the artwork of Fouquet is because we should recall that around this time there is a big shift in the center of authority. Who do you go to for religious instruction, for religious inspiration? In the pre-Ezra period, or let's say the first temple period, that would certainly be the priest, the Kohen. The Kohen would be able to be connected to Jews, to the temple rituals, to the sacrament, locus of. We have scattered tiny, interesting references in various biblical books to types of prayer, which were almost always done soon, or like Hannah, for example, at the beginning of the book of Samuel, at the tabernacle when it was in a traveling mode. But we don't have a lot of really great data about, who would you go to if you lived in, I don't know, Spot, or if you lived in Alexandria. Where would you get religious instruction in this second temple period? There seems to be a shifting away from the temple itself, although it retains the center, but it becomes more diffuse as people seek out religious instruction, and it becomes to move towards people who are masters of the Masorah, of the tradition, which, as we shall see, involves a lot more than just textual familiarity with the texts that would become canonized and form the Tanakh, but really masters a much larger amount of information, which is enclosed in something we call the oral Torah. The people who inherited this new mantle of authority and would ultimately become much more significant once the temple is destroyed in the first century are, of course, the rabbis. They're the ones who are able to take the portable edition and implant it in the diaspora and nourish it not only so that it thrives, but in fact it flourishes. And at this point, we should try to understand, what do we mean by the Tanakh? What do we mean by the Bible, to use a Greek term? There's no question that the biblical texts were circulating at this time of the Second Temple, and through a process which is not at all clear, they eventually become canonized. This is a term which is used to kind of imply what is closed, what is now accepted as having the authority of divine approval. And this eventually forms the tripartite Bible, the Torah, the first 5 books, Nevi'im, which are most of the prophets, and then finally Ketuvim, or writings, which includes some kind of miscellaneous works like Psalms, which are more like prayers, the wisdom literature, like the book of Proverbs, some other books which seem like they belong in prophets, like Chronicles, and some fascinating miscellany, like Song of Songs, for example. Now, there's no question that these texts are circulating in the 2nd century, but we don't know exactly the process by which they were exactly canonized. The Talmud definitely mentions a specific number. Nowhere does it actually list all of the individual texts of the Bible. It's just kind of accepted. By the 1st century, it's just a known thing. Yes, this is what's included. This is what these are, which are not included. Now, there are a few passages in the Talmud which speak about whether or not this or that book should be included. Some decisions are made regarding, for example, Song of Songs and regarding Ecclesiastes. And other decisions are made regarding books which are definitely books like Ben C. We talked about the book of the Maccabees, for example. Those texts are excluded. The people who earn mastery not only of these texts that become the Bible, but also earn mastery of the interpretation of these texts. Those are the rabbis. And we should also point out one last detail here. They have different rules of interpretation depending on which book it is. The 5 books of Moses, the Torah, that is considered sacrosanct on the highest possible level. There are no accepted errors. There are no typos, other than obviously scribal ones, which would render a Torah scroll invalid for use. And there's a whole series of hermeneutic rules as to actually how does one interpret the written text of the Torah. What we're looking at, by the way, is the oldest existing text of Rabbi and Ketuvim. Unfortunately, the Torah section was lost. The Aleppo Codex, which dates from the 10th century, and as you can see, there are a lot of Masoretic markings on the inside, which indicate, for example, how the text is to be pronounced and so on. We'll talk more about this when we get to the Masoretic movement later. Oh my gosh, there's so much stuff going on. That's kind of like an introduction to the rise of this new information class of the rabbis. Look at 2 of their major occupations, which was the recording of something called the Midrash and something else called the Mishnah in the Meshkilah.
So as far as we can tell, this is part for a start not to have plans. The second part for the course not to happen. That was a big breakthrough. The second thing is, as Barry alluded to, there's a huge diversity in them. And the actual story we normally describe for how they form.
One of the most fascinating aspects of early rabbinic work is a method of interpreting the Torah which is known as Midrash or Midrash. This is a fascinating approach to the text of the Torah, specifically the first 5 books of Moses itself, but there are midrashim on the rest of the Bible as well. Let us understand what exactly is this midrash and how it is understood today. So, the golden era of rabbinic hermeneutics, meaning the way in which rabbis understood the Torah, was towards the end of the period of discussion today. That is between the years 100 before the Common Era and let's say up to about 200 of the Common Era when the Mishnah was redacted. That does not mean to say, however, that all of the texts that are described in Midrash are from that period, really quoting much older statements which had been handed down as part of the oral tradition, and then eventually become recorded by a class, a historical period known as the Tanaim, and the later class known as the Amoraim. More on that in a few lectures. So the texts that we're describing today, many of them can be dated with accuracy no earlier than, say, about the year 100 before the Common Era, but they are quite earlier traditions. And we see this, by the way, in other groups as well. Homer, for example, the Odyssey and the Iliad, the great classics of Greek early literature, were also handed down as oral traditions until they were finally recorded in text. Now, the term midrash is a way of approaching the text of the Torah, of interpreting the text of the Torah. It comes from the word drash, which means to seek out, to request, or to examine. And it is a fascinating and often quite disruptive means of understanding the meaning of the Torah text itself. It's really quite creative. In many ways, it's not dissimilar from a lot of modern literary techniques, such as deconstructionism and so on. Fascinating ways of reading the text, often reading it with multiple valences in, contradictory directions. Absolutely fascinating. I should point out, it's very important to understand, that according to Jewish theology, Drash also comes from Sinai, that it is an oral tradition, goes all the way back to the roots of the written text itself, and as such has tremendous importance. However, when you have midrashim that move in different directions, or midrashim that seem to be, highly hyperbolic in nature, it can be very difficult to understand what exactly they mean. Many approaches, particularly in the modern era, understand the midrash to be, very poetic in nature, rather than hard and fast and meant to be taken on a literal level. But I will leave that to the rabbis to figure out. I'm just a regular There is halachic midrash and there is Haggadic midrash. Halachic, an adjective, an English form of an adjective, from the word halacha means to walk or to travel. And this is the word used for Jewish law. Much more to say about this. Halacha is developed, and especially when it's in the medieval period. At any rate, halachic midrash are midrashic readings of the text by the rabbis that inform how Jews should behave, hence halakhic. So, for example, you'll see on the left here is a photograph of an IDF soldier who is wearing phylacteries, or in Hebrew, tefillin. These are leather boxes that are commonly worn during weekday prayer. The box on the top contains several scriptural passages, and the box on the left arm also contains scriptural passages, and there is a ritual for wrapping them around the arm and so on, and then prayers are read while these are going. Now, a question might arise, where does all this come from? If you read the Bible itself, it says in Deuteronomy that you shall bind them, which appears to be a reference to the words of the Torah, as a sign upon your hands and as frontlets upon your eyes. Now, what exactly is a sign in your hand? What does that look like? Frontlets between your eyes, what does that mean also? So the Midrash steps in to give us some explanation. Let's have a quick look at one example. You'll note in the picture here that the box of tefillin on the arm is worn on the left arm, on the bicep, slightly tilted inwards towards the heart. If worn correctly. Let's have a look at how we get to that from the Midrash. So this is from the Midrash Halakha called Sifrei, which is written on the book of Devarim or Deuteronomy, and I've taken these citations from the amazing website Sefaria, which is a fantastic place to get Hebrew texts. It's huge and free and wide open. I love it. So here it is. I'll read in Hebrew. Rabbi Eliezer Omer, Al Yadcha, the Goba Shel Yad. The Torah says that you should wear the tefillin on your hand, and that means the high part of your hand. So what would that be? Well, you figure that's up towards the top, maybe perhaps on the bulge of the biceps. But you said it should be on the high part of the hand, but maybe it should be on the hand itself. I mean, the text only says on your hand. Talmud Lomar, and it will be for you as a sign upon your hands, for you as a sign, and not as a sign for others. Right? So you read what's happening here. The Midrash is kind of looking with a microscope at the text itself, and you're trying to figure out, well, put this box, you put it on the back of your hand, you put it on your forearm, where it goes. As well, the rest of the text says it shall be for you as a sign, something that's closer to you. So that would mean up here, which is close to the center of my body, myself, my heart, soul. Okay, interesting. Like the Midrash is investigating and asking. It's not written like, a series of rules. It's written like a give and take. We'll have more to see about that in the Mishnah. These words shall be on your heart. Davar shekeneged libcha. It means that it should be something close to your heart. Where is close to your heart and hand? Well, that would clearly be your bicep. Right? So, of the Midrash, really picking apart the text, finding a couple words. One is for you, and another one is your heart. Those are one word each in Hebrew because there are three words and so on. So, that's how you know where the film should be worn. It doesn't exist in the text itself. Unpack the text to get to the meaning of it. Now let's just go a little further. And Midrash, by the way, goes deep and deep and further and further, like you would believe. Davar acher. Another interpretation. That itself is fascinating. Midrash would allow multiple interpretations. Yadcha zesmo. It says on your hand. You say it's the left hand, it's the right hand. Okay, I can't prove it to you for sure, but I can give you kind of an illusion. Look in the book of Judges, it says, Yada liyated tishalchena liyamina malos amalim. So then the Midrash goes on, I'll paraphrase in English, that in the there where Yael kills Sisera by driving a tent through his temple. Yikes. Her hand reaches out to the peg, and her right hand is holding the hammer. So there you go. Whenever it says hand on its own, without specifying right hand, must mean it's the left hand. Okay, nice. That's not a proof, but it's just one example. In number 9, when Rabbi Natan says the same thing, that it combines binding with writing, so that means the hand that you do the binding with is the same hand that you do writing with. And for most people, that is the right hand. And the Midrash will go on and on. I'm not going to do the last part here, but there's so much of it. What about if you're naturally left-handed? What about if a person is an amputee? All kinds of things like this the Midrash will explore. And of course, this is just the beginning of a long exploration, which you also find in the Talmud. So Midrash is such a clear example of how the rabbis now, as information workers, are teasing out the meaning of the text and providing direct, clear instruction on halakha, how to behave. The other major area of Midrash, and I would argue that especially the Haggadah Midrash is even more important. Unlike halakha, which deals primarily with what Jews should do, how they should act. Agada, on the other hand, which is related to the word Haggadah, like in the Passover Seder, means the telling, refers to how Jews might want to think, refers to lessons of the text, philosophy, history, biography, metaphysics, all kinds of things about the text that reveals to us that doesn't necessarily specifically mandate a particular course of action, but does mandate some kind of thought process. So just to give you one example, the binding of Isaac, which is described in Genesis 22. So in that passage, when God first approaches Abraham and says, I want you to sacrifice Isaac, the actual text of God's request is a little more specific. It says, take your son, your only son, whom you love, even Isaac. The Midrash asks, why all this? Why not just say, take Isaac? What is this business of all these other phrases? So let's look at Bereshit Rabbah. Bereshit is the word for Genesis, once again, from the amazing Safari website. And the phrase says, Yomer Kachna es bincham, etc. Take your son, and so on. Amar lo, by the way, you'll notice that in the printed text, they don't bother quoting the rest of the verse, because you really should know it. What are you doing this? Studying Midrash if you haven't studied the Torah properly? You got to know it. Amar lo, kasha mincha kachna eza. So it says to him, please take your son. Amar le, train benin. So Abraham says to God, this is not in the biblical text. This is the Midrash interpolating a dialogue that is not reproduced in the biblical text. How to approach that interpretation? Is it imaginary? Is it a thought experiment? Is it actual? What exactly does it mean? God's, and note, by the way, if you're sensitive to the language, that this is written in Aramaic rather than Hebrew, which indicates a sense of that it would have been written down in text form, even though it could have been repeated over and Hebrew much longer. Further back in history, it was recorded certainly in the period when Jews spoke Aramaic. Hebrew. Anyways, Abraham says to God, what do you mean? Two sons. Which son is different? Right? Don't forget, Abraham has Ishmael, the older son, and Yitzchak, the younger son, Isaac. Amar, so God says to him, your only son. Right? Remember that the text in the Bible said, take now your son, your only son, whom you love, you Isaac. So God says to Abraham, your only son. So Abraham doesn't leave alone. Amar lo, ze yachid l'imo, ze yachid l'imo. God, I don't understand. This one, Ishmael, is the only son of his mother, and this one, Isaac, is also the only son of his mother. Ishmael is the only son of Hagar. Isaac is the only son of Sarah. Which one do you mean? Amar lo asher ahafta. God says, okay, Abraham, the one that you love. Right, so listen to what Abraham says. Amar lo. He says, are there limits to emotions? Is it possible for me to measure which one I love more? There's a limit to this? I don't know. So, and finally, God says to him, Amar lo, he says to him, okay, Isaac, that's what I'm talking about. I'm going to keep talking, and meanwhile, I'm going to put the English up here so you can review my translation. But basically, what's going on in this Midrash is God is stretching out the conversation with Abraham, or perhaps we can say that Abraham is stretching out the conversation. The conclusion of the Midrash is that it stretches this out in order that every aspect of this commandment should be cherished, meaning it's a long, detailed description of what Abraham is supposed to do in order that Abraham should take it very seriously and perform it with great precision. Now, I would like to suggest that there are other readings of this Midrash as well, and that's one of the amazing things about a guided midrash is that it's so and powerfully deep in meaning that you can really think so many profound thoughts as you try to work through the midrash. Also, note please that the midrash seems to be intrinsically opaque. It's not transparent. It doesn't give it to you on a platter. Everything the midrash is trying to say requires you to respond to it. Perhaps this is a way of understanding the word midrash itself. It's a journey for meaning. It's an attempt to discover something, and in that sense, midrash is absolutely fascinating and beautiful to study. Okay, let's go on in the next lecture to talk about the Mishnah, another incredibly important achievement of this particular of Jewish history.
The following is a conversation with Jack Weatherford, anthropologist and historian specializing in Jacob's.
Let us now discuss the Mishnah. And as you can see from this photograph here, the Mishnah was, for the vast majority of Jewish history, the preserve exclusively of men. This is a highly androcentric activity. The yeshiva is, for most of Jewish history, a men's club where guys get together, typically in uniform like this, with kippas and white shirts, and they struggle to understand the meaning of the text. In the 20th century in particular, we see a lot of change. God willing, we'll speak about that change later on in this series, but for the time being, this is essentially a man's activity, but that's not where I'm going right now. Let's go to the text. One of the major things that happens towards the end of the period that we're discussing right now, right around the year 200 of the Common Era, is a fateful decision by Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi, who is a Jew charged with the political leadership of the Jewish population in Israel. And remember, this is a good 130 years after the destruction of the temple, after tremendous devastation, persecution of the Jews, expansion of the diaspora, Jews taken into slavery, phenomenal economic pressures, all kinds of things are threatening to tear apart the Jewish people. And Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi decided to take a fairly dramatic step, which was heavily criticized in its time, of taking all this body of information, which we have called the Oral Torah, recording it in writing. That is, taking something which has been for centuries handed down from rabbi to student, debated orally in study halls such as the one I showed you earlier, and suddenly say, you know what, now we are going to capture it in specific words on a page. They're going to be reified, there's going to be a text, it's going to be like the written Torah, which has more or less been canonized since the first century at any rate, and now we're going to take this intentionally flexible document and body of teachings, and we are going to freeze it, stone, canonize it much like the Bible has been canonized, and that's going to change the way Jews learn their Torah. It's also after the disastrous Bar Kokhba rebellion that results in even more devastation, particularly in the region of Jerusalem and the Judean mountains. And so that are a very, very difficult time in their history, politically, socially, economically, and especially religiously. So what Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi did, and we'll speak more about this, God willing, when we get to the 2nd century in our discussions, teachings that will become the Mishnah, but he specifically did not list it as a law code. He did not list all of the conclusions. He rather listed a series of debates. He listed a series when Rabbi X says this, and Rabbi Y says that. And like if you're looking to the Mishnah to try to find an answer, how can I cook this chicken? Is it kosher or not? You won't find that answer there. You have to, as you see that Rabbi X is kosher, Rabbi Y it isn't kosher. And the only way to know it is to actually in the debate, see how that eventually ends. Rabbi Yossi does not offer that to you because he intentionally retained this open-ended dialogue necessary document. It's absolutely fascinating. Let me give you a look at a couple of examples. So here's a passage from the Mishnah in Peah. That's a tractate that describes how when you are harvesting your field, you have to leave a corner of the field behind for the poor people. The word Peah means corner. The Peah, which is the corner of the field, the first fruits that you will bring to Jerusalem as a sacrificial offering, the appearance in Jerusalem, like showing up, and the acts of kindness. And finally, the study of Torah. On the other hand, are the things which one enjoys the interest thereof in this world, but the principal value is in the next world. And notice here, by the way, the rabbis make an explicit reference to Olam Haba, the world to come, heaven as it were, which is not something you find in the Bible in the same way. Kibud Abba'in, honoring father and mother, right? You enjoy kind of like an ancillary benefit of that particular commandment in this world, but the principal value, the reward of it is in the next world. Yimut HaSodim, and kindness to others. Bahava Shalom Bein Adam and bringing about peace between people. The Talmud Torah, and learning Torah. Well, that's the best of everything. Okay, very nice. So that's the Mishnah. It's kind of an open-ended statement in terms of you want to know what more about these things, but there's no internal contradiction until you get to the very next passage, which says, "Ein pochasin lapea mishisha." You can't leave less than 1 part in 60 as the sacrificial offering of Peah. What? You just told me that there's no shiur, there's no size to Peah. Now in the very next Mishnah, you're saying there's a size. The Mishnah continues, even though I know, I just said that there's no measure to it. Hakol lefi godel sadeh, lefi rov ha'anim, lefi rov ha'anav. It has to do with the greatness of the field, the field, and according to the needs of the poor, and according to how much of yield the field gives. So it just throws out the first Mishnah out the window, and now we're going with the second Mishnah. And we also don't have a clear large size. We have 1 in 60 size give us, but we don't have a larger size. And then if you look in the third part of this Mishnah, which I'm not going to go into, then there's not only size in terms of how much area you have to divide, but when you have to divide it, where in the field you divide it, and so on. And so the Mishnah offers right away different approaches to the same question. And understanding what you're supposed to do is by engaging it, hopefully engaging it with a study partner, especially engaging it with a rabbi who then give you the course of debate and bring you to a conclusion. That's how the Mishnah works. It is intrinsically dialectical in nature. You must engage it. You must ideally engage it as well. What's in the Mishnah? So the 6 orders of the Mishnah form the acronym Zman Nacha, which means takes time, or if you like, time flies. And they're as follows. The first 3, making up the acronym Zman, or time, are seeds, which are primarily dealing with agricultural law. Mishnah on Peah, that's referring to agricultural laws in Israel. How do you the Peah from your field? The second section is times, which primarily deals with holidays, the Sabbath, Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, Sukkot, things like that. Third section, which is the largest section, is Runa, Nashim. And this also gives us a sense of how androcentric the document is. It's primarily written by men, for men, and so it is about women. And so the section on women deals with how does one marry a woman, how does one divorce, how does one pay the divorce settlement and tubot, all kinds of things like this that deal primarily with relations with women. Then the fourth section is damages. So yes, there's a lot of yeshiva jokes about the sequence here, but damages are kind of like the classic section of the Mishnah. By the way, all of this forms the core of what would become later the Talmud. So the Talmud is essentially an extensive discussion of the Mishnah. More on that in a later class. And then holy things, which deals primarily with the temple, sacrificial laws, and finally purities, which deal with the complex laws of personal purity, such as the bathing and ritual immersions and so on. So those are the areas that are of concern to the Mishnah, divided into these 6 sections. The 6 sections are known in Hebrew as the Shisha Sidrei Mishnah, the 6 orders of the Mishnah, and abbreviated that is known as Shas, and that's also an abbreviation for the Talmud because it follows the same order. So when someone learns Shas, they're typically saying they've learned the entire Talmud, usually the Babylonian Talmud, although the root of that term comes from the Mishnah. Let's just reflect for a moment now on the implications of this document, the Mishnah. It's hugely important, immeasurably important in terms of the survival of the Jewish people. Rabbi Yehuda Nasi's achievement was to take a text which was rooted in revelation as a source of authority, first the revelation to Moses at Sinai, then the revelation to the prophets and so on, and firmly transform the chain of tradition, the Hebrew term is Masorah, into a text which is theoretically far more accessible to anyone. He retained a lot of the features of the mission that required human engagement, such that it's not appropriate for a Jew to simply pick up Mishnah and say, "Well, I'm going to learn the Mishnah, and I'm not going to ask anyone else what it means. I'm not going to engage with a rabbi or with a study partner and so on. I'm just going to text on my own, and I will hope for the best." That is not the traditional form of Jewish learning, not what Rabbi Yehuda Nasi intended by keeping the arcane and open-ended nature of learning. Rather, what Nasi did was he cemented the need for a sense in Jewish intellectual activity that Jews needed to gather to focus on this text. But at the same time, he allowed the entire Masorah to be far more portable. Suddenly, in the absence of the temple, Jews could still engage in study as a religious act, which is certainly enshrined in the earliest passages. A little while ago, for example, it talks about speaking of the words of Torah as you walk upon the path. But the Mishnah was a huge leapfrog in preserving them, so later be expanded, and we really took us to the present day. Okay, that's it for our very quick 3 brief lecture look at intellectual history and the rise of the rabbis. We're going to go back to political and social history with the Roman period next. Very much for watching.
There was nothing he could do. He was just a little boy. Now that family is left there on the step. 4 children,
At this point, we should have a brief look at the very consequential reign of King Herod, in Hebrew, Herodes. Herod reigned in Judea from 37 to the year 4 before the Common Era, put in place some of its most magnificent architecture that lasts to the present day in some cases, and had a dramatic impact on the nature of the interrelationship between several elements of the population. He was a tyrant, a madman, but a very effective administrator at the same time. And although he made tremendous efforts to try to win over the local population, he never quite managed to do so. He created a tremendously important image of the land of Israel far and wide. He really brought the fame and the prestige of the region into a much broader discussion and consensus in the world, but at the same time he ruled with an iron fist and was quite fierce. The story of Herod's rise to power will give us a sense of what the times were like and the tremendous separation between ruling classes and what the common person would have thought of as the ideals of Judaism. Now we'll look at this map here. You see, this is what the Roman looked like in the middle of the first century before the Common Era. The blue area on the right represents the conquest of General Pompey that we mentioned very briefly recently, but it is in this context that we understand the precursor of Herod's rise to power. Basically, as we picked up from last week, when the last great of the queens of the Maccabean regime, Queen Shlomtzion Hamalka, Alexander Salome, when she passed away, her two sons, Hyrcanus and Aristobulus, got into a fratricidal conflict over who would be the king over Israel. Antipater, who was one of the Idumeans, and as you recall, I'll show you a map in a second. Idumea was south of Judea, and this was a region that was forcibly conquered, and the people there forcibly converted to Judaism by John Hyrcanus. Very controversial moment in Jewish history. Antipater was of the descendants of that people, and he was kind of like a nefarious figure in the lean years of the Samaria. He advised Aristobulus, one of the brothers, to go out to the Nabateans, they were a kingdom that were in the south, but also on the other side of the Dead Sea, and Nabatean aid to try and push his brother out of rulership. His brother decided to go to Pompey. In particular, Pompey brought both figures before him and decided that Hyrcanus was like the weaker of the two, and therefore he decided to back Hyrcanus because he would be easier to name the ruler under Pompey. Pompey's advantage of his type of invitation. Pompey then marches on Jerusalem, and after a siege, gains access to the city and massacres some 12,000 inhabitants, according to Josephus. He also, because he's heard about the temple, very curious to see exactly what is the ritual of the Jews, and so he desecrates it by his presence. He does not destroy the temple, but he actually walks into the Holy of Holies to investigate what he finds there, and is rather surprised to see that there is nothing inside the Holy of Holies, that the Jews really do worship an invisible God. Here's a powerful painting by Jean Fouquet in the century showing Pompey's entrance into the Holy of Holies, and you can see at the bottom the land of Jerusalem is littered with corpses. He divides up the area into four distinct regions. Actually has four pieces to it at this point, and it is geographically landlocked, that is from the Mediterranean, does have access to the Dead Sea. Working from the south, you see Idumea. To the east, you have Perea. This would be on the east bank of the Jordan River. And then there's the Samaritan land, and up to the north is the Galilee. These were four regions that were assigned to Judea at this time under Pompey. In the larger history of the Roman Empire, of course, Pompey gets locked into a major conflict with non-Roman Julius Caesar. What ends up happening is that Antipater the Idumean, you'll recall him, who was involved in a nefarious way earlier, he ends up joining with Caesar against Pompey, and when Caesar ultimately defeats Pompey, then Caesar names Antipater the de facto ruler of Judea. Hyrcanus, who's still around, is named simply Ethnarch, which means leader of the people, but it doesn't actually have the force of rule that Antipater would have. Antipater in turn named his two sons to leadership position. The elder son, Phasael, was given the governorship of Judea, the central part, and his younger son, Herod, was given control of the Galilee. At that point, Caesar was assassinated, and shortly thereafter, Antipater himself was assassinated. Herod would revenge his father's murder somewhat later. But while this is all happening, the Parthians invaded. These these are people who live to the far east in the region of Babylonia. They come in, they completely take over the region for a short period of time. They come Aristobulus' son. Remember, this is the other brother in the Civil War. And so his son Antigonus is named as king. And they take Hyrcanus, his rival, and they physically maim him so he can't take the position of high priest. The role of high priest was exceptionally important, especially in the Maccabean era, because it was not uncommon for the high priest and the king to be the same person. Phasael, Herod's brother, is captured and he ultimately commits suicide and flees by way of Alexandria to Rome. In Rome, he's a hit, and he ends up being named the King of the Jews. So he returns back to Judea in the year 39. The Parthians are driven out, and after an extensive struggle with a tremendous bloody, ultimately approaches and conquers Jerusalem in the year 37, and of course there's another massacre of the local population. And so from that year, 37, with his conquest of Jerusalem, then he reigned basically undisturbed until the year 4 before the Common Era. A Stalin-like period of time, and in many ways he ruled like Joseph Stalin ruled himself. We will have plenty of occasion to speak about Herod's madness and his cruelty. You should also remember at the same time that he was not a typical spy. He apparently had very strong feelings about how the country should be run, and he was willing to meet the local population halfway as long as he could maintain the control in the manner that he decided. He attempted from time to time to have councils with the local people. He attempted to intercede for them on behalf of Rome. He also forgave taxes during years of drought. There were a few things that we can point to which were exceptional in his reign. But the main positive element of his long rule over Israel was his role as a builder. Let's look at three specific areas where he was extremely significant. The first is, of course, in a major renovation of the temple grounds. This is a modern reconstruction, of course, but Herod expanded the footprint of the temple grounds. He lavishly decorated the entire facility. He built brand new walls. In fact, most of the stones to the kotel, the remaining western wall, most of the ones that are visible are in fact stones from the Herodian era. Much lower down you'll find the stones of the Hashmonaim and so on, but you have to go into archaeological sites to see the lower levels. This was a calculated ploy which was designed to win over, unsuccessfully, the affections of the people. Herod knew that the temple was definitely the spiritual center of the Jewish people, and he thought by magnifying it, he would develop greater connections with the larger population, and also, this did work, develop the fame of Jerusalem as a major capital of the ancient world. And in fact, the fame of the eternal city did spread far and wide, and many people were very curious to see what is this great temple that the Jews worship at. He also at the same time maintained very strong connections with Rome. Although he himself was of somewhat dubious Jewish origin, he of course was an Idumean, and there was always questions about how Jewish were the Idumeans to begin with, given their forced conversion. But for certain, he was a citizen of Rome. In Jerusalem, it was difficult for him to express that well, although he did, for example, attempt at one point to erect a Roman eagle on the temple grounds, which offended the Jewish sensibilities so terribly that once it was taken down, he simply did not try it again. But in the port city that he built, Caesarea on Mediterranean, he created essentially a Roman-style polis. That's a Greek word for a kind of self-governing city, which had all of the trappings of the greatest Roman cities around the world. This beautiful amphitheater and many other facilities that were much more Roman in style. And for the next couple of hundred years, the Romans would prefer Caesarea as their capital, as their main. Though Jerusalem had far greater status, it was much too Jewish, it was much too religious. Caesarea not only did it have better access to the sea and so on, but it had a culture that was far more welcoming of Roman lowlands. There was a very large Jewish population in Caesarea, but it was essentially a Roman city on Jewish soil. One of my favorite of his constructions is his remarkable palace at the rocky outcrop, which is in the Judean desert. You can see the desert there. This gorgeous facility, remote and summer palace. There's a winter palace, I'm not actually sure. But built with this engineering ability and also with aesthetic sensibility. I climbed, as many young Jews have done, to the top of Masada as part of my coming of age experiences, and watching the sun rise over the mountains of Moab in Jordan is an absolutely amazing experience. One can only imagine what it would be like to have your palace located there, one of these several palaces. Right, that gives you a sense of his vision, his connection to the outside world, and his good. However, as I mentioned, he failed to make a connection with people as a whole. The population, from the very beginning of his rule, favored Antigonus, who was a legitimate leader from the Hasmonean dynasty, even though it was a flawed dynasty and his father and uncle had quarreled miserably over who would control Israel. Nevertheless, Herod was never able to get over the taint of his association with the Idumeans and also his brutal use of force to impose his will on Jewish people was not seen with much charity. In some cases, he was, if you look at this coin, for example, you get a sense of him trying to find the balancing position. This is a Herodian coin from his era, and on the left is depicted an eagle. This is the first time that a Jewish king, since the Persian era, had put any kind of living being as an image on a coin. This was considered to be something that was deeply offensive to the Jews of that era. I mentioned the Roman eagle at the temple grounds, and this coin was circulated primarily in Caesarea, but all the other coins that circulated elsewhere were free of images of human beings or of animals and so on. So it's like he was prepared to do something for the Jewish people, but he really didn't believe it himself, and he wanted to stick with Roman values elsewhere. He failed to win over the people, and in particular the Pharisees, who we'll speak about shortly. They refused to take an oath to him. And multiple acts of cruelty, the Christian scriptures describe an incredibly awful incident in which he murdered thousands of infants. We may get back to that a little later when we talk about the growth of Christianity. It meant that he was never a popular king. He also had an incredibly bizarre and tragic family life. He married multiple wives, like many of these kind of Eastern, for various purposes to connect himself. Usually unsuccessful. Highest status of him was Mariamne, who was shown in the first slide here. Mariamne was the last princess from the line of the Maccabees, and through he hoped to gain some legitimacy as a king coming from the Maccabees. Ultimately, however, he would murder Mariamne, and then in a fit of regret and rage, he would order her body preserved in honey, which is just bizarre because he wanted to be close to her even after death. Also murder all of her sons in a fit of that is his own son Mariamne, as many of his children, many feeling that they were in some cases corrected to overthrow him. In the last years of his life, he was overcome with, and ultimately he passed away in the year 4 before the Common Era. And the legacy that he left to his successors is going to unfold in the first century in some very significant ways, resulting, for example, the birth of Christianity, which occurs under his successors, and then the great revolt, which will ultimately lead to destruction of the temple. Okay, that's a very quick King Herod. Let us continue in the next lecture with a discussion of the Jewish population at this time. In particular, we're going to look at sectarianism before we return to politicalism. Thank you very much for watching.
They set off to find the learned people of the Sicilian River, flows into Siberia and on into Lake Baikal. They had to go through some extremely rough territory. And we see in this episode, though, Jamaica is already a little bit fierce without necessarily thinking it through carefully. He gives this long speech about all the things they're going to do to the working people. We're going to jump through
It is perhaps a common misconception that the Jews of the first century were somehow better than the Jews of the 21st century. They were more cooperative, more sensitive, more morally acute, and generally more politically aware of their realities that surrounded them. There are some theological arguments to say that perhaps they were more spiritually sensitive than the current generation. I'll leave that to the rabbis to discuss. But when it comes to a historical perspective, I am reminded of my father's oft-stated motto, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose, which means the more it changes, the more it stays the same. And the fractiousness of the Jewish community in the first century before the Common Era through the first century of the Common Era is absolutely incredible, and in many ways quite comparable to our own 2,000 years later. So I'd like to look at three groups today, very briefly, and then in a following video I'd like to look at the fascinating incident of the Qumran community, most likely the authors of the Dead Sea Scrolls. But I'll save that for another video. So today, let's just look at three major groups: the Pharisees, the Sadducees, and the Zealots. How these groups, and in fact, the names for these groups comes to us almost entirely from the testimonies of Josephus, who we've discussed in great detail, but we will come back to again and again in the ancient period, and Philo. Philo we haven't spoken about very much yet. He is an important first century philosopher who lived in Alexandria, Egypt, a very important conduit of Jewish thought to the outside world. And both of them give us some insight into the range of Jewish political, religious, and social action of this era. We can fill in the gaps from what remains from Josephus' and Philo's testimonies, just from the Talmud and the Midrash and the Torah and the Christian scriptures and so on. But we are really heavily reliant on the overall structure that we get from Josephus and Philo. And I'll point out some of the lacunae that we still have in their records of these groups, but for now, we've got to consider are the so-called Pharisees. Not a term defined within the Jews or within the Jewish writings such as the Mishnah and the Talmud and so on. They may be known, which means those who separate. An interesting term. The etymology is not quite certain. It could be that it was originally a term of opprobrium cast at the Pharisees because they somehow separated from either the political structure of the day or from the lower classes. I'm going to explore that in just a second. And then perhaps the rabbis took this as an adequate designator of who they are and who they stood for. This happens actually very commonly in history where one group will find some kind of nasty label for another group, and the other group will end up taking that label on, saying, "Yeah, that's us." One example that is quite close to what we're talking about today would be the term Orthodox. which was originally hurled at the so-called Altgläubiger, the old believers, the traditionalist Jews of the 18th century in particular, and early 19th century, and the term was meant to be an insult. Orthodox means one belief, which is not at all entirely true, but we'll get to that later on in the series. And ultimately, the Orthodox, so to speak, took on that term and said, yeah, that's us, we're Orthodox. Who are the Perushim? Who are the Pharisees? They are, by scholarly consensus, identified with the rabbis, the rabbinical movement, meaning the people who laid claim to an ancestral tradition known as the Masorah, that we've spoken about briefly in the past, and would ultimately be the survivors of this tumultuous time and would be the intellectual foundation of Jewish expression for thousands of years. Again, let me reiterate that during the first century before the Common Era, the first century, there were very many definitions of what is Judaism circulating, and many different groups were laying claim to that label. The Pharisees, or the rabbis, the Perushim, were the ones who emerged successful. What to make of that multiplicity? Well, I guess it depends on how you feel about the rabbis, but this is definitely where Judaism connects itself through the tumultuous couple of centuries we're looking at to the distant past. Okay? They were drawn largely from the middle and lower classes, and generally speaking, not from the aristocracy. There were priests among them, Kohanim among them, but they were by and large not associated with the temple in a direct and controlling manner. Although there are some fascinating analyses that suggest the temple was in fact run according to Pharisaic principles, even though it was another group, the Sadducees, we'll discuss next, who were primarily in control of much of the temple activity. They were known as popular teachers. They were known as people being close to the spiritually sensitive elements of the population, and they were kind of like charismatic leaders. Think, for example, of 18th century and 19th century Hasidic leaders gathering around them the common people who come to them for spiritual guidance. That's not to say that they did not disdain the common people, the so-called Amei Haaretz, which in Hebrew means people of the land, but is often shorthand, at least in Pharisaic writings, for ignoramai. That's a plural, right? Ignoramai, plural of ignoramus, meaning unlearned. And the rabbis actually made a very careful distinction. There's a discussion that's quite fascinating about how one would become a chaver, a faith, which was like the membership of a faith by agreeing, not necessarily by mastering a massive amount of text, which was definitely the desideratum of the rabbis, but by agreeing to be strict about certain particular practices that had perhaps fallen into to be very strict about taking the tithe from one's produce, to be very particular about the laws of diet or the laws of family behavior and so on. And so people would take on this status before a beit din, a court. The three rabbis, they would say, I am going to undertake to follow the laws of tithing, and they would be considered a chaver, a friend, a colleague, a member of the circle. So even though they tended to look down on the totally unwashed and unlearned, this was not an exclusive kind of thing. This was a sense where they wanted people to rise up their educational limitations as much as possible. And this was also not a monolithic approach within the Pharisees either. But at any rate, some scholars suggest that that's perhaps why they were called Perushim, or separators, because they put themselves above. At the same time, they were definitely much more popular, broader population than any of the other groups that we will be discussing in the following lecture. And I've already mentioned the connections with the temple very deep. There's no question they had very particular ideas about how the sacrificial ritual should be performed and by whom, and they felt that the appointment, often for a year or less, of a high priest by King Herod was completely illegitimate, that this should be something that is handed down father to son within a legitimate of priests and so on. But nevertheless, they had a very strong influence on the way that the temple was managed. How many were there? Josephus offers the number 6,000 at one point, which is hard to know whether that's a big number or a small number. If it's referring to the leadership, I'd say that's a pretty big number. If it's referring to everybody who considers himself a Pharisee, that's a fairly small number. And we don't know very much about how to contrast that with the larger number as a whole. When you contrast that, however, with Josephus's reference to about 4,000 of the Essenes, which are a fairly radical group that we'll talk about in our next lecture, then you get the impression that it would have been a very small group indeed. At any rate, we have some sense of who they were and how they were connected to the larger population. They often found themselves at odds with the political leadership because they disagreed of and the item was following the Torah and following the Masorah, meaning the oral Torah that explained the Torah. And they had very little patience for the Hellenizing tendencies of the other classes, and especially of the ruling class and Herod and his successors. The next major group were the so-called Sadducees. They are known in Hebrew as the Tzedukim. That's where we get that strange word Sadducee from. And they derive their lineage from Sadok HaKohen, a high priest named Sadok, who goes all the way back to the Persian era. The Sadducees were very heavily invested in the temple ritual. They tended to be from the aristocratic classes. There was very high concentration of priests among them for obvious reasons. But also they're known for their rather extreme Hellenization. There's probably an overlap between the Sadducees and the initial groups that advocated for more Hellenization during the Greek period. The Sadducees are often the enemies of the Pharisees in Pharisaic documents like the Talmud. Sadducees are often giving the rabbis, the Perusian, a hard time, and the Perusian have smart answers. And there's so many reasons why their ideologies conflicted. The Sadducees had a series of beliefs which are heterodox when compared to the Pharisaic beliefs, such as they did not believe in the world to come. It's not correct to suggest they did not believe in the oral Torah at all. It's impossible to follow the Torah itself without some form of additional commentary to explain how it's translated into real life. But they disagree definitely with the extent and scope and authority of the oral Torah that the rabbis held. They were frequently allied with the Romans, and as we approach the later part of the 1st century CE, of course, they'll be quite involved in the pro-Roman position vis-a-vis the ultimate Roman-Jewish war. Ultimately, they will disappear. No further hint on the continuity of Jewish thought. There is, however, some overlap, certain ideas of the Sadducees and medieval movements like the Karaite movement that we'll have to just when we get there next. And finally, borrowing once again Josephus' theology, there's a group called the. It would be more appropriate, however, to speak of multiple groups, all harboring a variety of ideologies at this point. Some of them were highly politically motivated, some of them were religiously motivated, some of them were simple criminals who engaged in brigandage and highway robbery, creating a greater atmosphere of discontent in the 1st century. The roots of these zealots definitely go back to the disagreement over whether Herod should be king as an Idumean or whether Antigonus should be king, since he was one of the Maccabean line. And there was a tremendous amount of intra-Jewish violence associated with the various zealot movements. Again, grouped under this term without necessarily formally agreeing to belong to any kind of umbrella group. The most notorious of the zealots were undoubtedly the so-called Sicarii, literally dagger men, named after their short daggers that they would carry under their cloaks and engage in assassination of Jewish leaders whom they disagreed with. A very nasty period of time with a lot of intra-Jewish violence. This will escalate throughout the first century and will have a major contributing factor to the Roman-Jewish War that we'll be exploring in a little while. Okay, that's it for three of the main groups identified by Josephus and to a lesser degree by Philo. In the next video, let's talk about the mysterious Essenes and the Dead Sea Scrolls. Thank you very much for watching.
How did that relationship evolve? The two of them never claimed to be friends. They just separated. But now we have them. One Khan is the most powerful ruler on this steppe, who's ruling out of central Mongolia, of the Karen people. And so Tamaka remains loyal to him, but at first so does the Butchers. They're both loyal to him, but they're fighting at different kinds of campaigns. So for a while, they're not.
In 1947, just months before the modern state of Israel was to be born, a dramatic discovery came to light. A massive cache of ancient documents, scrolls, discovered in a series of caves in a very forbidding part of Israel, in the Judean desert, not too far from the Dead Sea, hence the name Dead Sea Scrolls. The series of caves were located around a community known as Qumran, an ancient community long since abandoned, and this promised to be the library of that community. And the documents dated to approximately 150 before the Common Era to the Great Revolt of 66 through 73 of the Common Era, and they promised to shed a tremendous amount of light on the nature of Jewish society in this incredibly important time, including a discussion perhaps of what it must have been like for the early Christians in this period. So let's have a very quick look at the Dead Sea Scrolls themselves and ask some questions about who wrote them and what exactly did they say. So here's a map of the modern state of Israel on a satellite. And as you can see when we zoom in a little bit, the Qumran region and the caves are just to the west of the northern part of the Dead Sea. The location of these caves as a possible source of documents was actually known long before 1947, and documents would occasionally trickle out onto the black market, but the major discovery came out in 1947. Here's a look at the topography of the region. You can see these caves are far up in the hillside, and this would be a place where many outcasts from society or rebels against the regime, like the Bar Kokhba rebels, would ultimately be hiding out. And they're very difficult to get to and a great place to hide them. The arid climate also helped preserve these documents, which proved to be absolutely fantastic. As I mentioned, the collection was positively dated about 135 before the Common Era to about 68 of the Common Era, which exactly sandwiches the late period of the Hashmonaim, the reign of King Herod, the rise of the rabbis, all of these fantastic things, and of course the period of the birth of Christianity, right up until the Great Revolt. So a very important period in Jewish history and indeed in world history, and so what these documents had to say really captured the world's attention. One thing for sure was fascinating early on is that when these documents were painstakingly opened up, it was discovered that they had a tremendous number of biblical fragments in there. Typically not entire samples of works, but there are pieces of the entire Hebrew scriptures, with the exception, interestingly, of the book of Esther. And there are also many other documents in here that say a lot about what it must have been like to be Jewish at a particular point in history. So who were the authors of these documents, especially the ones other than the biblical texts, which of course were copied from earlier texts? We know about the Qumran community. This, by the way, is an aerial view of their settlement. Documents were found far away in small caves that were quite inaccessible. So obviously they must have stored them there for safekeeping, and this was not actually where they lived. They lived down in the valley in these large communal areas. they just community, particularly in any of their manuals of discipline, which are recorded in the schools. And so we get a sense of who they were, at least how they lived. We know that those of the Qumran community were Jewish, that observed communal property, that is, that they lived in, if you will, a strange kind of kibbutz-like environment where all property was in common, but they had a very high of religious mores. They dressed all in white. They had a very strict regimen of maintaining personal purity with a great series of ablutions after, relieving oneself and so on. And they had, all kinds of rituals about how to gather in silence and eat twice a day, with higher status people receiving the food first. And, really fascinating kind of things that talk to us about the specifics of their day. We know that they valued celibacy, although it's not clear if they were actually celibate. So it may be that celibacy was considered some kind of ideal, perhaps after one had children. Of course, having children, by the way, is a very positive ideal in Judaism as a whole, and so they would not have been able to exempt themselves from this until after they had fulfilled that quota, at least if they were thinking like the Pharisees would in the Masoretic tradition. They may be the so-called Essenes, a mysterious group that are named in Josephus, and a lot of the behaviors that they indicate are those that the Essenes would have held. In their own documentation, they never refer to themselves as Essenes, though, so it's hard to make this label stick. The term Essene is of dubious etymology. It does not appear to be a Hebrew word. Josephus uses obviously the Greek alphabet is all that survived of his description of them. And, there's a lot of guesses as to what that name actually could mean. But what the Qumran community call themselves are the sons of light. They often contrast themselves with other groups, and again, it's tempting to try and attach these labels to other groups that we know existed. There are the sons of darkness, perhaps those are the Sadducees, and some theories point to the possibility that perhaps the Qumran community were like disaffected Sadducees. Certainly their hyper attention to purity issues are not unlike those requirements that would have been mandatory for the Kohanim, and perhaps they felt that the perversion of the temple ritual under Herod required them to separate, maybe even earlier, maybe even during the Maccabean period. They may have separated. These are all questions. They also have a teacher of righteousness, which may have been some kind of like historical figure, but it's very difficult to identify which historical figure would that have been. We have other records of that. And they also refer to a group of people called the seekers of smooth things, and some have opined that perhaps this refers to the Pharisees, perhaps that refers to the rabbis, because there are elements of the Qumran community behavior which definitely overlap with Pharisaic ideals as well. These are all great questions that I'm sure over the next century or so people will discover more and more. There's a lot of fascinating things that are being discovered now, for example, looking at the DNA content of the animal skins that were used to write most of the Dead Sea Scrolls. As others, one of the most famous ones is written actually on copper. Fascinating. In terms of the content, what do the Dead Sea Scrolls actually say? So, first of all,
fucking
the
faces
biblical
exploding
texts
so sick.
are instructive in themselves.
Mind
blown.
blown.
To know that the biblical texts that are included in the Hebrew scriptures today were definitely in circulation at the time of Qumran. But the texts that the Qumran community have are mainly fragmentary.
If I had somebody just spamming me all the time, and I actually cared
are expanded texts. There are larger books of the Bible, or like a book that we know that is in the Bible today, but the Qumran version is significantly larger and is more material. So there's a lot of material study here in terms of who these people could have been and how they fit with the rest of the Jewish world at the time. But it does indicate that there is definitely a growing consensus about what would be canonized as the Hebrew Scriptures, and we believe that the full decision was made through the first century. Again, the Talmud does not have any extensive discussion of how it was decided to include certain books and others not. There are a few scattered passages, but no systematic discussion of it. What's more fascinating about the Dead Sea Scrolls is that quite often they have their own commentaries on texts. For example, a commentary on the Book of Nahum, which is absolutely and tells us so much more about how the Qumran community must have viewed themselves vis-a-vis other groups. And as I mentioned, it's hard to pin down exactly which groups they're referring to because there's so much euphemistic language, but for sure we can determine that they felt that they were on the precipice of the Messianic age, that the Messiah would soon be revealed within their lifetimes, and they were preparing themselves to be caught up in the new Messianic transformation. This certainly feeds very well into the notion that the first century was just clicking the spiritual vortex was right for the time that ultimately would express Christianity, because Dead Sea Scrolls are giving us a sense of a population that is carrying itself. Also, as I mentioned earlier, some manuals of behavior, conduct, which overlaps with both Lacha and personal conduct, and also with issues, especially issues of personality. And gives us a general sense, I think, what's in the Dead Sea Scrolls. There's so much fascinating research, so much that is unknown about them still. But I'm very glad to talk about it with you for a few minutes. Let's go back now to Judea proper and try to understand something about the birth of Christianity within this larger historical context. Thank you for watching.
Accumulate riches or power in a way that was for the sake of the riches or for the sake of the power. It was always very practical in what is the way to maximize the success of this operation. Yes, I often wonder what happened to the gold belt.
Why did you know Tom Kite won the 92 U.S.
Let's
Open?
continue our
Why don't you? This is the question. It's not why do I know that Tom Kite won the 92 U.S. Open. It's why the fuck don't you know that? That's the question.
This is obviously an incredibly important moment in world history. Although if you ask most Jews in the first century, they probably would not have noted the appearance of this movement, which would ultimately change the world, because it simply fades to the background of so many other things that were going on at that time. Let's begin first with a discussion of the political background. So, as you will recall from the previous lecture, Herod died in year 4 before the Common Era. The Romans are not thrilled with the idea of giving his descendants, that is, those who survive his multiple wages, the title of king. So the eldest surviving one, Archelaus, was given the diminished title Ethnos, which means essentially ruler of the people, but not having nearly as much power as king per se. The real power would be vested in the Roman. Now, Archelaus was given the most important section of territory to see in his map. He was given Judea itself, which was more towards the south, and Idumea, the region conquered under the and also Samaria. His mother was actually Samaritan, and up until the Galilee region. This was the highest status region of the entire area. It was a mixed population of Jews and non-Jews.
Are you a fan of Tim Hortons?
His younger brother, Herod.
That's like asking me, am I a fan of a
Jewish Galilee region, and the Perea, which was on the eastern bank of the Jordan River.
Inferior.
Another younger brother, Herod Philip, was given the region
Have you ever been to
recently conquered.
I've seen them.
Where? Herod's sister, Salome, was given the region
Why,
of the coast.
if Canada's inferior, why'd you go there?
Which is in Hebrew tradition known as Yavne,
During
very
the
important
19th?
place later
Is
on.
that the only reason to go to Canada?
And also
It's another reason to go to Canada. There's something
Valley.
I will
That's basically how the
understand if you go to Canada, an American between the ages 19 and 21. Besides the reason, none.
And incompetent.
Joe Rogan doesn't go to Canada.
And due to a significant
Neither
amount
do we.
of local
Why? Because
pressure,
we're older than
the
fucking
Romans
21.
decided to simply
Are you done? What is this? What are you
was
done?
exiled to the new
tired
settlement
of
of
this.
Vienne, which is in the south of France on the Rhone River.
Are you done? Is that working?
You know,
No.
not too bad if
Why?
you're exiled to
Nothing.
the south of France, but
Sucks.
not definitely an
Yeah, well,
ideal
that
Jew.
is
Though he is no
that's
less the
not
first
school.
named Jew in France.
Just as a
And the Romans put in place Roman administrators who were called at first prefects and later called procurators. And even when you would have a Jewish king a little bit later in the first century, it was really the prefect or the procurator who would be the person in charge, really having significant power. Two of the most important of these figures were Pontius Pilate, who's extremely important, of course, during the story of Jesus' life and death, and Decius Florus, who is very important in terms of understanding the background of the revolt that erupted in the year 66. In terms of the Jewish kings, there were two of them. They were both named Agrippa, also known as Agrippa. The first one, Herod Agrippa I, reigned from the year 41 to 44. And the reason why his kingship was reinstated had less to do with politics in Judea, but more to do with politics in Rome. He was favored by incoming emperors, and as a result, he was given some territory back. There's a lot of interesting things to say about him as an individual, but I'd just like to focus on two things for our purposes today. First of all, he appears negatively in the Christian scriptures, which we'll talk about more in the next lecture. In the book of Acts, chapter 12 in particular, this is the Agrippa that does very badly vis-a-vis James and also Peter. However, in the Talmudic tradition, he appears with some frequency as a sadly heroic figure, and this seems to have a significant amount of historical support. He seems to have been sort of a divided character. He was raised as a Roman and with Roman sensibilities that is not so much in tune with the much more religious sensibilities of the population in Jerusalem, especially not the rural countryside. And he would have been much more comfortable in the Roman enclaves of Caesarea, for example. However, he did establish significant connections with the Pharisee community, and in many ways attempted to some kind of support for Jewish ideals. The Talmud describes an unusual passage in which he is invited to read from Torah, and he comes upon a passage that essentially describes him as a Ghanaian, because he is the son of Herod, the Ghanaian, would be invalidated from being a high priest, and his eyes filled with tears, and the rabbis who were present say, "You are brother Agrippa, you are our brother." And for this, incidentally, they were criticized themselves. It was a sort of an obsequious thing to say at the time. Nevertheless, fascinating figure. And we won't take us too far off to discuss it now. His is Marcus Julius Agrippa II, also called king, but not of Judea. He was actually given territories that were primarily not Jewish in the region of Syria that I showed you earlier. He actually was a much more slavish imitator of Roman than his father. To back to the Roman side in the Roman Jewish War, and had very little to do with the actual government of Judea proper. But is actually inspired by a passage in the book of Acts, chapter 25 and 26, in which Paul, about whom we have a lot more to say in the next couple of lectures, was called to appear before Agrippa II. You can see him here on the left, and also the procurator, Porcius Festus. Actually, Porcius. That sounds pretty ironic, or maybe perfect for a home. And Agrippa II, sister Berenice, with whom there are all kinds of nasty rumors as well. And it's a fascinating passage in the book of Acts in which Paul is called to explain himself and say something about Christianity. And Agrippa II here comes across as somewhat ambivalent here, not entirely convinced the way the Christians are being treated correct. And anyway, that's a very quick look at the defects and Propius and the brief-lived kings of Egypt in the first century. Now, the prefects and procurators had to deal with a lot of difficulties with this population. That culminated, of course, in the Great Revolt of the year 66, extended for about 6 or 7 years. There were, however, previous revolts. There was a significant revolt in the year 6 that seems to have been connected with a census. Jewish culture frowns on taking censuses, indeed for counting people for any reason. So much so that when synagogue will a quorum for prayer, a so-called minyan in Hebrew, and you need 10 adult males in a traditional Orthodox minyan, you will never count them by numbers. It's inappropriate to count by numbers. You will, recite a verse that has 10 words in it, or a blessing that has 10 words in it, and count people as you say the words. That will know if you have 10 or not. But there was a revolt in year 6 over one of these censuses. There are reasons why a census, of course, should be taken, and there are some still mentioned in the Torah, but again, outside of our responsibility for today's law. There was also a significant revolt in the year 40 when Caligula, the emperor shown here, decided that he, a little bit like Antiochus IV, who we talked about a few lectures ago, wanted to defile the temple courtyard by erecting a monument to himself, which would be completely out of keeping with Jewish sensibilities. And Jews were getting very, very upset about this, and in fact, even Roman authorities were saying, Caligula, maybe this isn't such a great idea. They're kind of trying to slow walk his erection of a monument to himself. Luckily for the region, he was assassinated and was put an end to this strange attempt to put monument to Caligula in the temple. But we definitely are dealing with a population that is suspicious of Roman activity and definitely distrustful of Romans and ready to revolt over it. The Romans in particular, as we discussed under Herod the Great about 50 odd years ago, they've set Caesarea, it's much more amenable to Roman sensibilities, and it was primarily from Caesarea that most of the Roman degrees are promulgated. Significant of these procurators I mentioned earlier was Pontius Pilate. Here's actually a fascinating stone that we discovered a while ago that actually mentions his name. The second time here, one last thing that you should understand here is that it is a period of phenomenal witness. We already spoke of the Qumran community and the Dead Sea sense of what some of these strange population caps may have been like, and what this would have said about the larger society. But what about the Messianic movement associated with early Christianity? We know, for example, that Josephus' go-to source for the first century, he wrote an magnificent work called The Jewish War, which we described in the lectures, talk a little bit about who Josephus was as well. Another major work called The Jewish Antiquities, which is huge, and a lot to say about internal politics in the first century. He describes, for example, a Messianic movement led by a so-called Egyptian prophet, probably a Jew from Egypt rather than an ethnically Egyptian individual, who actually got together troops of followers to meet him on the Mount of Olives, and there is a Messianic Well, what does he say about Jesus? We have a passage in Josephus' writings called the
Some folks say, hold on that long.
The dynasty of
Nobody wants to go home now.
There's too much going on.
And this is a really bizarre and much argued about passage.
This night gonna last forever.
About this
That's all,
time,
that's all,
Jesus,
that's
a wise man,
all.
if indeed
But
what Rothschild
nobody wants to go home
somewhat
now.
bizarre thing.
There's too much going on.
The idea of human being possessing the qualities or attributes of God in an identical sense, meaning that this is a God man, be very unusual for you to say, and still remain within the calamity of the first century, especially towards the end of it. We're talking about how there was a split between church and state. It's absolutely clear. Totally built in. And there's some description on it. And then this passage, he was the Messiah. Wow, that is like the end of the story. I mean, there's Jewish thought, a Messiah, the word in Hebrew is Mashiach, as translated to Greek as Christos, means essentially anointed one.
Oh, it's the very best
oil
thing.
on the head of this one. Chosen to be.
How is it only 4 stars? What more of a fucking CD if every good ego song?
Prophet Samuel
4 stars.
anoints.
Huh?
This is
How is it only 4 stars?
Many scholars
Musically,
doubted for hundreds of years. This
Original
particular
hit
paragraph
is
was actually written by
Bill
Joseph.
and Dalton.
In recent decades,
That's
there's
rough.
a
Easy.
suspicion of
Okay,
that saying,
okay,
well,
best of
maybe
my love. James
Josephus
Dean. No, I
wrote
can't say that.
something
Lion Eyes.
that was later
Take it to the
edited
limit. One of
by
these hotel
enthusiastic
Nick
Christian
Copy
copyists,
fast line.
because some
Heartache's not
elements
wrong.
of it seem to
I
be
could do that. I could do it.
acceptable
Easy.
for a Greek
Easy
writing
peasy
to
lemon
write,
squeezy.
right? But others just seem so
Really?
far out of line.
I've heard this fucking album so many fucking times in my
He
life.
was the Messiah in Jewish thought.
Really?
History stops at that point.
Yeah, but it
Right?
looks
He
different.
takes over the population and creates Jewish independence, both spiritually and politically. That obviously didn't happen with strength and like that, and so on and so forth. So
Oh, the very
many
best of
have opined. It seems like the
Oh,
balance
yeah.
of
Is it
scholarly
this one?
opinion is that this particular
And still only
passage
gets 4 fucking
is
stars?
not really
Take it easy. What you want?
Josephus' right.
That's right.
The first time it appears
Already
in a
gone.
corroborating
That's
quotation is in
Old
the work
50
of
cents.
Eusebius,
You're not quite
a church
on the line.
historian
Some
from
of these nights take it
the late third,
after the
4th
field
century.
century.
And so most scholars
Life
assume
in the
that this
past, and which
particular
the
passage
victim
was
was
somehow inserted
That's what New Kingdom Time
into
is.
Josephus' death at the end of the first
Tonight,
century
saying,
and the time
I can't
that
tell you
Eusebius saw it
in the
a couple
city.
hundred years later. But at any rate, what I can say in this context is that we don't have any other corroborating information outside of Christian sources that gives
very
us a sense of what Jews at that time
Alright, are you gonna do this
thought
one?
about the early Christian movement. We will have some discussion that appears later
Don't be
towards
I don't
the end of the first century, and
know
certainly
nobody's
going into
forcing
the
you to
third
read any
century.
of these.
We'll talk in a couple of lectures about how the Talmud describes the separation of church and synagogue, and how the synagogue looks backward upon the events that became so important for the emerging Christian movement. But at the time, they did not really make a ripple in the few Jewish sources that we have. At any rate, a lot more to say about this. Let us continue with the next lecture, and we'll look specifically at Jesus within the larger context of the Jewish audience.
Every day. Oh. Are you gonna do the Eagles right now? It's fucking 7:25 in the morning. Is it? Somewhere. Alright, are you done? This guy's gotta hate me. I would hate me. I'd be like, Doug, it's been like a year and a half you've been spamming us.
Now that we've had a
No.
look at the political
It's
back,
been
the
a week.
region of Judea and
Before
the
that,
environs in the
it was like
beginning of the first century, I'd like to turn our attention to one specific biography that, of course, had tremendous significance, not only Jewish history, but world history. This is a topic that may attract a certain amount of unwelcome attention, and the comment box is going to be filled with a lot of unwelcome and unations. And so if you see that I've turned off the comments, it means that I've just given up and the video is really important to include in our course of Jewish in the ancient world, because obviously this was a turning point for world history that had phenomenal impact on Jews over the 2 millennia. We certainly can't ignore this important chapter. So let us focus our attention today on the historical Jesus. Let's try to understand from a biographical perspective, from a historical perspective, who was this person and how did he relate to his Jewish environment? Of course, goes without saying that he himself was Jewish, that virtually all of his audience were Jewish, virtually everyone he interacted with was Jewish. It was only later in the next generation, with specifically under Paul in particular, that Christianity becomes much more of a Gentile phenomenon. That is something that the majority of adherents are not ethnically Jewish. But let's focus today on Jesus' own life, what we can glean about it, and then we're going to go to the post-Jesus period under Paul and later in the next video. Now, the quest for the historical Jesus is not a new one. And there are many attempts to try and figure out, based on the Gospels, what exactly we can say with certainty about Jesus' life. We should recall that the New Testament, that is the Christian scriptures, are quite different from the so-called Old Testament or Hebrew scriptures. The Hebrew scriptures, which really constitutes kind of a national library of spirituality, goes covering hundreds and hundreds of years and has many, many different voices. Of course, in traditional Jewish thought, the first 5 books were dictated by God to Moses. There's a lot more to say about it, but not necessarily in this video. And then the subsequent volumes were all, inspired by God in some way, but have specific authors and are located in a particular time, place, and context. The New Testament is rather different. It has, a tremendous amount of concentration written by a very small group of authors on a very specific single topic in one particular place and time in concentration. There are 4 distinct biographies of Jesus in the form of the 4 Gospels, for example. And then, of course, lots of material is gleaned from the later works, all of the Gospels. Of the 4 Gospels, the first 3 are called the Synoptic Gospels because they more or less kind of line up with each other. Not precisely. There are some difficulties, details that are added in some of the Synoptic Gospels, not in others, apparent contradictions between them. And so for hundreds of years, there have been attempts to try and create a single gospel based on those 3. The 4th gospel, that of John, is rather different. It has lots more material. It has a different tone in many ways. So out of these 4 basic sources, can we actually create a historical picture of Jesus? So lots of attempts have been made. One of the most interesting things is that of none other than Thomas Jefferson, who created this book here. It's actually in his own hand, The Life and Morals of Jesus of Nazareth, extracted textually, as we shall see, literally from the Gospels. And here's what he actually did. He actually took a razor and edited out those passages that he felt were redundant, perhaps nonsensical, because he didn't like miraculous events, and he tried to create a human biography by removing lots of excess material and by combining the Gospels to create one kind of coherent whole. Kids, I do not recommend you try this at home. It will get you in a lot of trouble Bible and try to remove passages from it. But nevertheless, this is a very different price. What kind of uses can we bring to bear to understand the historical Jesus? Obviously, we have the Christian scriptures, the earliest of which are the letters of Paul that you will note date after the death of Jesus. So we don't have any contemporary sources, although the Gospels and others may have been inspired, certainly were by oral tradition. We don't have any contemporary sources. The earliest one that we have written down is something like 10 or 20 years written after the death of Jesus. Then we have a couple of passages in Josephus. We talked about one, the Testimonium Flavianum, the most important one in the last video. But the references on Josephus are less about Jesus and more about Christians, and especially the ones written towards the end of his life. And then we have Tacitus, one of the Roman authors, with not necessarily a very charitable view of Jews, by extension of Christians. And again, just like passing references, not really very helpful to flesh out biography. We have some fascinating material from non-canonical texts, like these Gospels of Thomas, of Mary, and of Peter that were discovered elsewhere. These are, for example, like we discussed with the Book of Maccabees, texts that were not included in the Christian canon that formed the Bible, but were still circulating in antiquity. Then we have the Church Fathers, and of course, they have the disadvantage of being written so much later and essentially relying on the kind of material they have preserved, and in some cases perhaps material that has been lost. And finally we have the Talmud, that again is written much later, a few hundred years after the events described, and although they may rely on oral traditions as well, one of the important things about understanding the Talmud as a historical source is that, you know, the rabbis in the Talmud, it's not really fair to ask them to teach us history. They're trying to teach us religion, specifically Judaism, and so they're saying much about how Judaism views Jesus, again, at some distance and allegorical manner and so on. But anyway, when we pull those things together as best we can, this is what we have as a scholarly consensus. And note, I'm talking now about a scholarly consensus, not necessarily that of a believer. As we have with Jews who revere the Hebrew scriptures, you know, inspired word of God in one form or another, the assessment of the validity and specifically the historicity of the texts we're describing for Christians depends a lot on how you approach those texts. So if we boil down to just what scholars agree on, they basically say the following. There's general consensus that Jesus was a historical person who actually lived somewhere between 6 before the Common Era until about the year 2036 of the Common Era. And for those of you who may not have watched some of these previous videos, let me mention that the terms BCE, before, and CE, Common Era, generally were before Christ, and Domini, BC and AD, because this is a term used generally by secular scholars or by non-Christian scholars. So he's offended by it, that is actually a scholarly norm. So we know roughly when he lived. We can patch these things together, you know, Roman records and sources and so on. We spent his youth in Nazareth, which is in the region. We know that he was baptized by John the Baptist. And a lot of things to say about the relationship between them, but again, for this video. We know that he debated and taught religion and morality with other Jews primarily. And you can see in this map here some of his ministry in the region from Hebron in the south up to Sidon in the north. Most of his audiences were Jewish, although there were a few that were distinctly non-Jewish. There's also a discussion of his time in Egypt as a child, but his primary adult work is in Israel. And finally, he was crucified by the Romans for Pontius Pilate, the procurator who we spoke about in the previous lecture. That's basically what we know. What we don't know is huge, and specifically when we try to understand it in the context of his Jewish community, because he was a first century Jew. How did his community understand what he was saying? We don't know, for example, what exactly was his relationship to the Torah and to Judaism. What was his relationship to the seething political ferment of the day? And what was his relationship to Jews vis-a-vis his relationship to non-Jews or Gentiles? Really big questions. Let me give you a couple of examples of why we don't really know and what are kind of the parameters of the debate. Let us recall that the teachings of Jesus that we have today do not come to us unmediated from a first century Jewish source. They primarily come to us through Greek translations of what Jesus would have said. He would have spoken Aramaic, perhaps a little bit of Koine, which is kind of like a Greek, not exactly a dialect, but a form of Greek, let's say, that was common throughout the region. But the texts that we have are all in Greek. And when you translate a text, you ipso facto must distort it. And especially cultures so radically different as the culture of Athens and the culture of Jerusalem. We spoke about this a little bit when we talked about the Maccabean revolt. And actually, there's a video that I think I titled Athens and Jerusalem that talks a little bit about how they see things differently. So just in one example, though, in Jerusalem, Jews understood the model of a prophet, the holy man, who came with a rebuke from God and was sending a message, because otherwise God would get involved. And he has to consider, for example, God speaks to Jonah and says, get thee to Nineveh in Babylonia and tell those people they're going to be destroyed. And there's a whole story there that's fascinating. Athens, on the other hand, has much of a model of the holy man who is like Socrates or Plato or Aristotle, that is maybe distinct from the world, that contemplates the forms and the ideals and does not necessarily engage in the world and does not come with a burning message that God wants people to behave differently. So things that change as the authors of the texts in the New Testament convey these ideas to a Greek audience. Furthermore, who exactly is writing these things down, and do they have a specific agenda that is tied to who's listening? Paul, in particular, is especially important depending on who he is speaking to, and we'll look at a couple of examples. So trying to understand Jesus' teachings in Jewish context, let's look at those three areas that we identified a minute ago. First of all, on Torah and Judaism. In some passages in the Gospels, there you have debates between sometimes Jesus about specific practices, such as, for example, hand washing. If you are not familiar with Jewish practice and you're reading this cold, you would say, what is this? Why are they wanting that Jesus and his followers wash their hands before they eat? Doesn't everybody wash their hands before they eat, insinuating he's not clean or something? Is this something about hygiene? Of course, if you understand it within context, you know right away that they're not just about washing one's hands with dirt. They're talking about whether or not Jesus submits himself to rabbinic law, in which there is a specific rule laid down, a halacha, that says that before you say the blessing over bread, you must wash your hands in a ritual format. Long discussion about why that is so. But it was really a marker of affiliation with the Jewish community and with the authority advised to agree to that practice. There's a famous passage in the Talmud in which Rabbi Akiva is imprisoned by the Romans after the Bar Kokhba revolt, and he's only given a very small measure of water, and he insists on keeping some of that water aside in order to fulfill this particular commandment of the rabbis, because he respects rabbinic authority so much. So they're really not asking him about hand washing and about other issues like healing on Shabbat and so on, but they're trying to find out, like, are you part of the Pharisaic community, or do you submit to it, or do you not? And some of the answers that Jesus provides suggest that he is not. Sabbath was made for man and not man for the Sabbath, things like that. On the other hand, there are passages like Matthew 5:17 in which he says, I have come not to abolish the law, but to fulfill it. By the way, the law is one attempt in Greek to translate Torah. And of course, in a Hebrew context, Torah, with the root of which means the teaching, as it were, is much larger than the law. In fact, law in form of religion is a word that doesn't exist in Hebrew at all, at least not in biblical Hebrew. You have to use halakha, which means like the way, the path, the direction. The law is a novel idea that you have to use Greek to really express it. At any rate, so where is he? Is Jesus like rebelling against rabbinical authority, or is he trying to support it, perhaps in a revolutionary way? There's a lot of ambiguity, and scholars debate it. What about his political ideologies? We talked about the Sadducees and the Pharisees and the Zealots and so on. There's no question that Jesus is closest to the Pharisees, in the sense that, siblings will argue much more than strangers will, because siblings are closer and they care more about each other. And so it's not surprising to see that, there's a lot of Pharisaic debate with Jesus over things like washing the hands and so on. There are some points in the Gospels where Jesus appears to take positions that are very close to the Pharisees, such as, for example, the idea of render unto Caesar what is Caesar's and unto God what is God's, which seems to fit with the Pharisaic idea of, you know what, we are not going to defeat the Roman Empire. Let us just, pay our taxes and keep our heads down and occupy ourselves with our inner spiritual world. But on the other hand, he seems like a zealot, intent on disrupting the status quo, such as the dramatic moment in the temple courtyard in which he, overturned the tables of the money changers and things like that, which is, by the way, a widely misunderstood too. So that would be much more of a zealotry kind of thing to do. By the way, if you really want to get into the nuts and bolts of specific passages, and I'd highly recommend the Jewish Annotated New Testament, published by Oxford University Press, which has some amazing essays at the back, which kind of give an overall context of the New Testament with lots of fantastically useful footnotes that will be especially helpful if you're not familiar with the large Jewish context. I am familiar with the Jewish context, but not so much with the New Testament environment. Really enjoyed it as so politically, it's hard to play spectrum. Jews and Gentiles, it's fascinating. As I mentioned, the vast majority of people he's interacted with, maybe less when he went up to the region of Lebanon, but certainly today, the vast majority of people he interacted with were Jews. What I have said about Gentiles, we can backwards from the later works in which James is based in Jerusalem, is apparently placed in charge of gospel to the circumcised. And by the way, circumcised versus uncircumcised is sort of binary that exists in Hebrew scriptures. James in Jerusalem is in charge of speaking to Jews, and Paul is placed in charge of a different gospel to the uncircumcised. And we presume it's a different gospel. And we see that there's some conflict occasionally about, how are these two populations supposed to interact? Should you have Jewish Christians, for example, sitting down at a meal with Gentile Christians, meaning Christian believers who are of non-Jewish ethnic origin? And what does that mean in terms of the larger question of observance of the law? Is Jesus talking about Christianity being Judaism plus, meaning that Jews should continue to observe the Sabbath, the dietary laws, circumcision, and so on, and this new teaching? Or is this something completely new that wipes out all of those requirements, especially for Gentiles? Only for Gentiles? For everybody? These are really large and enduring questions that are difficult to answer given the nature of the text in the New Testament. Let us now discuss the end of Jesus' life, which of course is extremely important for later Jewish history. This period is called the Passion, and what you're looking at on the screen here is a very powerful work by Marc Chagall, a European Jewish artist. It's called La Crucifixion Blanche, the White Crucifixion. And as you can see from just a cursory look, that Jesus is so clearly identified as a Jew. Surrounding the crucified Jesus is, on the left, you see apparently a Jew in a San Benito, which is reminiscent of the later Spanish Inquisition, and a Jew holding the Torah scroll who's fleeing for his life with a look of fear on his face. You see examples of Torah scrolls being desecrated and set to the flames, and women crying. Of course, this painting was created in 1938, a very momentous time on the eve of World War II. You see Jews as refugees in boats, clearly desperate, perhaps evocative of the pogroms of 1919. You see maybe that's the Red Army there with the red flags coming over. Let me take myself out for a second. There's a scene here with a synagogue on fire and someone apparently reaching in to take the Torah. It looks like he has an armband. I'm not exactly sure. Is this of a Nazi perhaps to destroy the Torah? I don't know. But above you, meanwhile, fly these angels. They're clearly distressed. Who do they represent? Jesus' ancestors, perhaps, his descendants, but clearly they're disturbed by the way in which not only Jesus is crucified, but all the suffering that has followed in its way. My teacher in this period, a great scholar named Alan Davies at the University of Toronto, and he would speak about the Passion. He would emphasize how in basic Christian theology, really ground zero level is that Jesus was not killed by the Jews. The Jews were to blame for the death of Jesus, because that goes exactly the opposite direction of how the theology should have gone. The whole point is that Christ died for our sins. That's how it's placed in Corinthians and many other places. That Jesus died to save the entire world, right? The suffering servant, the Paschal Lamb, for God so loved the world. This is the message. To displace the blame for the death onto other people is exactly the opposite of what this has now. I am hardly a Christian theologian, but it seems to me that this sounds reasonable. We really see it, placed in Catholic law when we get to Nostra Aetate, which in the 1960s reevaluated 20 years after the Holocaust. What have we been saying about the Jews? And let's make sure that it's not misunderstood. For millennia, Jews have been haunted with the charge of deicide. That is the idea that Jews killed Jesus, the killing of God, literally. And this has been an extremely difficult aspect, really at the heart of Western anti-Semitism, and we will certainly come back to it in another context later. But let us focus, as we are now in this video, on the actual biography of Jesus. Let's try to understand how he was put to death and why. No question, scholars agree that the trial as presented in the Gospels is ahistorical. It does not make sense by what we know about Jewish law. It could not have happened as described there. For example, was he charged with blasphemy? Well, his trial does not in any way conform to how a Jewish court would work, how Sanhedrin would work, even if they could mete out death penalties at this period. It just doesn't make sense. Was he tried for political insurrection of some kind? Possible, but on the other hand, if that were the case, why wouldn't his followers also be killed? It's hard to reconstruct what actually happened from the accounts that we have in the Gospels. We can say, however, that the text really emphasizes the way in which they wanted to mock Jesus to Jewish leaders. You can see here from this close-up in the Chagall painting, the Gospels describe how the letters I-N-R-I were posted above his cross, which stand for Jesus Nazareth Rex Judeorum, Jesus, the King of the Jews. And Chagall wanted to underline this messianic aspect to it by writing Yeshu HaNotzri Malka Yehudai, Jesus the Nazarene, the King of the Jews. I don't know if my opinion on this is worth very much. I'm not a specialist in this area, but it seems to me that there may have been some elements in the Jewish community who regarded Jesus as a troublemaker, as a rabble-rouser who was upsetting the status quo in an unhelpful way. He also clearly had a certain critical mass of followers that would later go on to build this world church that had such tremendous impact. But I get the feeling that this was primarily an act of Roman caprice, that he crossed the wrong time, and life was cheap in the first century. Thousands of crucifixions of Jews, especially in the area, and that Jesus should stand out as receiving due process when so many other nameless victims did not. It stretches credulity. It's also important to note, by the way, that much of the description of the path from later sources offers considerable more detail, often with a much more negative connotation towards Jew anticipation. And this is certainly correlated with the increasing gentilization of the church, meaning as the church becomes less and less of a Jewish affair, as a Jewish mishpacha, so to speak, and becomes much more of a global movement that attracts Romans and Scythians and whatever, that then it's much more of an us versus them kind of phenomenon. Much easier to blame the them. Let me leave the passion, however, by discussing one last thing, which is especially noxious and difficult for Jewish history. And that is the so-called blood cry. It's a passage that's recorded in the book of Matthew, chapter 27, verse 25, in which, and again, this is very ahistorical, but Pontius Pilate, the procurator, says to the gathered Jews, I'm going to let you have one of my people slated for death go free. Would you like to have Jesus go free or Barabbas, who is a common thief? As the gospel describes, the people say, release Barabbas, and Pontius Pilate says, I will kill Jesus. And the response of the Jews, which has been enshrined as the so-called blood cry, is the phrase, his blood be on us and on our children. Meaning, we Jews take responsibility, and so do future generations. Now, many scholars have argued that given when the Gospel according to Matthew was composed, probably immediately after the destruction of the temple, or perhaps in the context of the revolt, this is a reflection on the very next generation of Jews, meaning it's kind of like a prefigurement of what would happen a generation after Jesus was killed. Unfortunately, over the centuries, this has been taken as a justification by some for anti-Semitic violence, arguing that all Jews for all time have somehow accepted responsibility for Jesus' death, which is, as I mentioned at the beginning of this discussion, exactly opposite, 180 degrees to a basic understanding of Christian theology, that Jesus died for all our sins, meaning Christians included, not blaming the Jews exclusively. But this takes me further away from history than I am comfortable, and let's conclude at this point. The next video is going to look at how the church evolved, and specifically how you have an increasing separation between the Jewish community in Israel, who walled themselves off from this new idea of Christianity, and how the new evolving Christian church changes from being an internal Jewish phenomenon to a much larger global phenomenon. Thank you very much for watching.
Approach to the military it just feeds on itself, because the people who are learning from their mistakes and constantly improving are the ones that get promoted in the positions of power, and then they inspire everybody else to do the same. And so it's just, if every action is judged based on the excellence of that action, then over time, repeated iteration and more creates a more and more powerful art. Yes. And they were able to do that for 3 terms. To create an army that was ever expanding, ever changing its tactics and its technology.
I think this video is very hard to deliver because I'm not interested in offending anyone, and I'm not interested in specifically promoting a particular point of view in history, other than what seems to make sense to me, and avoid it when you look at topics such as the historical Jesus. But we get on a little bit more comfortable ground when we move away from the foundry and look at people who are revered by Christians world around, to understand how the church and synagogue could flow so far apart. So let's begin discussion now. Undoubtedly, to understand the direction of Christianity took after Jesus' death, we have to look at the work of Saul of Tarsus, also known as Saint Paul. Now, Paul never actually met Jesus in conventional real life. He encountered the risen Jesus, as he describes, on the road to Damascus. Here's an amazing depiction of this from the 16th century. Here, check this out. This is the risen Jesus here, a very dramatic kind of posture with the angelic host and so on. And in the story that Paul describes, once he sees the risen Jesus, he's struck blind for several days and incapacitated, and it's like an overwhelming experience for him. He eventually comes to his senses, and he realizes that he's got to go on a mission to talk about Jesus and his teachings, and he is wildly successful. Before we leave this painting, just look at how the horse is at the center of the composition. Such a powerful emotion on the horse's face. I mean, that's really something that I admire. I'm not an art historian, but I love these kinds of things. At any rate, back to Paul. He goes on this massive journey, devoting his life to touring the Eastern Mediterranean. He goes through Asia Minor and the Greek Peninsula and the Italian Peninsula, and his word reaches, perhaps through extensions, even to the Iberian Peninsula. And everywhere he goes, he's speaking primarily to Jewish audiences in the diaspora and fellow travelers with those small diaspora communities whenever possible, and reaching out beyond the Jewish community to talk about what Jesus said and what it means for society. Now, it is at this point that we should understand that Christianity had a tremendous amount to offer the peoples of the world. It took some of the key ideas of Judaism, such as life after death, that's a big plus, a personal deity that actually listens to prayer, that is full of mercy, that has requirements of humanity, that holds humanity to task, that there is a mission for humanity, all kinds of really amazing things, and of course, attaching it to a religion of great antiquity. And at the same time, Christianity omitted a lot of the sort of high barriers to admission to Judaism. Judaism at this point is still very much an ethnicity, a people. One may convert to Judaism, famous conversion story in the Bible, for example, the story of Ruth, but it's still primarily an ethnos. One gets into it by being descended from other Jews. And in order to make that leap into the Jewish community, one would have to submit, if one were a male, to circumcision. And then, of course, there's all the ritual commandments, like as maintaining the dietary laws, observing the Sabbath, and so on. And these things are quite onerous, especially if you don't appreciate how amazingly beneficial they are. So there are a lot of Gentiles who are attracted to these, maybe attracted to Judaism itself, but not necessarily willing to undertake those kind of responsibilities. And Paul finds there's a huge audience. He has people who are really listening to him. At the same time, one of the most obvious questions he's going to be asked is like, so what's different between you and other Jews? And he's got to explain the relationship between this new emerging ideology and the mother ideology of Judaism. This is begin to see something, the Adversus Judaeos tradition. It's exemplified in particular by John Chrysostom, but we see many other figures among the church fathers who are participating in it, which is kind of like against, there's a discussion of why Christianity is better that involves why Judaism is worse. Judaism is a less so kind of ideology. This obviously has negative connotations and will have negative repercussions, particularly as the debate becomes much more Gentile versus Jew, us versus them, and this will proceed apace over the next few centuries. Where we see this especially clearly is in the Ecclesia et Synagoga, the church and synagogue theme, which, to jump ahead for a few centuries to illustrate this point, you see it in Gothic art in particular. Here's some monumental architecture from Strasbourg that shows on the left the Ecclesia, which represents the church, and you can see she's got an upright staff signifying her authority. Her bodice is done up properly. She's wearing a crown. She's regal. She's clear-eyed, and so on. And on the right is the fallen synagogue, which you can see that she's holding the Ten Commandments in her left hand, her weaker hand, and upside down. They're falling out of her hand. She's not even attached to the law properly. The staff or spear that represents her authority is broken. She's blindfolded, and she's even in an act of decline. She's like falling away from the law. And this kind of image of contrasting the church to the synagogue, in which the synagogue is the lesser partner, is something that we see over and over again as the church fathers develop this Adversus Judaeos kind of literary tradition. Here's another example. There are literally hundreds and hundreds of them. This is from the Church of Notre Dame, and you can see that synagogue has all the same kind of elements, but her eyes are blinded by a serpent, right? Clearly an allusion to the serpent of Genesis and so on, that is not permitting her to see through Christianity. And here's one especially notorious one from the 14th century, a stained glass window in Verb in Germany, that on the left you can see the church being crowned by heaven, holding the upright staff, the chalice, and so on, riding a tetramorph, a being of mystical significance. And on the right, the synagogue, broken staff, crown knocked off the head, blindfolded, and just to make sure a sword is driving through the top of her divine displeasure. One other detail, by the way, before we do this, I find it fascinating that Jesus in this particular particular image is clearly represented with dark skin, which seems to be something that really energizes a certain portion of my audience. Pretty fascinating representation. So back to our topic, however, there's clearly a period of time that begins with Paul and extends on later, where the synagogue is derided, the synagogue is put down, the church clearly ascendant. Some would say that Paul advanced a kind of replacement theory. There are passages in his writings that suggest that might not be totally accurate. At any rate, this is the general trend that will be evinced over the next few hundred years. Now, the Jewish community is not standing still while all this happens. There is a reaction from the Jewish world as well. One might even suggest we don't know which is the action and which is the reaction. Perhaps they happen around the same time. But this particular text, the so-called blessing of the heretics, appears probably around the end of the first century. Its creation is described in the Talmud, in Tractate, page 28, in which a person named Shmuel HaKatan, Samuel the Lesser, is given the task of creating a passage in the liturgy, the mandatory central part of the liturgy called the Amidah, or the 18 blessings, that is designed somehow to make a clear distinction between Jewish Jews and Jewish Christians. In other words, you have this kind of amorphous period of time in the decades following Jesus' death, in which it's not clear what a Jew should believe and what a Christian may practice. And so they ask Samuel to create this blessing, which is inserted into the mandatory prayers, and it's not actually a blessing, it's really a curse. Now, there's a significant amount of debate about exactly how this was created, how it was placed in the liturgy, how it was enforced. But if we look at the text itself, it says in English, "Let there be no hope for informers." Now, that informer is a euphemistic term here for a Jewish Christian, solutions which goes beyond the scope of talk. And may all wickedness instantly perish, may all the enemies of your people be swiftly cut off, etc., etc. And the idea is that, as much of the historiography argues, that if a person was suspected of being a Jew with Christian beliefs, they would be asked to recite the prayers publicly as part of the prayer service. And when they came to this new passage, it was kind of like a litmus test. If they read it, then they were wanting to curse on themselves. If they harbored, on the other hand, if they omitted it, they would be outed as a Christian, and theoretically could be removed not only from the pulpit but from the synagogue. There's some analysis that suggests that the Gospel according to John was written by some who experienced this, and his Gospel is much more filled with invective than the Synoptic Gospels. References to this. So this was kind of like a line in the sand. The Jewish perspective marked ideological boundaries present before the inclusion of this text in the prayer. So we see that this is a family dispute that has gone really sour, and they're separating from both sides. Finally, let us not forget the fact that by the time we get to the early 4th century, Christianity has become so large and so big that ultimately becomes the state religion under Constantine, shown here. The famous story behind it, there's some interesting things about his family that were attracted to Christianity as well, but he would have this dream where he would see, or this vision where he would see this cross, and it would say, "In hoc signo vinces," under this sign will you conquer, and then he pieced it together that it was attached to Christianity. That's when he converted. That's the traditional story associated with it. But with his conversion, his stamp of approval on Christianity, a once heavily persecuted faith, not only reading Gospels by people like Paul as a Pharisee who was bent on persecuting the church, but also clearly by the Romans who sent Christians to the gladiatorial games and things like that. This represents a dramatic turning point where the once despised religion is now a state religion with far more power, and that's actually going to be the status quo in Europe until the modern era. Okay, I hope you found this useful. We're going to continue in the next videos by going back to Judea and focusing on internal Jewish politics, and we're going to look specifically at the origins of the Great Revolt. Thank you very much for watching.
And he was right. He went to that family at a great risk to themselves. They, in fact, were a captive family, a Jew. And at great risk to themselves, they managed to saw off the cake and then burn it in their fire. And they gave him food to escape. And then he had to go find his family again. So this is the kind of life that this boy Temujin had. So he, just to be clear, his neck is strapped.
Let us now direct our attention to a major turning point in Jewish history, and that is the first Roman-Jewish war that occurred in the 60s and the early 70s of the first century. The spark, that the explosion, was something that happened in Caesarea, also pronounced Caesarea or Caesarea, which is a very important center on the coastline. We spoke about this city in the context of Herod the Great. It was a major Roman center during this period. We can see a map where it's located halfway roughly between Tel Aviv and Haifa in today's map. There are many factors that come together to create this first war, but perhaps one of the most significant general elements of the mood of the era was this dichotomy between the concept of the election of Israel and the disdain and neglect of a corrupt and democratic Rome. On the one hand, there's no question that this first century was filled with messianic thoughts. We spoke quite a bit about it in the context of the movement of Christianity. Also, we spoke about it in the context of the Dead Sea Scrolls. There's a lot of people who are anticipating the arrival of the Messiah, which in Jewish thought is something that would happen with a great political upheaval, with a this-world ruler who would initiate a period of freedom for the Jews in Israel, and then all kinds of other amazing things will happen. This is happening at the same time that Rome has let go of the reins of what's going on in Israel specifically. There's a lot of anarchy and banditry. There's a lot of lawlessness in the street. They're not patrolling properly. They're not really caring what's going on because the Romans are engaged very heavily in their own self-serving grip, taking bribes and all kinds of things like that. There's also, as we will recall, Israel is never an area that is completely free of non-Jews. There are mixed populations in Israel, and not everyone there feels comfortable with the Jewish vision of what that land should be. It sounds familiar, right? This is basically the oldest story of that part of the world. And there are provocations that primarily come from the non-Jewish minorities in Yamnia and also later in Caesarea, as we shall see. In Yamnia, also known as Yavne, the local population specifically agitated to provoke Caligula into his disastrous decision to set up an idol to himself in the temple. It turned out, as we discussed earlier, that was short-lived because Caligula was assassinated, but nevertheless, there was a lot of friction between non-Jewish and Jewish populations in Israel. During this time, the combination of those two mood factors tended to push the Pharisees more in the direction of the Zealots, and there was a qualified sympathy for their to throw off the yoke of Rome. It was not a full-throated endorsement, but there was nevertheless more of a sense that the Zealots were towards the side of history, and that was, as best we can tell, the mood of the Pharisees in the late 50s, and the people followed the Pharisees by and large. The spark that occurred in Caesarea was mundane. It had to do with a property dispute. It seems that the Jews were renting a local space from a non-Jew for a synagogue and actually buy this space. The Jew did not want to sell to them. In fact, he wanted to have some kind of lease arranged because they went and they petitioned the local procurator, Gessius Florus, who was known for his insensitivity to Jewish causes, who took their money with an agreement to hear their case and then promptly ignored it. So what ended up happening is on one particular Shabbat in the year 66, some local mystery, not clear from Josephus whether it's the same person as the owner, perhaps someone who's involved in the dispute. This individual went and performed a ritual idolatrous sacrifice of birds right at the entrance to the synagogue over an earthenware container in such a way that apparently he was aware of some of the laws of defilement, some of the complicated laws involving earthenware containers of defilement that are more complex than we can get into right here. But at any rate, it really enraged the local Jewish population of Caesarea. Some of the more hot-headed elements of the community actually rose up and began to riot, but they rapidly found that the mood of the local population in Caesarea, which was, again, recall, primarily a Roman-oriented city, not one of the more Jewish cities, what the tide of the rioting turned against them. What ended up happening is Gessius Florus turned a blind eye to this. He arrested the Jewish petitioners who had asked to buy the synagogue in the first place, and the rest of the Jewish community actually fled with their Torah scrolls to nearby Narbonne. The news of the events in Caesarea soon reached Jerusalem with a much larger Jewish population, a much more religiously inclined population, and there was an uproar, as you can imagine. Gessius Florus, the procurator, sent troops to Jerusalem in order to try and quell the unrest. And while he was there, he actually seized a relatively small amount of money from the treasury, which certainly was a more incendiary action and was not going to calm down the population there. In fact, the local population even publicly walked around holding their hats out, begging for money on behalf of Gessius Florus to mock him. That certainly didn't improve relations between the procurator and the local Jewish population. But the violence got actually quite serious, especially in the upper city, and some people were killed. There was bloodshed, and the Antonia fortress, which we'll see a little bit later, to the north of the Temple Mount, was actually isolated with the Roman troops imprisoned within. King Agrippa II, the Jewish king, who was actually not the king of Judea proper, he was really king of the region to the north. We spoke about him a little while ago. He attempted to calm things down and failed, and as a result, he fled to the north and avoided the bloodshed at this point. He would later actually end up participating in the war on the side of the Romans, but that's a little bit later. Menachem, the son of Judas, the Galilean, arrives. He was one of several zealot leaders who would compete for authority. And in this context of the upheaval, Elazar ben Hananiah suspended the sacrifice in honor of the emperor, and that essentially meant that the revolt was open. Up until this point, the Jews had always maintained a regular sacrifice in honor of the emperor. This goes all the way back to Cyrus, at least. And the idea of stopping this was extremely insulting to Rome, and this meant that it was open revolt. Now, there's some fascinating discussions of all these events in the Talmud as well, which add significant color to all of them. But for the time being, we're going to primarily present the Josephine account, and perhaps in another context, we can come back to the details the Talmud offers as well. At this point, the local forces that the procurator was able to muster, a fairly small number of troops, could not handle the riot anymore. And so Gallus, who was the governor of Syria, and the region of Israel was within his supervisory map, he arrived with the Fulminata Legion, the 12th Legion. We're talking now about 20,000 soldiers. So he comes down from the north and he makes his way throughout the region until he gets to Jerusalem. Now we should remember that these legionnaires are professional trained soldiers. We're talking about maximum 23,000 rebels spread out throughout the entire region without discipline, without arms, without training. They had the advantage of knowing the terrain and they had the advantage of local contacts, but they were at a serious disadvantage when fighting actual troops. Nevertheless, they were so enraged that when Cestius Gallus entered Jerusalem, and he actually came into the city, he saw what kind of opposition he was facing, and he was intimidated by the Jewish rebels. He decided to retreat, and on his way back, he met disaster. Specifically at a pass called Beit Horon. The Beit Horon pass is very narrow, that requires essentially, a couple of soldiers walking side by side as they make down this long pass, and the rebels were able to ambush them, and they actually brought terrible havoc on Cestius Gallus's legion. Actually captured the Eagle Stand 12th Legion, which was a tremendous insult, kind of like capturing the flag, huge symbolic value. And they also, less symbolic value, but real value, they actually captured all of the Roman siege equipment, which would be very useful for them in the next couple of years of the war. Cestius Gallus survived the encounter at Bay, but he was forced to limp back in a humiliating defeat, and this meant that Rome had to significantly accelerate their efforts. For the second phase of the war, when Rome decides to send a much more battle-hardened general, Vespasian, along with considerably more troops, to prosecute the war. Thank you very much for watching.
What he has is emotional deprivation, I think, having not had mother, father, siblings, and he lives with these old people. The two boys meet, they become good friends playing on the ice. And so they're playing on the ice, and then very early on, I think when they're about 10 or 11 years old, they decide to make a pact. It's called becoming Anda. Anda is more than a friend. A friend is like Nur in the language. There are several different types of friendship, but Anda is a friendship that's beyond
the Roman Jewish War essentially ended with the destruction of the temple, which demonstrated the futility of the immediate messianic hopes of the Jews in the region. However, fighting continued for a few more years, either to the year 73 or possibly 74 of the Common Era. There were a few holdout fortresses of Jews outside of Jerusalem, and the most significant of those was undoubtedly Masada, which is shown here. It's a dramatic cliff-top fortress. It was actually the palace of Herod at one point. It was a vacation palace, and it's in a very forbidding part of the Judean desert, and it is essentially impregnable. The only way to really attack Masada is to climb its faces, which are quite steep, at least on two sides of it, and very, very difficult to actually breach its defenses. The rebels under Elazar ben Yair had actually laid in a tremendous amount of supplies, so they could actually last there for many years. Nevertheless, the Romans were brilliant and dogged engineers. They ended up climbing the mountain, and they built a siege tower that was about 80 meters or 260 feet high to be able to breach the final wall. When they got to the very last barrier, which was made of wood, and they set it on fire, the rebels located within the compound realized that there was no way to keep the Roman soldiers out. And so in a very short, almost 1,000 rebels, and we're talking here about families, not just men, women, and children, committed mass suicide overnight rather than have themselves be turned over as slaves to the Romans. A very dramatic moment in Jewish history, a complex moment that has reverberations in modern Israeli ideology as well, and hopefully we'll come back to that when we get towards the end of the series. The Romans enacted significant punishment on the remaining population, and we will see greater detail as we talk about the diaspora and moving forward. But for now, let's just look at a few examples of it. Symbolically, we see the institution of the Judea Capta coin. We actually printed quite a few examples of this coin. On the left, they usually have a portrait of Vespasian. You can see him wearing the laurel wreath of victory around his head. And on the right, there's a Roman soldier standing by a balsam pine, which was one of the most important exports of Israel at the time. And there is a forlorn woman with her head in her hand, and she is representing the Judean people. So Judea Capta means Judea is taken captive. And this was a form of propaganda. You know, coins are like messages that circulate everywhere, and people see them, and it means something. It was a very important way of advertising state power. Just to show you a couple of examples of this Judea coin, sometimes the Roman soldier is portrayed as being, way out of proportion, large compared to the women to show the dominance of Rome. And in some, especially chilling cases, she's actually shown with her hands bound behind her back as a slave to be taken away into captivity. Romans also celebrated this in Rome proper with the erection of the Arch of Titus. You see it here. And inside the arch, when we zoom in a little bit, there is a depiction of the Romans taking away spoils from the temple. Here's a better resolution look at it. You can see that they're clearly holding the candelabra called the menorah, which would have stood in the Temple Mount area. A scholar at Yeshiva University did some chemical analysis of the sculpture and actually was able to reconstruct how it would have looked to the Romans in the ancient period, because they actually preferred their sculptures to be painted to look like this to the Romans. You see on the left, there's a sign that says Leges Judaeorum, or the law of the Jews. Perhaps that referring to the tablets of the law, or maybe a Torah scroll. You can see they're clearly carrying the menorah. The sign next to it says Candelabra, the Jewish candelabra. And on the right, they have the Sacra Judaeorum, the holy thing of the Jews, which appears to be the Shulchan with the altar with the badim, the staves that were used to carry it. The Romans also imposed some terrible taxes and some restrictions on Jewish activity, which I'd like to explore in a later lecture. But there is a saving moment in all of this. One thing that we have glossed over is the reaction of the Pharisees, in particular a rabbi named Yochanan ben Zakkai, who saw early on that the revolt against Rome doomed to failure. Another dramatic moment, he had himself smuggled out of Jerusalem to actually meet with Vespasian directly. This is one of the details of the Talmud office. And he makes a request of Vespasian, actually 3 requests. But the one that's especially significant for us is he says to Vespasian, in Hebrew we have the phrase, Tein li Yavne v'chachameha. Give me the city of Yavne, Yamnia in Greek, and its sages, which meant he wanted to have a safe base where the pacifistic Pharisees could retreat and could continue to engage in religious study. This ultimately was the seed from which future Jewish leadership would grow, and the future of the Jewish people would be preserved through these scholars studying the traditional values and texts of Judaism. We will continue this in future lectures. Thank you very much for watching.
She will become his wife. So it would have been common that Baxter eventually, when he passed through puberty, would then perhaps marry one of her. Now, I don't know that happened, but I think either it did or Temujin was trying to prevent it, because it was bad enough that he was the older brother, but he becomes the older brother and the stepfather. Temujin just couldn't handle that. And he was already, Victor was ordering around, so he would take things like...
If we move forward about 45 years from the destruction of the temple and the fall of Masada, we get to another period of violence called the Keats Rebellion. Now, it's a very mysterious kind of rebellion. We have scattered data points from different sources that all reveal something about this rebellion, but we're not really sure about much of the most essential questions. But we should say one thing to begin with. Many scholars argue whether or not this is really the second Roman-Jewish war or something different. It's basically a primarily diaspora phenomenon. It's something that you see primarily outside of Israel, in other words, and not so much in Judea itself. But let's try and understand at least some things about this Kitos Rebellion. The Kitos Rebellion occurs at the very end of the rule of the Emperor Trajan. The 5 decades since the destruction of the temple have been absolutely terrible for the Jews. There is a tremendous amount of post-destruction trauma that is definitely spiritual in nature. I mean, the Jews had invested all of their spiritual understanding of how they related to the infinite through the temple. And even when the temple was corrupted by a priesthood that was essentially something that could come from the Romans, there was still this idea that somehow the temple was the hinge upon which the entire universe turned. And now with that temple gone, what would Judaism do? what would Judaism look like? It was a period of phenomenal demographic. You have literally tens of thousands of Jews taken off its slavery to Rome, refugees who are scattered throughout the entire region on the Eastern Mediterranean, the Iberian and Greek peninsulas, around the Black Sea littoral and Mesopotamia, and you don't have the same kind of like center in Israel as you had before. Would the Jewish people even survive this tremendous trauma? Their part did many things to make them certainly want to stamp out the possibility of a future, and so there were all the measures put in place to try and demean the Jews psychologically, demographically, and financially. The Iscus Judaicus was, and this was a replacement of the Machatzi Shekel, the half shekel tax that Jews had from biblical times paid all over the world toward the upkeep of the Temple of Jerusalem. The Fiscus Judaicus tax took that money and made it mandatory, but instead of devoting it to the upkeep of the Temple of Jerusalem, it was directed to Rome and to the upkeep of the temple for Jupiter. I mean, really offensive kind of thing for the Jews. And at the same time, the messianic ferment that we saw with the birth of Christianity was still continuing. In fact, it would take another couple of decades before it would have its final defeat, at least in the second, under Bar Kokhba. Now, Trajan himself, towards the end of his rule, became involved in a very heavy war with the Parthian Empire, which was the Persian Empire that controlled Babylonia. The Parthian Empire would ultimately fall, and in their successor empire, the Sasanians, that's when the main elements of the Talmud would be put together. But at any rate, Trajan waged war against the Parthians, and he actually penetrated all the way to the very bottom of Mesopotamia. That is, this region here that you can see is sort of like a yellowish color going right down to the Persian Gulf. This was briefly controlled by Roman troops. Now, what's interesting for our purposes, and connecting it to the Kitos Rebellion, is that the Jews in Mesopotamia apparently sided with the Parthians against the Roman invaders, which is perhaps not surprising. Jews had been living in Babylonia since the 6th century before the Common Era, meaning they've been there for 800 years. They certainly have roots sunk deep into that territory, and when the Romans came in invading, they took arms to defend their homeland alongside the Parthians. This obviously was not taken very lightly by the Romans, and Lucius Quietus, who was a commander in charge of the region, was put in charge of also devastating the Jewish population and quashing any resistance to Roman rule. So this is one element of the Kitos Rebellion, is Lucius Quietus' early participation. There will be another chapter with his story as well, and maybe I should give it away. The word Kitos in the Kitos Rebellion is probably from his surname, Lucius Quietus. That's probably how we get Kitos. So it's named essentially after him. Perhaps because of his notorious activity putting down the Jewish rebels in Mesopotamia, or I shouldn't say the rebels, the Jewish defenders of Mesopotamia, but it could also have to do with his later activity in Judea. But as I mentioned earlier, this is a diaspora affair. It is certainly not limited to Mesopotamia. With the advance into Parthian Empire territory in the year 114. We begin to see it also develop on the coast of North Africa in particular. Let's have a look at this map here, where you can see the extent of the Roman Empire at the time of Trajan's death in 117, 117. First of all, we have in Mesopotamia, which related to the invasion of the Parthian Empire. Then we have some interesting things happening in what would be today. Rebellion had major activity in this town. The pronunciation, I know some people are really sticklers for I've heard it pronounced as Cyrene English. In Greek, it would have been something like Kurene. So I'm probably going to say Kurene, and I'll probably be wrong, but this would be the first time. At any rate, this is one of the locations of major rebel activity during the period. And then we also have significant activity throughout Egypt, and then finally in Cyprus. And once all of this diaspora activity is discussed, we're going to look very briefly at Judea, where, of course, there was the Pilgrimus Kitos, the Kitos rebellion. It's as described in the Talmud. Let's look at Kyrene first. The various sources that refer to this assert that there may have been some kind of messianic issue to this, because there is an individual who is referred to as Lukuas in one source and Andreas in a different source. It is possible that this is the same person. It was not at all uncommon in the ancient period, especially in Greek and Roman areas, for Jews to have two names, a Hebrew name and a Greek name, or a local name. I myself have two names, right? I have a Hebrew name that my friends know me by, and I have Henry, which I publish under, and stuff like that. So anyways, but he referred to himself in one of these sources as a king. So that implies some kind of unusual political, although some of the church historians suggest it was sort of a false messianic role. And under this Lukua/Andreas, there was a report of Jewish attacks on Roman temples and public buildings in particular. It's an interesting aspect of this revolt is that it seems to be one that is definitely attacking Rome. And again, remember, it's just a few decades since the destruction of the temple. There are a lot of Jews who are very angry. And let us not forget that there are a lot of Jews who were originally rebels in the First War who have fled to various cities in the diaspora, and they could be influencing this uprising again in about the year 115. Now, one of our most important historians that tells us a little bit about the Kitos Rebellion is Cassius Dio. He is a Roman historian who was active at the end of the second and the first half of the 3rd century. And he's great for a lot of things, but there's certain areas where you just don't know how seriously to take him. So, for example, when he describes this rebellion in Kyrene, he puts it like this, and just listen to this language. Meanwhile, the Jews in the region of Kyrene had put a certain Andreas at their head and were destroying both the Romans and the Greeks. They would, here we go. They would eat the flesh of their victims, make belts for themselves of their entrails, anoint themselves with their blood, and wear their skins for clothing. But that's not all, folks. Many they sawed in two from the head downwards. Others they gave to wild beasts. Still others they forced to fight with gladiators. I mean, it's hard to take this seriously. It's just so bizarre and so un-Jewish. Certainly Jews have gone to war, and it's not impossible to imagine atrocities happening when Jews, like any people, go to war, but these are over the top. And in fact, when you look at Cassius Dios's other treatments of barbarian attacks on Rome, they also appear quite, portrayed. I wanted to read for you the passage where he describes how the Britons deal with the attack from the Romans. And oh my gosh, I can't even look at that because it's actually pornographic in its nature. So just trust me, Cassius Dios is liable to exaggerate for dramatic effect. Egypt also saw widespread rebellions between the years of 115 and 117, widespread Jewish rebellions, where apparently the Jews were taking advantage of the absence of Roman forces who had gone off to fight against the Parthian Empire in Mesopotamia. And once again, it's similar kinds of targets. Temples, shrines, for example, the shrine of Nemesis at Memphis, public works, roadways, things like that. It seems like the Jews rebelling are really directing their attacks specifically at the Roman Empire. It seems to have a very political motive. The economic motive does not seem to rise to the surface, and other than those messianic references, it seems to be something that is really an attempted uprising. It is fascinating to think, though, like, why are the Jews all over the diaspora? Do they really think they're going to throw Rome off? But they obviously are somewhat coordinated in doing this. There was, of course, a harsh military response from Trajan, who came back with heavy forces and many killed. This is the period when the great synagogue of Alexandria, which the Talmud says was so large that in order to know when to answer Amen to the person leading the prayers, they had to wave big flags. You could see the flags and know that it was up to that part. But this is the period when the great synagogue of Egypt, of Alexandria, Egypt, was destroyed. Jewish property was seized. Basically, at this point, by the time we get to the end of the Parthian War, the Jewish community in North Africa goes into a steep decline, and it will not rise again for several centuries. We can say the same thing about the island of Cyprus. As I saw earlier in Castillo's discussion, no Jew may set foot on that island, that is Cyprus, but if one of them is driven upon it by a storm, he is put to death. Jews were banned on the island after a rebellion there, and in fact, this statement is supported because there's no other evidence of Jews ever landing until the 4th century. So hundreds of years have gone from the region. What happened in Judea proper? This is where the Talmud refers to this phrase, Homos Kitos, Kitos rebellion. We know this Bias. You remember him from Haman, right? He was the person who put on the Jewish rebellion. He is sent back by Trajan and appointed as governor in Judea. We don't know a lot about how he conducted himself in that area, but we know that there was, at least the Talmud refers to some acts of violence, and we know that Lucius Quietus brought in a second Roman agent to support his activities there. I wish we knew more about this particular rebellion. It is fascinating to see that it takes place across the diaspora. It represents something we haven't talked about in any detail yet, but we will be coming back to it in a few lectures. But we have to move on to a much more powerful and significant rebellion that had a deep mark, left big scars on the Jewish psyche, and that is the Bar Kokhba rebellion. Thank you very much for watching.
In terms like the sea, so it's exciting to them when there's this double meaning, and then the double meaning plays with each other, and that excites them. Especially with names. Like today, Mongolia, well, I've been there so long, I think the fad is past now, but 20 years ago, it was popular to name children Michelle.
The Bar Kokhba revolt, so named after its leader, Shimon Bar Kokhba, is often referred to as the Second Roman Jewish War, first being the Great Revolt of 66 through 73 or 74 that resulted in the destruction of the Temple of Jerusalem. And then there's possibly another conflict, the so-called Kitos Rebellion that we discussed in the last video. Some people consider that the Second Roman Jewish War, and this would make Bar Kokhba the Third Roman Jewish War. But unlike the Kitos Rebellion, this is something that happened entirely within the boundaries of Judea, and certainly constitutes a fledged revolt against that requires tremendous energy for the Romans as well. So much is unknown about the Bar Kokhba revolt. We do not have really extensive sources describing it. I'll go into this a little bit more detail. Even to the point where it was not until the 1960s that we were certain what Bar Kokhba's name actually was. It appears that his name, based on some Greek language documents that were discovered from the Dead Sea region, Greek having the advantage of being a phonetic language, all of the vowels written out, which is something of Hebrew, referred to as Bar Kosiba or Ben Kosiba. That was his proper name. Bar means son of, and Kosiba is surname. He was known as Bar Kokhba to his followers. A slight pun on the name. Kokhba means star, the son of a star that has kind of messianic overtones to it. But to his detractors, he was known as Bar Koziba, with E instead of an S. The word kazav in Hebrew meaning deception or lies. But his actual name was Kosiba, and he's known popularly in the way that Rabbi Akiva, one of his most important followers, called him Bar Kokhba, the star. It's hard to underestimate the importance of Bar Kokhba in the Israeli civic. Kokhba represents the last living president of Jewish polity until the 20th century. And I'd like to talk to you about Dr. Yegael, who wrote a very important book on Bar Kokhba, describes the moment when current president of Israel in 1960, saw an inscription that was written by the previous president of Israel some 1900 years. To see this as a sort of a culmination that strived for statehood that had a 1900-year hiatus. Where we can see this graphically is in the Knesset Menorah, the sculpture that stands outside the contemporary building known as the Knesset, which is where Israel's parliament sits. And in this candelabra, you can see that there are many historical figures that are represented on the arm of the candelabra. Zooming into the center, you see that the three central uppermost branches have representations of three distinct leaders in Jewish history. The first is Moses, who is shown here from a biblical passage that describes the attack of the Amalekites against the Jews on their way from Egypt to Israel. And as the passage there describes, as long as Moses had his hands up in the air heavenward, then the Jews would succeed in battle. And when he lowered his hands, they would fail. So he was supported by his two lieutenants, holding his hands in the air so he could retain that position for the duration of the battle, representing a military victory with an appeal to God at its very center. On the left, you see David. We should understand that the left here is on Moses' right, the higher level of authority and status. David shown here as a young man holding up the severed head of Goliath, a very important passage that describes a military victory with supernatural assistance from God. And then finally, going to the left, the less significant of the two, but still right at the very center of the candelabra, is this representation of Bar Kokhba. And David and Moses, he is represented here in an attitude of decline, in an attitude of defeat, because after all, the Bar Kokhba rebellion was ultimately unsuccessful. Nevertheless, he is shown here as a powerful military figure and as a tragic one as well. And that's the story we're going to go over in a minute or so. Our sources, as I mentioned, are somewhat limited. We have an important Roman historian, Cassius Dio, sometimes called Dio Cassius, who is somewhat problematic because we only have him in an abbreviated form, as we shall see shortly. We have Eusebius, an important church historian, Cassius Dio being active in basically at the turn of the 3rd century. Eusebius, about 100 years later, one of the church fathers, again passing references. And then we have some amazing passages in the Talmud and in the Midrash, but they are not necessarily historical in the same way that some of these other historians are conformed to Western sensibilities. There are also, though, some famous and important discoveries in the 1960s, primarily archaeological discoveries conducted by this man, Yigael Yadin, who is one of these amazing Israeli figures who has at once both a war hero, very highly placed at the top of the Israeli Defense Forces, and at the same time an archaeologist and a scholar, and a very gripping writer. I'm going to produce a little review of his treatment of Bar Kokhba in a separate video. Absolutely fascinating account, very much worth reading. So let's try and understand what we can about Bar Kokhba and his rebellion from the sources that we have. Here is a children's book. The Hebrew translation is the History of Israel for Children. The Bar Kokhba rebellion, you can see a very heroic figure and rallying the troops against Rome and so on. This describes the rebellion that took place from the years 132 through 135 of the Common Era. The leader, of course, as we said, is Bar Kokhba. In the Midrash, he is described as a mythic figure, nominal proportions. An extremely brutal and ferocious warrior, not unlike some of the depictions of David that we have in Tanakh and also in the Talmud. The Talmud says, for example, and this is kind of like, you have to assume it's a kind of a hyperbole that is not uncommon in the Talmud, that to test their bravery, Bar Kokhba would have all of his recruits have a digit sliced off their hand, which is, totally forbidden in Islam. By the way, kids don't do this at home. But the rabbis complained and said, Bar Kokhba, what are you doing? How long will you mutilate the young men of Israel? He said, well, how else am I? And they suggested, well, have uproot a living tree from the ground with their bare hands. Will that do? He says, yes, that will certainly test it. And so that's how they were tested, as the Talmud tested, for their strength and their bravery. I don't know how to take this on a literal sense, but when we see his writings based on the archaeological discoveries of the 1960s, we definitely see that he was a very determined and very insistent, demanding retribution of his if they did not comply with his demands. He was known to many as a possible Messiah. And let's remember, he is a human being, a political who will affect a military unification of Israel, who will bring in all of the exiles, who will bring in the gathering of the exiles, and initiate a period of great peace and prosperity for Israel and the world. And many saw Bar Kokhba as that person, including famously Rabbi Akiva, who towards the end of his life supported Bar Kokhba as a possible Mashiach. He was contradicted by Salim. One of them famously said to him, Akiva, you will have grass growing from your cheekbone before Bar Kokhba, the Messiah. This is impossible, and you will be dead, and Bar Kokhba never be Messiah. But nevertheless, Bar Kokhba as Messiah certainly inspired many to follow him. Here is, by the way, one of the amazing finds that was uncovered by Dr. Yadin in the Dead Sea region. You can see at the very top right, it says, Shimon Bar Kokhba and Nasi Yisrael. Shimon Bar Kokhba, president of Israel. Unfortunately, there's so much we really don't know about the war. One of the most basic things that we don't know about this war, why exactly did it start? So Cassius Dio, the Roman historian, gives us an account of the war. Unfortunately, the only version of Cassius Dio's account has not survived antiquity in its original formulation, but rather as what they call an epitome. We say in English the epitome of something, we tend to mean something that's exemplary, the best, and the ideal, but in classical terms, it really means an abbreviation, meaning, this is too big, too long to read. Can you just give me like the Cliff's Notes, the short version of this? That's what an epitome was. And so we have an 11th century epitome by Johannes Kifilinius that's shown here, that gives us, unfortunately, just passing references to Bar Kokhba, and we don't know exactly what Cassius Dio wrote, but we're hopeful that this is correct. According to Cassius Dio, in this epitome, the reason for the revolt was that the Emperor Hadrian, shown here, decided to rebuild Jerusalem, but rename it after himself, Aelia Capitolina, because his middle name was Aelius, and to build on the site of the temple to God, instead a temple to the Latin god, the Roman god Jupiter. And this, according to Cassius Dio, inflamed the population of Jews, and a rebellion ensued. Now, according to Hadrian's own biographer, Spartianus, who wrote De Vita Hadriani, the life of Hadrian, the Roman Empire, it had nothing to do with the rebuilding of the temple. It has to do with a ban on genital mutilation, something which the Romans had frequently issued, but it's uncertain what exactly is this talking about. For many, it was understood to refer to castration, which is forbidden in Jewish law as well, but it's possible that the revolt was started because Jews thought it referred to circumcision. And in fact, perhaps it did refer to circumcision, but later that was certainly exempted from the ban on genital mutilation. Others say no. The Midrash, for example, suggests that it had to do with an effort to rebuild the temple that was then thwarted by the Samaritans. Finally, Pausanias, who was a 2nd century Roman geographer, who was followed by Eusebius and Jerome, who were church fathers who lived in the subsequent centuries, who said that it's possible not that the revolt was caused by persecution, i.e. these decrees followed the revolt. meaning it was the general environment, whether it was the political oppression, the destruction of faith in the previous war, or whether it was the messianic ferment, that these things might have caused the revolt, and then later Hadrianic persecutions, which were especially associated with the group of people called the 10 Martyrs of the State, the Asara Ege Malchus, that form an important part of the Jewish liturgy, that those occurred not before the rebellion, rather after the rebellion as a response. It's not impossible. At any rate, these are the major theories currently floating regarding the origins of the war. We will have to conduct further research and hopefully find some more archaeological discoveries that will give us some greater insight. For certain, however, the war was quite brutal, and it lasted for about 3 years. We know of Bar Kokhba's exploits, which appeared to be initially quite successful. Bar Kokhba and his rebels seized Jerusalem, apparently, and marked that event minting of many coins. Actually, not precisely the minting. What they did was they would take Roman coins, keep them up, and then re-stamp them, which in itself, by the way, is an act of treason. And they would re-stamp them with Jewish themes, and they would mark them with messages like, the freedom of Jerusalem, year 1, year 2, things like that. Here's one depiction of the Bar Kokhba coins. You can see that the top coins have the temple on them, on top of a Roman tetradrachm, that's a stela in Hebrew, and at the very top is a little star motif, which is emblematic of Bar Kokhba itself. At the bottom, you see traditional themes like a lyre, grapes, an urn, and trumpets. But what's interesting is that you don't see, which are any representations of human beings or animals, which was very much against Jewish sensibilities in the 2nd century. Here's another version that shows at the top, these are fronds, or specifically the love and esro, the arbaminim, the 4 species that are held together as part of the Sukkot celebration. It's interesting to note that Bar Kokhba, from as far as we can tell, not only the attraction of Rabbi Akiva and the various depictions in the Talmudic sources, but also in the archaeological evidence, seems to have been leading a movement of observant Jews, that they were striving to maintain the observances of the holidays and things like that, even when they were besieged and literally living in caves. We know that the war was quite brutal, that Hadrian suffered tremendously, and as we shall see, had to bring in significant reinforcements to be able to put down this very successful guerrilla rebellion, which took great advantage of the local terrain. Eusebius refers to the Jewish rebels being active in the cave system of the Judean mountain range. We know that Hadrian suffered not only because of the support he had to draw in from elsewhere in the Roman Empire, but also because, as Cassius Dio points out, when he wrote to the Senate the report of what was happening in Judea, he pointedly omitted the phrase "mihi et legionibus bene," which means I and my forces are well, meaning I and the armed forces, the military, are doing fine, thank you. He took out that standard phrase, which for Cassius Dio, writing in the 2nd century, was a very big statement to the Senate. Ultimately, however, the rebels could simply not hold out against the overwhelming might of the Romans, and they were reduced to hiding in a series of caves. Some of them are shown here, largely undiscovered until the 20th century. There were originally some Bedouin who made their way into these caves in the early 20th century, and as artifacts began to slowly filter out into the black market, that's when Gael Yadin and his team decided to investigate. And in the early 1960s, they found several of these caves and found some amazing that we're going to look at in this lecture and in a couple others as well. For example, these urns, which are quite remarkable in themselves, but one of the things that tells us about Bar Kokhba is that they used to have like decorations here of facial features that were intentionally defaced. as were all of the implements that had decorations of this nature in the cave. So in other words, these may have been made by Romans or Phoenicians or something, but the Bar Kokhbos, not wanting to trust the commandment against making graven images, specifically defaced them to remove that. So this is their religious orientation. There are several other indicators of this as well, such as, for example, the discovery of balls of yarn that was dyed with the chelet is a blue color. This may be a little bit distorted by age, 2000 years, right? And photography, 1960s, right? And this would have been used for the single blue thread in the fringed garment worn by religious Jews, the Sotzit. Analysis of this dye, however, indicates that the Bar Kokhba rebels were apparently holding on to some forged techelet, which the Talmud says was a problem in the era because with the technology of the day, it was impossible to know whether this was the actual techelet made with the specific mollusks that produced this dye, or whether it was made from a vegetable source, which would have rendered it unfit for the talis, for the prayer shawl, but nevertheless was frequently circulated in the black market. Many more mysteries surrounding this, but nevertheless, you get the idea that the Bar Kokhba rebels cared about Jewish rituals. Now, as the war went, Hadrian, seeing that he was having a difficult time, he summoned none other than Julius Severus from Britain. This is an incredible general who had tremendous success in putting down a difficult riot way on the other side of the Roman Empire. So he was specifically brought to Judea in order to maintain the order. Hadrian also summoned to Judea 6 legions, an estimated 50,000 troops when all were calculated, and that's an amazing number. It's impossible to imagine that Bar Kokhba had more than perhaps 10 or 15,000 troops at his disposal, and even that is definitely on the high end of the estimation. Nevertheless, the Roman casualties were described by a contemporary, Marcus Cornelius Fronto, as being very similar to what the Romans lost in Britain, so that indicates that it was really a pitched battles one after another. Dio does give us a sense of the Jewish casualties. He gives us the very large number, 580,000 casualties, over almost 1,000 villages and villages. Now, it's possible that, especially in terms of the casualties, the numbers are accumulated. Even with these large numbers, we do know that 6 legions were in the area, so it certainly would have been an absolutely horrific massacre, all told. The last stand was at Beitar, shown here, and as the last of the Bar Kokhba rebels were killed by the Romans, there was this particular event was actually enshrined in the liturgy. The grace after meals includes a blessing, which specifically was composed in memory of the martyrs of Beitar. Like the name Bar Kokhba, resonates throughout Jewish history. We have, for example, the youth scouting movement led by Vladimir Jabotinsky, shown here in the center of this group of scouts, was a very important youth movement that had a very important role in the founding of the State of Israel, and by extension to it, the Likud party itself, through people like Menachem Begin, a prime minister of Israel. Thank you very much for watching.
Very dramatic way that I have what the text is like. It has no. The models all understand their way. They don't even need to explain anything. They know which way the gear faces the sun. They know all these things. But for me, that's how hard it was for being with the people. It was the most important thing. And this was starting in the 1990s. And the people.
One of the most consequential questions in Jewish history is a very basic one. Who is a Jew? Now, you might think that this is a settled law, that there is really no question about it, but in fact, when you look a little more deeply at Jewish history, you see that there are several periods in history when it becomes a very important question. For the vast majority of Jewish history, in particular the last 2 millennia, most Jews have regarded a Jew as someone who has a Jewish mother. That is, it is matrilineal. The nominal identity of a person follows that personal status, regardless of affiliation with a religion or self-identification. But that has not always been the universal case for Jewish history. What I'd like to do today is focus on this question as we introduce the question of women in ancient Israel in general. Now, let us recall that is certainly a controversial question as of the late 20th and early 21st century. And this is primarily because of a decision that was made by the Reform movement in 1983 that recognized patrilineal descent. More precisely, it's both matrilineal and patrilineal descent. But in other words, this represented an acknowledgement by a major Jewish movement that as long as one parent was ethnically Jewish, however you define that Jewishness, then the child could also be Jewish. There's more to it than that, and perhaps one of the most important things to think about is, did this decision, initiate change, or was it simply a recognition of change that had already happened? Because intermarriage, especially in American Jewry, was at such a high level that we already have the phenomenon of children who have like a Jewish father rather than a Jewish mother and wish to identify with the community, and they find that they are shut out because the matrilineal principle has been the dominant one for the last 2,000 years. And it's resulted in a lot of really painful moments. For example, in this article by Shoshana Tikva, written in 2019. It's a very difficult and personal issue. In this particular, I mainly intend to just go over the historical issues, and I will leave the philosophical and religious and indeed sociological and even psychological issues to people who are more expert. So the questions that we really have is, when did the matrilineal status become effective, or when did it become the norm? We can see when you read the Bible, very clear two things. First of all, there is strong prohibition, very clearly worded, against intermarriage with Canaanites in particular, but one can easily generalize that it refers to intermarriage in general. And at the same time, you see in particular some really important figures like Joseph and Moses and Solomon, who all apparently marry non-Jewish women. How do you square these things? And by the way, of course, Joseph, Moses, and Solomon, their children are recognized as being Jewish. How is this the case? So we're going to go into some of the major issues here, but I want to point out that perhaps the most significant study of this is by Shia J.D. Cohen, The Beginnings of Jewishness, which he goes through a lot of really important issues in the classical period, especially issues of conversion and issues of matrilineal versus patrilineal descent and so on. Now, I don't necessarily agree with all of his conclusions, but no question, it's a masterful survey of the sources, and there's a lot of value in this particular work. So trying to square this conundrum of, on the one hand, we have this long-standing practice of matrilineal descent, and on the other hand, we have these biblical examples that seem to contradict it. There are three logical ways to approach the challenge. The first is to say that, well, let's say the law of matrilineal descent, this concept and principle, was not always described in the text, meaning that, Moses married a Midianite, but the Midianite woman went through a conversion. And Joseph married, an Egyptian woman, but she went through a conversion. If that is the case, then you have to wonder, well, why doesn't the text tell us this? Why doesn't the Torah reveal that this is in fact what happened? Wouldn't we be prone to be misunderstanding the text if it doesn't say something which actually happened? That's one possibility. Another logical possibility is to say that, yes, the law was always in effect. The Jews always adhered to this matrilineal principle, but it was sometimes ignored. You have that sometimes where, as Rabbi Beryl Wine often likes to say, you should never confuse Judaism with Jews, right? Jews do not necessarily behave in normative, acceptable ways. So perhaps, the examples we have in the Bible are not in conformity with the way you're supposed to behave. Now, that would be obviously an acceptable answer, except the fact that these figures, Moses, Joseph, Solomon, and others, really important people, and are we really going to assert that they were behaving contrary to law? That's definitely problematic. There's also a problem, which we won't go into right now, but the Midrash has a principle that even before the Torah was given, Jews at that level, at any rate, certainly behaved in conformity with the Torah itself. Like, for example, the laws of keeping kosher until the Torah was given, but you still wouldn't have the patriarchs and matriarchs going out for non-kosher foods, that kind of thing. But that's a smaller problem. Let's just avoid that for now. The third logical possibility is that it's always in effect. Maybe the law of matrilineal descent, or the principle of matrilineal descent, was introduced later in Jewish history, which would mean that the earlier biblical figures who followed apparently a patrilineal principle were not contravening the law. Again, there's that small midrashic objection, which is reasonable, but not for us today. But if that is the case, that we say the law was not necessarily in effect, when did it change? So that's the three possibilities. Let's look at them in turn, but let's start from the basic one. Let's say, when's the first unequivocal statement of this principle? So the first one, of course, is the Torah itself. And here's one classic passage. It's in the book of Deuteronomy, Devarim, chapter 7, verse 4. So verse 3 says, do not intermarry with them, meaning the surrounding non-Jewish nations. Do not give your daughters to your sons, or take their daughters for your sons. And then in verse 4 it says, Ki yasir et bincha me'acharai, v'avdu Elohim acherim, v'chara af Hashem bachem, v'yishmitcha maher. Right? Now let's look at the translation. It says, for they will turn your children away from me to worship other gods, and the Lord's anger will blaze forth against you, and he will promptly wipe you out. Right? So a strong word of criticism, I think. The problem with this particular passage, normally Sepharia is amazing, but they're relying on translations that in many cases are already extant, and this translation is a little bit of a distortion. If we look carefully at the English, it's not for they, which is in the third person plural. It really should be for he, right? The word in Hebrew is tisir, which is male, masculine, singular. For it's really he will turn your children. Now, your children is also not in the plural, be in the singular masculine, for your son, which in context would mean your grandson. Wait, so let's understand this properly. It says for he, meaning your son-in-law. It can't be your daughter-in-law, because it would say for she. It would put it in the feminine. And by the way, in Hebrew, there is no neuter gender. Every single noun or pronoun has to be either male or female. So it's binary here. There's no other choice. And it is masculine. So this means that if you have to imagine yourself as a grandparent. If your daughter marries a non-Jewish male, if you as a Jewish person have a daughter who is Jewish, and she marries a non-Jewish male, the non-Jewish male, according to this verse, will turn your son, which is your grandson, away from God. That's the statement of the verse here. Let's look at it in the commentary of Rashi. I have it abbreviated on the right here, but let's look at it in greater detail. Here is quoting the Talmud, Tractate Yevamot 23, and it reads like this, i.e., the son of the heathen, meaning the non-Jew, when he marries thy daughter, will turn away thy grandson, whom unto him, from following me, are you following God? This teaches us that thy daughter's son, who was born of a non-Jew father, is still called your son, but your son's son, who was born of a non-Jewish woman, is not called your son, right? Because the verse only talks about the situation in which you're born by your non-Jewish law would go away from God. It does not even bother talking about your grandson from non-Jewish daughter-in-law, because according to Rashi, quoting Talmud, that grandchild is not even Jewish. That's the clearest matrilineal principle. As you can see, it's not explicit at all. It has to be drawn out through this midrash, which is expressed in the Talmud and expressed later in Rashi's commentary. So that's how the principle is derived. Now, if we take this from a theological perspective, at the very least, the matrilineal principle then is put in place in the period of the giving of the Torah, which is obviously quite ancient. We're now talking about the Exodus period, and would have been, the norm all through ancient Judea. But when we look at the historical data, it's a little more confusing. So, by the way, here's a beautiful painting by Anna Fedorovna. She has so many of these studies of women lighting candles with their children looking on. Very kind of traditional, romantic kind of view, but really very powerful. She just passed away in 2020, but very beautiful work still available for sale in many galleries today. At any rate, we see a biblical narrative that describes how this was actually put into place. You'll recall that in the 6th century, the Jews are exiled by Nebuchadnezzar in the year 586, and then they return within a few decades from Persia, from Babylonia, to Israel under Ezra. And in chapter 9 of the book of Ezra, he laments the long prayer there where he expresses tremendous regret that so many of the Jews that returned have brought with them their non-Jewish spouses, meaning that intermarriage is rampant. Then in chapter 10, one Shechania ben Yechiel of Elam sends away the foreign wives and their children. He does not mention what he does with the foreign men. That is, the Jewish men who have Jewish wives, their families are broken up and the wives are sent away along with their children, which seems to be, imagine how difficult this might have been and how harsh it must have been. But beyond the sympathy for the human drama involved, it seems like a very clear statement of the matrilineal principle in effect, 6th century before the Common Era. Now that would be a clear illustration of it. However, as Dr. Cohen points out, when you go 700 years later and you look at non-rabbinic texts, such as the Jewish philosopher Philo, who we'll speak about in a few weeks, God willing, Josephus, who we spoke about extensively, and even Paul. And you have to understand that in some cases, in some ways, the New Testament, the Christian writings, are kind of like a historical commentary on Jewish society as well. So it's very useful to kind of like flesh out what's going on in the 1st century in some ways. At any rate, all these three important figures and sources, they seem unaware of the matrilineal principle. You have to look in Dr. Cohen's book to see the specific examples, but it seems pretty clear that they're clueless about this. To give you one example, Josephus, he speaks about King Herod the Great. And he goes on and on about how Herod's own pedigree is questioned by the Jewish community. He's called the Idumean, he's called the half-Jew, because his father came from the Idumean people who had been forcibly converted prior to this in the era of the Maccabees, the era of the Hashmonaim under John Hyrcanus in particular. So in other words, because his father descended from a people that had a questionable conversion, there are doubts about Herod's own Jewish identity. But no one seems to be bothered by the fact that his mother wasn't Jewish. His mother was an Arab woman. So what's going on? It's like totally, not relevant, their mother. So now there are ways you can approach this. You can say that Josephus is not necessarily the best, exemplar of rabbinic Judaism at all. And it could be that only the Pharisees were really observing this kind of level of observance that became normative. What Dr. Cohen argues is that in reality, the whole institution of conversion had not really coalesced by this time, and that there was kind of like a different standard for women marrying Jewish men. That marriage itself constituted the understanding of conversion in that era. Fascinating. Whereas men, if they convert into Judaism, require much more, complex process, which involved, among other things, circumcision. So that's why when men would marry into Herod's family, then there was a whole big deal about, they went through this and they had the circumcision, but there's no discussion of when non-Jewish women are incorporated into that dynasty. For certain, however, by the time you get to the Mishnah, which is about the turn of the year 200, about the turn of the century, there's no question that Rabbinic Judaism is absolutely down with the idea of the lineal principle, affirming what we saw in Rashi quoting the Talmud, which the Talmud, of course, is not going to be written until quite a bit later, but the idea is that matrilineal principle is very, very strong in the rabbinic tradition, certainly from the Mishnah and onwards. And again, a little note here, from the perspective of Orthodox Judaism, the Mishnah, although it only achieves a written form with Yehuda Nasi around the year 200 to 220, it was the embodiment of oral teachings that went back far earlier, and in fact, the core teachings of the Mishnah go back to Mount Sinai itself, which corresponds with the way the Talmud read that particular passage in Deuteronomy. So to wrap this all up, basically we have a matrilineal principle that can arguably be extended all the way back to Mount Sinai through a Pharisaic interpretation of the text. When we look at the actual behavior of Jews, we see that they're not always conforming to this matrilineal principle, sometimes at great cost to themselves, as we see in the book of Ezra, and that even by the first century of the Common Era, some very prominent Jews seem to be out of touch with the matrilineal principle. But by the time the Mishnah is codified, this becomes the dominant view, without question, overwhelmingly so. And any deviations from this are taken in a very serious way. I should mention one last caveat that I think is a very important one. We started by talking about how basic this question was. And one of the things that we tend to see in Jewish history is that, Jews can handle a tremendous degree of dissent. There's room for a lot of diverse opinion within the large tent of Jewish identity. But this particular question of whether or not a person is Jewish is one of those third rail type questions that tends to result in fissures, in schisms. And when it remains unresolved, it has very dire consequences for the integrity of the population. But I leave that for people who are, expert in dealing with this. I hope you found this short video useful, and we're going to continue with our discussion of women in ancient Israel next. Thank you for watching.
You're going against the Middle East and Persia and Afghanistan in these areas. Your whole army has to be as fine-tuned as each rider, each bow, and each horse. That's the weapon. What the army becomes the super weapon of Genghis Khan. How he organized it, and how he used it, and the strategies that he put together. Yeah, when you have a small army, just think about that. A small army that conquered the world. It would fit in a stadium today in America.
Over the course of the past few videos, we've had opportunity to occasionally talk about specific Jewish women here in ancient Israel, in both the biblical context and in the larger archaeological context. But let's just take a step back and have kind of a macro look at the methodology of studying women in ancient Israel, the nature of sources, and some of the challenges that are associated with this extremely important topic. One of the ideas that's circulating right now, which is a very valuable project, is something called the Cronjet test. this person, Danielle Kranjet, also pronounced Kranjetz. I actually have to contact to find out which pronunciation, but in America they tolerate Kranjet. But anyway, so it was a nice nation. Her test, which gained a lot of popularity in the Jewish world recently, especially on what we call film Twitter, is inspired by the so-called Bechdel test. The Bechdel test is something that has been used for modern films to sort of purity check the quality of a film from the perspective of a feminist analysis. And that is, in order to pass the Bechdel test, a movie have two women speaking with each other of something other than character, right? So you would think that this would be a totally normal thing to do, but apparently a lot of films pass this. I've seen some other details that suggest that the women should have names, they should be named characters and so on. And obviously the idea is to try and expand the presentation of women, even in something as contemporary as modern film, try to, discuss women as real people. Now, Danielle Kranjek takes this a different direction and says that in terms of the study of the Jewish tradition, any source sheet, which is a tried and true pedagogic model where you'll choose quotes from rabbinic literature, from the Bible, and other things, and put them together on a mimeographed or photocopied sheet, and people will look at these sources. She proposes that any source sheet that includes at least two texts must also include at least one non-male identified text. It's a very valuable idea to try and expand the simply the universe of our awareness when it comes to rabbinic theology and writings. And I would love very much to do this with history as well. We see that we are living in an era where this incredibly important aspect of the human condition, the experience of women in history, has been, ignored for centuries, and it's so hard to find women's voices in medieval and in ancient sources, but it's something that we really want to resurrect, and we want to try and recreate as much as possible what the experience of living was for fully half of the human population. We have to live in a cultural moment where this is unusually suppressed as well. I'm sure some of you will be following the controversy regarding the decision of some Jewish papers and media to not publish faces of women. I'm not going to go there for now. Perhaps we'll return to it in a semester or two when we get to the 20th century. But I think it is important to point out that this is not at all a uniform practice. It's really on one particular spot on the spectrum. The Lubavitcher Rabbi, who we've mentioned in other contexts before, was especially noted for insisting that in any children's book portrayals, such as this Sivos Hashem handbook for Jewish children, if there is a male child portrayed, there should always be a female child portrayed as well. So this is something that has pushed back on all sectors of the Jewish population. And it's just another example of the project that's kind of expressing itself culturally. When we come to our challenge, which is trying to understand the experience of women in ancient Israel, the difficulty is that the vast majority of our sources are by men, for men, and about men. This is especially true in the literary realm. If we look, for example, at classical rabbinic texts, we have the Mishnah, which on the one hand you say, great, look at this, it has a whole section called Nashim, which is all about women. That should be it, right? But not really, because it's mainly describing how men relate to marriage, divorce, levirate marriage, and so on. So women are included in the canon, but at the same time they're kind of fenced off. Another way to look at it is, in the temple courtyard, there was a section called Ezrat Nashim, the courtyard of women. So that means that women were part of the overall functioning of the temple. But on the other hand, there was relegated space for them. By the way, we should also understand there are relegated spaces for all kinds of people. People who are not Kohanim, and not Leviim, and not involved in sacrifice, things like that. But the point holds true. They are mentioned, they're part of the story, but they're also relegated. Our idea is to try to understand their experience in the broader scope of Jewish history. When it comes to archaeological sources, archaeological sources, finds that you get at digs and so on, they are extremely limited in nature, much more so even than literary sources, and they're incredibly difficult to interpret. As we saw, for example, with the Rothschild caves a while ago, and we'll speak about them a little more, you find cosmetics in a cave, and it's reasonable to assume that these cosmetics belong to a woman, but not necessarily. Ancient men wore coal, for example, as eye makeup. So what can we really glean from women's history when a lot of sources are anonymized like that? Very difficult to interpret that. You find a bowl, a circle, one may assume perhaps that it was more likely that it belonged to a woman, or a woman was more likely to have handled it, but there's no guarantees. So it's very difficult to actually, on a theoretical level, reconstruct experience of history in ancient Israel sources we have. There are really exciting materials, however, especially when we get to late antiquity. For example, we have this Rufina, which comes from Smyrna in the 3rd century, and if you can make out some of that there, it's basically a funerary inscription that describes this woman as an archi-synagogue, that's right at the right side of the top line, and it says archi-synagogue, which means leader of the synagogue. We have quite a few examples of women who are represented with particular titles. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean from the larger context that they were like a rabbi or even president of the synagogue. It means something like major donor to the synagogue. But nevertheless, these inscriptions give us just a perhaps exceptional women who were healthier, more influential, but they definitely had these significant roles, as we shall see, not so much in today's lecture, but as we move forward. I'd like to highlight these in order to try and pass the crime check test as much as possible. Okay, let's just look at the biblical text for a minute now. Now, there are literally thousands of women in the biblical text, to be sure. In many cases, however, they are nameless or they are named in relationship to men. Like, for example, the wife of Noah, the children of Lot, daughters of Lot, Jephthah's daughter. We don't know their names from the biblical text, but they are named usually in some kind of relationship with men. Sometimes they're identified in terms of their character or skills, like the wise woman of Tekoa, or sometimes based on their place, like the witch of Endor. But there are literally hundreds, thousands of women in the Hebrew scriptures, and we don't know much about them in person. But there's some fascinating aspects when you include the oral tradition as well. Have a look at this picture here. Obviously, it's a piece of Persian art, but you wonder, that looks like a relatively familiar scene, right? It looks like Joseph running away from Eshet Potiphar, the wife of Potiphar, very famous scene, of course, in Genesis, where she's grabbing onto his cloak as he's trying to escape him. And here's another aspect that's really interesting in the Jewish tradition, is that although they may be nameless in the biblical text, the rabbinic tradition preserves the oral tradition in which there are lots of names and lots of additional details. And one of the crucial things about studying the Torah in the Jewish sense is you need to have two fingers. You have one finger in the written text and one finger in the oral tradition to understand it, as Jews have for hundreds of years. The easy way to do that is one finger in the text, one finger in Rashi, as we saw, for example, in the last lecture about matrilineal descent. But anyways, why am I bringing a piece of Persian art? Because in the Persian tradition, there's actually a name for Eshet Potiphar. Zulaikha is her name. And now this is not the Jewish oral tradition, although maybe the Muslims are borrowing something from the Jewish oral tradition, who knows? But the same phenomenon exists in the sense of there's a lot more detail than you get in the Bible itself. There are many examples in the Bible of strong Jewish women. Typically, they're named when they are strong, and often they're quite strong in the sense of defying male demands. For example, Sarah, who insists on the expulsion of Hagar, and Abraham, when he hesitates, God speaks to her and says, listen to her. The oral tradition actually quotes saying, because why should you listen to her? Because she is a greater prophet than you are. Rebecca, of course, famous, when she decides she knows better than her husband Isaac as to which of her two sons, Esau and Jacob, receive the blessing, and in fact, she engineers Jacob's reception of the blessing rather than Esau. Hannah, in Hebrew, it's hard for me to think in Hebrew pronunciation, English pronunciation. But Hannah, of course, is challenged by Eli, the Kohen, in the book of Samuel, and Hannah stands her ground and says, no, I'm praying to God, and in fact, she becomes the model of our prayer. Female warriors, like the woman who killed Sheva ben Bichri, also in the book of Samuel, or Yael, who plants a tent peg through the temple of Sisera and saves the Jewish people. And fascinating examples. So, and we have to add to this that in the Bible there are many negative portrayals of women as well, such as Jezebel and Athaliah. These are complex examples of character that they certainly are smaller in scope than the number of strong male characters, but nevertheless they have depth and sophistication. It's hard to really analyze them from a historical perspective, as we saw in a previous lecture. Occasionally these tempting artifacts come up from archaeological finds, such as the seal that may have belonged to Jezebel. But for the most part, we are totally reliant on the biblical text for the kind of tools that we need to try and explore women's history tend to be more literary in nature than historical per se. Nevertheless, we're going to make full use of the text, trying to understand everything we can. Let us conclude this discussion with one sort of overarching that's really important to understand the experience of women in ancient, and that is that we have to transport ourselves from the 20th century environment in which we are increasingly inclined to adopt a more androgynous view of women to a move in which there is a very radically different experience of Judaism by men and women. One can certainly see echoes of it in the most traditional of communities today, the Orthodox and the ultra-Orthodox, but this is something that would have been pervasive in the ancient world. In the next lecture, we'll talk about some exceptional women, but when we want to look at women in general in Israel, one of the most important things to really bear in mind is the fact that men and women were not necessarily practicing the same religion, or maybe I can say it in a little bit better way. They were practicing the same religion, but there are two different tracks. There's a men's track and a women's track. There's a lot to say about this in terms of religious studies, but in terms of kind of an anthropological approach, let's look at this one basic difference between men and women and how they would have approached Judaism. The Judaism is, of course, heavily dependent on the interpretation of the commandments. How exactly are Jews to translate the biblical text as mediated by the oral tradition and the Pharisees into actual demands on daily life? So one of the ways to categorize the commandments, which by the way would be a major enterprise of medieval thinkers, and we'll return to that in a few months, is to divide them into four different quadrants shown here. So on the x-axis, we can place negative commandments, that is, thou shalt not, things you're not supposed to do, and positive commandments, things that you are supposed to get up and do. And then on the y-axis, we can posit those actions which are defined by time, that is, they're restricted to a particular time, or those which are open-ended, always apply. Let me give you a few examples. Negative commandment that is defined by time is no eating bread on the holiday of Passover. Right? You can eat bread lots of other times during the year, but on the week of Passover, no bread. Okay, fine. How about negative not defined by time? No pork. It is thou shalt not, and is not defined by time. Now, a positive commandment that is not defined by time would be something like honor your parents. Kids, I hope you have to honor your parents. There's no time when this is no longer applicable. What about a positive commandment which is defined by time? Let's say the prayers of Judaism, which are recited typically in a fixed window called morning, a window called afternoon or mincha, and a fixed window called evening or mahari. Right? So this is one way you can categorize commandments by negative versus positive and defined by time and not defined by time. To return to our discussion of women, here's the key point. Women are obligated in three of these categories, but they are exempted from positive commandments defined by time. What does that mean, exempt? In general, it means women may choose to do these commandments if they so wish. They will receive reward for performing these commandments, but if they choose to, they are exempt from performing them. There's exceptions to this rule. For example, lighting the candles Friday night, which is something which is specifically associated with women. That is a positive commandment, and it is associated with time. And women are generally considered obligated to time, or women at least are obligated before men are obligated. Another example would be drinking with 4 cups of wine on the holiday of Passover, also a positive commandment defined by time. Women are obligated, and the Talmud goes through a whole bunch of these exceptions and why they are exceptions, but the general rule is as such. Now, obviously, this has tremendous implications for lifestyle, because one of the most disruptive elements of a day, that's putting it in a negative, a positive disruption, is prayer 3 times a day. And clearly, for women who are more likely to be overwhelmingly involved in duties of the home, childcare, and things like that, the exemption from positive commandments are, by time, are extremely useful. You can't necessarily run off to shul when you're a screaming toddler. There's a lot more to say about why women were obligated in this way and not in another way, and whether the rabbinic formulations come after the sociological realities or the other way around. And I will leave that with enthusiasm to people who are expert in religious studies, women's studies, and so on. But nevertheless, this is the schema of women's experience in the ancient world and for traditional communities through much of the medieval world and even into the modern world when we see the more orthodox communities. There are also, beyond this, specific experiences that women would have had that tend to be more biological in nature, like, for example, the regular visits to the mikvah, the fishing pool, and one of the most beautiful things that has been resurrected in the modern period is the composition of specific prayers that are associated with women's experience of the commandments, such as going to the mikvah, experiencing menopause, childbirth, things like that, which are largely, disappeared from the regular canon of text because they were primarily guarded by men. A lot more to say about this, but we'll have to forward into the future. So these kinds of religious structural elements help define many of the traditional divisions between men and women and their experience of Judaism and the world as a whole. Women tend to be relegated to the private sphere of the home, but not at all exclusively. We have lots of examples of women extending into the public sphere. Women tend to be involved in particular crafts such as the production of clothing, very, very time-consuming work, the production of the care of the diet of the family, and so on. Again, there's no way to say, and it would be inappropriate to say this is universal, but it's certainly reliable to say that it was more common than not. In the next lecture, I'd like to look at 3 exceptional women, 2 of which are exceptional because of their accomplishments, and a third who is exceptional because we simply happen to know a lot about her, and otherwise she may have been an absolute average woman, and I'll give us some sense of what it must have been like for life in their cases in the first century. I hope you found this video useful, and thank you very much for watching.
And I think Genghis Khan just loved that about him. And in Afghanistan, he was where the great Buddhists are actually. He was sent to this in the Persian history, the thumb of fate. Fired the arrow that shot him down. He was killed. And for Genghis Khan, he had never lost a family member. Not one.
Okay, now that we've had a look at one specific issue, that of matrilineal descent, and then we looked a little bit at some of the sources and methods, challenges in studying Jewish women in antiquity, let's look at three exceptional examples. And we'll hope to learn from these examples some kind of contrast to the average woman in general society. It's not a very precise way of doing things, but it's very difficult to work with the nature of the sources that we have before us today. Hopefully, moving forward, to some degree in the medieval period, but certainly when we get to the early modern and modern period, we'll be able to explore women's lives with much more dependence on their actual voices. But let's have a look at the three examples that will give us some sense of what it must have been like to be a woman in antiquity. Women were actually suggested in a book by Richard Freud, who was a very important archaeologist who did some amazing work in the Cave of Letters and other places. This is the book, by the way, that is really quite fascinating, called Digging Through the Bible, Modern Archaeology, and the Ancient Bible. And he suggests these three characters. I also want to mention that he was someone who pioneered the use of colonoscopy tools in exploring hard-to-reach caves, right? Because his doctor suggested that's a great way to get into hard-to-reach places. And I have to mention that he has a striking resemblance to another famous archaeologist. I can't quite put my finger on who it might be, but there's a certain look. Oh my gosh, I wish I could go back to graduate school. I would study so many things, but one of them would probably be archaeology. At any rate, he suggests that we should look at the life of Gloria as an unusual woman of the 2nd century of late antiquity. It's much harder to get back early in time as we've discussed. But what do we know about Gloria? Well, first of all, she was mentioned frequently in the Talmud. She's the wife of a very important rabbi, Rabbi. She comes from an important family. Her father was Hanani ben Teradion, one of the martyrs of the Adrianic persecution that was related to the Bar Kokhba. So that helps us date Gloria. Besides Rabbi Meir, her father gives us a sense of her lifetime in the 2nd century. We know from the Talmudic account that her sister was actually taken off to captivity to Rome, although the Frank has some interesting thoughts on that as well. Now, one of the fascinating things about her work is that she is so exceptional in that she is frequently in the Talmud as a sage. Let us understand that there are about 2,000 different Amoraim, or later work figures, in the period of the Talmud who actually have a named voice in this massive document. And there can't be more than 20 women who appear anywhere. And most of these women are unnamed, or they have a title like Machanisa, something like that. Gloria stands out so much as being an incredibly important woman in the actual intellectual give and take of this massive document. She often corrects the sages who respect her learning, and she often does it in a way that has kind of like a biting sense of humor. Like in one particular example, when she is accosted by another rabbi who asks her for directions in a rather, polite manner, and she snaps back at him saying, Galilean fool, he asks from Galileo. Did you not read what it says? And she quotes another teaching, do not talk over much with women. Abbreviated your statement to me and simply said, which way to look, right? In other words, she's sort of throwing the teachings of the rabbis back at them. And you get this sense that sometimes there is kind of a proto-feminist critique in the things that she says. But that's a minor aspect of her teachings. Her life story and the kind of things that she talks about are often profound and very deep. She speaks to the nature of personal tragedy in life, as we see his father sister, and also with the children of Rabbi Meir, who died on one particular Sabbath, teaching boys terrifying kinds of things. God forbid, right? She's really a teacher of phenomenal depth, of halachic wisdom, of acerbic wit and perspicacity in a woman. And she stands out primarily as kind of like a big exception to the rule of women who are silent, who are nameless or voiceless in the time. The end of her life is described in our passage that is only recorded 1,000 years after her life in the commentary of Rothschild on the Tractate of Zara. It doesn't occur anywhere in rabbinic literature. And although it appears in a very authoritative comment, Rashi, a great sage, nevertheless, it's so out of character with what we know about Rabbi Meir's life and what we know about Gloria's life, that it describes her end as being very ignorant. I'll leave that up to the rabbinic scholar's nature of that particular story. Nevertheless, Gloria stands out as one tremendous counterexample. The vast majority of women do not have the same kind of active Torah learning that was so exemplary in her life and activity. So that's an exception in terms of the realm of scholarship, which of course would be extremely important in the development of Jewish society over the next 2 millennia. Another very important figure now in terms of politics would be a figure known as Berenice. She was actually royalty in a literal sense. She was Julia Berenice. Her dates are somewhere around the year 26 through the year 85. She was the daughter of King Agrippa I and his wife Cyprus. Now, you will recall that there were a few puppet kings in the Roman period in Judea. Some of them were very powerful, like Herod the Great, who was Berenice's great grandfather, if I calculate that correctly, and others were quite diminished in authority. King Agrippa I was one of the latter category. He happened to be a more sympathetic figure. He's quoted several times in the Talmud, usually in a very positive. He ruled from the year 41 through 44. As a royal Jewish princess, as she was married off primarily for purposes of lineage and connections, things like that, to one Marcus, who was the son of Alexander Lysimachus of Alexandria. He, in fact, was the Alabar of Alexandria, essentially the leader of the Jewish community there. And not only that, he was the nephew of a very famous Jewish philosopher, Philo, who will speak about that in another lecture. She was widowed, and then she remarried her uncle Herod Polo of Chalcis, widowed a second time, and then she went and she essentially moved in with her brother Agrippa II. Josephus, in this context, reports a really nasty relationship, rumor about the two of them, which is unusual because it is not repeated by Roman historians of the time. It's not impossible because this was not an unknown practice among the Romans, but for Jews it would have been extremely scandalous to say the least. But anyway, at this point, she was like at the peak of her authority. She was referred to as Regina, meaning queen, Basileia, also queen, and she actually served famously in the trial of Paul later on in his capacity. I had a look at this earlier. She married a third time to King Ptolemy II of Cilicia, who actually converted to Judaism and was circumcised and so on. But here's another fascinating thing about her. She was in Jerusalem at the time of the outbreak of the revolt in the year 66. And she was there because she was fulfilling a Nazarite vow, which is interesting in its own context. Nazarism is something that's recorded in the Bible, and of course there's a whole tractate of it on Talmud, in which basically a person has some kind of like moving experience and do repentance for it. They want to do for it, and so they undertake some restrictions in their behavior, let their hair grow, refrain from alcohol, wines quickly, and then at the end of this period, which is limited, usually 30 days or 60 days, they come to Jerusalem and then they offer a sacrifice. So she was there at that time when the revolt broke out. Some kind of sense of what kind of person she would be if she took on a Nazarite vow. And she stood up for the rebels. She went to Gessius Florus, the curator, who was very unsympathetic to the Jews, and she appeared before him barefoot to beg for mercy for them, but she was unable to stop either the Roman onslaught, and she was unable to destroy the rebel outbreak as well. She ended up fleeing Jerusalem when the palace of her brother was burned down. And somehow in this context, at this time, she is involved in a relationship with none other than Titus. That is the son of the Emperor Vespasian, later to become Emperor himself, who was responsible for the armies that would destroy Jerusalem from the temple. There's some interesting thoughts about the relationship must have been like. Many of the classical historians point to her tremendous beauty. She and her sister were regarded as among the most beautiful women of the Eastern Mediterranean. Titus himself was some dozen years her junior. That himself would have been unusual. Others point to the very unequal relationship between Titus as a conqueror and Berenice as the representative of a leader that conquered people. So that this relationship might have been more of a situation. At any rate, according to Dr. Freund, a very interesting interpretation, her relationship with Titus might have been instrumental in allowing the scholarly refuge in Yavne to persist. We recall that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai famously asked for a retreat so the sages could stay somewhere safe and not participate in the revolt and not be destroyed, and this was granted. So Dr. Freund argues, interestingly enough, that maybe Berenice's relationship with Titus that allowed this to happen, and if that is the case, then of course she contributed to the survival of Judaism and the Jewish people as a whole. Her relationship with Titus was somewhat stormy. It was viewed by many as quite scandalous, and ultimately she was forced out of Rome, and Titus died shortly thereafter in the year 79. So she's a fascinating and exceptional individual in the sense that, she's at the very top of society. She is involved in things that royalty are involved with, with marriages for setting, relationships between territories and so on. She's involved in the highest levels of government, speaking with emperors, and she deals with, huge political issues like the revolt. But this is clearly in contrast to the vast majority of women who left no trace on the political record that we have. But it is worthy to note that it is in her romantic relationship that she's left a real mark on art. Well, the relationship of Berenice and Titus has been celebrated in a number of works, literary, musical, and so on, including La Clemenza di Tito, the Mercy of Titus by Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, a famous opera. Her role in this relationship has been celebrated in Western civilization far outside the Jewish awareness of her existence. Let's now turn to our final exceptional individual. We looked at Gloria as an example of exceptionality in that she was such a renowned scholar. Berenice, because of her high level of political activity as a Jewish princess. Now we have a woman who is exceptional in that we suddenly huge amount about her personal life as she would be unknown. I'm speaking about a woman named Babaka. I'm only going to speak for a few minutes right now, but I would urge you to have a look at works on her by Dr. Anna Cotton, by Dr. Freund, and others. I also have an hour lecture on Babaka that goes much more detail. She was one of the people hiding with the Bar Kokhba in the caves in the dead region that we spoke about a couple years ago, and she may have died there. It's impossible to tell which one of the female remains would have been associated with. There were many women and children, but it's likely that she did die there because which contained a trove of nearly 20 documents that all linked to her personal, and by investigating these documents, are written in a variety of languages, Hebrew, Aramaic, Greek, Tian. They all speak to her extensive legal battles. And in these battles, she saved these documents, also like marriage checks, things like that. She saved these documents because quickly involved in the battles that had to do with issues, some property that her parents left to her, and also some property that one of her two husbands left her. That second husband was a co-wife. They're in a polygamous relationship, unheard of at that time. And she was disputing with her wife over some orchard of date palms, things like that. And also she had children who the court had appointed to the care of apotropai, or custodial officers, and she was seeking to get more control over her children and wrest it from the courts. And so, this is not the place to go into the ins and outs of the specifics of her controversies, but the documents portray her as, very much a woman in charge of her own affairs. It's not clear whether or not she was even literate in these languages. She may have had scribes, involved in drawing them up and so on, but she clearly knew what they meant because she kept them all together in this pouch, and she treasured them like, I have the family documents, our passports and things like that, in a special little box and things like that. These were very valuable documents for her life and activity. And it gives us a sense of the Jewish woman who was not without means. She was probably like upper middle class, dealing with property issues and so on, who took charter license. She was really an agent involved in her life. So we should not imagine Gabata's example that the vast majority of women were passive and allowing kind of life to wash over them and being passed from man to man in various ways. This is a woman who's deeply involved in fighting for her rights and finding some success from time to time. There are some interesting questions. Why was she there with the Bar Kokhba rebels herself? It's possible that she feared the general destruction that was going on with the Romans. There's one particular figure who appears to have linked her to Bar Kokhba, because he's also mentioned in terms of the Bar Kokhba chain of command, so perhaps it was a familiar relationship. We really don't know, but we get a sense of an average woman who has a very important detailed legal history, like many of us do even today. And so this is a corrective to the huge silence that we get from the sources on women in general. So she's exceptional, not so much in what she did with her life, but the fact that we know a lot more about her life, and it reveals some startling things. Many more fascinating things are going to be learned, I'm sure, as we analyze the Babak archives in great detail. Okay, I hope you found this video useful. We are definitely going to be incorporating more and more discussion of Jewish women into the lectures as we move forward in time. But the next series of lectures are going to deal with the Jewish diaspora in antiquity. Okay, thank you very much for watching.
He had been a Christian, and I had been a Christian, but he converted to Buddhism. Well, his subjects were Muslims, and he outlawed the Muslim religion, and he made all kinds of things happen. So the Uyghurs sent a delegation to Genghis Khan. At this time, they knew that the Emperors of China were too weak to protect them, so they sent a delegation to Genghis Khan and asked him to come in and save them from him. And he did. He sent down a detachment. He didn't actually go himself. He sent a detachment down there. They drove goods from power, goods from down towards Pakistan.
At this point, it makes sense to pause and sort of think a little bit about a major transition that happens in Jewish history that really colors the experience of Jews and the globe, really, and that is, of course, the diaspora. The term diaspora is Greek in origin, and it means something like scattering, and it refers to the spreading out of Jews into the Mediterranean basin and Mesopotamia and eventually throughout the world. Now, this has been the Jewish experience for the last 2,000 years. It's only been dramatically altered with the establishment of the State of Israel in the middle of the 20th century. So, really speaking about the biggest chunk of Jewish history in the post-biblical period, has been all in diaspora, and Jews negotiate their reality politically, economically, and so on as a minority in majority cultures. And that certainly had a lot to say about what kind of people the Jews would become. Now, we should note, of course, that the term was used internally within the Jewish world, at least until the 19th century in particular, was not diaspora, which has kind of like a neutralization, but the word in Hebrew, galut, or pronunciation galus, that Jews were thrown out of land. This is a little bit of a misnomer, although there was tremendous devastation, suffering in the wake of the destruction of the temple, and there was an expulsion of Jews from Jew in particular. They're not actually expelled from the land in the first century like they were with the also limited population transfers that happened under the Assyrians and the Babylonians. They were, let's say, highly encouraged to leave by the desperate conditions. In some cases, there were tens of thousands taken off into slavery, but the concept of expelling all the Jews from their land is something that really wasn't, considered reasonable in the ancient world at all. So there was always a Jewish presence in the land of Israel, sometimes an incredibly small population, but nevertheless, Jews always maintained some kind of physical presence in the land of Israel throughout the long 2 millennia of diaspora. However, the majority of the Jewish population soon found themselves outside of the boundaries of Jewish Israel, hence the experience as Galut, as an exile nation. It's worthy pointing out, not in this particular series, but just in one sentence, that the concept of exile on a theological level pertains even when the Jews have returned to their land and have a state, meaning theologically, Jews consider themselves still in exile, even if they're still living in Jerusalem today. There is a concept that until the Messiah comes, there will be a diasporic or an exilic condition pertaining to Jewish existence. But at any rate, let us take some of our time and look at the diaspora in antiquity, both before the destruction of the temple and maybe a little bit after the destruction of the temple, before the medieval period. Here's a map that gives you a sense of the diaspora after the Bar Kokhba rebellion. You recall, the first Roman-Jewish war resulted in the destruction of the temple in that year, and ultimately the fall of Masada. And as we shall see, there was definitely dispersion of Jews within Israel itself, but the process of Jews settling throughout the Mediterranean basin and in Mesopotamia had begun centuries earlier. On this map, you see the kind of hatched lines that encircle the Mediterranean, referred to the greatest extent of the Roman Empire, which would have been in the early 2nd century. And every dot that represents a city indicates that there was a Jewish population after the Bar Kokhba rebellion in the 2nd century. Have a look at Israel closely here, and you can see that the hatching shows that there was a Jewish settlement along the coast, a little bit towards the northern Negev, and heavily based in the Galileo to the north, and also a little bit in the Jordan Valley on both sides of the river in the Perea region as well. But conspicuous by its absence, of course, is the region around Judea, which is emptied of Jews because of the Roman attacks on the Bar Kokhba rebels and the destruction of Jewish villages there. A lot of Jewish population moved, in particular north, to where the new center would exist, and Jews were in fact banned from Jerusalem at this time as well. Romans also changed the name of the land. This is when it received the Latin term Palestina, which was intended to refer to the biblical enemies of the Jews in the land of Israel, the Philistines, Plishtim in Hebrew, and so renaming the region Palestina and, in terms of cartography, wipe Israel off the map, so to speak. It is ironic, of course, that the term has been revised as a political term. It has always been a geographic term since the Roman Empire. Jews were also living in Mesopotamia, that is this region here, framed by the flow of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers into the Persian Gulf. We'll look at that in the next lecture. And then there's a certain amount of Jews who are living in the Italian and in the Greek peninsulas and in Asia Minor as well, Eastern Mediterranean. We also have Jews who are living in the coast of North Africa. We looked at one of those communities, Cuba, in the context of the Quitos Rebellion a while ago, and there are even Jews as far west as the Iberian Peninsula and the south of France as well. So we'll look at all of these, however briefly, in the next couple of lectures. But the main center of the Jewish diaspora at this period of time was undoubtedly Egypt, a very, very important place where Jews had to be literally for centuries. There was a long connection between Israel and Egypt after the Exodus. The Bible describes many relations between Egypt and Israel, quite often hostile and quite often not hostile. For example, King Solomon marries an Egyptian princess, and Isaiah refers to communities in Lower Egypt. Jeremiah spent some time there unwillingly, as happens after the assassination of Gedaliah, for whom there is a fast day after Rosh Hashanah every year since then. The Jews were primarily concentrated in the southern region in the earliest period. That is down at the bottom. You see the town Elephantine. Now, I always pronounce that, by the way, Elephantine. So look a little more carefully. I think it's supposed to be pronounced Elephantine. Maybe someone in the comments will correct me if I get that wrong. This is known as the Upper Nile, even though it is on the bottom of the map, as I mentioned to you earlier. The Nile, of course, flows to the north. It empties into the Mediterranean Sea. And so there's the upriver, which is south, is called the Upper Nile, and downriver is the Lower Nile, where you have the cities of Cairo and Alexandria and so on. So there is a very military, Jewish military Elephantine, and we'll look at that in just a second. And it may go back, the roots of that settlement are somewhat under dispute, but it may go back as early as the 7th century before the Common Era, when national Judah had relations with Egypt and sent a colony there. So let's look a little more carefully at that particular settlement. Here's a satellite view of the Nile River. You can see the green represents obviously the tremendous irrigation power of the Nile. And down at the very south, where you see the little red part, there are some cataracts, which means that the river constricts and it loses its depth, and ships moving toward the north have to find a way to unload their cargo or negotiate the rapids or put it on the land in a kind of portage situation. And so that's a really dangerous spot for a kind of transition. And that's where robbers would lie in wait and so on. Hence, it makes sense to have some kind of military place there. And we know a little bit about this community because the records were preserved in papyri and in ostraca, right? Those are clay bits of clay shards. We know that the Jews had a temple there, and it's interesting that they would have some temple because, after all, the Bible is pretty clear about prohibiting any other temples outside of Jerusalem, but there were actually 3 other temples in existence in the pre-destruction, the Second Temple period. We have one in Shem, which is Nablus in modern terminology, and in Samaria. That would be the Samaritan temple, of course, which regular Judahite Jews would not consider as valid. The Arak El Amir in Jordan, and Leontopolis, which would be in Egypt, under Konya. This is referred to as Konya in the Talmud, Onias IV. So what is going on in those temples is fascinating, but a little bit beyond our area of today. We have in these records some interesting records of women, for example. Here's my chance to fill in the block and check off the contract chest. We have one very wealthy woman who owns several homes and things like that. Her name is Mitafia, which seems to be related to the word batak, meaning to trust, to have faith in God. She was married 3 times to a Jewish soldier, and then apparently to 2 types of construction engineers or maybe architects. They're called builders. Maybe there were local quarries or something. Not clear. Another fascinating archive refers to a man named Anania, who was a temple official, Jewish, who married an Egyptian slave named Tammuz. Tammuz is definitely not a Hebrew name, because in Hebrew the word Tammuz means she will die, right? That's probably not a good name for your daughter. So the fact that he's marrying an Egyptian slave is in itself bizarre, but you also see from the documents that in fact he wasn't even completely married to her in a Jewish sense. That it certainly does not follow any of the laws as described in the Talmud, because she was simultaneously owned by a different man, her master, someone named Meshulam, which is also a Jewish name, and he in fact owned their son, whose name was Toti. If Anania were to default in the relationship and ask for a divorce, then Meshulam, the owner of the slave woman, would get the child. The whole thing is really bizarre. Also interesting, though, and again, pretty much in contradiction to Jewish law, Tammuz could just start a divorce on her, which is something that rabbinic law does not permit. Lots more to say about that. I hope to come back to it in maybe in the medieval period, maybe look at Jewish law. At any rate, fascinating details about families and existence in Elephantine, and there's even some fascinating archaeological discoveries of the actual site of the temple itself. Another major center of Jewish settlement in Egypt and the early diaspora is Alexandria, which of course is a big city today. In the western part of the Nile Delta, you can see where it is here, right on the coast. Alexandria goes back centuries and centuries. In the 3rd century before the Common Era, Jews were involved in translating the Bible into Greek, making it available to the broader Mediterranean society. This had an incredibly influential role in promulgating the ideas of Judaism, and was especially influential in the early church. There's a funny story about how the Septuagint was written. According to legend, 70 rabbis were brought in, 70 different rooms, and given the Bible and told to translate it, and they all came out and compared what they had done, and they had all written the exact same translation. They had all essentially agreed with each other. Rabbi Hutner, who was a very important Rosh Yeshiva in America, he liked to joke that you call that a miracle? That's not a miracle. If you get 70 rabbis together and you put them in one room and ask them to agree on it, that's a miracle. By the 1st century, Jews were quite numerous in Alexandria, and they had one neighborhood which was specifically the Jewish neighborhood, and they had a second one out of 5 neighborhoods that they were populating as well. But there was a significant amount of controversy with the local Greek population. You recall that Alexander the Great had swept through the entire region and had established all kinds of new norms and new cities. Alexander, the son of coincidence. And there are a lot of people who had privileges under the Greek regime, under Ptolemy, but when the Romans came, they were not happy with the displacement that occurred as a result of new management. Jews, on the other hand, saw it as a potential for them to increase their status and their privileges in the new society. And so Jews actually welcomed the Roman armies when they arrived in the middle of the 1st century before the Common Era. We have a fascinating description of a major upheaval against the Jews in the year 38, which some have called actually the First Pogrom. This was recorded by the philosopher Philo, very important Jewish thinker of the era, who approached the Bible primarily in the Greek sense with the Septuagint. Philo was extremely important in introducing a new philosophical way to understand the Bible. He did not get that much traction in the Jewish tradition. He did not write in Hebrew, he wrote in Greek, and many of his ideas were really quite contrary to much of what the rabbis were talking about, but nevertheless extremely influential once again on the Christian tradition, not so much on the Jewish tradition. At any rate, he describes this first upheaval as the result of the tension between the Greek and the Jewish populations in the city that were exacerbated in particular when King Agrippa I, you remember him, he ruled in the middle of the first century for a few years, and he visited the region. Jews locally asked him if he would maybe intercede with his friends in Rome on their behalf, and he chose unwisely to have a kind of a gaudy parade through the town of Alexandria, and the Greek rivals of the Jews actually mounted sort of like a mock counter parade in which they openly made fun of Agrippa I, and sure enough, it eventually translated into violence against the Jews. The local procurator, who had his own issues with Rome, even though he was a Roman official, there was a change of the guard in Rome, and he was concerned about his own position, and he decided to take the side of the Greeks, and he ordered, among other things, that the Jews should be limited to one neighborhood, not to two. And the forced concentration of Jews into one of those two neighborhoods, which some would argue actually constituted the world's first ghetto, interesting idea, was also occasioned by significant anti-Jewish violence and attacks on synagogues, which was really an unusual thing for the ancient world. Synagogues were generally considered, places where you should not transgress and you should respect the various ritual worship of other Jews. But this was one of those occasions where that was ignored. The new emperor, however, laid down the law and established the status quo ante, where the Jews were, mollified, but there would be yet again violence in the year 66, probably in connection with the Roman-Jewish War that exploded in that year. So that's just a look very quickly at Alexandria. And as a whole, Egypt played an important role in the early days. Thank you very much for watching.
It was also exchange, explicit or implicit, along the way, exchange of ideas. That's exchange of technologies, exchange of philosophical ideas, scientific ideas, technical mathematical ideas. All of this spread throughout and constantly circulating. Can you speak to that aspect of it? Yes.
So let's continue our discussion of the diaspora and antiquity by looking at Mesopotamia. And although we saw that Egypt was an incredibly important center of Jewish settlement, Babylonia is perhaps more distinguished because it is the location of the forced resettlement of Jews, which was the original home of the patriarch Abraham, but nevertheless, Jews were forced to live there in the context of the invasions of the Assyrians and the Babylonians in the 8th and the 6th centuries. Those 2 centuries were periods in which there were forced removals of Jews from Israel to the region of Babylonia, and it's more appropriate to use the term exile or galut in that context, but even those exiles were partial. They only represented a small portion of the overall population. The majority of the population remained behind in Israel, impoverished, probably gender imbalanced, because men may have been taken in greater numbers than women, but otherwise many Jews, majority, still behind Israel. Now, here's a look at the map, and you see where the arrow is pointing to the region of Mesopotamia. That, as I've said before, represents the area between the rivers. That's what Mesopotamos means, between the rivers. And it's sometimes called simply Babylonia, although that's a term that obviously changes over time. Let's zoom in here to a passage from Jeremiah, in which he famously says, on the occasion of the 6th century exile to Babylonia, he says, thus saith the Lord, this is Jeremiah 29:4, the God of Israel, unto all the captivity whom I have caused to be carried away captive from Jerusalem unto Babylon, build ye houses and dwell in them, and plant gardens and eat the fruit of them. Take ye wives and beget sons and daughters, and take wives for your sons, and give your daughters to husbands, that they may bear sons and daughters, and multiply ye there, and be not diminished. And seek the peace of the city, whither I have caused to be carried away captive. Pray to the Lord for it, for in the peace thereof shall ye have peace. This is kind of like the mission statement of the concept of exile in the Jewish tradition. The notion that this exile, this galut, this diaspora, to use a neutral term, is something that is God ordained, and that Jews are to commit themselves to the lands in which they now live, to work to build it up with houses and vineyards and so on, to raise families there, and to pray for the welfare of the government, which of course is part of the standard ritual of the synagogue to this very day. But at the same time, we should understand that this represented a huge theological, spiritual challenge for Babylonian Jews, because up until now, although the Jews worshiped an invisible God, their only conception of God was one in which God was associated with a particular place. Now they were in a foreign place. Were they somehow abandoned by their God? I know that much more modern thinking understands the concept of God as universal and as not being connected to a specific place. But in the ancient period, there's lots of indications to suggest that Jews would be worried that now perhaps their God, is not interested in taking care of them in exile. That's why Jeremiah's prophecy rang so famously throughout the generations as a measure of consolation for the newfound exile tradition. Now, what's going on in Babylonia in the period of antiquity that we're looking at? So, one of the most fascinating collections that we have from the period is the so-called Rothschild archive. Now, this represents 730 clay tablets from the 5th century from the Bnei Rothschild, which is a banking family. It's not impossible that they are Jewish, but there's no real data to prove it one or the other. However, when the archaeologists go through these cuneiform tablets, there are lots and lots of names, right? It's a business archive with receipts and agreements and contracts and stuff like that. About 8% of the names mentioned in this massive archive are Jewish. And the way they tell is because they are so-called theophoric, meaning they invoke the name of the Jewish God right built into their own ways of referring to each other. My own children have theophoric names. It's very common. If you have a name like, let's say, I don't know, Jonathan, right? Means God-given. Right? They all invoke the name of God in some kind of active way. And so it's relatively easy. It's not foolproof. It's a pretty good sense that these are probably Jews. So there are 8% of the names in this archive, and they're located in 28 out of the 200 place names mentioned. There's another collection, by the way, that refers to a place that seems to be like a concentration of Jews called Al Yahudu. Yahud, of course, would mean Jewish, and there's lots and lots of theophoric names in this set collection as well, which was discovered quite some time after the Rothschild archive. And one of the things I find really amazing about the Rothschild archive is not only are the names theophoric, but Jews always use a patronymic, meaning one is normally named with a given name, son or daughter of one's parent. In most circumstances in Jewish practice, one is named after one's father, not after one's father, but one is named by one's father. So, for example, my Hebrew name is Hillel, my father's name is Yaakov, so I would be Hillel ben Yaakov. Right? Hillel, the son of Yaakov. In almost all usages, you would rely on your father's name, but under certain circumstances, you would refer to your mother's name. The reasons for these things are not going to delay us today. But what's really fascinating is if you look at the individual's name and their patronymics, and you see, is there a change in the theophoric nature? You see that there's a real scene that something happened around the year 480 before the Common Era, in which all of a sudden these Jews who have regular Babylonian names, their children super theophoric, as if they have suddenly discovered religion. and they are much more intent on making sure that their children identify as Jews. It's really interesting. And in fact, that continues for several generations. But what would happen if all of a sudden you had all these Jews that had like really secular names, like let's say, I don't know, Chad or Thomas or something? It's really not Christopher, right? Really not especially Jewish names. And then all of a sudden their kids get named like, Eliezer and Chana Rivka and Sarala. What happened? It seems that around the year 480, for reasons that we don't know, there was a Jewish movement, and they started giving their children much more Jewish names, and their grandchildren get Jewish names, and so on for quite some time. But let's go on. What did the Jews do? So the Rothschild archive, because it's primarily dealing with business and receipts and things like that, doesn't give us a lot of detail about the nature of their lives, but it does say a lot about what kind of occupations they were involved in. It appears that there was a strong contingent of Jews who were active in the military. It's fascinating that in a diaspora condition, you wouldn't necessarily immediately think of that first, but we see that in Egypt, we see it also in Babylonia. Jews, of course, involved in animal husbandry, shepherdry. Well, that sounds like a traditional Jewish pursuit, right? David and Moses and so on. Jews are involved in buying and selling real estate. They're involved in government service, like they're operating businesses on behalf of the government or so on. And we even have a significant population of Jews who are actually enslaved. There is a Jewish poor. It's not. One can't imagine that the vast majority of Jews are sort of like upper middle class. No, rather they are more middle class and lower. So much stuff to talk about. So let us just conclude a little bit by thinking about the political organization of the Jews in Babylon, because this would, unlike Egypt, ultimately become the next great center of Jewish culture. We're going to be exploring in just a few weeks. There's a slow and steady growth of communities after Bar Kokhba. They move from Israel and they make their way to Mesopotamia, and it just increases the population. There will be a significant amount of travel going back and forth between the major centers of Jews in Israel and in the Babylonian region. There are the so-called Nechute, which refer to rabbis who leave Jerusalem to go to Babylonia and teach the rabbis in Babylonia what they're saying in Jerusalem, and sometimes they back and forth many times. So there is an increasingly large population there. There's a significant cultural impact as well, because this is a process that started hundreds of years earlier, but Aramaic as the state language of the region becomes the literary lingua franca for much of the Eastern Mediterranean. It will be the language of the Talmud. Aramaic is, by the way, the Jews write it with Hebrew letters. Other peoples write it with different letters. And it's a Semitic language. It's not too far away from Hebrew in its grammar and structure. And most of its vocabulary. It's probably sort of like French and Italian, or French and Spanish are close to each other as Hebrew is to Aramaic. Back to that when we talk more about the organization of the Jews in Babylon was quite sophisticated. They had something called the Reish Galita, or in English, the Exilot, the head of the and again, I want to go on a major discussion of it until a little later on in this next semester, but this is basically a figure recognized by the Parthian Empire as the head of all Jews in the region, and respected by the Jews, although sometimes they get into conflict with their leadership, in particular as the academies begin to grow. They really only take off in the 3rd century, but the various great academies of study, which will ultimately produce the Talmud, often get into conflict with the Reish Galita. Nevertheless, just like we saw with the prayer for the government, there's also a prayer for the Reish Galita that is included in every Sabbath service in Aramaic, in contemporary synagogues as well. But you shouldn't think that it's all, sort of organized and working together effective. We have some fascinating stories. Josephus gives a lot of details of 2 brothers from the famous city of Neharga, named Ananias and Asineus, who decided to just, go off on their own and create for about 15 years, their own kind of like robber state, which is kind of like a little warlords. And these are Jewish guys who maintain kind of like regional independence from Parthian army, Parthian Empire, until finally the Parthians took care of it and destroyed the robber state. Fascinating kind of swashbuckling guys. More to say, but I think it will take us too far away from our topic. Okay, that's Mesopotamia. One more short lecture about diaspora coming in. Thank you for that.
He didn't have the genius of his schedule, I won't say that, but he was smart and clever. He understood more about China than most Mongols did, and he understood more about Mongols than most Chinese did. So the great thing left, that Genghis Khan said on his deathbed, finish conquering China. That was the great objective. So,
okay, let's just take a few minutes to say a little bit about the rest of the Mediterranean and ancient diaspora. There's so much to say about all this, but I just want to try and keep my remarks very brief because we will be returning to this in future lectures. So here's our map that shows us the extent of the Roman Empire and the patch lines. And as you can see, every single dot represents a city where there is significant Jewish population. The region we should look at right now is the moving from left to right, the Italian peninsula, that's shaped like a boot, and I said that in a Canadian way, I hope you recognize it. And then there is the Greek peninsula next to it. We'll also look a little bit at the Mediterranean as well, would be like Turkey and so on. The first suggestion of Jewish presence in Greece dates all the way back from the 4th century, and then of course after Alexander there's much more of a presence building in the region. In Rome, we have a very significant population developing. This is especially so when Julius Caesar in the 1st century before the Common Era proclaimed Judaism a religio licita, which means a legitimate religion, which means it is protected and it has to be respected, and there are certain things that Jews do that they are allowed to do and continue doing because of Roman protection, such as the very dangerous and difficult transportation of the yearly half-shekel tax for the maintenance of the temple in Jerusalem. This was a practice which was continued throughout the period of antiquity, and the Romans actually protected it. The few times when transporting this money was interrupted by official authorities was heavily criticized and represents definitely an exception to the rule because people respected, especially old religions like Judaism. Jews were also granted military exemptions from conscription when they were observant. For example, the whole business of kosher food, Sabbath makes it very difficult. So in many cases, the Romans were willing to overlook demands on conscripts from Jewish communities. Because generally, Jews did not so bad in the Roman Empire before the events of the Great Revolt. That's when it got really bad, and of course it went downhill from there. At the same time, while Jews are generally getting a lot of traction socially and legally coming up to the 1st century, it is a growing social movement as well. We can really see in a lot of the early Greek and Roman writers, there is a basic misunderstanding of what Judaism is all about. There is a concern that Jews are somehow misanthropic, that they hate other people. Why? Because, for example, you can't belong to the religion unless you convert. This is like a strange idea. Really? I can't just be a Jew because I sort of like Jewish things? No, you've got to go through conversion, whatever that means exactly. There's certain events, circumcision, Jews wouldn't eat non-Jewish food, so you had to keep kosher. There was a lot of Jewish practice that was definitely misunderstood. Like, for example, this total, what seemed to be fanatic ban on any kind of civil religion, like any kind of worship of idols and things like that. The Jews would get really upset about that, and Greeks and Romans were saying, what is the problem? It's so basic. I often compare this to the example of not standing when the national anthem is played at a football game or something like that, which Americans consider very rude. And by the way, I used this example long before it became the element of the social justice movement, Black Lives Matter, and so on. But the fact for me at a football game is considered offensive to many Americans, is considered such a strong statement that still reinforces the idea of how the Jews would have been perceived if they refused to do some of the basic things that Romans did for their civic religion because they felt that it was against their core principles. Nevertheless, Judaism is a competitive ideology at this time. You have a lot of people who are attracted to Judaism. It represents some real attractive alternatives to the fatalism inherent in Roman paganism, and you have a growing population not only of ethnic Jews who are living in the Italian peninsula in the first century, but also fellow travelers, converts, and those who are just kind of like sympathizers as well. One of the really cool ways that we can see the growth of the Jewish population in Rome, and this is a little bit of a detail, but I just think it's so fascinating that I talk about it, is the discovery of these ancient catacombs of Jews in Rome. It was very common in late antiquity to be buried underground. You can see this map here shows a number of Christian catacombs for burial, and you also see in the south and also in the northeast some regions where there are Jewish catacombs. They are so fascinating. You go in them and you see that they've got these sort of like shelves on the walls where the bones would have been interred. It's possible that they practiced a two-step burial, where first there would be burial in the ground, and then a year later it is actually described in the Talmud. Practice that I do not believe Jews practice anywhere in the world today, but in the ancient period it was common. On the Rothschild, on the anniversary of the death, they would go and they would exhume the bones, now denuded of all flesh, and there would be a ceremonial bringing of the bones to a family crypt. And so they would enter the catacombs and put them on a shelf next to the ancestors, and things like that. How spooky that modern sensibilities. Really fascinating. And these catacombs are beautifully decorated with this really charming palm tree on one wall, and painted ceilings with sometimes sort of animals and peacocks and things like that. Some very moving examples of parental love, like this highly unusual statue of a dead child. You see he's having a puppy. It's a great work of art, I think. But imagine at the same time, carries a kind of faith quest between millennia. And the inscriptions are fascinating. They're almost all in Latin, this one, or in Greek, like this. Which indicates that the awareness of Hebrew and Aramaic was probably lower if the language for something as permanent as a grave process would be in a foreign language. But there are some Hebrew and Aramaic inscriptions as well. And the symbol of the menorah is very, very that's considered like the Star of David, which is a far later introduction to the Jewish canon of images. The menorah is one of the oldest of the it's really cool to look at these catacombs. There's so much research that we derive from it, more than we can talk about today. Let's talk about the Eastern Mediterranean. By that, we're looking especially at Asia Minor. Syria maybe, but definitely Turkey is a really important place for us. Antioch is one of the most significant of the see that once again, the role of Jewish military is quite significant. We have Jews and military nations in this region under Antiochus I, Antiochus III. Those are prior, of course, to the Antiochus IV, who was associated with the Hanukkah rebellion, including 2,000 Jewish families who were military families from Babylonia to this region. Really unusual to see that. There's a strong Jewish community in Antioch in particular, but they have the same kind of tensions with Greeks living there as we saw in Alexandria. Throughout the region, there are the presence of synagogues even well before the year 70. And this is something we can also say about Egypt and about Mesopotamia and about the Greek and Roman lands as well. Jews did have gathering places for prayer. They were referred to with the Greek terms prosuke or synagoga, which basically means like gathering places. The term synagogue does not intrinsically have a religious context. It's actually a translation of the Hebrew term Beit Knesset, which means a house of gathering as well. Jews, even while the temple was operating, wanted to have some kind of way to express their connection to God in a communal fashion. And we have descriptions of this from Josephus and Philo and many other figures as well. Let's just take a concluding look at the Western Mediterranean. In the previous lecture, we looked at the region of Tunis, Cyrene, and a little bit at the island of Crete. Let's just go quickly to the Iberian Peninsula, all the way on the western part of the Mediterranean. And we'll speak a lot more about this region because, of course, it is the heartland of Sephardic Jewry that we have not yet introduced. Up until this point, Jews don't really recognize kind of like differences in cultural orientation. They refer to each other with geographic locators like stupid Babylonian. That's actually one of the terms used in the Talmud. But they won't necessarily regard them as being of a slightly different ritual or a slightly different, family of customs, as we will later on. But the heartland of Sephardic Jewry comes from the region of Spain. The first indication we have of any Jewish person in Spain is some evidence of a Jewess living in Adria. This is from an early 2nd century gravestone, which was transcribed in the late 18th century, a reliable transcription. Even though the original gravestone has been lost, the transcription read like this. There's something wiped out, and then the end of the word is Mia, and then a new word, Salo, something missing, Nula, and the word An, Uno, Mens, Quattro, Dia, Uno, Judea, which translates as probably something like here lies a girl's name that ends in the letters N-I-A, Junia, something like that, daughter of Solomon, age 1 year, 4 months, and a day. You can see that the Roman numeral 4 is 4 dashes rather than the IV, which also is a testament to its antiquity. Finally, she is specifically denoted as a Jewish girl. And she is our first indication of Jewish settlement in this region. Wow, I can't wait to know this some more. But for now, let's wrap up this discussion of diaspora. The next lecture is going to be sort of like synthetical remarks about what antiquities mean in Jewish history and how that differs from the medieval period, which we begin right after. Thank you very much for watching.
He gives each of them a palace. He gives them a new title. He's trying to show the world this is the newer face of the world. We don't kill off the old people anymore. We're going to give them a palace, treat them nicely. But the Navy that had fled.
Hello and welcome to another in the Jewish History Lab series. Today's class begins with a rhetorical question. How did the Jewish people survive antiquity? I say rhetorical because, don't get excited, I really don't think I'm going to give you a complete answer by the end of this class. My goal is to try and recap the period of antiquity, which we have spent the last 15 odd weeks looking at in detail, kind of provide a moment to breathe, to step back, to reflect on what we've covered, because it's going to change dramatically in the next 15-week semester when we go into the medieval period. So again, I'm not going to really answer how did the Jewish people survive antiquity. I certainly have a few thoughts on this, and I'll share some of them in the next video. But for the time being, consider this just a moment to reflect on what we've covered and to take a deep breath, and then we're going to go into the next adventure, which is the medieval period. So here's a beautiful photograph from Samarkand. It's actually an antique photograph from the beginning of the 20th century, and it has been colorized, so it's gorgeous. You really get a sense of life in history was actually in color, not in black and white. We're so used to these photographs. Let's begin with a quick recap. So here's our map of the Middle East. You can see I put a little marker for where Jerusalem is in the land of Israel. And we start with Abraham and Sarah's migration from the land of Ur, that was the ancient Samaria. And most historians place this somewhere around the year 1750 before the Common Era. The thing with this data, of course, is that almost everything is derived from one source. The Hebrew Scriptures, Tanakh, presents a whole range of challenges, which we discussed way back at the beginning of the semester. Look at the video on approaching the Bible as this for some of the difficulties. At any rate, according to the narrative that we have in the biblical text, Abraham and Sarah make their way from Mesopotamia to the land of Israel. And then there's some interesting kind of side trips to Egypt that occur not only with Abraham and his descendants, but most significantly with Joseph, who ends up, the amazing story, becomes the vizier of Egypt, and then his family follows them because of famine, and the Jews end up being enslaved there for several hundred years. Note, by the way, I'm using the term Jew here. Anachronistic would not have called themselves Jews at that time. They would call themselves maybe Hebrew Jews, which comes from Hanahar, on the other side of the river, meaning they originate from the other side of the river Euphrates. I have a video of the evolution of various terms, such as Hebrew, Israelite, Judean, Jewish, and so on. And I tend to sort of elide them all and call everybody Jewish. Sorry if that irritates you, but there we go. The next notable event, of course, in the Bible is the Exodus, which occurs sometime around the year 1300 before the Common Era, resulting in a settlement of Jews in the land of Israel. And this is where we begin to slowly get more and more archaeological evidence, such as the stele, which refers to Jews in Israel or in this region at about this time. When you move forward from the Torah itself, the first 5 books of Moses, into the early prophets, you see in the period of this, there's discussion of kind of like a tribal organization of governance in the land of Israel, and then that culminates and described in the book of Samuel in the appointment of Saul as the first king of what was a united monarchy. This is the golden age, followed by Solomon, where you have really the period when the nascent experiment in Jewish sovereignty in this land expands significantly. Both Solomon descends into civil war, and the region divided. The northern region is called Israel, and the southern region is called Judah, as shown now. Then if we move 2 centuries, we get to the Assyrian invasion, when Israel, the northern kingdom, is attacked, and a good portion of its population is shipped off in a population transfer, which is something common in the 8th century. This is the origin of the 10 lost tribes, which is a little bit of a misnomer because lots of people were left behind in the region. Many of them migrated south and blended with the population of Judah as well, but nevertheless a significant population was taken off into the north. There is then another invasion which reaches the southern kingdom of Judah and destroys the temple that was built there in Jerusalem and exiles once again a significant portion of the population, especially the elites, off to Babylonia. This occurred in the early 6th century. This exile, however, is fairly short-lived because a few decades later, Cyrus, leader of the Persian Empire, grants religious freedom to the Jews and many other peoples in his kingdom, and the Jews return to the land of Israel and reestablish the temple there. This refers to the Second Commonwealth, that is the second resurgence of some level of Jewish sovereignty in the land of Israel. It's not a complete sovereignty. They're still really part of the Persian Empire, but nevertheless, Jews are in their land and governing themselves. When the Greeks come in the 4th century, the Jews are overwhelmed by them and overwhelmed more significantly by Greek culture, Hellenism, and this sparks a dramatic revolution in the year 165 called the Canonical Rebellion, when the Jews throw off the dominance, the political dominance, and ultimately the spiritual cultural dominance of the Greek Empire that was then based in Syria, the Seleucids, and they reestablished a Jewish kingdom under the Maccabees, also known as the Hasmoneans or Hashmonaim in Hebrew. The Greek culture, however, keeps exerting its influence, and even though the Jews have established some sovereignty, they are not freed from the cultural along that path. Romans invaded in the year 63, not a really good word to use. I should have changed that because they don't exactly invade. They're kind of invited in because of dispute between the Maccabean kings. But with the Roman advance into Israel, then you have the gradual and sporadic limitation of Jewish rule. Basically, what the Romans do is they allow the Jews, like they did with many other peoples they conquered, to have a level of self-government, and the power of the kingdoms in now what is called Judea varied depending on how adept the Jewish king was at negotiating the corridors of Roman power. Herod, for example, was one of the most powerful Jewish kings. He happened to be very successful at this, and he had a very long rule in the first century BCE, tremendous amount of public works and buildings, but at the same time, he was an incredible tyrant, murdered much of his own family, and so on. The Jews will rebel in the first century of the Common Era, a major rebellion that goes badly for them, and the Second Temple is destroyed in the year 70. Although we refer to the Roman exile from the year 70, again, it's a little bit of a misnomer. A significant number of Jews were taken off into slavery and so on, but by no means was the region depopulated. There was, however, a second rebellion under Bar Kokhba about 70 odd years later, and this resulted in a much more devastating Roman reaction, and the central region of Judea itself, as opposed to the coastal region and the Galilee, was more significantly depopulated than before. So that's basically the period that we're going to use to describe antiquity. Note, however, that this is not necessarily the same term that secular scholars use for Western civilization. They tend to stretch the period of antiquity out until the 400s with the fall of Rome. But this is when we start to see really major changes happening in. So let us just recall the tremendous challenges that these developments imposed on the Jewish people. First of all, the loss of sovereignty, right? I mean, that can basically knock out just about any people. The fact that they lost the control of their land multiple times. First, under the Assyrians and northern tribes were taken away. Then under the Babylonians, Judah was destroyed. Under the Greeks, the level of self-rule and nations was threatened. And then under the Romans, of course. I mean, this is like repeated loss of sovereignty. The Jews keep coming back, nevertheless, and reestablishing some level of self-rule. If we jump ahead to the 20th century, they'll do it again after years of absence, which is mind-boggling. Secondly, not only loss of sovereignty, but physical displacement. Right? It's hard enough for a country to reassert its national identity when they lose control of their self-government. But imagine if much of the population, especially the elites, especially the males of fighting age, are taken off to a far-off location. You know, if they're not living within the contiguous borders of one territory, how do they reestablish themselves, especially in the ancient period when communication and transportation is nothing like what we see in the modern era? Third, full-on court press of other powerful dominant cultures. The Syrians, the Babylonians, the Persians, oh my gosh, the Greeks. Incredible differences in the way that these people saw the world around them, you know, and the idea that Jews could somehow maintain their cultural independence with a highly distinct form of worship and ethics and literature. You know, these are tremendous stresses placed on the Jewish people during the period of antiquity. Repeated defeats in war, tremendously devastating and discouragement to see you're like standing up and getting knocked down again and again and again. The Bar revolt, the first Roman Jewish war, the Titos rebellion, over and over again. The Jews are not succeeding, with the exception of the Maccabean revolt. They are simply not doing well for the last 200-300 years of their existence in the period of antiquity. Finally, we certainly cannot discount the spiritual crisis that must have ensued when so much of what they considered rock solid was not so, such as, for example, the temple rituals that were so central to classical Judaism that the offering of sacrifices at the temple as a way of communicating with God, of expiating sin, of receiving forgiveness, with the destruction of the temple twice and the displacement of people to another land. How are they able to maintain a sense of balance and a sense of purpose, a sense of meaning, and a sense of integrity to keep themselves on the straight and narrow and to reincorporate them as a nation throughout all of these phenomenal challenges to their existence? It is really mind-boggling. So as I said earlier, I'm not going to provide answers why. I may give some hints as to what I think in the next class that I'm about to record, but let us simply leave for now with the questions, with the moment to reflect, and realize that we are now moving into a new period of Jewish existence because the dominant population is no longer demographically centered in Israel. It is going to slowly shift through the diaspora to places like Mesopotamia, which has a phenomenal renaissance and a period of the creative Talmud. Also in Egypt, the Italian peninsula, and so on, you'll see huge surges in Jewish population. And Jews begin to kind of rethink what it means to be Jewish outside of Israel over the course of the next few centuries. So that's what we're going to be looking at next, the medieval period. And we'll see that somehow the Jews managed with phenomenal vitality to maintain their distinct existence over so many centuries despite so many challenges. Thank you very much for watching.
There were Ossetian soldiers in China. They had a whole contingent of Ossetian soldiers there. And from Russia, from the Caucasus areas, from Russia.
And how do they communicate? Are they using like the postal service? Like you have to literally deliver the letter?
Over time, those groups started intermarrying. They were not intermarrying. The Chinese were not. They were intermarrying with Mongols.
Welcome to another episode of the Jewish History Lab. Now, just like the last class, when I offered up the question, how did the Jews survive antiquity, and I let you know in advance that that was a rhetorical question with no clear answer forthcoming, I want to warn you in advance that the same thing applies to this class, perhaps even more so. I have some thoughts on the question of what is the meaning of Jewish history, and I will give you some sense of where I'm coming from towards the end of this video. But please don't think that by watching the next few minutes you'll get this and you'll be able to impress all your friends and relatives at the Passover Seder and things like that. For those of you who are Douglas Adams fans, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, 42 is in fact the answer to everything, including this question, but that's not the sense that I'm using it here. You may ask a very obvious question, wait a second, why are we only talking about the meaning of Jewish history in video number 42? I mean, are you serious? This should be video number 1, or maybe video number 2. How is it possible that we've gone through the entire ancient period and we haven't gone to this particular subject? So you would be absolutely right in asking that question. Ideally, I would like to talk about these theoretical things right from the very beginning. But, most people, when they approach Jewish history, they just want to know, please tell me the story already. Please tell me what happened. I don't really want to get into big theoretical thinking about what it all signifies. And so I have reserved this particular topic to our first kind of reflection moment of the scene between the ancient period and the medieval period, and this is the right place for us to start talking about theory. Now that we have absorbed some of the history we're talking about, I think it's a good time to reflect on, what does it all mean? Again, I'm not going to give you the answer at the end of this particular class, but I hope to at least pose some of the major questions related to the overall question. We're going to start by looking at some of the questions raised by a great historian, Professor Moshe Rothschild, shown here, just recently won the Rothschild Prize, fantastic scholar and artist. I owe a tremendous debt of gratitude to Professor Rothschild. When I was a young graduate student, I approached him and he was very gracious in sharing his thoughts. We're going to be looking at this book, came out just recently, How Jewish is Jewish History. And there are some amazing essays in this very thoughtful theoretical book. We're going to focus in on one specific aspect. That is the question of meta-history, or what I like to call the grand narrative. Now, Professor Rossman uses this term meta-history in the kind of sense of metaphysics, right? It's kind of like a philosophical term. Meta means above or beyond or past. So, like, for example, if physics is the study of the physical universe, bodies in motion, mass, velocity, things like that, then metaphysics is like the study of what's beyond that, the nature of God, the nature of the soul, things like that aren't measured with conventional scientific tools, but go beyond what those are able to easily measure. And what he's really referring to is like, what are the theoretical underpinnings of any work of Jewish history? Like, what is the larger story of this history? We know, of course, that the word story is embedded inside the word history. What is the grand narrative to which this Jewish history applies? So, just looking at a few examples of how historians have approached this question, you have the Tzemach David, a very interesting work written in the 16th century by a brilliant and rather idiosyncratic individual named Rabbi David Gans. I actually have a friend who is a descendant of Rabbi Gans, David Krauss of Prague, great local historian. At any rate, the Tzemach David represents a kind of early encyclopedic Jewish history, not history in the sense that it is a chronology, like in this year this happened, in this year this happened, and so on. Not a lot of analytical processes applied to it, not a lot of questions asked of David, and so on. But what's interesting is that Tzemach David divides the work into Jewish history. These are all the things that happened to the Jews. And then there's another complete section, and this is world history. As if they are two totally separate things, as if Jews are not impacting the rest of the world and not impacted by the rest of the world. By the way, I maybe some great impact is a word that I couldn't have. Like, Jews live inside the world, and the world affects Jewish history. Jewish history affects secular history, if you will. That's another question that we'll have to get into later. But he separated them out entirely, as if Jewish history was kind of like somehow walled off from other world events. Now, when we get to the 19th century, a much more advanced critical historical scholarship is going on. We have the great scholar Heinrich Gretz. And his work has been characterized as a combination of Leiden and Literaturgeschichte, which means basically Leiden is like sadness or misfortune. Geschichte is, of course, history. And Literaturgeschichte is the history of literature. So, in other words, Gretz's grand narrative sort of portrays the Jewish people as being constantly oppressed, dispersed, pulverized, exiled, and nevertheless, wherever they go, they get their energy together and they make creations that are phenomenal contributions to world civilization. They're writing these amazing books. They're developing, they're engaged in so much productive work. And so it's kind of like this oscillation of like society will persecute the Jews, they'll have to run away, but then in a new location they will rise and do great things for that civilization. Then they'll be persecuted again, and they'll be sent away, and then they'll have to rise in another location and so on. And this is kind of like the grand narrative that Heinrich Gretz proposes. Another approach is evident in the work of Shimon Dubno, another great encyclopedic historian, who criticized Gretz for missing out some really important things and not including them because they really didn't fit with his grand narrative. For example, Gretz tended to look down on Eastern European Jewry in general, and specifically Hasidism and the Kabbalah and things like that. Again, Gretz's grand narrative is really part of the entire enterprise of the Haskalah, of the Jewish Enlightenment, attempt to demonstrate to the non-Jewish world, that's wrote in German after all, that Jews were worthy of acceptance into secular society. Look at how, unfortunately and how unjustly they have been persecuted, and nevertheless, look at all the great things they have produced. So anything that doesn't quite fit that model is either consciously or unconsciously ignored by Gretz, and this is part of the challenges with the grand narrative approach. So, for example, when you look at the Hasidic movement, which represents in many ways not a rationalist approach to Judaism, not an attempt to come to terms with general society, but rather more of an insular, inward-looking approach. And especially when we talk about the 19th century, and there's a lot of conflict with the more rationalist Lithuanians, and there are accusations of the Hasidim engaging too much in alcohol and raucous behavior and things like that. So Gretz kind of looked at that as sort of like backward superstition going in the wrong direction of history, and therefore the Hasidism tends to receive a lower grade in Gretz's history, and that's something that Shimon Dubno wanted to correct. He was much more in favor of looking at what were the people creating of themselves, and Hasidism is, of course, very much a popular movement that came from the general average Jew more than anything else. Shimon Dubno was very much enamored of a philosophy which came to be associated very closely with him, called diaspora nationalism, in which he said, it's really about what the people are developing on their own. And what have the people developed? They have developed the ability to exist outside of the trappings of a conventional state. And he says this is something truly amazing, and we should not ignore it. That Jews once had a state in ancient Israel, and then they were exiled, and that should have been the end of their story. How could they possibly exist without borders and currency and a flag and an army and passports, things like that? How is it possible they continue? It says the reason they continue is because they advanced beyond what a state requires, that they have developed the ability to exist as an integral unit, even in a diaspora, even as a minority culture, living within very, very different host cultures. And he said this is something which should be strived for. This is an ideal. Everything that is coming from the Jewish people, like Hasidism, is something which is positive and should be developed. And rather than, trying to, fit in with secular society, we should encourage development of specifically Jewish cultural projects. A lot of fascinating things to say about his worldview. So everything in his brand looked towards that. Obviously, when it comes to something like Zionism, he had a dim view of Zionism because he said, hey, that's going backwards. The Jews have already proved they don't need a state. They can exist very well in modern society, specifically without a state. And you want them to go back to a more barbaric age? So he definitely, his grand narrative, soft-pedaled Zionism. On the other hand, there, of course, are many great Zionist historians like Ben-Zion Dinor, who said that no, the grand narrative of Jewish history is the return to Zion. It's the constant urge of the Jew to resettle and walk the sands of the Judean desert and so on. And so coming back to Israel represents the high point of Jewish activity, and the grand narrative of Jewish history is all about that power of gravity that is exerted upon the Jewish soul by the land of Israel itself. And now, of course, that Israel has achieved statehood, I'm not exactly sure what happens next in Ben-Zion Dinor's model, but maybe we'll explore that later on. Finally, one more great historian, the fantastic Salo Whitmire Baron, fantastic historian working in New York City at Columbia University. He argues that, we should be focusing on the diaspora. We should be looking a little bit like Dubno at how Jews have developed these abilities within the diaspora. We should not necessarily, apply other overarching motives to that, but we should also realize that highly distinct nature of these communities, and that the monolithic approach of Dubno, which was influenced in many ways by Marxist theory of history, is not necessarily something that we should emphasize. We should look at, look at how the Near Eastern this way, look at how African Jewish communities, look at how Asian Jewish communities develop, and not necessarily try to fit them into one overarching model. Wow, lots of different approaches to the grand narrative. But when we get to our period, we have a much more challenging problem, and that is postmodernism. Postmodernism is a remarkably challenging philosophy. It's associated with several thinkers, including Jacques Derrida, shown here, a French Jew, who wrote, among other things, "Il n'y a pas de hors texte." There is nothing outside the text. Now, what exactly does this mean, and what is its implications for Jewish history? Postmodernism represents an approach to text which is deeply unsettling and is having a major impact. It was first felt perhaps in literary criticism, but it has slowly made its way into the social sciences, even the hard sciences. And history, archaeology have been hit very hard by postmodernism as a critique. What exactly does this mean? What Derrida and others like Michel Foucault argued was that we can never move beyond the text itself. We can never make legitimate assumptions about any reality beyond the text that is presented before us right now. So what does that mean? Let's say, for example, I were to present to you my birth certificate. This document has my name on it, has my place of birth, my date of birth, and a few other odds and ends of data there. And you might be tempted to say, oh, so we now know that Henry Abramson was born on such and such a date in this little town in northern Ontario, Canada. And you might be very well correct in making that assumption. After all, you've got a document that says that. But postmodernism would argue that no, all you really know is that you once encountered Henry Abramson on a video who presented his birth certificate, which said that he was born in such and such a place at such and such a time, and these were his parents, and so on. What's the difference? There's a world of difference in that. Who says that that document actually represents the truth? Who says that this document hasn't been forged? Who said this document isn't the result of a mistake, a clerk's mistake? Perhaps I am deceived in thinking that this is a correct document. Perhaps my parents gave it to me, but they really hide a much larger system. I mean, I don't know. So you might say, okay, fine. Well, we can verify that. We can go back to the small town where Henry Abramson was born, and we can rifle through the card catalogs, and we can find, the original document, and we say, look, it is. Same thing. All you can say is that here's a document that says the same things as that other document. So now you have two documents, but there's possibility that both of them are wrong. And this becomes even more complex when you look at something like narrative. Like a government document is a pretty straightforward thing. It's either mistakenly written down or not. But let's say, for example, you find a memoir. How do you know that the person who wrote that memoir actually wrote that memoir? And how do you know that the things that the memoir claims to remember actually happened? All you have, fundamentally, is this text that purports to be what someone says he or she remembered at a particular time. You can never go back to what actually happened. You are stuck in the text itself. And this is deeply unsettling, because if we cannot make any kind of generalizations about reality beyond the text of documents and archaeological finds that we discover, how do we make history of it? So, Derrida famously once said, "Je suis le dernier juif." I am the last Jew. And like many of these cryptic things that postmodernists tend to say, it's not exactly clear what he meant by it, but it appears that he may be referring to the idea that, Judaism as a whole, Jewish history, is entirely predicated, like all history, on our reliance on prior documents, and that we are essentially trusting that such and such thing happened because there's something that says it happened. And we can never go beyond the documents logically to say what actually happened. In the words of Pomeranka, "Dies eigentlich gewesen war." What actually happened? We can never know what actually happened. We can only know what document has been presented to us. So this upends everything, like when we find the Tel Dan stele that has the phrase Beit David on it, House of David. Does that mean there really was a House of David? Does it really mean, even if we can use carbon dating to say this stone was planted in the ground at this particular time or was carved at this particular time, is it referring to the David we're talking about? Is it referring to the same David of the Bible? Everything is up in the air because of postmodernism. So what have historians done to it? In my generation, when I was going through graduate school, we were already feeling the advancements of postmodernism, and the tendency among scholars, which has only increased over the last few years, is that historians tighten the focus. If you can't write about a large period of history, because every single document you encounter never really represents what is beyond it. You only have the document itself. So therefore, one way to compensate is to have lots of documents and lots of testimonies that focus on one problem. So, for example, rather than trying to write the history of revolutionary France, write the history of one particular person living in revolutionary France in a few years, and gather all the documents you can, focusing on that one person's biography, and hopefully with multiple points of contact, you can say something useful about how this person experienced that revolution, and you can't say anything else about how a woman would have experienced it, or a king, or a traveler, or a Jew, or a black man. None of those experiences are recorded because you focus so narrowly on one small part. But on the other hand, we only have a finite lifetime. How can we possibly examine all those sources to do the same thing for a larger focus? I mean, it just gets to be such a nightmare trying to figure out, is it possible to write anything larger and survey history? Is it even possible? So here's the black and white photograph of me that really doesn't have to be here, but I sort of like it. It's such a beautiful photograph. It speaks to who I imagine myself as a historian. This is what I look like as a historian. And so, since we have so many beautiful photographs, I want to stick this one in. I have to give credit to Marco Chef, who is this amazing photographer who reached out to me to do a shoot because he's put together a book. And I'm very proud to be included in his projects. He really has a unique gift to be able to find that little, who is this person, and then put it somehow onto his lens and into these points. So anyways, that's the picture. Here's the question. If this is the situation with how historians write, that our documents cannot claim to represent any reality greater than what they are as we see them. We can't generalize beyond them with any degree of reliability. How is history not in the fiction department? Why isn't it there, just like any other novel or play or something like that? What is the purpose of everything that we're doing? Is there any distinction between those two? So there certainly is a difference between history and fiction. And I'm going to follow this argument that Professor Rothschild makes in his book, and the way that we can get to that, however, requires a little bit more of personal sharing on my part. One of the first books that I read in Jewish history was a classic written by this man, Max Eisenhower. Not a professional historian, but a very talented compiler of data and storyteller. And I remember when I was probably about 13 years or so old, I came across this book, which my parents somehow had in the house, in a paperback copy, Jews, God, and History. And as you can see it on the cover, he also wrote a book called The Indestructible Jews, which I have to admit I never actually read, although it all makes one piece for me. I just recently ordered another copy of Jews, God, and History so I can try and relive a little bit of what it must have been like for me to read that book. Interestingly, by the way, before we read Jews, God, and History, let's point out that it is an incredibly popular book. It was published first in the 1960s. It went through a second edition, which you'll note was published in a couple different versions. This version here says basically, 1.5 million copies print, second edition, but this version covers is something very significant, edited and revised by Ethel Dumont. So I know I've shown you a lot of pictures of white males, including myself, that work in history, but we don't know how much of a contribution Ethel Dumont made to this book. She herself is also a published author. She suffered a head injury and wrote a book about it. But one of her big claims to fame is the fact that she was very much involved not only in the second edition, but in the first edition, published in the early 60s. So we learn a lot about Ethel Dumont's involvement in this, but let's not think of this as an exclusively male pursuit. She passed away in 2013. So Max I. Dumont's approach to history really emphasizes the indestructibility of the Jews. And that's something that made a big impact on me. So let's return to our question of postmodernism, now that I've told you a little bit about my own adolescent first encounter with history. And I'll refer to something that Professor Russman calls the compact, which is basically a deal that you and I are going to make in this history. The deal is that I am going to do my best to approach these that we use, the data points that we use to write history. I'm going to be as conscious as I can of my own purpose towards a grand narrative, towards a meta history, which in my mind is very closely related to Max Eichhorn's first presentation of the indestructible Jew. And I'm going to share those biases with you up front. When I am troubled by a source, I'll try and let you know about that. I'll try and avoid, overarching and huge generalizations in my history, which may make it not quite as dramatic as some other historians can portray it, including perhaps Max I. Dumont. But nevertheless, I'm going to treat you with a level of respect to say, I'm not totally sure about what I'm saying here, but it seems to say this. And you, on the other hand, so you're part of the compact, you're going to read and listen, and you're going to critically analyze and subject my presentation to the same level of academic rigor that I hope to hold myself to. When you respond in the comments or in emails or whatever, I hope you will continue to be respectful and understand that, I am just a human being trying hard to present this material as best as I see it within the parameters of my own personal weaknesses as a scholar and as a human being. I hope you won't hold me to any kind of, religious yardstick, whether I'm too orthodox or whether I'm not orthodox enough, not Christian enough, or not Muslim enough, or whatever, not secular enough. I'm just who I am, working with the data the same way you are. That's the difference between history and fiction. In fiction, you're like tossing out a whole story, and this is like, I'm making this all up. And I can make it up any way I want, and I don't care what you think. In history, we have an agreement that I'm doing the best I can to present what I think, what actually happened. V.S. Eigentless gewesen war, and you are going to understand that with humility, that's the way I'm approaching it, and you will analyze it with your own capacity. Finally, I wanted to offer some greater sense into my grand narrative, and for that, I'm going to turn to the work of Cecil Roth, phenomenal scholar who was incredibly encyclopedic in his knowledge of things Jewish. He, in fact, was the prime moving force behind the massive intellectual project of the 20th century, the kind of equivalent of the genome sequencing project for Jewish things. and that is the massive Encyclopedia Judaica, who was the prime intellectual force behind it. And he wrote a survey of Jewish history, and he actually revised it several times. It was translated several times, and there are certain key passages that are identified in Professor Rothschild's book that actually differ from edition to edition. And he seemed to be kind of like uncertain about how he wanted to phrase this idea. So here's a version of his conclusion to that survey as he put it in the 1950s. He said, "The preservation of the Jew was certainly not casual. Time in his history, of course, it's not gender neutral language, but there you go, 1950. Time after time in his history, moreover, he has been saved from disaster in a manner which cannot be described excepting as providential." Providential is, of course, a word which Hebrew speakers know as hashgacha pratit, or as divine supervision, meaning like divine involvement in the Bible of the Jew. Dr. Roth goes on, the author, speaking of himself in the third person, something which I really like doing, especially on Twitter, the author has deliberately attempted to write this work in a secular spirit. He does not think that his readers can fail to see in it, on every page, a higher respect. So in other words, what Dr. Roth is saying is that he's going to use the tools of secular reasoning, the kind of Western, university-based critical skills that were trained in him by his instructors at the great colleges of Europe. And that's how he's going to analyze Jewish history. Not with some other kind of ideological monitor, not some kind of purity gauge or something like that. He'll try and look at it as best he can with the tools he has at his disposal. But even with all of that, it's still very hard not to see a higher immanence on every page of Jewish history. That's my voice. I hope you found this theoretical lecture not too tedious. The fact is, you're listening to it at the very end, so you've fallen asleep. But I appreciate you being with me. Next lecture, we're going back to the standard kind of narrative description, and we're going to look at the Jews of Mesopotamia. Fascinating period. Thank you very much.
The other guys, they said, well, good, they chose him because he was the most generous and more vivant. He was for every party, drinking every time.
The period after the destruction of the temple in the year 70, and then the Second Roman Jewish War under Bar Kokhba in the 130s, was an incredibly important period in the development of Jewish history in general. This is primarily because the Jewish people had to learn how to adapt themselves to a radically new environment. Without the temple, the fulcrum of their relationship between themselves and their God had disappeared, and they had to articulate a new way of centering that fundamental religious identity. Secondly, on a political level, there was no question that after two disastrous revolts, the Jews would not be able to budge the Roman Empire from their land. And so they had to find ways of organizing themselves in order to maintain group integrity, in order to maintain their identity, and in fact, they were quite successful at doing so. Many historians have described this period as the transition between the Tanaim and the Amoraim, very important terms, they're technical in nature. They refer really to periods in intellectual history. The Tanaim are the main teachers from the first century before the Common Era up until the early 3rd century of the Common Era, and their main activity was memorizing and teaching the Mishnah, that is the oral tradition that we discussed a few lectures ago on what exactly is the Mishnah, but these are the teachers who play an incredibly important role in focusing Jewish energies on their continued spiritual life, which would of course be related very closely to their communal life, their identity, and ultimately their political life as well. The Amoraim, or the speakers, Tanaim means teachers, Amoraim means speakers, these people are especially associated with the development of the Talmud and there are Amoraim in Israel, and also, more importantly, in Babylonia, where the Babylonian Talmud would be developed. So the period of the time basically comes to a close at the beginning of the 3rd century. The Amoraim pick it up from there with their development of the Talmud, although the function of the Tanaim in terms of memorizing the Mishnah is still very relevant for centuries, but they will primarily be subservient to the Amoraim intellectually, in that they will be the repositories of all this memorized knowledge, even when it is written. There's still tremendous utility for people to have a massive intellectual storehouse of it, and the Amoraim will then be exploring it, discussing it, as I hope to discuss in the 2 lectures from that. At any rate, let's look at this period in a little more detail. So, at the end of the destruction of the temple, perhaps the most important city after Jerusalem was a small town close to the coast called Yavne. And as you may recall, there's a famous passage that we discussed earlier in the Talmud in which Yochanan the Zakkai appeals to Vespasian, the future emperor of Rome. Give me Yavne and its sages. There's some dispute over the historicity of that particular incident, and there's some interesting reflections on what role Berenice may have had in protecting Yavne. But what we know for certain is that Yavne itself became a major center for concentration of sages. At first, under the leadership of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, later under Rabbi Gamliel and the others fascinating stories. I'd like to look at one specific episode that occurred in Yavne that has some implications that illustrate, for our purposes, the sense of what's happening in terms of the intellectual refocus that's happening among Jewish people at this time. This is a passage out of the Talmud, Tractate Bava Metzia, 1590, the Babylonian Talmud. The dispute is centered on the status of a particular album called the Album of Achna. It's a particular design, and the rabbis are arguing as to whether or not it retains its ritual purity under certain circumstances. Basically, it boils down to 2 main sides of the argument. Rabbi Eliezer Gadol, great sage, he tends to follow the teachings of Shammai, and perhaps I should just make an interlude at this point. Shammai and Hillel are 2 of the greatest of the Zuko, the generation that preceded the Tanaim, and their teachings, which are by now like 200 years old, have created 2 large schools: the school of Shammai, Beit Shammai, and the school of Hillel, the school of Hillel. And up until the destruction of the temple, it seems that whether one followed Hillel or Shammai was largely a matter of personal choice. You would associate yourself with a particular school, and you would consistently follow the dictates of that school in terms of personal conduct, and they got along fairly well overall. They had tremendous amount of disputes over the law, but those disputes were famously solved quite amicably. Things changed after the destruction of the temple, however, as there is a consolidation of thought, primarily around the opinion of Hillel. At any rate, on the one side we have Rabbi Eliezer Gadol, a very important rabbi who tends to follow the teachings of Shammai, and on the other side, the growing consensus, the majority vote, is following Hillel's opinion regarding how to deal with this album. That is the house of Hillel. They were doing a Beit Hillel. Hillel has passed away for a long time now. And what ends up happening is really remarkable. The Talmud says that Rabbi Eliezer says, if the law follows my opinion, let this river reverse course. And the river does. And the rabbis say, it doesn't matter. We follow the argument of logic, and you can bring as many supernatural proofs as you like. That's not how we decide things here. So then Rabbi Eliezer says, if the law follows my opinion, let these carob trees be uprooted and be sent along the road. And the rabbi, and that actually happens. And then the rabbis say, it doesn't matter. The Torah is something that we debate amongst ourselves, and majority rules. And then finally he says, if the law follows my opinion, the walls of the Beit Midrash crumble. And they crumble. Then at one point, one of the rabbis says, what to the walls? What are you doing? Why should you be involved in this? And to the walls, they don't collapse. They sort of like stay in a meeting place. And then finally, the same argument goes on and on. Rabbi Eliezer says then, if the law follows me, let the heavens prevent. And a booming voice comes out from the sky and says, the law follows the opinion of Rabbi Eliezer. And this looks like a slam dunk, right? You've got all these supernatural phenomena supporting Rabbi Eliezer, but the rabbis say you can bring as many proofs as you want, but lo bashamayim, the law is not in heaven. The law is on earth, and on earth we follow majority rule. So Rabbi Eliezer's opinion is not followed. The dominant opinion, which is Hillel, is followed in this particular case. Two reasons why this is really important. Let me start with perhaps the less important but very interesting reason, and that is associated with tsunami. So I had this great opportunity. I got a call from National Geographic about a year ago, and they said they want to talk to me, which I was really honored, about the research of Dr. Beverly Goodman, who is a geoarchaeologist at the University of Haifa. Dr. Goodman has looked at a lot of fascinating historical data and has determined that the earthquake, which is described, for example, far away as Antioch in year 115, probably destroyed ports along the coastline of Israel. And she argued, and this is why National Geographic wanted to ask me for my opinion. I don't know why it's me specifically, but it was really cool to get the call. Is it possible that the passage described in Bav Metzia is actually reflecting a historical event, a geological event, specifically a tsunami hitting the region of Yavne in the year 115? Wow. And it's so interesting because all of the phenomena that is described there, beginning with the river running backwards, the carob trees flying away, the walls of the Beit Midrash beginning to crumble, and then later there's a discussion of huge storms at sea. They all make sense with this particular event. Now, how to place that within the overall context of the discussion in the Gemara is a fascinating question. You can have a look at the podcast if you want, really interview, or you can go back and forth on what this might mean. But what is really significant, that's the kind of cool point, but the most important point is that the rabbis in Yavne, perhaps with the divine assistance of this tsunami, make a clear distinction that this is how we are going to go forward. We're no longer going to be able to rely on sort of like everybody decides what they want. Am I going to be Beis Hillel? Am I going to be Beis Shammai? Now it's time, especially with the loss of the temple, that we have to come together, sure, around our leaders. The rabbinic leaders are deciding we're going to follow Beit Hillel, and so the development of this majoritarian consensus rule after debate becomes an exceptionally important element in the way that Jewish Jews will organize themselves for the next 2,000 years. Just to be clear, the tsunami and all of the possible impact it had on the discussion that's recorded in Bav Metzia does not affect the central thrust of the meaning of that passage, which is to say that Lo B'Shamayim, the Torah is not in heaven, that the Torah is here on the planet, and human beings will debate it. Bringing a supernatural truth to advance your particular interpretation of Jewish law is not considered a valid argument, and therefore the rabbis will continue to maintain their standards, and this is a very important starting point for the organization of Jews. But it's still very cool to think that it's not even. There were two institutions that were especially important for the survival of the Jews after Yavne. You can see in this map here that the sages from Yavne, which is sort of on the lower left there, they've all spread out, primarily to the north, where the majority of the Jewish population is going to be living after Bar Kokhba, but also some development in the south as well. The two institutions that they will ultimately coalesce around are the Sanhedrin and the Patriarchate. The Sanhedrin is the Jewish court that continued to function after the destruction of the temple, although it could not function in Jerusalem itself because Jews were forbidden to live there a period of time. It moved, as you can see from these white arrows here, out to Yavne and then up to the north where it was located in a few different places until it finally settled in Tiberias, a relatively new city but a very important center of Jewish activity for the period we're discussing today. Related to the Sanhedrin, and sometimes overlapping in its leadership, is the so-called Patriarchate, or Nisiyut in Hebrew. The Patriarchate is essentially the government of the Jews, which is led by a single individual, the Nasi. We don't have really good sense of exactly how it functions. We also don't have a really good sense of the extent of its authority. We don't have a good sense of exactly how it related to the Roman government. There are some tantalizing elements of this relationship, in particular in the figure of one of the greatest of the Messiah, Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi, Rabbi Judah, Rabbi Prince, as is sometimes related. Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi was the prime figure organizing the codification of the Mishnah, which up until this point, as we mentioned, has been an oral document that has been transmitted by these Tanaim. He organized its codification into its textual form, its written form, which we have to this day. This happened around the year 200, perhaps 220 of the Common Era. And this is really the line that separates the Tanaim from the Amoraim. After the Mishnah is confirmed in writing, its primary exponents will be known as the Amoraim, and the documents that they will eventually produce are known as the Talmuds. One of them was produced in Israel, actually primarily in the northern region, to a certain degree in the coast, although it tends to be called the Yerushalmi or Jerusalem Talmud, sometimes the Palestinian Talmud. Both of those terms are kind of inaccurate and misleading in one way or another, but there was a Talmud performed, a Talmud created first in Israel, and then a later one, much larger one, in Babylonia, which would be the subject of the next two lectures. One of the challenges of studying this period is that we are essentially locked into rabbinic documents. To a certain degree, we have some Roman government documents, we have some church historians, but most of our really juicy sources are rabbinic in nature. And so the rabbis are primarily not interested in giving us history. They want to tell us about law, about religion, about faith, about philosophy. Those are the things that are, the primary energies of the rabbis at this time. We do have some chronologists, like the Seder Olam, which is the Order of the World, one of the earliest chronologies compiled by the rabbis. We also have Megillat Tainus, we have ancient sources, but they're not really histories. They are kind of like, on this date this happened, on this date this happened, without really analyzing and fleshing out why things happen and so on. So when we look at other sources, we have, for example, the Babata archaeology, which we discussed a little bit when we talked about Sarkopha. This is the archive of some 30 documents, primarily personal legal documents that were collected by a woman who is hiding with the Bar Kokhba in the Cave of Letters. And what we can see from her archive is that while it's hard to generalize from one woman, we have another source, also a woman that comes from around this time as well. It seems that Jews were not hesitant to use non-Jewish courts, which suggests some limitation of the rabbi's authority. Obviously, they frowned on the abandonment of Jewish courts for Roman courts, or in this case, Maccabee and other courts. So perhaps there's a whole existence of Jews who are simply doing their own thing, following the dominant authority, which in this case would be the Romans, instead of listening to rabbis. This would not be surprising. We just don't know the extent of it. We also have to realize that the Jews have a very problematic relationship with the Romans. On the one hand, heavily resenting the Romans for the deprivation in their society. And on the other hand, the Romans, who had by this time, by the way, established 2 legions in Israel, which is a remarkably large number of people, about 10,000 soldiers, and they are cash heavy, meaning that they get paid in coin, and so they're extremely important for the local economy. They are resented by the population. The rabbinical sources give us a lot of descriptions of the abuse of the population by the Romans, but on the other hand, they're really essential to the economic realities of Israel. The Romans, as we shall discuss in a later lecture, are also extending certain privileges to certain classes of Jews. Makes a very big difference. And they're building roads, they're doing all kinds of infrastructure things that are useful for them as soldiers, but also useful for the economy as a whole. So there's a complex dynamic going on here that we don't know a lot about. We also get the sense, however, that even though we don't know for sure how extensive the authority of the rabbis are, there's no question that they have a phenomenal pull. That Judaism is a very competitive ideology at this time. Just for one example, have a look at Helena of Adiabene, who was a queen of this small kingdom, see out here on the upper Tigris River. And Josephus tells us a lot about it. She also appears in the Talmud as Hilmi Hamalka, that is Helene the queen. And she actually converts with her sons to Judaism, and she makes several trips to Jerusalem. She's known for her tremendous generosity. She gives to a lot of charity, and she chooses to be buried in Israel with this magnificent tomb that was for a long time associated with someone else until they realized it was in fact Helena's tomb. Her sarcophagus was retrieved and is on display in the Israel Museum. So, thought that a very important, powerful political woman like Helena of Adiabene would convert to Judaism is just a sense of how, even during these very difficult times in the first century and onward, Judaism is still quite appealing to the outside population. Okay, I'm going to leave it here. Let's go on in the next lecture, so the development of the Babylonian center in particular. Thank you very much.
Your father dying at an early age, all these things like that. But as Jamaica said, he had a good mother and he had a good wife. And there were many crucial points at which it was either his mother or his wife decided what. His wife was the one who caused the first break with Jamaica to go away.
So continuing our discussion from the transition of the Tanaim to the Amoraim, from the period immediately following the disastrous 2 revolts against Rome, and culminating in the solidification of the Sanhedrin and the Patriarch in Israel, ultimately the composition of the Mishnah, let us now transit to Babylonia, which will become the gravitational center of the Jewish world within a very short order. After the year 219, which is when Rabbi, the great scholar, arrived in the region after having studied in Israel. He was actually a native to Babylonia, went to Israel to study, came back and was very much involved in establishing education standards there. By the way, this overemphasis perhaps on the role of one particular person, Rav, that particular rabbi, is based on the traditional scholarship, which really dates from the 9th to 10th century, and we rely very heavily on that to understand this otherwise very clearly documented period. But what we can say with absolute confidence is that Babylonia becomes such an important center in the centuries that follow his arrival in the region. So let's just do a little bit of background on the political reality. The period that represents the golden age of the Jews of Babylonia and the development of the Talmud is a period when the Parthian Empire falls to the Sasanian Empire. That's in the year 224 of the Common Era and beyond. Again, we don't know very much about the region before 219 in particular. That's when we begin to have documentation from the Talmud itself, but also from the Gaonic authorities, like Rabbi Gaon, who wrote really the first Talmudic history to describe what was going on in the region at the time. It's a period of Zoroastrian research convergence, especially during the rule of Shmuel Malka, Shapur the First, also known as Shmuel Malka. He's actually he appears every now and then in the Talmudic literature, and it represents a period where the Jews seem to have, for the most part, a tremendous amount of freedom of activity, that they have a widespread settlement in one concentrated area, particularly on the banks of the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers, and they're able to engage in tremendous internal creativity. And it will remain this way until the Muslim conquest in the 7th century, and then things are going to shift, just like we saw shifting from the Tanaim to the Amorai, and then we begin to have a different kind of intellectual orientation once the Talmud is solidified in its format. But let me leave that later on in the series. At any rate, what we're looking at today is the first couple of centuries after the Sasanian Empire began in the early 3rd century. Here's a map that shows where the Jews were settled. If you look on the right-hand side, you can see the larger scale of the two major rivers, either the Nahar Diglat or Hideka, which is the Tigris, and the Nahar Prat, or the Euphrates. And they flow from the northwest down into the southeast, into the Persian Gulf. And there's a region at the waist of those rivers where they come together. That's where Jews were primarily settled. And there's much older settlements of Jews that we can trace in biblical literature. For example, this is really where the heavy settlement exists in Talmudic period. Now, in this particular map, it's called the area of pure lineage. You can see the detail on the left there. And this is a determination that was made in the Talmud in one particular discussion about marrying Jews who come from faraway lands, where there is a question of rates of intermarriage and following Morse law appropriately, which has great significance in Jewish law. I think this kind of like overstates it, the way it looks like a solid block, and then if you were born on the other side, you're in big trouble. It's not necessarily the case, but I'll leave that to the rabbis to argue. You can see here, though, the number of small towns that are referred to several times in the Talmud, but they're all based on these two big rivers with canals that run between them. Here's a Hebrew map that I think condenses some of this information to some of the most important sites. You have the great yeshiva at Surah, the great academy at Surah, at Nahar and at Pumbedita. The story these three yeshivot, and after the year 259, when Nahar is overrun in a regional conflict of two yeshivot, Surah and Pumbedita, will last for hundreds of years and extend well into the Muslim period. These are the great academies, the centers of Jewish study, where the Talmud would be developed in Babylonia. And what I think is especially fascinating about this map is that if you look at the scale, you can see that it's 50 kilometers basically between each of these yeshivot. 50 kilometers in miles is something like 30 miles. Like conceivably, you could walk along the riverbank all the way from Surah to Pumbedita in one long day. Certainly, you could stop in a hot dog for lunch, maybe stay the night and then walk to Pumbedita and have lunch there the next day. It's amazing how we're talking about places that have such phenomenal global significance for Jews studying the Talmud, but they're really so close to it, even by foot. And the historical element of this is that when Rav came back from studying with Rabbi and others in Israel, when he returned to Babel, he ended up establishing on Surah. His colleague Shmuel went to Nahar, and later the yeshiva moved to Pumbedita, and that's how we have these major institutions. There are many, many others, but these are, let's say, the three really big early yeshivot established in the region. A lot more to say about what exactly is a yeshiva. We tend to think of contemporary yeshivot and fold them backwards in time to what they must have looked like then. possibly it didn't look like that much at all. It may have been more like disciples and things like that. But we do know that there were three kind of institutional settings that were especially important in the early church. In the next short video, I'm going to tell you a little bit about what this Talmud is and what these rabbis in these yeshivot were doing. But we should understand that we are to a certain degree hindered by the fact that almost all the information we have about Jewish life in Babylonia at this time is from the rabbis. And the rabbis, by and large, are not really interested in giving us this information that we might like as historians. They give us a lot of description about law, religion, philosophy, things like that, but not necessarily history. And when scholars begin to discover a little bit of little evidence recorded in non-Jewish sources or perhaps archaeological evidence, it's absolutely fantastic and amazing. Like, for example, this is a curse bowl. There are literally hundreds of curse bowls that were recently discovered in the region. It has a demon at the center, and it appears that these bowls were used in kind of like folk magic, that somehow used would produce these devices. It seems that they may have been, broken apart as a form of affecting a kind of a curse or something on one's enemies, things like that. But what's fascinating is that a lot of the personal names that are listed here are clearly not Jewish names, but local Babylonian names. So it may be that Jews were, they cornered the market in curse bowls, and they were selling them to everybody there. Don't know for sure. Fascinating to see little bits of what culture must have been like outside of the yeshiva, for which we know, again, primarily from the Talmudic sources, that there was a form of organization of the kind of self-government of the Jews in Babylonia at this time. It's not entirely clear how effective that government was. We know that it did enjoy some recognition from the legal power, meaning there was the Jews did have some kind of self-government, which did have official standing to some degree or another with the royal kingdom. It was led by someone called the Exilarch, or in Aramaic, the Reish Galuta, the head of the exile, probably modeled on the patriarchate in Israel. Just like Rabbi Yehuda Nasi was a descendant of King David and had that unique leadership, so too the Exilarch was reputed to be from the line of King David and so on. There is a significant amount of doubt among scholars as to when the Exilarchate actually began. We sort of lose track of reliable data in the Parthian period, but certainly in the Sasanian period you have the Reish Galuta, their name, they interact with rabbis and time and so on. There's also a lot of people who are active in the area, and we only catch glimpses of them because our main lens is through the rabbinic view of the world. So we've already talked about Luria as one of the exceptional women of the Talmud because she was so learned. We also have, however, a few other women that occur, like Yalta, who was a very learned and opinionated woman. She was associated with medicine as well, so it could be that she was representative of women who had some healing professions outside of what might have been normally considered a women's domain. And we have some really touching portraits of women, like, for example, the otherwise unnamed mother of Abaye, who wasn't actually his mother because his mother died in childbirth. He was an orphan raised by an uncle, but the woman who was his stepmother, who cared for him, he always referred to her as Eva. And on many occasions, Abaye, the great rabbi, very important rabbi in the Talmud, one of the most important, will refer to teachings of his own mother and say, my mother said to me, indicating that he had a high regard for her as a person and as a person of knowledge. Fascinating, but just tantalizing. We also have lots of fascinating non-Jews in the Talmud as well. The Magi, I'm just in the passage of Magi today. These are, of course, important in the Christian tradition. They are the Magi come to visit, and they come far away from the east, from like the star, things like that. The gift of the Magi, the important Henry story. But the Magi are Zoroastrian priests who often mess around with the Jews. There's a lot of conflict with the Jews in the Talmudic period over things like the use of fire. Casual use of fire was something that was frowned upon by the Zoroastrians, particularly on specific days of the calendar. The Mishnah in Shabbos, for example, which is read every Friday night in the Ashkenazi ritual, refers to Jews who put out their candles on Friday night because they are afraid of the Magi. That's not the term used there, but if you see the commentary, that's exactly what they're talking about. Some, because the Magi regard the fires having tremendous sanctity and this purifying force. The Magi were also very concerned about issues of defiling the earth, and so they frowned upon burial, Jewish burial. Some conflict erupted over those kinds of things. So the Talmud gives us one look at the outside world, and it is an extremely rich and detailed book, but only from that one perspective. And a lot of data that we would have liked to have had just doesn't come through because it's not considered relevant data. But what exactly is the Talmud? Let's talk about that in the next video. Thanks very much for watching.
Almost every day I meet somebody, just one person, who gives you some kind of hope. You just see somebody doing something nice, or they do something nice for you. I do find in Asia that happens a lot. That people just do nice things for other people every day.
Okay, I've only given myself a few minutes to describe what the Talmud is, and that's a crazy impossible task. It is such a strange and unusual and amazing and wonderful document that to just try to scrunch it down into a few minutes is going to be a very challenging idea. But nevertheless, I think I have a couple of ideas, and let me share them with you. First of all, let's look at something a little more prosaic. What exactly is the structure and its purpose? So probably the best way to understand this time by look at a modern printing on a Talmudic page, as you can see here. And this has been helpfully color-coded to give you a sense of the kind of literary archaeology that is present on every page. The first section we have to look at is this sort of coral color, and that is the Mishnah. Now, we had a whole class several weeks ago about what the Mishnah was, and so I'm not going to summarize all of that class here, but the Talmud is really a commentary on the Mishnah. And just like the Mishnah is sort of like a law code, I mean, it is a little more organized, and it has general subjects like this whole order deals with the Jewish calendar and Jewish holidays, and this whole order deals with damages and things like that. So it has some structure to it, but really it's not the same as a law book either. It has some very wild differences. The Talmud is essentially a commentary on the Mishnah. Immediately following the Mishnah, you will have a discussion that will include literally tens to hundreds of speakers, primarily rabbis, but also, as we saw, occasionally you'll see a non-Jew make a statement or a woman be involved in the story. And this is what makes it really strange. It's like kind of it's highly arcane in its language. It's very coded, and it takes a lot of training to be able to decipher it. There's no punctuation in standard printings, and you have to break up the sentences appropriately. You have to understand whether something is a question or a statement or a rebuttal or a sarcastic comment or a hyperbolic comment. It's very hard to work out the language, but nevertheless, it's something that would have been committed to memory, that scholars would have actually memorized page after page of Talmud. And it's essentially like a long transcript of a discussion that took its starting point in the Mishnah. Meaning, the Mishnah is talking about, in this particular case, when one recites the Shema prayer, then we'll start discussing, when one recites the Shema prayer. But as conversations go, they tend to go from point to point to point, from tangent to tangent to tangent, which is something that is delightful about conversation. We enjoy the unpredictability of communicating with our peers in this manner. Talmud essentially follows that and enshrines a kind of literary stream consciousness in this document. And it is amazing. It requires tremendous concentration and focus to make the leaps of logic and imagination that's required to follow discussion, but it provides incredibly satisfying results. And that's what happens in Mishnah. The Talmud, which by the way is also known as the Gemara. The word Gemara is Aramaic, and it means literally like finishing, completing, Gamar in Hebrew. The term Talmud and Gemara are sometimes interchanged, possibly because of the fear of church interference in the text, which happened in the 13th century and onward, meaning referring to Talmud as opposed to referring to Gemara to try and avoid the ire of the enemies of this particular text. But it can go on for pages and pages. It's much, much longer than Mishnah. One Mishnah, like a paragraph like the Mishnah, may result in 15, 20 pages of discussion of follows. So that's really what's going on. The conversation discussing the Mishnah by the Amoraim, occasionally bringing in other Mishnahs, other passages in Talmud, other statements from people, other logical arguments that be brought into this particular discussion. It's worthy of note, by the way, that the Talmud, even though I've shown you the first page, it has no real beginning. It's often compared to an ocean. They say the sea of Talmud, and just like you can't say the sea has a particular. It all comes from one place. It's just there. And then you have to enter the sea at some shoreline. Some places might be nice, easy places to get into the water, like let's say the second chapter of Bava Metzia, which deals with lost and found. That's like a nice sandy beach, South Florida kind of style. And other places are like these rocky fjords with water crashing and like trying to jump into the middle of Menachos or something like that, with sacrificial law and things like that. It's very, very hard. But nevertheless, everyone kind of approaches it and has to learn to swim right away. It's brilliant and amazing. I'm already talking about it. Embracing the text, to use the remarkable metaphor of Rabbi, the chef, he is on the right here, Rashi, which is a commentator from the 11th century. We'll probably speak more about him as we go on in this course, and his descendants and other students, the Tosafot in the 12th to 15th century. And they're essentially all concentrating on the central area of the text. And I'm not going to label it here, but there are many other commentators surrounding them on the page, which is the prime real estate. Many, many more in other books beyond this particular page. But this gives you a sense of like what the document is all about. The structure is here. The function of it is basically to explicate the Mishnah. The Mishnah itself demands further elaboration. I mentioned earlier Rabbi and I have to give a shout out because he runs an amazing website called 1840.org, and they have really amazing discussions there on all kinds of big Jewish ideas. And I love listening to it. He recently had a podcast with Professor Chaim Simon here, who is an expert in Jewish thought. He wrote a great book called Halakha. And I heard on this episode something that just made so much sense. I'm going to share it with you now as sort of why the Talmud is so important. So Chaim Simon introduces the audience of the podcast to the work of Robert M. Cover, a lawyer who published an extremely influential article in 1982 called Nomos and Narrative. And in this article, he basically used the Talmud as a starting point. Now, what exactly is Nomos and Narrative? Nomos is the Greek word meaning law, and narrative is kind of like the story behind the law. And in fact, that's what happens in the Talmud. There's lots of like dense legal, sometimes genuine discussion of tiny little details, sometimes theoretical details that can't possibly actually happen in real life, and then interspersed with a big excursus on the meaning of life, the purpose of the world, the nature of the afterlife, the philosophy, recipes, the behavior of a cat, all kinds of things are popular sayings. They're like, they seem to be thrown in there, and some commentators say it's kind of random. It's partly random, not intentional. And what Professor Cover wants to say is that in order for a legal system to work, and the Talmud is at its foundation a legal system, it's called by some the Constitution of Judaism, big Constitution. You can't hold it very unless on a phone or something like that. The Talmud mixes nomos with narrative, with the story behind the law. And this is really important because if the society argues, Mr. Clever, Professor Clever, if the society simply lays down rules without explaining to society why those rules exist, without providing a narrative behind them, then ultimately that's a type of tyranny. The rules are arbitrary. They could be made up any way you want. On the other hand, when you support the rules with the narrative, as I've often found even in my administrative capacity at the college, people understand and can accept a no to their request if they understand the why behind it. That's essentially what the Talmud is doing. The Talmud kind of like wanders between big discussions of nomos related issues to discussions of narrative related issues. And it forms a somewhat complex and sophisticated whole, bringing together nomos and narrative at once. I strongly urge you to have a look at that podcast on the Talmud. I put it in the source notes for the video. So that's really what's going on in the Talmud and its content. Now, I have written a lot more about the Talmud. I have many other videos on the Talmud on this site as well. I'm very much involved in actually producing a daily video on the Talmud. It's studied in a format called Daf Yomi, which means a folio a day, 2 sides of 1 page per day. And this is a program used by thousands of people around the world today, perhaps hundreds of thousands even, called Daf Yomi, and it takes 7.5 years to complete the entire Talmud. So I'm in the middle of this big project to produce 2,711 little history videos that go with every page of the Talmud. I invite you to have a look. So I'm not going to say much more about the Talmud here. What I will say, though, is that it is a document that has managed to retain the fascination of its students for centuries. It is absolutely engaging and refreshing, and sometimes frustrating, sometimes enervating, but always energizing. And it is the document around much of Judaism has revolved for the last 1,500 years or so. Am I enthusiastic about it? I hope so. Okay, I hope you found this video useful, and I look forward to speaking to you some more.
I could not ask her questions, and I would not say, "Oh, you remember that?" No, I never would say that because I knew she couldn't remember. But when she was being restless or something in the night, I used to recite scenes from our life and just give the scene without saying, "Do you remember?" But the last night, I certainly didn't know that she was going, but it was a rough night, and we went back to.
Looking at the period from the 3rd through the 7th century, I think it's useful for us to go through a little bit of political history to try to understand the remarkable changes that were taking place in the Eastern Mediterranean at the time. And there's 3 really big cities involved: Rome, Constantinople, and Mecca. So from the 3rd through the 5th century, Rome goes through a pretty significant period of decline. As you can see in this 19th century Russian painting by Karl Bulov shows Rome being sacked, and it was actually sacked several times by the Vandals and others coming from Central Europe. They're taking away here to the menorah and all kinds of things like this, whereas the church seems kind of stable on the far right there. At any rate, it's a period when Rome is going to go through a series of significant steps downward in its authority, and it's going to affect the balance of power in the entire region, as we shall see. Israel will remain within the boundaries of the empire, but just barely, because as I'll show you on a map in just a second, the eastern border of the Roman Empire gets pushed steadily towards the west, and Israel just maintains, with the exception of about 15 years, that space on the easternmost part of the Roman Empire, which was once so huge, and it's just hanging on in there. The Christian population in Israel during this time, however, is growing significantly, both from conversion to Christianity from the indigenous populations, Jews and others, and also from immigration into the region for a whole host of reasons. Remember, Israel is a kind of a crossroads, and so as Rome was able to consolidate its control of the region, the presence of the region, and so on, development of infrastructure, there's attractiveness in that region for many settlers, and we see the population actually increases at this time, but the balance of the population will change, and the local Christian population in Israel will grow, which is not necessarily a good sign for the Jewish population. In the middle of the 4th century, there is a revolt that erupts in northern Israel, where Jews are very dissatisfied with the leadership of one Gallus. This is, however, put down quite decisively, and ultimately will just accelerate the pro-Christian orientation of the Roman Empire to the detriment of the local Jewish population. There is a moment of respite shortly thereafter when the Emperor Julian, known in some quarters as Julian the Apostate, tries to make some kind of connection with the Jews in Israel and in the diaspora by promising to rebuild the temple in Jerusalem. This generates a lot of enthusiasm among Jews because you'll recall until this time the temple has been desecrated by Hadrian, who rebuilt a temple dedicated to Jupiter actually, and also even forbade the visiting of Jerusalem by Jews except on the anniversary of the destruction of the temple. So Julian the Apostate's offer to rebuild the temple, although it's short-lived because he will be killed in battle, ultimately increases the enthusiasm of Jews and evokes even more ire of the local Christian population. The tensions are increasing, and one of the last things that the Patriarchate was able to do, you recall that the Jews do have some kind of self-governing rulership under the Patriarch, the Nicaeus. The Patriarch Hillel II, also known as Hillel Nicaea, to distinct from the Hillel hierarchy, he designed a 19-year calendrical cycle, which would later be added upon in further centuries, but basically he sketched out the possibility of working with a calendar that is mathematically calculated rather than relying on the traditional sighting of the moon, which is something that was in place for many hundreds of years. But there are a couple of moments in Jewish history when, for example, the Samaritans and now possibly local Christians might have interfered with that process. And so Hillel Nicaea, by putting in place a fixed calendar, was able to really establish something very concrete and important for the survival of Jews in the long term. He was very concerned that the Christian Empire, the Roman Empire, now officially Christian under Constantine, literally disavow the power of the Sanhedrin, and in fact this will come to pass, although not under Constantine, it will happen in the 5th century. So that's basically what's going on in Rome as it falls into decline and how it has an impact on the Jewish people, particularly in Israel. If we look at Constantinople, we see an acceleration of this negative trend. So first of all, where is Constantinople? If you have a look on this map here, you see the big red mark, and it's on a very important strait called the Bosporus that separates essentially the Mediterranean Sea from the Black Sea. It's a very important site for maritime trade. It was originally known as Byzantium, and the Emperor Constantine in the year 324 renames it Nova Roma, the New Rome. It was also known as Constantinople, which is Greek for Constantine City. And this essentially becomes the center of what's called later the Byzantine Empire. It's the Eastern Roman Empire. And as Rome goes into further decline and is sacked many times, Constantinople becomes even more important. It is, by the way, now known as Istanbul because when it was conquered in 1453 by the Turks, then it received this new name. So Byzantium becomes Constantinople, becomes Istanbul. And one last detail while we're at it, not relevant to our period, but since we already went through the 15th century, when Istanbul is no longer a Christian city, then Moscow takes upon itself a kind of mantle of Eastern Christianity, understanding itself as the third Rome, right? You have Rome, the first Rome, and you have the second Rome, or Nova Roma in Constantinople, with the Byzantine Empire, and then finally Moscow self-understands as the third Rome, the inheritor of this entire Eastern Christian tradition. The implications for Jews of this shift from Rome to Constantinople are also generally negative. There's increasingly worse conditions for Jews as we move through the 5th century, as the Roman Empire, now ruled from Constantinople, is more and more pro-Christian. The Patriarchate is formally abolished at the beginning of the 5th century. The kinds of things that they were charged with is illustrative of kind of hostility. The emperor charged that Jews were using the Patriarchate to build synagogues, right? The idea being that synagogues should fall into disrepair and then never rise again. We're going to talk a little bit more of that in the next lecture. That Jews were holding Christian slaves, or at least non-Jewish slaves, and were circumcising them, which was part of halakha. There's a whole discussion here of how slaves are to be treated in Judaism, and circumcising them, essentially making them partially Jewish. Upon manumission, they would be completely Jewish. That was something which was used with tremendous hostility. And finally, the rabbis in Israel under the Patriarchate were occasionally adjudicating legal cases that also involved Christians. And this was seen as an affront to Roman law and especially to Christian sensibilities. So this is a period of time when there are more and more legal restrictions placed upon Jews in Israel. The Patriarchate is declining and eventually is completely abolished in the 5th century. Definitely not a great time for the Jews. Now let's go quickly to the final city, Mecca, and I'm only just going to touch on it because really we're going to spend a lot more time talking about Islamic influence and rule in Israel, which will last much longer. But just to get the political history together, it's really not only Mecca, it's also Persia, because basically what happens is, if you have a look at this map here, this represents the diaspora, the Jewish diaspora in the Roman Empire, and you can see that there are 3 big chunks of Jewish settlement in the Roman Empire at this time. You've got some in Asia Minor, which would be here in western Turkey. You've got a big chunk of Jews living just north of what would be Israel, in places like Antioch and Damascus in Syria. And then you've got another big chunk in Egypt. This map doesn't show the settlement in Israel as well, but there will be a lot, of course, centered in northern Israel in particular. And then as you go across the Mediterranean basin, you see lots of dots. Those dots represent individual Jewish communities, and you've got them all the way up in the Rhineland in Germany, in France along the Rhone River, and on the southern coast of France in the Mediterranean. You've got them throughout Hispania or Spain, and then you've got some in North Africa, like even Carthage and Syria that we saw earlier. So those are all inside the Roman Empire. There is only one really large Jewish population outside of the Roman Empire, and that is just to the east, just about where my head is on this map. This is, of course, the Babylonian center, which will become very powerful, and ultimately, Babylonia, under the Persians, will invade Israel in the year 614, and Israel will very briefly fall under Persian control once again. For a very brief period of time, because the Byzantine Emperor Heraclius would come back in, and by the year 629, he is back in Jerusalem again. This would also be short-lived, as we shall see shortly, but before we leave the Byzantine Empire, I just want to point out one other area where there was a Jewish settlement, at least up in the 6th century, and that is in the region of contemporary Yemen, in the so-called Kingdom of Himyar. This is bizarre and fascinating. So here's the Arabian Peninsula, and you can see where the Kingdom of Himyar is in the southern part of it. There's a new book out by Professor Bauerstein called The Throne of Arjulius, which tells the amazing story of this Jewish kingdom in the region, which lasted for quite some time. So here's the story. We know that Jews lived in this region for centuries before the period we're discussing here. We know, for example, that Herod sent a brigade of Jews there in the year 25 before the Common Era, and it's highly likely that there were settlements of Jews that met them when they arrived. We know from other sources that there was a king Karib Assad who, in the return of the 5th century, was having conflict with local Christians and local Christian kingdoms, and this prompted him to convert to Judaism. This, by the way, is not an unusual kind of story. We see a very similar thing in the Khazar Empire, which I will discuss not too long from now. When the Khazarians, seeing that they were on the one hand pressed by the Christians and on the other hand pressed by the Muslims, they saw Judaism as a third way of maintaining their independence. And it appears that Karib Assad also saw that as an option for his Himyar people. So we don't have really great sources about that conversion, but apparently it happened sometime around the turn of the 5th century. We have other sources, Christian sources, that describe a King Yusuf Asar Yatar du Nuwas that lived 30 years later. And presumably, Himyar is basically a Jewish kingdom this entire time. And this King Yusuf is at war with neighboring Christian territories and persecuting those Christians. Again, this is a Christian source that is not sympathetic to Yusuf, but there's no reason to specifically doubt that there was conflict going on. And what's fascinating is that, so far we only have kind of sketchy little bits and pieces of data to suggest this kingdom was Jewish, but a lot of new material has been discovered in funeral inscriptions, for example, in Beit Shan in northern Israel and elsewhere, that specifically refers to these Himyarites as being Jewish, and that they want to be buried in Israel and all kinds of things like this. So it's actually quite likely that, in fact, there was this Jewish kingdom in southern Yemen at this time. We know they went to war with neighboring Ethiopia, and that King Yusuf was dethroned at this point from the kingdom of Aksum, which was in the region, and that signaled the end of the Himyarite Jewish kingdom. But we're talking about something that lasted for well over a century. Really fascinating. I wish I had more time to study this stuff. Anyways, let's go back to the bigger picture. The big picture is, remember that the Sasanian Empire makes a quick penetration into Israel, displacing the Byzantine Empire in the year 614, but only lasts a very brief time because in 629, Heraclius reconquers the region, and then he lasts for about 15 odd years, and the Muslims conquer it in the year 646. The Muslims, of course, will be in control of the Middle East and North Africa for quite some time, and we'll have a large Jewish population living under Muslim rule, and so we're going to look at all these communities and involved interests. But before we get to Muslim rule, let's talk a little bit about the versus Judeo tradition in the Byzantine Empire, which will take us a little deeper into, unfortunately, the negative circumstances that Jews experienced at this time. Thank you very much for watching.
him into the man that he became. And so it was now suddenly this unusual situation was created where a child is going to be born to a kidnapped woman who is being held by strange people, the Mongols, that were not her people. And he already had another wife, her husband. He had a wife named Sochiko. He had at that time already one son. Later he had another son with her.
One of the more consequential aspects of the Jewish experience in the late Roman period is the development of something called the Adversus Judaeus tradition. This is a group of ideas and ultimately policies that were developed by the church fathers in the late Roman period. Adversus Judaeus, the title is generic, it's taken from a series of sermons in the 4th century by St. John Chrysostom, who will speak on in just a few minutes. It translates as against the Jews, or as they say here in the United States, against the Jews. Besides the regional differences, because there are clear distinctions to be made between those ideas that were generated in regions where Jews had very little population base and it was an increasingly Gentile environment, and those areas where there was much more of a mixed population and non-Jews actually interacted with Jews on a significant level. But what's also really important to note that Christianity becomes a state religion in the early 4th century with the adoption and approval of Christianity by the Emperor Constantine. And so these ideas that begin as kind of theological disputes, early Christian thinkers trying to articulate the identity of Christianity against the background of Judaism, and largely theoretical kind of ideas, which may have had more of a rhetorical import than a physical one, become much more policy ideas once Christianity is joined with the empire. And so some of the ideas which are perhaps understandable in a rhetorical environment, people speaking and hyperbole and things like that, they can become actually quite significant when there's real power behind those ideas. Well, anyways, let's have a look at a couple of the aspects of this Adversus Judaeus. Let's start with Justin Martyr, shown here, and I have to tell you, the quick sidebar, as I was preparing this lecture, I came across this amazing book on the internet. Here's the citation: Andrei Teve, Les vrais portraits et vies des hommes Grecs, Latin, et Païen. So, translation is the true portraits and the lives of these men from Greece, Rome, and I'm not sure what païen means. I think it means peasants. It really doesn't make sense to me. But at any rate, 16th century book that illustrates the true portraits of these people, which I find absolutely amazing and hardly credible. Although some of the images, like Socrates, for example, seem to be taken from busts that are from the Greek period. So maybe a couple of them are more accurate than others. But otherwise, hard to believe that this 16th century work actually portrays these people for real, but nevertheless really cool. Okay, so here's Justin Martyr. As you can see, he was called Justin the Philosopher as well. He lived in the 2nd century, very important early thinker. And among his many works was a book called The Dialogue with Trypho, which is essentially a dialogue with the Jew. And Justin Martyr really takes a lot of the ideas that were nascent in the Gospels and develops them to articulate a rather harsh approach as a whole. First off, he clearly makes a distinction between his vision of Christianity, which is ethereal and spiritual and based on ideas and morality and emotion, as opposed to Israel, the Jews, who are carnal in nature, dedicated to really, like earthly things like sacrifices and blood and like which spoon went into which pot, was it a meat spoon and a milk pot, things like that. And he wants to say essentially that the Jews are all wrapped up in physicality, and that's a negative thing. Whereas Christians much more thinking about, the more spiritual aspects of life. This is an unfair characterization, but nevertheless, it creates a kind of a dichotomy dichotomy that will be repeated over and over again in many Christian thinkers over the centuries. Also, at the same time, and it seems to me a little bit contradictory, that while he's putting down the Jews for their carnality, he's saying, and besides, we're the real Jews. Christians are the quote-unquote true Israel. That is that what the Jews were doing with all of those mitzvot, all of those commandments, those were totally wrong and totally physical and not the way God wanted them to go. Christianity, which has abandoned all of these things, is much more of the true Israel. I have to tell you, as a little bit of an aside, I often get a lot of comments on this site about, you guys are not the real Jews. You are Khazarians, or the true Jews are actually Black Americans. And I like. It doesn't bother me that much if other people want to claim that they are the true Israel. It'll all sort itself out in the end, I guess. But what bothers me is, like, what does it matter